In his previous life, Luo Chengjian neglected his exquisite wife, instead choosing to court the village beauty of higher status. This led to a tragic outcome when his pregnant wife returned to her parental home and unexpectedly passed away, subsequently being cast out by her own parents. Although he achieved wealth, he departed this world burdened by immense regret. Heaven has opened its eyes. Reborn at the moment when his wife intended to return to her family, he could not allow her to leave under any circumstances. Henceforth, he engaged in fishing to accumulate funds and ventured into the sauce business to amass wealth. The child who had not yet entered the world in his past life was now afforded the opportunity to witness the wonders of existence. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 1. You Cannot Leave. In July, Luo Chengjian felt as though he were being scorched by an inferno. The sun hung high in the sky, pouring down scalding rays of white light, bleaching the earth and searing the soles of one's feet. The air was stagnant, oppressive, rendering it difficult to breathe. Not a whisper of wind stirred, only the cacophonous cries of cicadas fraying the nerves. Jilu, Jilu, each call sharper than the last, filled with despair, burrowing into the ears and unsettling the heart. Beneath the courtyard wall, several clusters of wilted foxtail grasses drooped, their leaves curled at the edges, shrouded in a layer of choking dust. Luo Chengjian abruptly sprang up from the unforgiving wooden plank bed, his chest heaving violently, a fiery sensation ablaze in his throat, producing a hoarse grunt. Cold sweat instantly drenched the faded, yellowed vest emblazoned with the red characters "Model Worker," the icy dampness clinging to his skin, causing his entire body to shudder. Before his eyes lingered vast swathes of blinding scarlet, thick and warm, as if it were cascading down the distorted edges of his vision, threatening to engulf him completely. Embedded within that crimson hue was a faintly discernible, pale face, its lips slightly parted, silently calling out for something, for a smile. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid iron hand, suddenly constricting, the pain rendering his vision dark and nearly suffocating him. Was it a dream? Or that very dream? No, it was more vivid than a mere dream. It was the past life etched into the marrow of his bones, the karma that entwined him until his last breath. What good was boundless wealth? With closed eyes, he could only envision the scene of Huan collapsed in the searing mud, a pool of blood rapidly spreading, charred and hardened by the relentless sun, and the pale, small body of Xiao floating on the frigid surface of the reservoir. And there he lay, within the emptiness of a lavish hospital room, the expensive machinery emitting a monotonous, ticking sound, while outside, the neon lights of a bustling metropolis glimmered. Yet his soul had long been shredded by the relentless, bloody nightmare. The fortress built of riches was as fragile as waterlogged paper in the face of his overwhelming heartache. He refused treatment, for he understood better than anyone that this was a pain beyond the remedy of medicine. It was a debt inscribed upon his very soul by the king of hell. His chaotic thoughts resembled an anthill scalded by boiling water. He numbly rotated his stiff neck, his gaze sweeping across the low, dimly lit earthen room. The mottled earthen walls were adorned with faded New Year's paintings, and a pile of farming tools lay in the corner, a stubborn amalgamation of earthy scents, sweat, and a faint hint of mildew invading his nostrils. Was this truly his home? Luo Chengjian, his once familiar old home, now indistinguishable in his memory, reduced to a mere heap of ashes? His gaze ultimately fixated on the doorway. As if struck by a silent thunderbolt, the blood within Luo Chengjian's veins instantaneously froze, only to surge violently upwards in the next moment, ringing in his ears and causing his vision to burst with golden stars. In a shadowy light at the entrance, a woman stands. She is thin, fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could snap her waist. A faded floral garment hangs loosely on her, accentuating the slight protrusion of her abdomen. In her hand, she tightly clutches a small coarse cloth bundle, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. With her other hand, she firmly grips the tiny hand of a girl no older than 3 or 4. The little girl, resembling a startled rabbit, clings tightly to her mother's leg, her small face pale and devoid of color, sparse hair damp with sweat, clinging to her forehead. At this moment, those once clear eyes brim with a familiar, yet piercing panic and fear that stab at Luo Chengjian's heart like steel needles, timidly casting furtive glances in his direction. It is Lin Huan. It is his daughter, Luo Xiao. They are alive, they are still alive. In an instant, the bloody fragments of past lives, intertwined with overwhelming regret and agony, surge forth like a torrential flood, ruthlessly breaking down the last remnants of his dazed consciousness. He remembers. All of it comes flooding back. It is today. It is this very moment. For the cursed words of Roy Rouet, I want something fresh. He had acted like a crazed dog possessed, rushing into the kitchen and snatching away the small basket of eggs his mother had painstakingly saved to nourish the pregnant Huan Huan. At that moment, Lin Huan Huan trembled with rage, her face ashen, her lips quivering, yet she could utter not a single word of reproach. Her once tender eyes now held only utter despair and the cold ashes of hopelessness. She did not cast him another glance, merely pulling up the terrified and tearful Xiao Xiao, her heavy belly leading her step by step out of the door of this home, where her heart had long ceased to reside. One step out, and there lies an eternal separation. He could almost envision the winding path under the scorching sun, seeing Huan Huan dragging her heavy body, holding the young Xiao Xiao's hand, struggling through the stifling heat. Prolonged malnutrition and the immense emotional toll had drained her of her last vestige of strength, her vision darkening, her steps unsteady. She finally succumbed, collapsing like a withered leaf. On the scorching ground, the vivid red quickly spread from her fall, accompanied by Xiao Xiao's heart-wrenching yet increasingly faint cries. "Mother, mother, wake up! No, no, Huan Huan, you cannot leave." A primal roar, reminiscent of a dying beast, erupted from Luo Chengjian's chest, carrying a metallic tang of blood as it pierced the stagnant, sweltering air. The sound was so piercing it resembled no human voice, shaking Lin Huan Huan and Luo Xiao Xiao to their core. Huan Huan stumbled back in shock, her face paling to a ghostly white, instinctively protecting her abdomen with one hand while the other pulled her daughter tightly behind her. The look in her eyes transformed from hopeless silence to a chilling mixture of terror and extreme vigilance, as if gazing upon a beast poised to devour. That gaze inflicted even more pain upon him than when she had collapsed in a pool of blood in his past life. Luo Chengjian could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. He even forgot to put on his shoes, leaping barefoot from the wooden bed that exuded the scent of sweat. The uneven, scalding earth seared his soles, yet he felt nothing. His eyes were solely fixated on that bundle. Like a bolt of uncontrolled lightning, he dashed to the door in mere strides, propelled by a tempest of sweat and desperation. His rough hands, imbued with irresistible force, seized Lin Huan Huan's wrist with a grip that brooked no refusal. "Huan Huan," his voice trembled, hoarse and fragmented, each word like a blood clot forcibly extracted from his throat. "Don't go. You cannot leave." He gasped for breath, his eyes locked onto her. His grip was so tight that Lin Huan Huan felt her wrist bones might shatter, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. The bundle in her hand shook violently from his sudden, frantic action, leaving her utterly dazed, her body stiff as stone. The hand shielding her abdomen turned pale from the pressure, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word, her eyes filled with an impenetrable mix of vigilance and fear. A piercing wail erupted from behind Lin Huan Huan. The small figure, shielded by her mother, trembled like a startled bird, utterly terrified by her father's seemingly deranged demeanor. Luo Xiao Xiao's frail body shook uncontrollably, her face losing the last traces of color. She desperately tried to shrink behind her mother, wishing to meld into her slender silhouette, her terrified cries sharp enough to pierce eardrums. "Mother! Mother! I'm scared of father." That cry struck Luo Chengjian's heart like a searing, dull knife, twisting savagely. "Xiao Xiao! Xiao Xiao!" His gaze darted away from the basket, urgently seeking the small figure hiding behind her mother, nearly choking on her sobs. That tear-streaked, terrified little face overlapped instantaneously with the memory of a pale, swollen visage floating on the icy surface of water from his past life. Overwhelming fear and the euphoric joy of rediscovery surged within him like two destructive torrents, violently colliding and tearing at his chest. Instinctively, he released the grip on his daughter Lin Huan Huan's wrist, a hand that had, on countless occasions, pushed her away and snatched away her vitality. At this moment, it trembled with a near-pilgrimage reverence, hesitantly and agonizingly slow, reaching towards his daughter's tear-streaked and sweat-drenched, diminutive cheek. His fingertips hovered just an inch away from that warm little face. "Do not fear, Smile, do not fear." His voice quivered intensely, suffused with an overwhelming, uncontainable sobbing tone. Each word was steeped in the regrets of a past life and the immense anxiety of regained existence. "Father! Father was wrong. Father truly erred." He endeavored to conjure a soothing smile, yet his lips twitched rigidly, contorted into a visage far more grotesque than tears could convey. At last, his fingertips gently and cautiously made contact with his daughter's warm facial skin. That fleeting, genuine sensation, imbued with the warmth of life, surged through his fingertips like a current of immense power, piercing through his limbs and bones, violently shattering all his defenses. It was precisely this warmth, the temperature he had yearned for day and night when he held that small, cold, and lifeless body, yet could never touch again. Wah! A cry of even more desperate anguish erupted from Luo Xiaoxiao's lips. The cool touch of her father's fingertips felt to her like the caress of a venomous serpent. She abruptly twisted her head away, unleashing a remarkable strength akin to that of a frightened creature, desperately burrowing deeper behind her mother, her small hands clutching tightly to her mother's hem, her cries now solely a manifestation of pure, overwhelming terror. That wailing became the final straw that broke Luo Chengjian's resolve. Thud! Without warning, Luo Chengjian toppled forward, collapsing to the sun-baked, iron-hard earth at the threshold of the hall, utterly exhausted. Huan Xiao, he could no longer sustain himself, clinging desperately to Lin Huan's slender legs. No, no, I will not allow you to leave, no matter what. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I am sorry, I am so sorry. Scalding tears surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, mingling with the beads of sweat cascading down his face and the dust that rose, etching murky ravines upon his visage, twisted in agony. What of billions and wealth, the capricious tides of commerce, the treachery of human nature? The long, numb struggles of his past life crumbled into the most absurd dust before the tangible presence of his wife and daughter, their eyes filled with terror and coldness. The overwhelming ecstasy of regained existence intertwined with a far greater, almost soul-rending fear, the dread that this might merely be a dream, utterly shattered him. He lay sprawled on the scorching, sun-baked earth, barefoot, his clothes drenched in sweat and tears, clinging to his trembling spine. He wept with a heart-wrenching anguish, as though he were a skinned and eviscerated wild dog, exposed to the elements, helplessly awaiting the arrival of death. Chapter 2. The affection of an aged father. The anguished roar of Luo Chengjian, tinged with the scent of blood, reverberated through the sweltering air. As he recklessly threw himself down, his arms encircling Lin Huan's slender calves like iron bands. The scorching earth seared his knees and exposed ankles, while sweat mingled with tears, coursing down his face like a muddy stream. Yet, he paid no heed. All he knew was that these legs, this person, he could never let go, not even in death. No, no, I will not allow you to leave. His face pressed against the worn fabric of Lin Huan's faded trousers, his voice muffled, hoarse, and saturated with a near-desperate tenacity. I was wrong. I truly was. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Huan was taken aback by his sudden, frenzied behavior, her entire body stiffening. The bones in her wrist throbbed painfully from his grip, and his iron-like embrace around her ankle caused sharp discomfort. The unrelenting sun blazed down mercilessly, scorching her exposed neck and arms, sweat trickling from her temples into her eyes, stinging and unbearable. Clasped tightly in her arms was the terrified Luo Xiaoxiao, the child's heart-wrenching cries slicing through the air, echoing painfully in her ears. A profound sense of humiliation and rage churned within her, boiling like molten lava in her chest. He had taken the very eggs she had intended to nourish herself with that morning. This thought pierced her already battered heart like a venomous needle. The rice jar at home was all but empty, the meager supply of coarse rice a paltry gift from her mother during a previous visit. In the kitchen, aside from a few shriveled sweet potatoes, there was not a drop of oil to be found. With a child to nourish in her womb and another to feed beside her, what of her own needs? Each day her body grew heavier. Each step rendered her vision dim and her limbs weak. Yet, what was her so-called husband, her haven, her support, doing? She had lost count of the times he had taken things from their home. A handful of freshly ground rice, proclaimed to be for his parents, quickly found its way to Luo Irui's house across the village. A half-pound of vegetable oil, freshly allocated from the team, had barely warmed before it was lent out for cooking at Luo Irui's. Even the half-pound of brown sugar her family had scrimped and saved to send her for nourishment during her pregnancy was surreptitiously taken by him, wrapped in old newspaper and given to that so-called village beauty. Their home stood barren and desolate. The pot remained cold, the stove unlit, and her heart had long since turned to ice. Not a morsel of food remained. And yet she was pregnant, even if Lin Huan could endure it. Like an old workhorse, what of the unborn child? What of her own well-being? And then there was Xiaoxiao. Lin Huan cast a glance at her daughter, whose body trembled in fear, her little face flushed crimson. The child's large, innocent eyes brimmed with pure terror, fixated on the man at her feet. Clutching her mother's leg like a madman, his body shaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. Xiao Xiao's fearful expression solidified Lin Huanhuan's resolve. She must leave. She must return to her family. Though it would be shameful to return as a married woman, especially with a child in tow and another on the way. What was pride worth? Could it be consumed? Could it save a child's life? At her family's home, no one would seize her labor. Her parents, with their sharp tongues but soft hearts, would support her. Lin Huanhuan was not disabled, merely pregnant. As long as she was willing to work, to lend a hand, be it sewing, feeding the chickens, or sweeping the yard, she would surely find something to eat. She would no longer endure the endless humiliation in this so-called home, watching her worthless husband squander their meager resources for another woman. While she suffered his occasional disdain and coldness, the man who had once leapt into the frigid reservoir, defying all warnings, like a furious lion, to pull her back from the clutches of death, had long since perished. The man who, soaked to the bone, with lips turning purple from the cold, had smiled foolishly at her, offering a bright, innocent grin, saying, "My parents couldn't think of a name, so they named me Chengjian. I suppose I am a bit of a busybody," was now nothing but a ghost. Overwhelmed by a tide of sorrow, grievance, and determination, Lin Huanhuan inhaled sharply and summoned all her strength to extricate her leg from Luo Chengjian's iron grip. With one arm tightly clutching the sobbing Xiao Xiao, she forcefully pried at Luo Chengjian's fingers, which were clamped around her leg. "Let go. Luo Chengjian, release me." Her voice, strained and sharp, trembled with uncontainable emotion. "This time, Xiao Xiao and I are going back to my family, and I will no longer endure your nonsense. If you have a penchant for that wretched woman, then so be it. This time, I, Lin Huanhuan, will not stop you." With each word, her heart felt as if it were being carved out. Yet the resolve within her only grew stronger. "If you do not care for Xiao Xiao, then I will take her with me. You can remain here, sending whatever you wish to that wretched woman, and no one will stop you. Would that not be better?" She nearly shouted, tears flooding her eyes once more, mingling with sweat and splattering onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating into a small cloud of steam, quickly dried by the relentless sun. Luo Chengjian trembled at her words, abruptly lifting his head, his face streaked with tears and mud, a pitiful sight. He gazed into Lin Huanhuan's eyes, which shone with a fierce light born of anger and despair, and felt his heart constrict painfully, as if gripped by a powerful hand. "No, no, Huanhuan, please don't say that." He shook his head urgently, his words tumbling out in a disarray, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please, don't leave. I swear, I will never seek her out again. I won't take anything from home. I will work hard to support you and the children. Huanhuan, trust me just this once, just once." His arms tightened around her legs, as if she were his sole lifeline. Lin Huanhuan, already weakened, felt even more trapped by his desperate grip. Beneath the scorching sun, sweat had drenched her back, clinging to her skin uncomfortably, making it hard to breathe. Luo Chengjian's burning body pressed against her calf only heightened her agitation. "Luo Chengjian, let me go?" she cried, her voice rising in pitch, laced with a hint of sobbing. "It's sweltering. You may not mind the heat, but I certainly do. What madness has overtaken you? Let go of me." She struggled against his fingers, which were taut with veins, her nails leaving white marks on the rough skin of his hand. Yet Luo Chengjian acted as if he felt no pain, burying his head lower, stubbornly refusing to relent. "No, unless you promise me you won't leave. I will not let go, not even if the heavens themselves commanded it. I'm clinging on to you, and you know it. I'm too heavy for you to drag away, so you can't leave." His obstinate and unreasonable words ignited the long-simmering grievances and indignation within Lin Huanhuan. The strength to struggle seemed to drain from her, and she collapsed, like a deflated balloon, onto the scorching ground, holding the now hoarse-voiced Xiao Xiao, and wept bitterly. "You stubborn fool, cursed adversary, why must my life be so wretched?" Her cries echoed with heart-wrenching sorrow, tears cascading down like pearls strung upon a broken thread, unstoppable. "What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with a heartless wretch like you in this one?" The heart-wrenching cries, filled with despair and helplessness, pierced through Luo Chengjian's heart more painfully than any physical blows. In a state of panic, he hurriedly released one hand from her leg and awkwardly wiped his mud and sweat-stained palm on the back of his damp, yellowed tank top. With a reverence bordering on devotion, he reached out to Lin Huanhuan's tear-streaked cheek, his rough fingertips, imbued with warmth and the gritty texture of earth, gently and clumsily attempted to wipe away her torrent of tears. "Huanhuan, please don't cry," he spoke softly, his voice carrying an unfamiliar, clumsy tenderness. reminiscent of the many years past when he had tried to comfort a frightened girl by the reservoir. I'm a disgrace, a bastard, a good-for-nothing. But you're carrying a child. You mustn't be too agitated. It's not good for the baby. This sudden, long-lost gentleness was like a small stone dropped into still waters, creating faint ripples in Lin Huanhuan's heart, which was otherwise tumultuous with grief and fury. Her sobs faltered, and through her blurred vision, she gazed up at the familiar yet alien face before her. The mingling of sweat, tears, and dirt rendered him both disheveled and absurd. Yet, within his eyes, now brimming with urgency, regret, and a near humble plea, she momentarily discerned the shadow of the boy who had once jumped into the reservoir to save her. How could this be? Lin Huanhuan mused internally, a sense of absurdity washing over her. Was this the same Luo Chengjian who had stormed into the kitchen that morning, menacingly snatching away eggs at the mere utterance of Luo Yirui's name, without even sparing her a glance? Yet, this fleeting moment of bewilderment was swiftly drowned by a more overwhelming tide of grievance and rage. You still want me to stop crying? You know I shouldn't be emotionally agitated. You know I'm pregnant. She choked out, each word squeezed from her throat like shards of ice. You snatched the eggs that my mother gave me to feed that woman. Luo Chengjian, have you no conscience? I am carrying your child. That is your flesh and blood. You wouldn't even spare a morsel for this little one inside me. Instead, you fed that wretched vixen. Her words grew increasingly impassioned, the pent-up resentment surging forth like a flood unleashed. She no longer attempted to pry herself away from him, but fixed her gaze directly into his eyes, methodically recounting each grievance. Last winter, the half-bag of cornmeal my father braved the snow to deliver. You said it was a loan to help Uncle San. Yet what did I see? Luo Yirui's mother grinding it into flour at the mill. Do you think I'm blind? The bean seeds distributed in the spring. I said to save some to make tofu for Xiao Xiao, but you sent them all to Luo Yirui's family, claiming they needed to plant beans. What about us? Xiao Xiao cried herself awake at midnight from hunger. Did you care? And the blue cloth my father gave me? I couldn't bear to make it into clothes, thinking to save it for Xiao Xiao's little outfit. But you actually stole it to make a hairpin for Luo Yirui, Luo Chengjian. That was my cloth. My father gave it to me. She nearly shouted, her finger trembling as it pointed at him, tears cascading down her face. Do you have room in your heart for anyone besides Luo Yirui? Is there no place for us in this family? In your eyes? Are we even less than a dog from Luo Yirui's household? Counting off her grievances on her fingers, her voice shifted from choked accusations to a numb, blood-stained recitation. Her memory was astonishingly sharp. She recalled the time, place, quantities, and even the flimsy excuses Luo Chengjian had made, all with crystal clarity. As she enumerated each of these long-forgotten grievances, Luo Chengjian could only feel the blood rush to his head, then drain away entirely, leaving behind a chilling emptiness and overwhelming shame. How had he given so much away? Each item had been like a dull knife, repeatedly cutting into her heart. He opened his mouth, longing to defend himself, yet found that no words could suffice at that moment. Clumsily, he extended his hand, futilely attempting to wipe away the tears that continued to fall from her face, repeating, I'm sorry, Huan, I'm sorry, I'm a bastard. I swear I won't do it again. If I ever act foolishly again, may I be struck by lightning. May I die a miserable death. I will earn back everything I've given away and return it to you, double. His promises sounded hollow to Lin Huanhuan, only serving to chill her heart further. She turned away, evading his rough fingers as her tears flowed silently. The oppressive heat hung heavily in the air, leaving only the intermittent sounds of Luo Xiaoxiao's sobs and Luo Chengjian's incoherent confessions and assurances. Amidst this suffocating standoff, a thunderous roar erupted from the courtyard, a furious bellow that shattered the stillness like a clap of thunder. Luo Chengjian, you wretched bastard. I swear I will beat you to death today. The voice, imbued with the force of a volcanic eruption, startled all three in the yard. Lin Huanhuan abruptly looked up to see her father-in-law, Luo Zhenhua, storming in like an enraged lion, wielding a hefty mulberry wood shoulder pole. His weathered, square face had turned a deep shade of purplish red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burned with a fierce rage that seemed capable of devouring his kneeling son whole. Following closely behind was her mother-in-law, Tian Mei, who rushed to grasp her husband's arm, her face a mixture of anxiety and pain, pleading, Old man, please calm down. It's time to teach this scoundrel a lesson, but don't use that thing to hit him. What if you break a bone? Upon hearing that familiar, long-lost roar of anger, Luo Chengjian instinctively stiffened. He turned his head toward the entrance. In the sunlight, the imposing figure of his father and the anxious, worried face of his mother were so vivid, so poignant, that his eyes instantly burned with emotion. In his previous life, his parents had cast him out in disgrace, never to see them again, leaving him with a wound that never healed. Now, confronted with them, A wave of profound sorrow and grievance surged through him. He opened his mouth, yearning to call out father, mother, hoping they would help persuade Lin Huanhuan to stay. This was his only thought. However, just as he was about to utter a sound, the heavy shoulder pole, propelled by his father's long simmering fury, came crashing down toward his head with merciless speed. As if aiming to cleave him in two, Luo Chengjian's pupils dilated, every hair on his body standing on end. The memory of being brutally beaten by his father surged back, the pain of flesh torn and skin broken flooding his senses once more. Instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Without a thought for his dignity or the scorching mud beneath him, he rolled desperately to the side. The pole slammed into the ground where he had just been, creating a clear dent in the mud and sending dust flying. Luo Jinhua, enraged by the missed strike, turned his fiery gaze upon his son, eyes blazing with fury. You wretched bastard! You dare to dodge? Luo Chengjian crawled to hide behind his mother, his heart racing as he peered out, panicked. Mother! Mother! Stop my father! He truly intends to kill your eldest son. I am your own flesh and blood. Tian Mei gazed at her son, who was cowering behind her, his face pale with fear. She then turned to her trembling husband, filled with rage, who seemed ready to pounce again. In a fit of anger that bordered on laughter, she exclaimed, "Oh, you wretched boy, now you know fear, do you? Where was your sense before? Look at the entirety of Luo Jiao. No, look at the whole town. Is there any man who behaves as you do? With a wife and children, yet you still chase after other women, relentlessly pursuing young maidens who haven't yet been courted. What a disgraceful spectacle." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. In a sudden motion, she reached back and firmly grabbed the collar of Luo Chengjian's tattered vest, yanking him from behind her. She shouted at Luo Jinhua, "Hit him, old man. Strike him hard. Let us see if that shameless wretch dares to hide again." Caught off guard by his mother's sudden action, Luo Chengjian felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. Even his own mother had turned against him. There was no escaping this beating today, no matter what he said. With his wife's command ringing in his ears, Luo Jinhua felt no hesitation. He bellowed, "I'll beat you senseless, you disgraceful scoundrel." Raising the carrying pole once more, he swung it down with even greater force, this time landing a solid blow on Luo Chengjian's back. The dull, sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air. Luo Chengjian felt as though a searing iron had seared his back, a wave of pain coursing through him like electricity, causing him to cry out in agony. He stumbled forward, and his thin vest was ripped open, revealing a swollen, purplish bruise that flared up painfully, igniting his nerves. "Father, my dear father, it hurts. It truly hurts." Luo Chengjian grimaced, tears and snot streaming down his face as he curled up on the ground, desperately trying to evade the relentless blows of the carrying pole. "Why shouldn't I hit you? You miserable wretch, will you ever learn?" Luo Jinhua cursed fiercely, but as he caught sight of his son's rapidly swelling bruise and his contorted face of pain, his heart softened. After all, he was his flesh and blood. If he were to truly harm his son, he couldn't bear it. With a swift motion, he redirected the pole. Crack, crack, crack. The resounding thuds were akin to a war drum. This time, the pole accurately struck Luo Chengjian's ample backside. "Ouch! Father, stop! It's killing me! Mother, help!" Luo Chengjian clutched his rear, hopping about the small courtyard like a scalded monkey, flailing in panic. Each strike of the pole was met with a wail that grew louder with each hit. He dared not endure any longer. Relying on his agility to dart around the courtyard, dodging behind the water vat and firewood pile, but occasionally getting hit, eliciting cries akin to a pig being slaughtered. The entire courtyard was thrown into chaos, dust swirling everywhere. Tian Mei, witnessing her son's pitiful state as he cried out in pain, felt a pang of heartache. But more so, an overwhelming disappointment in his foolishness. She fought back tears, turning quickly to Lin Huanhuan, who sat on the ground, clutching her child in shock. "Oh, my poor child." Tian Mei bent down, her voice choked with emotion, gently stroking Lin Huanhuan's sweaty, disheveled hair, then cautiously wiping the unfallen tears from Luo Xiaoxiao's face. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Xiaoxiao, Grandma is here. Stop crying. Let your grandfather teach that scoundrel a lesson and bring justice for both of you." Lin Huanhuan was momentarily dazed by the sudden chaos, watching Luo Chengjian, who had just been clinging to her leg in tears and remorse, now being pursued wildly by her father, his cries echoing, stirred up a complex mix of emotions within her. Yet, as she observed the pain etched on Luo Chengjian's face, especially when he flinched from the blows, her heart involuntarily tugged at her. After all, she was not made of stone. "Mother," she stammered, instinctively speaking up, her voice tinged with hesitation and a hint of concern she realized she felt. "Please, don't let him truly be harmed." The The words escaped her lips before she could comprehend their implications. After all the pain he had inflicted upon her and Xiao Xiao, was she truly worried about his well-being? Tianmei, hearing this, felt a mix of heartache and anger. She gently patted Lin Huanhuan's back. You silly child. That ungrateful man cares nothing for your safety. If it weren't for that clever child from the Bianzhuang family, who noticed you packing to leave with Xiao Xiao and rushed to inform us, your father and I would have been completely oblivious. We had no idea he was bullying you two so mercilessly at home. The more Tianmei spoke, the angrier she became, her gaze sharpening as it fell upon her son, who was still being chased in the courtyard. No bullying. Lin Huanhuan quickly shook her head, tears welling up again. I just wanted to take Xiao Xiao back to my family, so he could think things over. He wouldn't let us go, clinging to my leg, crying and begging. I became so overwhelmed by his words that I cried. He didn't bully us this time. It was just that Xiao Xiao got scared. She stumbled through her explanation, her emotions tumultuous and hard to express. You cannot leave, Tianmei declared firmly, supporting Lin Huanhuan's arms to help her stand. That scoundrel finally did something right today by stopping you from leaving. Listen to your mother, Huanhuan. You cannot go. That wretched man, doesn't he care about you both? Nor about your father and me. We would do anything to ensure you two are fed and cared for, even if it means sacrificing everything. Let him be. If he starves, so be it. As she spoke, Tianmei helped Lin Huanhuan to her feet, then bent down to pick up the still frightened Luo Xiao, who was clutching her tightly, his big eyes filled with fear as he glanced between the chaos of his father and grandmother. Come, Xiao, be good, Grandma will hold you. The ground is hot. Let us not sit here any longer. Let us go inside. However, Luo Xiao clung even tighter to Lin Huanhuan's clothes, shaking his head vigorously, his frightened gaze darting between the commotion outside and his grandmother, refusing to let go. The turmoil stirred by Tianmei, combined with the ruckus of Luo Chengjian outside, momentarily quelled Lin Huanhuan's once resolute determination to leave. Now, her heart was in disarray, her eyes drawn to the figure of her husband being chased, fearing that her father-in-law might accidentally cause him serious harm. Despite Luo Chengjian's despicable behavior, the memory of that day by the reservoir, where he had smiled brightly at her, drenched to the bone, remained etched in her mind like an indelible mark, preventing her from truly desiring to see him harmed. In the courtyard, Luo Jinhua, having aged, was growing weary after his relentless pursuit. His anger had subsided significantly, and as he caught his breath, he leaned on the carrying pole, pointing at Luo Chengjian, who was hiding behind the firewood pile, cringing and nursing his sore backside. You worthless wretch. Today, I'll spare you. But mark my words, if they're essay next time, I'll break your legs. Now come here. Luo Chengjian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, though he feared his father was merely feigning mercy. Cautiously, he shuffled forward, cradling his painfully sore backside. His face streaked with tears and dirt, the signs of his injuries barely concealed beneath his damp vest. His head hung low, resembling a defeated rooster, devoid of the stubbornness he had shown while clinging to Lin Huanhuan's leg. Kneel before Huanhuan. Luo Jinhua, still seething with anger, barked sharply. Luo Chengjian's body stiffened as he raised his gaze to meet Lin Huanhuan, who stood beside his mother, equally disheveled, yet with a gaze that conveyed a complex array of emotions. He then glanced at his father's unyielding eyes and clenched his teeth. The pain in his knees, back, and behind burned intensely, but compared to the excruciating agony he had endured in his past life, this was trivial. Without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees once more, sinking heavily into the scalding mud before Lin Huanhuan. This time, he knelt willingly, with his heart fully committed. Huanhuan, I was wrong. He tilted his head back to meet her gaze, his voice hoarse yet clear. With my parents here, I swear to the heavens, from this day forth, if I dare to touch a single grain of rice or a thread from this household for unrelated individuals, if I dare to harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards that old hag, or if I allow you two to suffer even the slightest grievance, may I face divine retribution. May I meet a wretched end. May I be struck by a vehicle. May I choke on water. May I suffocate while eating. He uttered the most venomous oaths, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented seriousness and remorse. Lin Huanhuan observed his pitiful form kneeling in the searing mud, noted the grotesque scar on his back, and listened to his vehement vows, her heart awash with mixed emotions. The sense of grievance lingered, resentment had not dissipated. Yet the resolute desire to leave seemed to have been utterly drained. She turned her face away without uttering a word, merely tightening her grip on Luo Xiaoxiao's hand. Tianmei, witnessing her son's dismal state, ultimately softened, letting out a sigh. She spoke gently to Lin Huanhuan. Huanhuan, look, this scoundrel has admitted his faults and has faced punishment. Your father and I have taken your side. It's sweltering today, and both you and the child must be exhausted. Why not come inside and rest? I'll fetch you a bowl of water. She then shot a glare at Luo Chengjian. What are you still kneeling there for? You stubborn blockhead. Hurry up and check the kitchen. Huan is pregnant, terrified, and Xiao is crying like this. They haven't eaten all afternoon, have they? Is there anything left at home? Quickly find a way to prepare some food. Do you want to starve them both? Luo Chengjian, as if awakening from a dream, struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his knees and behind made his movements awkward, nearly causing him to fall again. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against a stack of firewood, limping toward the kitchen. Tian Mei half-supported, half-carried Lin Huan, soothing Luo Xiao, be good, come inside with Grandma. I brought you something nice. As she comforted the child, she guided Lin Huan into the low-ceilinged main room. Upon entering the relatively cool space, Tian Mei urged Lin Huan to sit on the only somewhat intact bamboo chair. She cautiously lifted the still slightly shivering Luo Xiao onto her lap, gently patting her to soothe her. Then, she swiftly rummaged through a dilapidated low cabinet and produced a similarly worn little paper package wrapped in layers of oil paper. Carefully, she peeled back the layers, revealing several thumb-sized chunks of darkened rock sugar. Come, Xiao, open your mouth. Tian Mei selected the smallest piece and gently placed it into Luo Xiao's mouth. The sweetness instantly melted on her tongue. An immense temptation for a child long deprived of sugar. As Luo Xiao sucked on the candy, the terror and tears in her big eyes gradually transformed into wonder and contentment, finally ceasing her sobs and snuggling quietly against her grandmother. Seeing her granddaughter calm down, Tian Mei sighed with relief and broke off a slightly larger piece of sugar, handing it to Lin Huan. Huan, you should have a piece too. It will help settle your nerves. Your complexion is frighteningly pale. Lin Huan gazed at the time-worn piece of rock sugar in her hand, then at her mother-in-law's face, etched with wrinkles and overflowing with concern and compassion, and her heart ached. Silently, she placed the sugar in her mouth, the strands of sweetness spreading within her, yet failing to mask the profound bitterness that lingered at her core. Mom, there's truly nothing left at home. Lin Huan spoke with a hoarse voice thick with exhaustion and embarrassment. Even the rats won't come anymore. This morning, he took the basket of eggs you gave me. Her voice cracked at the end, unable to suppress the rising emotion. Tian Mei, upon hearing this, slammed her thigh in anger. That wretched scoundrel. She abruptly stood up. Huan. Sit tight. I'll go check the kitchen. She stormed into the dimly lit kitchen. Luo Chengjian, clutching his behind and grimacing, stood at the stove, deep in thought. The stove was cold, the pot empty, and when he opened the rice jar, he found only a thin layer of moldy brown rice at the bottom. Scanning the area, he saw nothing but a few shriveled potatoes and a pile of sweet potato vines in the corner. There was not a single grain of surplus food to be found. In his previous life, he had been surrounded by wealth, indulging in gourmet delicacies. Yet now he stood helpless before the barren kitchen, the stark contrast and shame nearly overwhelming. Tian Mei burst into the kitchen without sparing a glance at her son, heading straight for the back of the stove where a dusty, inconspicuous broken clay pot lay. With great effort, she pulled it out and removed the dilapidated wooden lid. Huan, come quickly. Tian Mei's voice carried a hint of excitement, tinged with unnoticeable sorrow. Lin Huan hesitated but eventually walked to the kitchen door, cradling Luo Xiao. She watched as Tian Mei carefully extracted several eggs from the pot. Not many, only 5 or 6. Small in size, yet each round and plump, seemingly emitting a faint glow in the dim kitchen. Mom, this. Lin Huan was momentarily stunned. Tian Mei cradled the eggs delicately in front of Lin Huan, her face reflecting a mix of relief and despair. That scoundrel is unreliable. Your father and I have long known his true nature. The last time I brought you eggs, I feared he would act foolishly again. So I secretly stashed a few in this broken pot, buried beneath the dust. I thought I would tell you when they were gone. But who knew it would come in handy now? As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at the still-dazed Luo Chengjian. Open your eyes and look. This is the mess you've created, forcing your own mother to guard against her son like a thief. Don't you feel ashamed? Luo Chengjian gazed at the few dust-covered eggs in his mother's hands, then at Lin Huan's eyes, which brimmed with tears of disbelief. It felt as though he had been dealt an invisible slap across the face, leaving him burning with shame. The feeling of humiliation washed over him like a cold tide, completely submerging him. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Tian Mei pressed the eggs into Lin Huan's hands, then pushed her still-stunned son. What are you standing there like a wooden post for? Start the fire. Fetch water. Boil eggs for Huan. Make a bowl of egg drop soup. Hurry. Can't you see how pale Huan looks? Xiao is hungry too. Luo Chengjian suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at the eggs in Lin Huan's hands, then at her pale, weary face and the slight bulge of her stomach. Finally, his gaze fell upon his daughter, who was looking up at him with big, yearning eyes. still sucking on her candy. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and responsibility surged within him. "All right, I'll boil them," he responded hastily, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. He forgot the pain in his behind and back, moving with renewed urgency as he crouched down, grabbing the few remaining matches and a handful of dry kindling to start a fire. The orange flames finally leapt to life in the stove, dispelling some of the chill and gloom in the kitchen. The water in the pot began to emit a faint bubbling sound. With utmost care, Luo Chengjian took the eggs from Lin Huanhuan's hands, handling them as though they were precious treasures. He picked one up and gently tapped it against the edge of the pot. The sound of the eggshell cracking echoed distinctly in the now quiet kitchen. The golden egg mixture cascaded into the gently boiling water, instantly solidifying and unfurling into delicate strands of egg flour, rising in a mist imbued with the aroma of food. Luo Chengjian clumsily stirred the egg flour soup with a spoon, the steaming heat blurring his vision. In a moment of disorientation, the swirling egg flour before him melded with memories buried deep within, where the scorching earth under the relentless sun expanded rapidly, intertwining with pools of blood darkened and hardened by exposure. The vivid crimson, viscous and warm, seemed to flow down the edges of his distorted sight, threatening to engulf him entirely. Within the bloodied mire, two faces emerged, indistinct yet haunting. Lin Huanhuan's pallid, despairing visage, and the small, pale face of Xiao Xiao. Lips slightly parted as if silently calling out for something. Clang! The spoon slipped from his fingers and fell into the pot, splashing scalding water that caused Luo Chengjian to flinch. What happened? What trouble is brewing now? Tian Mei jumped at the noise, furrowing her brow in concern. Luo Chengjian suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart racing within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. He hastily averted his gaze, attempting to mask the surge of panic and pain, and hoarsely murmured, "Nothing's wrong. Just slipped." He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to break free from the hellish vision, and retrieve the spoon. As his fingertips brushed against the warm soup, the tangible heat momentarily steadied his fraying nerves. He scooped up a spoonful, brought it to his lips, and cautiously blew on it to test the saltiness. "Huan, Xiao Xiao," he turned around, striving to make his voice sound steadier, laced with a hint of cautious appeasement. "The soup, it'll be ready soon. You'll be able to drink it shortly." Lin Huanhuan sat on a small stool at the kitchen door, cradling Xiao Xiao, her gaze fixed silently on the sun-bleached earth in the yard. Xiao Xiao nestled against her mother, sucking on sugar, her large eyes furtively glancing at the tall figure by the stove, now appearing somewhat awkward and disheveled, her expression still tinged with lingering fear, yet also tinged with childish curiosity. Tian Mei observed her son's distracted yet strained composure, then glanced at her daughter-in-law's indifferent profile, letting out a quiet sigh. She approached and took the spoon from Luo Chengjian's hand. "Enough of this clumsiness. Watching you struggle is exhausting. Let me serve it." Relieved, Luo Chengjian nodded and limped out of the kitchen. The injuries on his back and behind tugged painfully with each step, causing him to grimace. But he gritted his teeth and remained silent. When he finally presented the bowl of hard-won, chipped water to Lin Huanhuan, she finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze swept over his damp, disheveled hair, then over the tear-streaked and soiled face, and lastly, the faint purple bruises visible beneath his tattered shirt, finally resting on his eyes filled with a humble plea, striving to convey sincerity. The complexity of her expression was profound, unresolved resentment, profound pain, weary numbness, and a faint ripple of emotion stirred by the bowl of water and the sight of his wretched state. She did not reach out for the bowl, but merely regarded him in silence. Luo Chengjian's trembling hand held the bowl, his heart lodged in his throat. He swallowed hard, dryness constricting his throat as he spoke with a humble entreaty. "Huan, you should drink some water to soothe your throat." He paused, as if summoning all his strength. He dared not utter too many assurances, fearing they would sound hollow and powerless. In that moment, all words seemed laughable in the face of the stark reality and past wounds, leaving him to clumsily, almost abjectly beg. Tian Mei emerged carrying 2 steaming bowls of soup adorned with egg flowers, just in time to hear her son's pleading voice edged with tears. She placed the bowls on a nearby stool and turned toward Lin Huanhuan, her eyes filled with hope and cautious encouragement. "Huanhuan, look, this foolish man realizes his mistakes. He has already been soundly reprimanded by his father. I promise you, moving forward, your father and I will ensure he behaves. If he dares to misbehave again, you needn't lift a finger. I will be the first to break his legs. Life must go on, right? You, Xiao Xiao, and the child you carry deserve a place to call home." Tian Mei's words fell like a heavy stone upon Lin Huanhuan's already weary heart. Yes, life must persist. Where could she go? Could she truly rely on her family with Xiao Xiao and the child in her womb for a lifetime? No matter how kind her brother and sister-in-law were, time would inevitably wear thin. Moreover, as she gazed at the battered figure of Luo Chengjian before her, his eyes filled with humility, and at the earnestness etched upon her mother-in-law's wrinkled face. The filter cast by Luo Chengjian's reckless act of saving her from drowning years ago could not be entirely erased. This filter made her resentful, yet it also rendered her incapable of being entirely heartless. She tightened her embrace around Xiao Xiao, as if drawing strength and courage from her daughter. She parted her lips, her voice rasping like sandpaper. At that moment, Luo Jinhua, who had been silently seated in the cool shade of the courtyard, puffing on his pipe, abruptly knocked the bowl of his pipe against the ground, producing a dull, resonant sound. He rose, his robust figure radiating an undeniable authority as he strode to the doorway of the main room. His murky yet piercing gaze swept over his kneeling son, then over his daughter-in-law's complicated expression, finally landing on his wife, Tianmei. "Listen up," Luo Jinhua's voice, though not loud, carried a weight akin to a verdict. "I'm a rough man, not one for flowery words. This foolish son of ours has not been raised properly. I apologize to you and to the children." He paused, his gaze piercing Luo Chengjian with electric intensity, his tone turning severe. "You listen well, you worthless scoundrel. From this day forward, Huan, Xiao Xiao, and the child she carries are the apple of your mother's and my eye. If you dare lay a finger on them, or send even a grain of rice or a thread to that Luo Irua's family, I swear I'll make you suffer. I'll break your legs with my own hands and cast you out like a mangy dog. Let us see if you can find a morsel of food in this 10-mile radius. Who is going to bark at you, you disgraceful wretch?" Luo Jinhua's words pierced Luo Chengjian's ears like ice-coated needles, embedding themselves in Lin Huan's heart as well. Disgraceful wretch, left to fend for himself. Who is going to bark at you? These words conjured vivid memories of the time he was banished from the village, encountering wild dogs that howled at him and villagers spitting at him. The chilling despair of being spurned by the entire world swept over him again. Countless midnight terrors from his past surged forth like a tide. Luo Chengjian trembled violently, his face paling to a ghostly white, and his grip on the bowl shook more fiercely, spilling the water and dampening his trousers. Luo Jinhua turned his attention away from him and directed his voice towards Lin Huan, softening slightly, yet still imbued with unwavering authority. "Listen here, this family, yourself, Xiao Xiao, and the unborn child, constitutes a home. That worthless scoundrel is merely a decorative piece, a stone in a latrine. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. It's this fool who doesn't deserve you. But I implore you, for the sake of your mother and me, for Xiao Xiao and the child within you, grant him one more chance, and, in turn, grant this family one more opportunity." His murky eyes brimmed with the weightiest plea of a father. "Stay. Let your parents take charge." Tianmei hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Lin Huan's icy hand, her voice trembling with emotion. "Huan, I beg you, for your mother's sake." Lin Huan's gaze shifted from her father-in-law's imposing yet pleading visage to her mother-in-law's tear-streaked, wrinkled face, finally resting upon her husband, whose pallid countenance and disheveled appearance exuded nothing but humility and dread. He held a bowl, half filled with spilled water, the jagged rim resembling a mocking grin. In the kitchen, the fragrant aroma of egg drop soup wafted delicately, mingling with the arid scent of sun-baked earth from the yard. Luo Xiao nestled in her embrace, sucking on candy, her small head nuzzling against her chest, emitting a contented murmur akin to a purring kitten. The tiny life within her womb seemed to sense the tumult outside, stirring gently. All the pent-up grievances, resentments, exhaustion, and the pervasive uncertainty and helplessness about the future weighed upon her like leaden chains, constricting her breath. Departing appeared to be a clear yet thorny path, while remaining meant facing once more the man who had shattered her heart and the desolate home devoid of hope. Yet, her father-in-law's declaration of parental authority, her mother-in-law's warm, rough hand, her daughter's subtle dependence, and the quietly stirring life within her womb created a faint but persistent warmth that cracked open a minuscule fissure in her cold, despondent heart. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the tears had dried up, leaving behind a near-numb fatigue and a semblance of resignation. She did not look at Luo Chengjian, but directed her voice, as light as a feather yet seemingly drawing upon all her strength, towards her in-laws. "Father, mother, I will stay, just to observe." The phrase "just to observe," though light as a feather, felt like a heavy stone that struck Luo Chengjian's heart and echoed throughout the small courtyard, permeated with the fragrance of egg drop soup and the bitterness of smoke. Chapter 3. It is time to showcase true skill. Luo Chengjian's words, "I will stay, just to observe," though seemingly insubstantial, acted as a stabilizing force for the Luo family's fragile vessel, teetering amid the stormy seas. The oppressive heaviness in the main room seemed to ease somewhat with this declaration. The immense weight that had long hung over Luo Chengjian's heart finally shifted. Albeit not entirely settled, yet at least he found a foothold. Stealing a glance at Lin Huanhuan, he saw her seated on the creaky bamboo chair, cradling Xiao Xiao. Her face turned away, long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring the emotions beneath, leaving only a silhouette of fatigue and stubbornness. His father, Luo Chengjian, squatted by the threshold, puffing on his dry tobacco, his expression obscured by swirling smoke. His mother, Tian Mei, sat beside Lin Huanhuan, gently patting her granddaughter's back with one hand while holding her daughter-in-law's cold hand with the other, silently offering comfort. The kitchen was filled with the peculiar aroma of egg drop soup mixed with the scent of fish, oddly comforting in the emptiness of their home. Luo Chengjian cleared his throat, his voice tinged with a raspy timbre of survival and cautious probing. Father, Mother, Huanhuan, I need to step out for a moment. As the words left his lips, silence enveloped the room, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously converged upon him with a swift intensity. Luo Chengjian lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze revealing scrutiny and unabashed suspicion. Tian Mei's eyes reflected worry and vigilance. Though Lin Huanhuan did not turn her head, the grip of her arms around Xiao Xiao tightened noticeably, her shoulders tensing slightly. The pressure was heavier than his father's burdens. Luo Chengjian felt the weight of their stares, the searing pain of his back and the dull ache in his rear becoming even more pronounced. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. I've sworn an oath. Truly, I won't seek out that old woman again. Please, just don't look at me like that. He narrowly avoided spilling more about the old green tea, quickly steering back. I was thinking, it's almost evening, and there's hardly anything to eat at home. I'll just go for a stroll, see if I can find some wild fruits near the mountain or perhaps some bird eggs. If worst comes to worst, I'll check by the reservoir. I should be able to bring something back. I can't let you all go hungry. And there's Xiao Xiao too. He deliberately emphasized Xiao Xiao's name. Cautiously glancing at Lin Huanhuan, Luo Chengjian huffed heavily, the pipe clattering against the threshold, his silence laden with the unspoken message, "You better follow through." Tian Mei sighed, her tone softening. "Come back early, don't wander off again." The weight on again was pronounced. Lin Huanhuan remained silent, her fingers unconsciously curling tighter around her daughter. This silence, in Luo Chengjian's eyes, barely constituted tacit consent. "All right, I understand, mother." Luo Chengjian sighed in relief, hastily responding, supporting his sore back, and limping awkwardly under the watchful eyes of his 3 overseers as he made his laborious exit from the house. His retreating figure conveyed a palpable sense of awkwardness and guilt. Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the earth beneath him. Luo Chengjian stood just outside his low courtyard wall, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. Where to go? Up the mountain. The thought barely surfaced before he extinguished it. The mountains were beautiful, dense with forest, undoubtedly teeming with wildlife. Yet, given his current state, limping along flat ground was already a struggle. Climbing a mountain? He might as well be providing a feast for the wild boars. Moreover, with nothing but his bare hands, not even a decent stick, he would likely fail to catch even a rabbit. The mere thought of returning empty-handed sent a shiver down his spine. He dared not envision such a disheartening scene. The reservoir. Luo Chengjian's eyes sparkled with realization. Memories from a past life flooded back, recalling the large reservoir at the eastern end of the village. The water wasn't particularly deep, but the area was expansive and rich with fish. It was there he had heroically rescued Lin Huanhuan. The place was abundant with vegetation, teeming with fish and shrimp. Crucially, the path was relatively easy to navigate, no climbing involved. Resolute in his decision, Luo Chengjian endured his pain, limping toward the reservoir outside the village. He did not head directly to the water's edge but paused by the muddy, moist ditches near the bank. Squatting down, he disregarded the dirt, thrusting his large, knobby hands into the mud. Ouch! The act of bending tugged at his back injury, causing him to grimace. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persisted. The mud was wet and sticky, imbued with the scent of earth and decaying matter. After a few scrapes, he unearthed several plump, wriggling brown earthworms, twisting in the soil. Hey, what a great start! Luo Chengjian grinned, carefully gathering the live bait in his hands and grabbing a handful of lush grass growing near the water's edge. This would work wonders for baiting. With his spoils in hand, he continued toward the reservoir. Passing through a small bamboo grove, he halted. The vibrant green bamboo stood tall and vigorous. Luo Chengjian set his sights on a slender, straight stalk that appeared quite resilient. You shall be mine. He approached, grasping the bamboo's midsection with both hands, steadied his feet, and engaged his core, which sent a jolt of pain through him, and with a sharp grunt, he snapped the bamboo with a decisive flick of his wrist. Crack! The stalk broke cleanly. Still sharp-eyed as ever, truly impressive. Luo Chengjian mused. satisfied as he weighed the 2-meter-long bamboo in his hands, noting the smooth break, though it had some splinters that would need smoothing out. Just as he was about to hoist the bamboo onto his shoulder, he caught sight of several clusters of tender shoots, their brown-tipped tops breaking through the earth at the base of the bamboo grove. The tender bamboo shoots were still adorned with glistening dewdrops, exuding a fresh and vibrant allure. Bamboo shoots. Luo Chengjian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a treasure. Sautéed or simmered into a soup, they would be delightfully fresh, perfect for providing a change of palate for Huan Huan. However, how to harvest them? He had neither a hoe nor a knife. Should he attempt to pull them out by hand? He tried, but the roots were firmly entrenched, resisting his efforts. A kick? Ridiculous. Luo Chengjian scanned the surroundings and his gaze landed on several sharp-edged stones, worn smooth by the rain, at the edge of the bamboo grove. A spark of inspiration struck him. He approached and selected a particularly sharp stone, squatting beside the bamboo shoots like a primitive man. With a grunt, he steadied the shoot with one hand while wielding the stone in the other, digging and prying at the soil surrounding the roots with clumsy yet determined vigor. Dirt flew in all directions as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, mingling with the grime on his face and dripping into the earth. Pain shot through his back with each tug, and his rear ached from the hard ground, but he paid them no heed. "Come on, get up," he growled, straining with all his might, shaking the shoot vigorously. With a satisfying pop, a fine, tender shoot, still coated in fresh soil, was finally uprooted. Phew, that was exhausting. Luo Chengjian gasped, gazing at the succulent shoot in his hands, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Methodically, he repeated the process and soon extracted 3 or 4 more. However, as he looked at the pile of shoots at his feet, he was confronted with a dilemma: how to carry them. A sudden idea struck him. He gathered a handful of resilient wild grass, deftly twisting it into several rough yet sturdy strands of cord. Some he fashioned into slender lines for fishing, while the thicker ones he used to bundle the shoots together tightly, much like wrapping zongzi. All set, he slung the bound shoots around his waist, creating a vibrant green garland that resembled a mobile bamboo shoot rack. With one hand clutching a bamboo pole and fishing line, and the other grasping a few wriggling earthworms, Luo Chengjian limped determinately toward the shimmering reservoir. His appearance was that of a primitive fisherman who had just stepped out of the Stone Age. To reach the reservoir, he had to traverse a field where villagers were weeding. The laborers, spotting Luo Chengjian's peculiar silhouette and his characteristic limp from afar, couldn't help but chuckle. Well, isn't that our Luo family's romantic hero, Chengjian?" A dark-skinned man in his 40s straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow, and called out with a hearty voice, "What's this? Did some deity give you a beating? You look worse than my stubborn mule after a whip." The speaker was Luo Chengjian, a village elder whom Luo Chengjian had to address as uncle due to their familial hierarchy. He was known for his playful banter. Luo Chengjian halted, a reluctant smile forming on his face. Not one to take offense easily, he replied candidly, "Oh, Uncle Chengjian, please spare me the laughter. Who else could it be but my old man? He was ashamed of me and took the shoulder pole to my rear." "Oh," exclaimed Aunt Wang, who was weeding nearby, her head snapping up in astonishment. "Chengjian, did the sun rise in the west today? Not only did you endure a beating without cursing, but you're also responding so seriously? It feels so strange." Luo Chengjian stroked his chin, marveling, "Indeed, this kid is suddenly so earnest. It gives me goosebumps. Quite unsettling." Luo Chengjian rolled his eyes, continuing his journey while retorting irritably, "And you call me foolish? Uncle Chengjian, isn't your constant need for praise just as foolish? We're both equally guilty. Neither of us can claim superiority." "Hey, you little rascal." Luo Chengjian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "What kind of talk is this? You're so disrespectful. What is the problem? Are only the officials allowed to set fire while the common folk can't even light a lamp?" Luo Chengjian shot back defiantly, his bamboo shoots swaying as he spoke. "You can banter with me, but I can't respond. You really play the double standard like a pro, Uncle Chengjian. Hey, you little brat." Luo Chengjian was momentarily flummoxed by the barrage of new phrases, then pointed at the bamboo shoots at Luo Chengjian's waist, shifting the topic with a quick wit. "That bunch of bamboo shoots you have there is for the precious daughter of the Zhen family, isn't it? TSK. Even after a beating, you still remember to curry favor. Such devotion, it's moving to the heavens." His tone was laced with mischief. Luo Chengjian's expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting tightly. "Uncle Chengjian, such words are not to be taken lightly. Whatever I'm doing, must it always be tied back to that woman? Is it amusing?" "Oh, you're putting on airs." A young man nearby chimed in. "Who in Luojiako doesn't he know you are Luo Irei's #1 bodyguard? Always trailing behind her like a devoted dog. Now you want to distance yourself?" "Exactly," Luo Chengjian added. "With your clever tricks, who doesn't he know? The past is the past. I think you got knocked around a bit and your brain got scrambled. Talking nonsense. Aunt Wang shook her head disapprovingly. Zhendua, stop teasing him. Look, you've confused the poor child. He is talking nonsense now. Listening to the cacophony of voices, Luo Chengjian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The collapse of his reputation faced unexpected resistance. He shook his head in resignation, no longer willing to argue. Words were futile, believe it or not. All right. You all carry on. He waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the laughter and chatter behind him, resolutely limping toward the reservoir. His back portrayed a hint of stubbornness, perhaps even a touch of tragic heroism. Upon reaching the reservoir, a cool, moisture-laden breeze greeted him, finally alleviating some of the heat and agitation weighing on his spirit. Luo Chengjian found a flat, large stone to sit upon, setting down the bamboo pole, earthworms, and fishing line. He dipped his hands into the refreshing reservoir water to wash his face. Ah, refreshing. The icy water invigorated his senses. Yet, the moment he moved, the injuries on his back and rear began to throb painfully, causing him to grimace. Goodness, that was quite the beating, he muttered, readying himself for work. First, he tore the fishing line into several segments, vigorously squeezing them to extract juice, then flung it into a lush area of water nearby to attract fish. The emerald green clumps dispersed across the surface, slowly sinking. A simple bait to lure the fish in. Next came the creation of his makeshift fishing rod. He picked up the smooth bamboo pole and, employing all the shoelace-tying skills from both his past and present lives, securely fastened the sturdiest piece of grass rope to one end of the slender pole. At the other end, he carefully attached a small twig sharpened with a stone, forming a rudimentary fishhook. Observing this primitive fishing rod in his hands, Luo Chengjian couldn't help but wince. Reflecting on his past life, where fishing gear could cost thousands, equipped with intricate reels and carbon fiber rods, he sighed. Alas, the mighty have fallen. He would make do. Grasping a squirming earthworm, he endured the slippery sensation as he threaded it onto the crude hook. To prevent it from escaping, he wrapped a thinner piece of grass rope around the worm's tail several times, securing it with a tight knot. Brother, I apologize for your plight. Please catch me a few big ones. Luo Chengjian whispered to the worm on the hook, then stood up, taking a deep breath, mimicking the seasoned anglers he remembered. With a swift motion, he cast the line. The grass line, carrying the worm bait, arced through the air in an ungraceful trajectory before plopping into the water near the baited area. Luo Chengjian resumed his seat on the large stone, fixating his gaze on the surface of the water where the makeshift bobber, merely a small piece of light, flexible reed he had broken off, floated. Time passed slowly. The scorching sun began to dip in the west, the heat becoming more bearable. The reservoir lay in tranquility, disturbed only by the whispering of the reeds in the wind and the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. Luo Chengjian felt a sharp ache in his rear as he sat, and the injury on his back pressed uncomfortably, yet he dared not move, his focus entirely fixed on a particular reed. Suddenly, the reed plunged downward with a jolt. It's here. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Luo Chengjian's veins. Gripping the bamboo pole tightly, he relied on the residual muscle memory from his past life, snapping his wrist upward with force. Simultaneously, he swiftly reeled in the line. The bamboo pole bent into a perilous arc, the fishing line taut and straight. Beneath the surface, a vigorous struggle ensued. Get up here, Luo Chengjian growled, straining with all his might, pulling upward vigorously. Splash! Water erupted around him as a silver-scaled crucian carp, no larger than a palm, broke the surface, its tail thrashing wildly. Huh, a splendid start. A small crucian. Luo Chengjian beamed with delight, momentarily forgetting his pain as he hurriedly unhooked the fish. Though modest in size, measuring only about 6 or 7 centimeters, he carelessly stuffed it into the pocket of his tattered vest. The pocket bulged instantly, the fish flopping about inside. Rebaiting and casting again, bolstered by his initial success, Luo Chengjian's confidence soared. Before long, the bobber plunged again with ferocity. This time, the force was more than double that of the last. A larger catch. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. He dared not hesitate. Gripping the bamboo pole with determination, leaning back as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the creature beneath the surface. The pole bent further, creaking under the strain. The fishing line taut, hissing as it sliced through the air. The fish flitted left and right, exerting tremendous strength. Hey, quite the fighter. Luo Chengjian gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging, his face flushed from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He dared not yank it forcefully. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered the fish, using the pole's flexibility to gradually tire it out. This rudimentary equipment tested both his strength and patience in equal measure. Several times, the fish nearly broke free. Damn it. In my past life, I fought sharks with gear worth tens of thousands, and this is far more taxing. Luo Chengjian lamented internally as he wrestled with the fish, the pain in his backside intensifying. At last, the underwater struggle began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chengjian exerted a final burst of strength, lifting his arm high. Splash! A grass carp weighing over a pound surfaced. Its scales shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. Beautiful! Luo Chengjian exclaimed in exhilaration, panting heavily. He quickly pressed the fish against a rock, using the sharp end of the bamboo to pierce a small hole in its lower jaw. Threading a spare piece of grass rope through and tying a secure knot. Finally, he tied the other end firmly around his ankle. Let us see how you escape now. With a sense of triumph, he returned the still flopping grass carp to the shallow water, ensuring its freshness. With these 2 catches under his belt, Luo Chengjian was fully in his element. He became like a tireless machine, repetitively baiting, casting, waiting, and reeling in with fervor. It seemed the fish beneath the surface were genuinely lured by his meager offerings, as the frequency of bites noticeably increased. Plop! Another small crucian carp. Splash! A grass carp nearing 2 pounds. Plop! A particularly vigorous carp, its scales tinged with gold and red, though just over a pound, looked vibrant. Throughout this, he encountered several ferocious bites. The force was undoubtedly from a substantial catch. Unfortunately, his flimsy grass line either snapped at critical moments or the rudimentary hook was straightened. Losing the fish. Watching large fish create massive splashes before they triumphantly vanished into deeper waters, Luo Chengjian pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting, "Oh no, my big fish. My braised fish head. My pickled fish slices, just like that, gone. What kind of rod is this? It drives me insane." As the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the water's surface, Luo Chengjian's battle finally drew to a close. He had exhausted all the bait he brought. Counting his spoils, he found 4 small crucians, totaling over a pound, 2 grass carps, one over a pound, and the other nearly 2 pounds, heavy in his grasp, along with a spirited carp just over a pound. 7 fish in total. Although he regretted losing several larger ones, this harvest, given the circumstances, could certainly be deemed a grand success. He carefully strung the smaller fish together with grass rope, holding them in one hand. The larger grass carp and carp were secured with thicker grass rope through their gills and tightly bound. As for the bamboo shoots hanging from his waist, they now seemed like mere embellishments. Taking one last glance at the humble bamboo pole and grass line that had accompanied him in battle for several hours, he hesitated to discard them. After all, they were his trusty companions. He meticulously gathered them and placed them prominently behind him. "Old friend, you've worked hard. Rest well, and I'll upgrade you soon." Having completed these tasks, Luo Chengjian slung the fishing rod over his shoulder, one hand grasping the heavy string of fish, the other supporting his back, mostly to alleviate the pain in his rear. With the bamboo shoots dangling at his side, he set off contentedly on the path home. The setting sun stretched his shadow long. Though his posture was awkward, his steps carried a newfound lightness. Chapter 4. Dinner and Brothers. As he passed the fields once more, the laborers were still at work. Luo Chengjian, with keen eyes, spotted the glimmering string of fish in Luo Chengjian's hand from afar, along with the noticeable green of the bamboo shoots at his waist. "Oh my, Chengjian, you really went fishing? That's quite a haul." Luo Chengjian straightened up, genuine surprise evident in his voice. The size of the fish was clearly visible in the glow of the sunset. Luo Chengjian felt a swell of pride, though he forced a humble demeanor, shaking his head dismissively. "Ah, Uncle Chengjian, just a lucky catch, all small fish and shrimp, barely enough to get by, nothing significant." Despite his words, the slight elevation of his chin and the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. "Really?" A young man nearby chuckled. "If you're still panting, you must be quite pleased. Chengjian, your modesty seems a bit disingenuous." "I think so too." Another woman chimed in, her tone teasing, "With such a bounty, Luo Irue will have a feast tonight. That injury wasn't in vain, was it? Here we go again." The smile on Luo Chengjian's face instantly froze, a wave of discomfort washing over him. "Can't they wish me well without tying it to that fragrant tea? Can we not enjoy being neighbors without this awkwardness?" He grew weary of the chatter, shaking his head and quickening his pace, albeit still limping, his tone a bit sharp. "You all carry on. I need to hurry home. The fish won't stay fresh out of water for long." With that, he ignored the calls of Luo Chengjian and the others as he hurried home. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. As he neared the fork in the road leading to his home, the gate of a nearby household creaked open. A young woman in a floral shirt, her hair braided, with a fair visage, stepped out. None other than Luo Irue. She held a wooden basin, seemingly on her way to fetch water. Upon lifting her gaze, she immediately spotted Luo Chengjian, limping along, the string of fish shimmering enticingly in the sunset. Her eyes lit up, akin to a hungry wolf spotting prey. "Chengjian!" Luo Irue exclaimed, swiftly adopting that overly sweet tone familiar to Luo Chengjian from his past life, which now made him feel nauseous, hastening toward him with a face full of concern. What happened? Your clothes are torn. You're hurt. Did you have another argument with your sister-in-law? Her tone was imbued with just the right amount of concern, tinged with a barely perceptible provocation. Yet her gaze constantly darted towards the fish in his hands. Luo Chengjian hesitated for a moment, gazing at the delicate yet calculating face before him, a wave of nausea roiling in his stomach. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied curtly, "No, cough, it's nothing. It's none of your business." Internally, a torrent of frustration surged. Damn it, you insidious green tea, both sweet and incendiary. In my past life, I must have been blind to have been ensnared by your beguiling ways. Roy Rue was momentarily taken aback by his frigid demeanor. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Typically, when she expressed concern and mentioned his wife, this foolish dog would immediately lament his woes, seamlessly offering up the good things on a silver platter. Why was he acting as though he were an entirely different person today? Her brows furrowed ever so slightly, and she quickly adorned her face with an even more pitiable and appealing expression, her voice quivering with feigned sincerity. "Chengjian, I'm merely showing concern for you. Seeing you hurt like this pains me too." As she spoke, she leaned in slightly, her large, glistening eyes fixated on Luo Chengjian, her inner machinations clattering. "I've said all this. The words are practically on your lips. You should be eager to offer the fish to me now, right? Hurry up and say, Irue, don't worry. Take this fish back to nourish yourself." Observing her insincere display, Luo Chengjian felt an icy chill rush from his toes to the crown of his head, colder than any high-end air-conditioned room in his past life. He forced a disinterested smirk, laced with a hint of mockery. "Ha, thank you for your concern. But I have a wife, so you needn't trouble yourself. My wife and children will take care of me." He deliberately emphasized the words wife and children. Roy Rue's smile froze entirely, a flicker of shock and anger flashing in her eyes. Had Luo Chengjian lost his senses? What sort of man, with a wife at home, would still chase after a woman? Was he not severing his own escape route? Unwilling to relent, her gaze returned to the plump fish, especially that large grass carp. She took a deep breath, re-establishing a syrupy smile, her voice adopting a deliberately sweet tone tinged with admiration. "Chengjian, did you catch these from the reservoir? Wow, how impressive. I always knew you were the most capable." As she spoke, her large, watery eyes sparkled at Luo Chengjian, her heart racing with excitement. "Speak up. Hurry, say Irue. Choose whichever you like." Luo Chengjian, recognizing her desperate attempts for flattery, felt his dwindling patience evaporate entirely. He recalled the wife he had hurt, who had only just softened, and his daughter's frightened face, along with the weight pressing down on him. A fierce sense of protectiveness and responsibility surged within him. He straightened his back. Despite the pain in his rear, his previous indifference and smirk vanishing, replaced with an unprecedented seriousness and distance. He looked at Roy Rue, his voice low yet crystal clear, infused with unyielding resolve. "Comrade, Roy Rue." This formal address left Roy Rue utterly bewildered. "I am a married man. My wife's name is Lin Huan, and my daughter's name is Luo Xiao. The fish in my hands is for my wife and child, to nourish them." Luo Chengjian's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing directly through Roy Rue. "Previously, it was my folly to pursue you, a single woman, while already having a family. I was a fool. I caused you distress, and I apologize to my wife and child." Pausing for a moment, his tone grew colder. "From now on, let us part ways amicably. You go your way, and I will go mine. Do not contact me again, for I fear my wife may misunderstand." With that, he turned away, not bothering to glance at Roy Rue's face, which had drained of color, filled with shock and disbelief. He strode away, fish in hand and bamboo shoots slung over his shoulder, limping yet moving with unwavering determination towards his home. The golden rays of the setting sun fell upon his soiled tank top, casting a silhouette of a resolute figure. Roy Rue stood frozen, nearly dropping the wooden basin in her hands. She stared wide-eyed at Luo Chengjian's retreating figure, her mind buzzing. Rejected. This feeling was absurd and humiliating. She had been the one leading him on, enjoying his favors. How had it turned around to make her feel cast aside? Was Luo Chengjian's mind muddled? How dare he speak to her in such a manner? The crucial point was, if he truly ceased contact, where would she find another fool so easily duped and so willing to offer her benefits? Though there were other suitors vying for her attention, none compared to Luo Chengjian, who would bring forth anything of value from his home. None would go to such lengths as he did, ready to confront his family for her sake. A mix of anger, urgency, and inexplicable fear surged within her. Watching Luo Chengjian disappear around the corner, she stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Crazy." Cradling the basin, She angrily turned back towards the courtyard, plotting how to win back this most foolish of benefactors. Unbeknownst to Luo Chengjian, he had unwittingly earned the title of the most naive in Roy Rue's eyes. He hummed an off-key tune, which seemed reminiscent of a jingle from a past life, as he limped into his little yard. Upon entering, he overheard voices in the main room. His parents had indeed not left, likely fearing Lin Huanhuan might change her mind, still offering words of comfort. Hearing the door creak, Luo Jinhua's robust figure appeared at the doorway. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized his son's disheveled appearance, finally resting his gaze on the heavy string of fish and the bamboo shoots at his waist. His critical gaze softened slightly. Although his expression remained stern, the taut line of his jaw seemed to ease a bit. Humph. Luo Jinhua snorted, his tone less harsh than before, still carrying a hint of authority. If you had been diligent from the start, we wouldn't have had to endure such a chaotic situation at home, would we? Luo Chengjian chuckled, raising the fish string and shaking it lightly, releasing a whiff of fishy odor. Dad, let us not dwell on the past. It's time to turn a new leaf. I've seen the error of my ways. The prodigal son returns. From here on out, just watch. Life will improve little by little. Seeing him grin as if the earlier confrontation had merely been a tickle, Luo Jinhua felt his simmering anger rise once more. This boy, tough-skinned and impervious to reprimand, was truly a piece of work. He shot his son a glare, choosing not to engage further, and retreated back into the main room. Tian Mei also emerged, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the fish in her son's hands, only to quickly turn serious. A look of maternal concern washing over her. You went to the reservoir? You're a grown man now. Don't you know that those who can swim can still drown? That place is deep. How could you just go there? What if, oh my goodness? Luo Chengjian hastily interrupted his mother's tirade, presenting the fish and bamboo shoots as though they were treasures. Don't worry. I didn't go into the water. I swear. I value my life. I was fishing. Purely fishing. Fishing? Tian Mei eyed him skeptically, her gaze scrutinizing. You left the house empty-handed. What were you fishing with? Did you charm the fish with your sweet talk? Hey mom, how could you say that? Luo Chengjian laughed, pleasantly surprised to feel the warmth of his mother's playful banter. His heart swelling with affection, he perked up, no longer in a rush to enter the house, but instead, planted the bamboo pole firmly in the ground and began to regale her with tales of his adventure. Do you see this bamboo pole? It's newly fashioned. Sturdy, isn't it? And the fishing line? Look closely. It's made of grass rope. I twisted it myself. The fish hook? Notice it? It's carved from a branch. The earthworms? I dug them up right from the ridge. And the bait? Gathered from the water's edge. He proudly showcased his primitive gear, a hint of smugness in his tone. Your son relies on skill and intellect. Sitting atop that large boulder, observing every direction, engaging in a battle of wits with the fish beneath the water. You should have seen the big fish bite the hook. Oh, the force was tremendous. My flimsy grass rope nearly snapped. It was all thanks to your son's calm demeanor and superior technique that I managed to tire it out for quite some time. He animatedly recounted the fishing experience, embellishing it with excitement, akin to the thrilling tales of Wu Song battling the tiger. When he spoke of the fish that escaped, he pounded his chest in lamentation, a visage of deep regret, as though he had lost a fortune. Tian Mei listened to her son's vivid recounting, observing the long-lost youthful exuberance illuminating his face. And her initial worries gradually transformed into a complex sense of solace. She couldn't help but retort, all right, enough boasting. If you keep bragging, you might just burst. Hurry up and clean the fish. It smells terrible. At your command. Luo Chengjian promptly replied, eagerly scurrying off to fetch a knife and basin. As he passed the window of the main room, he keenly caught a glimpse of Lin Huanhuan's fleeting figure retreating, along with a transient expression on her face that hinted at surprise, curiosity, and perhaps even the faintest glimmer of softening. Luo Chengjian's heart swelled with joy, his motivation surging. He deftly gutted the fish, scaled them, and removed the gills, surprisingly adept in his movements. Having entertained many in his past life, he occasionally enjoyed showcasing his culinary skills. Though now he could not reveal them. Tian Mei, watching from the side, couldn't help but nag. Be gentle. Don't break the gallbladder. It's quite bitter. Oh dear, fish scales are flying everywhere. Luo Chengjian chuckled, wholly absorbing his mother's guidance. Soon, several fish were cleaned to perfection. He held up a grass carp weighing over a pound and a carp, addressing Tian Mei. Mom, today I'll trouble you to showcase your culinary prowess. My cooking skills are limited to merely cooking things through ruining good ingredients. This carp will be made into soup for Huan to nourish her. As for the grass carp, I was thinking we could grill one for dinner. Xiao Xiao has never tasted her father's grilled fish. It will surely be delectable. Tian Mei gazed at her son's sparkling, expectant eyes, then at the cleaned fish, and her irritation had dissolved significantly. With a mock glare, she said, You certainly know how to delegate. Fine, fine, I'll take care of the fish soup. You can handle the grilling. Just don't set the house ablaze. All right. Thank you, Mom. Luo Chengjian replied cheerfully, then suddenly remembered, Mom, I'll head to the old house shortly to fetch Jianya, Jianbing, and Lily. Let us all have dinner together tonight. There is plenty of fish. We should also bring some staple food from home. Eating just fish won't fill us up. Upon hearing this, Tian Mei's face broke into a smile. Look at you, showing a bit of conscience. Remember to bring enough. Even if you don't eat, Huan Huan, Xiao Xiao, and that little one in her belly need to be well fed. Rest assured, there will be plenty. Luo Chengjian assured, thumping his chest, then limped into the main room. Inside, Lin Huanhuan sat on the edge of the Kong with Xiao Xiao in her arms. Xiao Xiao seemed captivated by the earlier commotion outside, twisting her little head back and forth. Lin Huanhuan kept her head down, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, not looking at him. Luo Chengjian, unfazed, beamed what he considered his most radiant, though slightly foolish, smile as he approached the edge of the Kong. Huanhuan, look, I'm back with fish. Tonight, Mom will make you delicious carp soup. It'll be fresh and nourishing. I also got some bamboo shoots. I'll stir-fry them for you tomorrow. And there's grass carp. I'll grill one shortly. It's going to be so fragrant. Xiao Xiao, do you want to eat grilled fish? The fish grilled by your father is the best in all of Luojia. He rambled on, filled with enthusiasm, trying to melt the ice with his culinary offerings. The mother and daughter on the Kong, one still looking down, the other blinking her big eyes, curiously observing this suddenly talkative and cheerful father. The atmosphere grew quiet, tinged with awkwardness. Luo Chengjian, thick-skinned and unbothered, continued addressing his daughter. Xiao Xiao, don't lean on your mother all the time. It's hot, and she'll get overheated. Come over here to Daddy. I'll take you out to see the grilled fish. It's so much fun. Daddy will even let you ride a big horse and fly a plane. The mention of flying a plane seemed to pique Xiao Xiao's curiosity. She glanced at Luo Chengjian and then up at her mother. The usually aloof, even slightly stern father seemed strangely different today, speaking softly and smiling at her. Could it be that he finally likes her? A mix of anticipation and fear fluttered in her little heart. Lin Huanhuan sensed her daughter's gaze and sighed inwardly. Her feelings complicated. She remained silent, not looking at Luo Chengjian. Luo Chengjian interpreted this silence as consent. He chuckled, extending his large hands. Still carrying the scent of fish and water, cautiously and tentatively reaching to embrace his daughter. Come here, Xiao Xiao, Daddy will hold you. Xiao Xiao's small body stiffened for a moment. But seeing the large, slightly goofy smile on Luo Chengjian's face, she ultimately did not resist, allowing those big hands to lift her from her mother's embrace. Lin Huanhuan trembled slightly, but continued to turn her head away, not intervening. Luo Chengjian felt elated. He carefully lifted his daughter high, allowing her to sit securely on his shoulders. Xiao Xiao let out a small gasp and instinctively grasped his sweaty hair. Hold on tight. The plane is taking off. Luo Chengjian, suppressing the pain in his back and buttocks, feigned a limp as he hopped a few times, imitating the sound of an airplane engine. Ah! Xiao Xiao initially squealed in fright, but then experienced an unprecedented thrill and the exhilaration of height, her little face blossoming into a shy yet genuine smile. She clutched Luo Chengjian's hair tightly, giggling softly. That clear, tender laughter flowed like a clear spring, instantly warming the hearts of the two adults in the room. Lin Huanhuan abruptly looked up, observing her daughter riding on her husband's shoulders, beaming, and then glanced at the man who was grinning despite the pain, resembling a simpleton. Her eyes suddenly grew warm. How long had it been? How long since she had heard her daughter laugh like this in their once stagnant home? How long since she had seen such a pure smile on this man's face? Tian Mei, standing at the kitchen door, witnessed this scene, and a smile of relief finally broke across her wrinkled face as she discreetly wiped her eyes. Luo Chengjian carried his daughter around the small yard for a couple of laps before gently putting her down. Xiao Xiao appeared slightly reluctant, her little face flushed, looking at Luo Chengjian with less fear and more dependence and curiosity. Xiao Xiao, why don't you play with Grandpa for a while? Daddy will go start the fire to grill the fish. Luo Chengjian entrusted his daughter to the beaming Luo Jinhua, who was already eagerly awaiting his granddaughter. The old man cradled her in his rough hands, gently patting her as his face broke into a beaming smile. Luo Chengjian, enduring the pain, sought a pile of dry firewood in the corner of the yard and, after a bit of effort with a fire starter, managed to ignite it. Flames flickered to life as he skewered the cleaned grass carp on a straight stick, placing it over the fire to roast slowly. Before long, the sizzling fat filled the air with a rich aroma, blending the fragrance of the fish with the tantalizing scent of char, wafting throughout the little courtyard. How delightful! Luo Xiao was immediately drawn to the smell, breaking free from her grandfather's embrace, her little legs sprinting towards Luo Chengjian, her eyes fixed eagerly on the fish over the fire. Her two brothers, Luo Chengjian and Luo Chengjian, along with their little sister, Luo Lily, had been summoned from the old house by Luo Chengjian just as he placed the fish on the grill, and they too were lured by the enticing aroma, flocking around him eagerly. Get away, get away. Luo Chengjian resembled a protective hen, shooing away his two younger brothers as if swatting away flies, urging them to fend for themselves. On the other side, there were small crucian carp, each brother clamoring for a catch. The larger one, however, was reserved for your niece Xiao Xiao and your younger sister. There would be none for the two of you. Luo Chengjian and Luo Chengjian, both still in their youth, were at the peak of their appetite. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, they bore no resentment, instead chuckling as they scampered off to the kitchen to seek out Tian Mei for some small fish. Meanwhile, Luo Lily obediently stood by Luo Chengjian's side, assisting him with small twigs, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the roasted fish. Before long, under Tian Mei's meticulous direction, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the creaking little square table in the living room. In the center sat a large bowl of milky white carp soup, garnished with a sprinkle of green scallions, steaming and aromatic. Beside it was a plate of stir-fried tender bamboo shoots, crisp and fresh. There were also a few small crucian carp, roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside, yet tender within. The staple was a batch of cornbread loaves and a small bowl of brown rice that Luo Chengjian had brought from the old homestead. With great care, Luo Chengjian helped Lin Huanhuan out of the inner room. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, she appeared to be in better spirits, supported by Luo Chengjian. Feeling the warmth of his sweat-soaked arm, Lin Huanhuan's heart trembled violently. Instinctively, she sought to break free but was quelled by his dazzling smile and unwavering grip. Could this unreliable fellow truly change? At the dining table, the atmosphere was subtly nuanced, yet overall harmonious. Luo Jinhua and Tian Mei wore long-missed smiles. Luo Lily and her two brothers devoured their food ravenously. Luo Xiao Xiao, cradled by her grandmother, sipped the delicious fish soup in tiny mouthfuls, her little face radiating contentment. Luo Chengjian, acting like the most attentive waiter, hardly took a bite himself, constantly serving this dish and ladling that soup. Huan, try this fish soup. Mom has simmered it all afternoon. It's incredibly fresh. Drink up, it's good for your health. He carefully ladled a small bowl of the richest soup and placed it before Lin Huanhuan, even blowing gently on it to cool it down. Xiao Xiao here. Have a piece of fish. I've picked out the bones for you. He selected the softest, least bony part from the belly of the roasted fish, allowing it to cool before placing it in his daughter's bowl. Dad, Mom, you should eat too. Don't just watch. He served each of the elderly couple a generous piece of the roasted fish. Lily, eat the bamboo shoots. Eat the fish. It's all fresh. He did not forget to tend to his younger sister, frequently helping her to more food. When it came time for his two younger brothers, Luo Chengjian paused for a moment, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, these two lads had caused no small amount of trouble, lacking in skills yet always depending on their successful elder brother for support. Although his sister Lily had no significant accomplishments, at least she was understanding and considerate. Unlike these two rascals, he casually placed a small fishtail on each of their plates. Here, eat up, grow strong. His tone was laced with a palpable sense of indifference. Luo Chengjian and Luo Chengjian, engrossed in their meal, remained oblivious to their elder brother's disdain, cheerfully expressing their gratitude. Thank you, big brother. The meal concluded amidst Luo Chengjian's bustling service and the long-absent sounds of family chewing. Although Lin Huanhuan still spoke little, the tense atmosphere had evidently eased considerably, especially when she witnessed her daughter Xiao Xiao cradling her bowl, sipping the soup with a satisfied smile. The frost in her eyes seemed to melt just a little. After bidding farewell to their parents and siblings, Luo Chengjian closed the creaking courtyard door. The clamor dissipated, leaving only the sounds of insects and the lingering warmth of the kitchen in the small courtyard. Standing there, he gazed at the dim yellow light spilling from the living room window, his heart suddenly filled with hesitation. Should he enter? Would Huanhuan greet him with a cold shoulder again? Not entering was not an option. Couldn't he possibly sleep outside? Could he? Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped into the room. Lin Huanhuan lay on the kong, facing inward, seemingly already asleep. Xiao Xiao curled up in her mother's embrace, her breathing steady. Luo Chengjian stood at the doorway, taking in this tranquil scene, his heart swelling with tenderness. He chuckled softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking to himself, yet intended for them. Well, you two sleep first. I'll just tinker a bit and whip up a decent fishing rod. That wretched grass rope was utterly useless today, losing several big fish. Once my backside is better, I'll consider other tasks. Relying solely on fishing won't suffice. Beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp, Lin Huanhuan's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, yet she remained still. Luo Chengjian paid no mind, moving carefully to the corner where he had left the materials from earlier. Retrieving the bamboo pole he had discarded back into the forest, he sat cross-legged on the ground. The moment he sat, the pain in his backside made him grimace, prompting him to shift into a half-kneeling, half-sitting position, and under the low-wattage light, he began his handiwork. He took the bamboo pole and meticulously smoothed the splintered edge with a small knife, making it as smooth as possible. Then he found the best remaining strands of grass rope he had twisted earlier, selecting the most resilient piece. And with all the knowledge he possessed about binding securely from this life and the last, he wrapped and knotted it repeatedly, firmly securing one end to the top of the bamboo pole. This time, he was particularly meticulous, ensuring each knot was tightly bound. Next came the fishing line. The grass rope would not suffice. He rummaged through the boxes and finally unearthed a small roll of hemp twine, remnants from who knows when, used for making shoe soles. Though coarse, it was far sturdier than grass rope. He cherished it like a treasure, carefully cutting off a segment and using intricate knots to secure it to the other end of the grass rope. Finally, he needed a fishhook. The twig was simply unreliable. After some contemplation, he dashed into the kitchen and snapped off a small piece of thin iron wire from the fire poker. Using the only decent tool in the house, pliers, he exerted tremendous effort to heat one end of the wire until it glowed red, then painstakingly flattened, bent, and sharpened it into a point. What emerged was an ugly yet infinitely more reliable iron hook than the twig. He carefully tied the hemp twine to the iron hook, testing its strength with repeated tugs. Only when he was satisfied that it was secure did he finally exhale deeply. Under the dim light, he held this rudimentary yet clearly upgraded fishing rod, composed of bamboo, grass rope as a connector, hemp twine, and a homemade iron hook, inspecting it from all angles with a satisfied smile. He extended a finger, gently plucking the taut hemp line, producing a faint humming sound. "Brother," he lowered his voice, addressing the fishing rod, his tone imbued with a hint of camaraderie and earnest anticipation. "Tomorrow, let us see if you can deliver. Bring back a few big ones for Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao to feast on. Do you hear me?" The bamboo pole stood silently, as if responding without words. Luo Chengjian grinned broadly, carefully placing his newfound companion against the wall. Only then did he tiptoe over to the edge of the Kong. On the Kong, his wife and daughter were deep in slumber. Lin Huanhuan's breathing was steady, her slightly protruding abdomen rising and falling with each breath. Xiao Xiao's little face was rosy, a hint of satisfaction lingering at the corners of her mouth. Luo Chengjian stood at the edge of the Kong, quietly observing this scene. The soft glow of the oil lamp enveloped them, resembling a warm and serene painting. His once carefree smile gradually faded, leaving only a nearly reverent tenderness and fulfillment. He did not draw closer, nor did he carelessly squeeze in as he had before. Instead, from the farthest edge of the Kong, he cautiously lay down, moving extremely slowly to avoid making a sound. The scars on his back and the dull ache in his backside became more pronounced as he settled down, causing him to grimace involuntarily. Yet, a smile remained on his face, one that was genuine and somewhat foolish. In the darkness, he kept his eyes wide open, gazing at the low ceiling, mentally deliberating. Where should I go fishing with my new rod tomorrow? Catching fish shouldn't be too difficult. But I can't always eat fish. Perhaps I should consider trading them in town for some money? Replace a pinch of salt, swap some kerosene, or perhaps offer a piece of candy to the little one. After all, in 81, our family embraced reform and opening up, and now in the village, each household cultivates its own land. Clearly indicative of a system of contracted production, alleviating concerns over policy matters. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, the pain within him seemed to diminish. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and with boundless anticipation for the morrow, he slipped into a deep slumber, lulled by the steady breaths of his wife and daughter, a faint smile of hope lingering at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 5. Striving for success, old Luo also strives. The next day, while the world outside remained cloaked in darkness, Luo Chengjian was jolted awake by a piercing pain. In his sleep, a careless turn had led him to press against the cherished mark left by his father, Luo Zhenhua. The well-worn cushion of his backside throbbed, drawing a sharp intake of breath and nearly causing him to spring up from the bed. Gritting his teeth, he remained motionless for a moment, gathering his courage before cautiously shifting onto his side. Bathed in the faint, diffused light filtering through the window paper, he gazed towards the bed. Lin Huanhuan lay there, her breathing steady and deep, her slightly rounded belly rising and falling with each breath, resembling a tranquil little hill. Xiao Xiao curled up in her mother's embrace, her cherubic face aglow with a rosy hue, one tiny hand unconsciously clutching at her mother-esque garment. This serene tableau filled Luo Chengjian's heart with a warm, heavy sensation, overshadowing the earlier discomfort. A smile crept across his lips as he silently chuckled to himself. Pain. It was worth it. With utmost care, he slid off the bed. But as his feet met the chill of the floor, The strain in his back reignited the pain, prompting another grimace. Like a fledgling penguin learning to walk, he tiptoed towards the corner of the room, retrieving his newly acquired fishing rod, the striving rod, and a battered basket with a gaping hole. Using the tip of the rod to lift the basket, he hobbled out of the house. The crisp morning air, imbued with the freshness of dew, invigorated his lungs. In his previous life, he had reveled in untold riches, frequented lavish establishments, and dined on the finest delicacies. Yet, he had never experienced a feeling quite like this. Though his steps were unsteady, his heart thumped with exuberance, as if it were drumming a lively beat. What was this? This was called hope. He deftly positioned himself by the damp embankment along the roadside, undeterred by the muck, and crouched down to dig. In a short while, he had amassed a handful of plump, wriggling earthworms. With the basket in hand, he tossed them in, then gathered a few generous handfuls of vibrant aquatic plants to add to his catch. With the rod in one hand and the basket in the other, he set forth towards the reservoir. Upon reaching his favored spot, his movements were fluid and practiced. He scattered the fish grass like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, successfully baiting the area. Affixing a hapless worm onto the hook, he swung the rod with a flourish, sending it arcing through the air in a rather ungraceful yet effective manner, and plopped it into the water. Settling onto a large stone, the moment his backside met the hard surface, another wave of discomfort surged through him. He felt a swell of satisfaction as he considered his new equipment, a sturdy line and iron hook, sufficiently capable of ensnaring fish weighing up to 8 pounds without a chance of escape. Surely, this reservoir held no monstrous beasts, right? The carefree attitude of a leisurely angler from his past life was long gone. Now, fishing was essential for sustenance. It was a strategic reserve of resources, a means to procure rice and flour for his wife and child. Yet, today, it seemed the fish were not inclined to cooperate. After nearly 20 minutes, the makeshift float crafted from a reed remained steadfast, motionless on the surface. The thrill of anticipation gradually morphed into impatience. He forced himself to take a deep breath. Steady now? Old Luo, you were once a proud Air Force pilot. This is just the beginning. After enduring another half hour, with daylight brightening the sky, the water remained eerily still. Luo Chengjian found it increasingly difficult to remain seated, pondering whether it was time to relocate. Just as he prepared to reel in his line, there was a sudden, forceful tug. The float vanished as if yanked by an unseen force from below. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Luo Chengjian's veins. His heart raced, and his adrenaline spiked. With both hands gripping the bamboo rod firmly, he engaged his core. His backside protested in vain, and jerked the rod upwards. True to its name, the striving rod bent like a bow, the line taut, and emitting a faint thrum. A tremendous force surged from beneath, pulling left and right, nearly toppling Luo Chengjian from his perch on the stone. Goodness! What a powerful creature! A mix of astonishment and elation surged within him as he steadied himself, muscles taut, and cautiously engaged in a tug-of-war with the unseen adversary below. He maximized the rod's resilience, and after several minutes of struggle, the resistance beneath the water began to wane. With a splash, a shimmering carp, weighing in at a hefty 2 pounds, burst forth from the water, its tail slapping against the surface, sending droplets flying. A triumphant start. A magnificent carp. Luo Chengjian beamed with delight, hastily employing the same method, threading a piece of grass rope through the fish's gills and securing the other end around his ankle, returning it to the shallows for safekeeping. This initial success seemed to unlock a floodgate beneath the surface. For the next hour, Luo Chengjian was in a frenzy, reeling in catch after catch, though the pain in his backside limited his movements. He landed 5 more fish in quick succession. All were a mix of carp and crucian carp. While none matched the size of the first, their sheer numbers were impressive. The carp were generally over a pound, while the crucian carp, though modest in size, were a delightful addition. As the haul accumulated at his feet, Luo Chengjian submerged the larger fish in water to keep them fresh, while the smaller crucian carp were tossed into the basket, where a shallow layer of water kept them flopping about, preventing them from jumping out. Time flew by in the joy of fishing. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, scorching heat began to seep into his scalp, prompting Luo Chengjian to estimate it was nearly 11 o'clock, time to wrap up. With effort, he hoisted the fish tied to his ankle and began to sort through the catch in his basket. To his astonishment, he gasped at the sight. Wow! This was still the pristine bounty of the ADS. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, marveling at the haul, totaling nearly 30 fish. Although several were small crucian carp, the rest were solid catches, each around a pound. The carp dominated, followed closely by grass carp, and to his utter surprise, there was a hefty catfish, glistening with a dark sheen, weighing over a pound. To wrangle this formidable creature had taken considerable effort, leaving his arms sore. He stuffed as many fish as he could into the basket, and whatever wound he fit, he tied up with grass rope, gazing at the weighty bounty. Luo Chengjian grinned widely, tearing off the damp, yellowed towel around his neck, originally intended for wiping sweat, to cover the pile of fish, keeping his fortune discreet. For subtlety was the way to go. Though they were merely fish, in these times, who could freely enjoy meat? This was a precious source of protein. Upon reaching his doorstep and setting down the basket, he heard a slight rustle from the window of the main room. He looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of Lin Huanhuan quickly retreating, her surprised and curious profile half hidden. A chuckle escaped his lips, and feigning ignorance, he first poured the fish into a large wooden basin in the yard, adding some water. Instantly, the basin was alive with thrashing fish, splashing water, and it was so crowded that they could barely turn around. Only then did Luo Chengjian step inside, wearing a sheepish, ingratiating smile. Huanhuan, when did you wake up? Did you have breakfast yet? He asked knowingly, seeking to spark a conversation. Lin Huanhuan sat at the edge of the bed, mending a torn piece of clothing. Her head lowered, her voice flat. I ate. I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. I can't starve myself. There was a hint of subtle detachment in her tone. Oh dear, look at me. What a silly thing to say. Luo Chengjian lightly chided himself, softening his tone further. I had good luck today. I caught quite a few fish. We can't possibly eat them all, and they won't stay fresh for long. As I pondered the idea of heading into town to sell something, perhaps to exchange for some money to purchase items that were lacking at home, I cautiously sought the opinion of Huanhuan. What do you think, Huanhuan? I inquired. Lin Huanhuan paused in her needlework, not lifting her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Do as you wish, there's no need to consult me. Her tone suggested that she was discussing a matter entirely unrelated to her. A pang of concern gripped Luo Chengjian's heart, for he understood that her emotional turmoil remained unresolved. Summoning a semblance of bravado, he leaned closer, adopting a playful tone tinged with a hint of endearment. Oh dear. Huanhuan, you are my wife. Who else should I discuss matters with if not you? All significant decisions at home require your approval, don't they? Lin Huanhuan's fingers tightened around the needle, and almost instinctively, she retorted with a hint of defiance and bitterness. Why not consult that village beauty of yours? Let her provide you with ideas. The moment the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback, a flicker of regret and embarrassment crossing her face as her eyes darted quickly towards Luo Chengjian. His smile faltered, awkwardness and confusion evident on his countenance. He scratched his head, offering a nervous chuckle. Well, I caught a bluefish. It's the best catch. I'll prepare it for you for lunch. The other fish, I'll keep one grass carp and one carp for dinner, but the rest I truly must sell. He spoke rapidly, not pausing for Lin Huanhuan's response, and darted out of the house as if propelled by an unseen force. In the courtyard, as he deftly cleaned the bluefish, he sighed inwardly, lamenting the predicament. This old green tea is quite the troublemaker. It's even caused Huanhuan to react so strongly. The revolution is yet to be won. Old Luo must continue to strive. The road ahead is long and arduous. Cleaning the bluefish took some effort. The oil jar at home was nearly empty, and any sophisticated cooking methods were out of the question. Luo Chengjian found a relatively intact plate with a large opening, arranged the cleaned fish upon it, and placed a small section of scallion and 2 thin slices of ginger beside it, a simplified version of the 3-piece set to eliminate the fishy smell. Steamed, the most economical method that preserves the fresh flavor. He swiftly ignited the fire, added water to the pot, set the steamer in place, and positioned the fish plate inside. He also placed the remaining hard cornbread from the previous night on the edge of the steamer to soften it with the steam. Setting the table for the meal, he called out, "Come, Huanhuan, Xiao, it's time to eat." With a forced smile, he encouraged them to enjoy the bluefish, noting its benefits for expectant mothers. Xiao, eat well. Fish makes you smart. Your father has left you some small fish to play with outside. After lunch, you can play with mommy for a while before you must take a proper afternoon nap, understand? Xiao, seated next to her mother, responded quietly. Her fear of Luo Chengjian diminished significantly after yesterday's bribes of flying and roasting fish. Children's innate desire for love is undeniable. She glanced at Luo Chengjian, then at her mother, obediently nodding and whispering, Seeing his daughter's obedient demeanor melted Luo Chengjian's heart, and his smile became more genuine. Xiao is truly good. He turned to Lin Huanhuan, his tone laced with a hint of urgency. Huanhuan, it's quite a trek to town, and I need to carry things. I must depart soon. If I leave too late, I'll have to return in the dark. As Lin Huanhuan was about to take a small piece of fish, she paused at his words. She lowered her head in silence for a few seconds before managing to squeeze out a response in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. You haven't eaten yet. Have a bite before you go. Within her words lay a subtle, unacknowledged concern. A warmth spread through Luo Chengjian's heart, and his smile widened. I'll skip it. The little food we have at home is all thanks to my parents. I've already given away my share. It's only right that I eat less. Consider it my punishment. You two just enjoy your meal." He spoke with a sense of righteousness, waved his hand dismissively, and exited the house. In the courtyard, he glanced at the battered basket filled with fish and felt a wave of frustration. This worn contraption leaked air from all sides, while it might hold some hay. Carrying live fish for over 10 miles would surely leave them dried by the time he reached town. His eyes scanned the roof of the shed, and an idea struck him. He fetched a ladder, grimacing all the while, and carefully tore off a sizable piece of relatively intact waterproof tarpaulin from the edge of the roof. He meticulously lined the inside of the basket with the tarpaulin, poured in a small bucket of clean water, and then added all the fish except for the bluefish and one grass carp and one carp he intended to keep. The basket instantly became exceedingly heavy. Luo Chengjian tested the weight and found it excruciatingly challenging to lift, sending a jolt of pain through his back. As he grasped the remaining grass carp, he suddenly recalled hearing in his past life that expectant mothers needed companionship and that moods were crucial. If he were to be gone for much of the day, Huan would be left alone at home, and who knows what thoughts might plague her. Eureka! His eyes brightened as he clutched the grass carp, limping but quickening his pace towards the old home. Lili, Lili, he called as he approached the door. His younger sister, Luo Lili, who had been alone at home, dashed out in response. Elder brother? Luo Chengjian handed her the flopping grass carp. Take this. Find a basin to keep it in water. When our parents come home from work tonight, let Mom cook it for an extra meal. He paused, observing his sister's delicate features, and admonished gently. After you've put the fish away, go to my house and keep your sister-in-law company. Help alleviate her boredom, understand? Luo Lili nodded obediently. I understand. Elder brother. Luo Chengjian ruffled his sister's hair affectionately, lowering his voice with a smile. So good. You'll have dinner at my house tonight. That way, you won't have to compete with Jianyi and Jianbing for fish. Your sister-in-law and little niece don't eat much. No one will steal from you. At the mention of this, Luo Lili's eyes sparkled with excitement. The good things at home often eluded her as a girl. Thank you, elder brother. I'll go put the fish away now. The little girl gleefully sprinted back to the courtyard. Watching her small figure disappear, Luo Chengjian chuckled softly, took a deep breath, resignedly hoisting the heavy basket onto his back, and embarked on his journey towards Xuanxi town. With over 10 miles to traverse, burdened with nearly 50 pounds of fish and water, under the oppressive midday sun that felt like it could roast a person alive, and with the lingering pain on his backside, Luo Chengjian felt like a weary old donkey, pulling a heavy load, each step drenched in sweat and grimacing in pain. The trek transformed into an arduous journey akin to the long march of 25,000 li. Finally, around 2 in the afternoon, he stumbled into the territory of Xuanxi town. Resembling a sun-baked shrimp, his steps unsteady. The town was modest, featuring a main street flanked by brick houses, more imposing than those in the village, yet still exuding an air of antiquity. The streets were sparsely populated, lending a sense of desolation. Setting down the basket, Luo Chengjian leaned against the shade of a tree, gasping for breath, feeling as though his shoulders and back had become foreign to him. After catching his breath, he began to contemplate. Whom should he sell the fish to? The townsfolk were not financially affluent, and the likelihood of them purchasing fish to enhance their meals seemed rather low. His mind raced, and the business acumen he had honed in his previous life kicked in at this critical juncture. The hospital. Yes, the town hospital. Whether for expectant mothers or patients recuperating. Fish soup is a nourishing delicacy their families would surely be willing to spend. With a clear target in mind, Luo Chengjian hoisted the basket once more and trudged towards the entrance of the town hospital. Finding a shady spot beneath a lush tree, he set the basket down, peeled back a corner of the tarpaulin to reveal the lively, glimmering fish within. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, projecting his voice with clarity and vigor, infused with the rustic charm and warmth characteristic of mountain folk. Fresh fish for sale. Fresh carp and grass carp, just out of the reservoir, still lively. Perfect for a nourishing soup. Great for pregnant wives to regain strength, for postpartum recovery, and for patients to replenish their energy. Don't miss out. Once you pass this village, there won't be another shop like it. His shout resonated with the potential customers lingering at the hospital entrance. Soon, several women in their 40s, dressed as if they were family members, were drawn to the basket, curiously peering in. Ah, young man, your fish appears remarkably fresh. How much is it? A round-faced woman with a loud voice was the first to speak. Luo Chengjian immediately donned a radiant smile and enthusiastically responded, Sister, your discerning eye is commendable. My grass carp is priced at 2 yuan 50 per jean, while the carp is 1 yuan 50 per jean. Just look at these scales, how they glisten. Feel the firmness of this body. I assure you, it was freshly caught this morning, and from the reservoir to your hands, it hasn't been more than half a day. 250, 150. A tall, slender woman with pronounced cheekbones furrowed her brow. Young man, your prices are rather steep. Over at Old Lee's fish stall at the street corner, grass carp is only 2 yuan too, and carp is 1 yuan too. Yours is 3 to 4 mao more expensive. Unfazed, Luo Chengjian maintained his smile, his tone growing more earnest. Oh dear sister. What kind of fish are you comparing mine to? His fish might have been languishing in a basin for days, looking droopy and lifeless, resulting in a murky broth when cooked. Now look at mine. He reached into his basket and pulled out a lively grass carp, its tail slapping against the sides. Splashing water high. Just listen to that sound. Observe its vigor. Isn't the appeal of fish all about its freshness? He paused, scanning the other women, then shifted his approach to strike a chord. Moreover, dear sisters, why are you at the hospital? It must be due to a loved one in urgent need. Perhaps it's a joyous occasion of welcoming a new life, or you're hoping for a relative's swift recovery. This fish soup is incredibly nourishing and light. Something the doctor would surely recommend, suggesting you eat well while keeping it light, right? So, would you rather save a few mao on subpar fish or invest a bit more to prepare a pot of truly revitalizing soup for your family? Which is the better choice? Which demonstrates your heartfelt intention? His words were both logical and persuasive, and the round-faced woman was clearly swayed. Gazing at the spirited grass carp in Luo Chengjian's hands, she nodded in agreement. You're quite the talker. That makes sense. All right, I'll take a carp. Make sure it's a big one. I want to prepare soup for my daughter-in-law to help with nursing. Certainly. Thank you for your decisiveness, Luo Chengjian replied, his face alight with joy as he swiftly selected the largest, most vibrant carp from his basket. Look at this one. It's definitely hefty. I estimate it weighs around 1 jin 6 or 7 liang. Now, since you're supporting my business, I want to be stingy. I'll charge you for 1 jin 4 liang. That's 2 yuan 10, and you can just give me 2 yuan flat. If you're worried, feel free to borrow a scale from the hospital cafeteria to weigh it. If it's less by even a single mao, come back tomorrow, and I'll give you a larger one. Or I'll refund you, whatever you prefer. Look, I've even strung it up for you. Just carry it away easily. Upon seeing the fish indeed weighed more than 1 jin 4 liang, the round-faced woman, charmed by Luo Chengjian's transparency, smiled broadly. All right, you're an honest young man. Here's 2 yuan for you. She paid without hesitation, taking the fish and adding, if you have more fish tomorrow, save a grass carp for me. My daughter-in-law loves grass carp. Certainly. Thank you, sister. Congratulations on the arrival of your grandchild. Luo Chengjian sweetly offered his blessings. Ha ha ha, mutual joy. The woman replied cheerfully as she left with her fish. With this auspicious start, Luo Chengjian felt a surge of confidence. He employed the same tactics on different customers, flexibly utilizing arguments of freshness, nourishment, and value, along with his willingness to round down prices and guarantee exchanges. Soon enough, he had sold the majority of the over 1 jin grass and carp from his basket. Sister, look how plump this grass carp is. It'll yield a rich, nourishing soup, perfect for nursing. I'll charge you for 1 jin 3 liang, at 3 yuan 25. You can give me 3 yuan flat. Dear lady, how about treating your husband? Carp is excellent for warmth. This one weighs 1 jin 2 liang. I'll charge you 1 yuan 80. You can give me 1 yuan 70. Sir, is your wife just delivered? Congratulations. Here is a carp for you. I'll charge you for 1 jin 5 liang, at 2 yuan 20. Plus, I'll throw in 2 small crucian carp for the broth, free of charge. His eloquence, warmth, and earnest demeanor, coupled with flexible pricing, won over many customers who had initially hesitated or balked at the prices. Ultimately, only a few small crucian carp remained, which were not particularly appealing to most. Yet, Luo Chengjian did not lose heart. Clearing his throat, he altered his strategy. Small fish on sale. Fresh crucian carp. Perfect for broth to nourish new mothers. Just 50 cents for 3. Buy 5 and get 1 free. Economical and practical. Ideal for making nutritious porridge for babies. If you miss this chance, these little fish will go back to feed my cat. This clearance tactic, combined with the attractive pricing, quickly drew in thrifty housewives. 3 for you, 5 for me. And before long, the small crucian carp were snatched up completely. Gazing at the now empty basket, with only a damp cloth and a bit of water remaining, Luo Chengjian let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling as if his bones were about to crumble, yet his heart brimmed with immense satisfaction. He carefully retrieved the money earned from selling fish, hiding beneath a tree's shade, counting it over and over again. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5, 10, 15, 20. 23 yuan 75. Luo Chengjian's eyes sparkled, his heart soaring with delight. Over 20 yuan. In 1981, this was a considerable sum, enough to accomplish quite a bit. Thank you, dear tree, Luo Chengjian exclaimed, patting the tree that provided him shade, and generously pouring the remaining water from his basket at its base. Consider this a drink on me. Contentedly, he tucked the money into his close-fitting pocket, tapping it for reassurance. with the empty basket slung over his shoulder. His steps felt significantly lighter as he headed directly to the town's only supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 6. Returning fully laden. Pushing open the green-painted wooden door of the cooperative, a blend of kerosene, fabric, soy sauce, and dust greeted him with its distinctive aroma. Behind the glass counter, several saleswomen in blue uniforms were casually chatting, too lazy to even lift their eyelids. The storefront of the cooperative appeared somewhat newer than he remembered, the glass counter gleaming brightly. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, wore a serious expression, yet thankfully lacked the infamous scowl of a late-life woman. "Comrade, what would you like to buy?" the saleswoman asked, lifting her eyelids slightly. With newfound confidence, Luo Chengjian pointed to the counter. "Sister, could you please weigh out 10 jin of standard flour, white flour, and 10 jin of brown rice for me?" "Certainly." The saleswoman moved swiftly, soon presenting him with the requested items. The white flour priced at 1 mao 8 per jin, and the brown rice at 1 mao 2 per jin, totaling just 3 yuan. Luo Chengjian marveled at the prices. "This is truly a bargain. Do you have tofu?" he inquired eagerly. Recalling how Lin Huanhuan had complained just yesterday about him giving away the soybean seeds needed to make tofu, the saleswoman shook her head. "Tofu sells out early. We've already run out." A bit disheartened, he quickly perked up. "No worries, there are many ways to make it up to my wife." His gaze shifted to the fabric counter. "Sister, could you please show me that light blue fabric?" He pointed to a refreshing piece of cloth. At this time, cotton fabric was quite fashionable. Since marrying him, Lin Huanhuan hadn't worn a new outfit. 3 feet, 6 yuan 50, the saleswoman quoted. Without hesitation, Luo Chengjian responded. "I'll take it." Handing over 6 yuan 50, he received a roll of crisp blue fabric. He could already envision Lin Huanhuan donning a new dress. Next, he approached the grocery aisle, as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were essentials. "Comrade, soy sauce is 1 mao 2 per jin. I'll take 1 jin. Salt is 1 mao 5 per jin. I'll take 2 jin. Vinegar is 8 fun per jin. I'll take 1 jin. Soy oil is 7 mao per jin. I'll take 1 jin. Matches are 2 fun a box. I'll take 10 boxes." The shopkeeper rolled her eyes while tallying up the bill, her fingers deftly maneuvering the abacus beads. Soy sauce at 12 cents, salt at 30 cents, vinegar at 8 cents, soybean oil at 70 cents, and matches at 20 cents, a total of 1 yuan and 30 cents. Luo Chengjian gazed at the painfully thin jar of soybean oil, inwardly lamenting. How outrageously expensive. Yet, with gritted teeth, he paid up. After all, how could one cook without oil? As he passed by the meat counter, the enticing allure of the marbled pork belly was irresistible. The butcher, lazily fanning himself, replied, "Pork belly is 1 yuan 20 per jin. How much would you like?" 5 jin, please." Luo Chengjian resolutely declared to improve his family's meals. 6 yuan exchanged hands, and though it pained him, thoughts of Huan and Xiao made it seem worthwhile. At the egg stall, a basket of neatly arranged eggs caught his eye. "How much for the eggs?" he inquired. 80 cents per jin, 5 cents each. "A basket of 22 is 1 yuan. Take it if you want it." The shopkeeper was succinct. "I'll take it," Luo Chengjian replied, paying promptly. He had to make up for the eggs for Huan. His money vanished like water flowing away. He also purchased white sugar, 80 cents per jin. Brown sugar, 70 cents per jin. A jin of assorted fruit candies for his daughter and younger sister, 1 yuan 20. The cheapest jasmine soap for Lin Huanhuan, 30 cents. And a red hairpin adorned with a small plastic flower, 80 cents. Finally, passing by the popsicle freezer, Luo Chengjian licked his cracked lips and boldly pulled out 3 cents. "One of the cheapest sugar water popsicles, please." He found a corner and savored the popsicle, relishing the icy sensation that rushed to his head, pure bliss. Glancing at his hand, the once thick stack of money dwindled down to just over 3 yuan. Money really doesn't last long. Luo Chengjian sighed with a twinge of regret. He flipped the oilcloth in his backpack, with the clean side facing in, and carefully arranged the rice, flour, meat, eggs, condiments, fabric, soap, and candies inside, trying to keep everything stable. The backpack once again became heavy, but this time it was filled with hope. As the sun set, Luo Chengjian trudged back to Luojiako, his body weary yet exhilarated, carrying this mountain of hope on his back. Upon opening the gate to his yard, he was drenched in sweat. Yet the smile on his face radiated brighter than the evening sun. Huan, Xiao, Lily, I'm back," he called out robustly, unloading the backpack at the entrance of the main room. Inside, Lin Huan and Luo Lily emerged at the sound, with Luo Xiao trailing behind on her short legs. Like a magician, Luo Chengjian began pulling out items one by one, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Rice, flour, no more coarse rice for our family. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, matches, all present. 5 jin of pork belly. We will feast tonight. A whole basket of eggs. More than what I gave that old hag. Huan, you must eat one every day. White sugar and brown sugar. Mix with water to replenish your energy. Here you go. Jasmine soap. You'll smell delightful. Hairpin. Huan, this is for you. Try it on. See if it looks good. Fabric. 3 feet of fine cloth. A blue checkered pattern. Similar to your old one. I'll make you a new coat. Candies. Assorted fruit candies. Lily, Xiao, these are for you. Lily, you take some back and hide them well. Don't let Jianya and Jianbing see. If they dare to snatch them, tell them I'll break their legs. He rambled on, stuffing a handful of colorful candies into Luo Lily's pocket without a second thought. In his excitement, he failed to notice Lin Huan standing frozen in disbelief. She looked at the heap of items on the ground and then at Luo Chengjian, whose sweaty, flushed face beamed with pride. Her mind buzzed. Soap, hairpin, new fabric, white and brown sugar, and meat and eggs. How much had all this cost? Finally, as Luo Chengjian reached the bottom of his bag, he lifted his head and met Lin Huan's astonished, incredulous gaze. He chuckled, wiping his sweat. What do you think? Your husband is quite impressive, isn't. Today's fish was worth it. All of this is for you and Xiao. He pulled out the remaining money from his pocket, handing Lin Huan 3 1 yuan bills, saying, Here, this is the leftover from selling fish, over 3 yuan. You keep it. The rest I'll save for change tomorrow to give back to the fish buyer. Lin Huan stared at the 3 slightly damp bills in her hand, then glanced at the pile of items on the ground. Her voice trembling. How much did you actually sell? To buy so much? Not much, just over 20 yuan. Luo Chengjian waved dismissively. Over 20 yuan. Lin Huan's voice rose sharply, filled with concern and disbelief. You spendthrift. Over 20 yuan. You only have 3 yuan left? How much food could that have bought? She felt her heart bleed. That amount of money could sustain their family for several months. This isn't being wasteful. Luo Chengjian retorted, pointing at the items on the ground. Rice, flour, oil, and salt. These are necessities for living, right? How can you cook without oil? How can you eat without salt? The meat and eggs are for you and Xiao to replenish your health. You're carrying a child, and Xiao is growing. The soap, hairpin, and fabric are for you. The candies are to sweeten the children's mouths. Which item is frivolous? Which one isn't necessary? He enumerated each point confidently. His words left Lin Huan speechless, looking at him, exuding a sense of righteousness as if everything he did was for the family, that his wife and children deserved the best. The pangs of guilt and reproach in her heart were strangely replaced by a complex mix of bittersweet warmth. She clutched the 3 yuan tightly, her lips moving slightly, ultimately only murmuring a quiet rationalization. The reasoning might be sound, but the speed at which money was spent. She glanced at the 3 yuan in her hand, and then at Luo Chengjian's flushed, sweaty face. The anger bubbling within her became lodged in her throat, unable to be expressed or swallowed. In the end, she merely pressed her lips together, clutching the 3 yuan tightly in her palm, turning her face away to avoid looking at him. Luo Chengjian, unperturbed, cheerfully organized the condiments and the temporarily unused rice and flour into the kitchen. Then he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fulfill his promise of preparing a sumptuous meal. With an ample supply of ingredients, Chef Luo was eager to showcase his culinary skills. He selected a plump grass carp, scaled it, and removed its entrails, making precise cuts along its body. Finally, he was generous with the oil in the pot, though it was just a thin layer once heated. He placed the fish into fry until both sides were golden brown. The sizzling sound and the enticing aroma instantly filled the small kitchen. He added soy sauce, vinegar, and a dash of white sugar to enhance the flavor, then poured in boiling water to cover the fish, tossing in scallions and ginger slices before covering the pot to simmer on low heat. Meanwhile, he sliced the leftover bamboo shoots into thin strips and cut the marbled pork belly into thin slices. In another pan, he added just a touch of oil, sautéing the pork slices until crispy and golden, then added the bamboo shoots for a quick stir-fry, seasoning with salt and soy sauce. He drizzled a little vinegar around the edges of the pan to release the fragrance. A glossy, fragrant plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork belly emerged. Lastly, he didn't forget to steam the egg custard for his daughter, which turned out smooth and delicate, finished with a few drops of fragrant oil. In the main room, the Kong table was once again filled to capacity. In the center sat a bowl of reddish-brown braised grass carp, rich in sauce and aroma so potent it could almost lift the roof. Beside it was the glistening stir-fried pork belly with crispy bamboo shoots, along with a bright yellow egg custard. The staple was steaming hot cornmeal buns. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, eliciting a flood of saliva. Luo Xiao clutched the edge of the table, her eyes eagerly fixed on the plate of braised fish. Luo Lily could not help but swallow hard. Dinner is served. Luo Chengjian called out, first lifting his daughter onto the Kong to sit comfortably. He then picked up a bowl of steamed egg custard, carefully scooped a trembling spoonful of the golden delicacy, blew on it gently, and brought it to Xiao Xiao's mouth. Here you go, Xiao Xiao, open wide, ah. Xiao Xiao obediently opened her small mouth, accepting the spoon, her big eyes narrowing in satisfaction. While feeding his daughter, Luo Chengjian deftly placed a generous piece of fish belly on Lin Huanhuan's plate, ensuring all the bones were removed. Huanhuan, do try it. This fish is bursting with flavor. Eat up. He also served Luo Lily a large helping of glistening pork belly. Lily, don't just watch, eat. Go ahead and indulge. This stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is simply delightful. Here at our home, feel free to eat as much as you like. No one will compete with you. Lin Huanhuan gazed at the piece of fish soaked in savory broth, devoid of any bones, then glanced at Luo Chengjian, who was diligently feeding his daughter. Beads of sweat adorning his profile. She observed the bountiful feast laid out before them, reminiscent of long-forgotten comforts, and picked up her chopsticks to delicately place the fish into her mouth. The fish was tender and flavorful, infused with a rich sauce that carried a hint of sweetness and a perfect balance of saltiness. A wave of warmth cascaded down her throat, seemingly reaching a cold, hard corner of her heart. Once Xiao Xiao was satiated, Luo Chengjian finally took a corn bun for himself, tearing it apart and dipping it into the thick, delicious broth of the braised fish, savoring each bite with immense pleasure. Although it was merely a bun dipped in fish soup, the satisfaction reflected on his face was 100-fold more genuine than during his past indulgences of exquisite delicacies. Delicious, truly delightful, he mumbled in appreciation of his culinary skills, serving Lin Huanhuan and Luo Lily each a generous portion of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, urging them between mouthfuls. Huanhuan, Lily, eat up. Don't just sit there. Lily, how is my cooking? Huanhuan, drink the fish soup while it's hot. The meal unfolded in an unusually quiet yet profoundly warm atmosphere. The sounds of clinking bowls and chopsticks, the rhythm of chewing, and Xiao Xiao's occasional satisfied smacking of her lips intertwined harmoniously. The rich aroma of the braised fish, the savory scent of pork belly, and the delicate fragrance of the egg custard filled the small living room, dispelling the long-standing gloom and hardship. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Luo Chengjian escorted Luo Lily back to the old homestead, watching as his sister bounced away into the night. Pondering to himself, perhaps he would sell fish again in the next couple of days and bring some meat and eggs back to the old house. Upon returning home and quickly washing up, Luo Chengjian nearly collapsed onto the spot he occupied the previous night. His body felt as if it were falling apart. The pain in his back and rear, combined with a day's fatigue, rendered his eyelids too heavy to lift. He intended to converse with Lin Huanhuan, but as soon as his head touched the pillow, a wave of drowsiness engulfed him like a tide, and he almost instantly drifted into a light snore. In the dim light of the oil lamp, Lin Huanhuan lay on the Kong, yet sleep did not come immediately. Listening to the steady sound of the man's breathing beside her, she gazed at his face, which bore a hint of fatigue even in slumber, yet also radiated an unmistakable sense of contentment. She reached out, gently touching the pristine blue-checked fabric resting by the pillow, her fingertips meeting its cool, smooth texture. Then she felt the warmth of 3 bills tucked in her pocket. Did he truly wish to lead a stable life? Or had he merely been stung by their father's reprimands? Or was this just a fleeting fervor? Who could tell what the coming days would bring? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind. Ultimately, she merely sighed softly, almost inaudibly, pulled the thin blanket over her daughter to tuck her in, and closed her eyes. In that darkness, the sigh carried with it a sense of confusion, along with a faint, unacknowledged glimmer of hope. Chapter 7. A New Battle at the Reservoir. Another stifling summer morning, oppressive enough to steal one's breath away. Luo Chengjian awoke, jolted by the soreness throughout his body and the fiery thirst in his throat. Grimacing, he propped himself up on the edge of the Kong, feeling as if the dark bruise on his back had been seared anew, and the pain in his rear was unbearable. With the slightest movement, every joint ached. His throat felt parched, as if it could ignite. Ugh. Yesterday's trek was nothing short of torturous, he muttered under his breath, stiffly making his way down from the Kong. He fumbled for the chipped coarse porcelain bowl in the kitchen, scooping half a bowl of cool water from the tank and gulping it down. The icy well water coursed down his throat, providing a momentary relief. Setting the bowl down, he instinctively glanced toward the corner of the living room. The rice, flour, oil, and salt he had purchased yesterday were neatly arranged, and the light blue fabric appeared particularly refreshing in the dim light. The sense of security and accomplishment these items brought instantly overshadowed his physical fatigue. The bounty from yesterday was vivid in his mind. Over 20 yuan. Hefty bags of rice and flour, the fragrant pork belly, and the sparkle in Huanhuan's eyes when she touched that cloth. His motivation surged through his limbs. What was a bit of pain in comparison? For the sake of his wife and daughter's well-being, he would brave any peril. He stretched his sore arms, his gaze landing on the fishing rod and the worn-out backpack in the corner. The bait from yesterday had proven effective, but today he needed to catch more and larger fish. He could not rely on past successes. It was time to upgrade his tactics. A glint of determination sparkled in Luo Chengjian's eyes as he grabbed a small iron shovel, one of the few good tools in the household, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and, albeit limping, set out with clear purpose once more. He returned to the familiar, damp ditches of the fields. This time, he dug deeper and more meticulously. Soon, the bottom of the backpack was covered with a thick layer of wriggling brown worms, densely packed enough to make one's scalp tingle. Brothers, today, it's all up to you. Luo Chengjian chuckled at the lively bait in his backpack, as if rallying his troops. Arriving at the edge of the reservoir, the morning light began to break, and the water lay still. Unlike the previous day, he did not scatter bait. Instead, he set down the backpack and grabbed a handful of writhing worms. He found a flat stone, placed the worms upon it, and then, with another stone, began to smash them relentlessly. The green juice mixed with the crushed remnants splattered everywhere, releasing a pungent earthy aroma and the distinct scent of protein. Ugh! Even he was nearly retching from the stench, yet his eyes burned with excitement. Overcoming his nausea, he scooped up the gooey, greenish worm paste and flung it towards the area he had baited the day before, as if sowing seeds of hope. Plop! Plop! The sticky balls of worm paste sank into the water, quickly dispersing and forming a murky oil slick on the surface that gradually sank beneath the surface. High-protein cloud. A completely natural attractant. There's no way you silly fish will resist. Luo Chengjian rubbed his hands, now reeking of fishy odor, confidently baited a plump live worm onto the hook, and with a powerful flick of the rod, cast it into the murky waters. He settled onto the ground, legs crossed. The pain in his rear made him wince, his full attention fixed on the reed bobber. 5 minutes passed. The bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface with ferocity. It's here. Luo Chengjian's heart raced as he gripped the base of the rod tightly. The bamboo pole bent in response. With a splash, a hefty grass carp, weighing over 2 pounds and shimmering with a dark blue sheen, broke the surface. Its tail thrashed with a resounding slap. What a triumphant start. A magnificent grass carp. Luo Chengjian beamed with joy as he deftly secured the line to release the fish back into the water. Baiting again, he cast his line once more. The bobber quickly dipped again. Another hefty carp, weighing over a kilogram. Cast again. A lively big silver crucian. Yet another grass carp. The fish are biting in a frenzy. Luo Chengjian has completely entered a state of euphoria. He is like an indefatigable fishing machine, baiting hooks, casting lines, reeling in catches, removing fish, threading lines, and releasing water. His movements, so swift, they almost create afterimages. The smile on his face has not faltered, and he cannot help but exclaim in excitement. Goodness! The fish are biting like never before. In my past life, I spent thousands to book a VIP fishing spot, but never experienced such a bounty. Though they may be a bit smaller, this grass carp is strong. Hold on. That's the spirit. Another carp. Huh. Silly fish. Today I've got you all covered. The reservoir seems transformed into his personal fishing pond. The fish, irresistibly drawn to the pungent aroma of the worm-infused mud, are biting with wild abandon. The fish he has caught are noticeably larger than those from the previous day. Grass carp and carp are predominantly over 1.5 pounds, with several hefty specimens weighing around 3 pounds. The crucian are also considerably fatter. In just 1 short hour, his basket, submerged in water, is filled to the brim with thrashing fish, and those strung outside the basket sway heavily. Luo Chengjian weighs it, estimating at least 60 pounds. That's even more than yesterday, and of a superior quality. He gazes at the remaining half of his resilient worms, still writhing vigorously, and then at the water surface, still teeming with biting fish, his heart a tumult of emotions. Damn, the fish are biting fiercely. To reel in now would be akin to slicing off flesh. He scratches his head, his face a mask of reluctance. But reality is harsh. The basket is already full, and there is no room for another fish. He certainly cannot swim back with them. Alas, fish, it's not that I don't wish to catch you. It's that I simply cannot manage. Luo Chengjian sighs woefully, as if making a monumental decision, and finally begins to reel in his line. Watching the bubbling fish in the water, he feels a pang of regret. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he removes the remaining worms and carefully wraps them in several broad leaves. Then, he finds a discreet patch of mud near his fishing spot, digs a small hole, and buries the worms like precious treasures, even placing a uniquely shaped stone atop to mark the spot. Brothers, stay put. I shall return tomorrow to pamper you. He bids a heartfelt farewell to the marked stone before reluctantly shouldering the heavy basket, which nearly threatens to crush him, one hand carrying the string of fish, the other using the grass carp as a makeshift cane, glancing back repeatedly, filled with immense satisfaction, yet tinged with a hint of unfulfilled desire. He sets off on his journey home. Despite the staggering weight and the sharp ache in his backside, Luo Chengjian's mood shines as brightly as the sun above. He hums an off-key tune, his steps following a buoyant rhythm. Calculating how much he could sell this bounty for, and what delightful items he could procure for Huan and Xiao. However, joy often breeds sorrow. As he approaches the fork in the road near the village entrance, his song abruptly halts, and the smile on his face freezes in place. Not far ahead, Luo Yirue is seated on a small stool outside her gate, feigning engrossment in a book, yet her gaze is fixed like a spotlight, unwaveringly trained on his approach. The stance resembles that of a hunter lying in wait. Luo Chengjian's lips twitch violently, and his mind races. What the hell? What is wrong with this woman? Is she haunted? After avoiding her for merely 2 days, she comes to intercept me today? Instinctively, he considers turning back. If he can't provoke her, can't he at least evade her? If she clings to him again, those idle gossips in the village might concoct scandalous tales of Luo Chengjian's illicit rendezvous with the village beauty. If this reaches Huan's ears, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. His father's burden would surely resurface. With thoughts racing, Luo Chengjian shifts his steps, intending to sneak down a narrower, more circuitous field path. Yet, sharp-eyed Luo Yirue has already locked onto him. Seeing him attempt to flee, she tosses her book onto the stool and flutters over like a butterfly that has spotted its prey, her sickly sweet voice reaching him first. Chengjian, brother. The way she draws out the word brother is like a hook, sending shivers down Luo Chengjian's spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. It is more unbearable than listening to grandiose promises from a client in his past life. Chengjian, they're calling you. Why are you walking so fast? The more you hurry, the faster I chase after you. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Luo Yirue jogs closer, her face adorned with a radiant smile tinged with a hint of grievance, extending her delicate hand toward Luo Chengjian's arm, which is smeared with fish slime and mud. Luo Chengjian recoils in fright, as if bitten by a venomous snake, stumbling back a step. Comrade Luo Yirue. He adopts a stern expression, his voice grave enough to freeze the air. I believe I made myself quite clear at the village entrance last time. What else with this incessant pulling and tugging? You're an unmarried young woman. Do you not care for your reputation? If others see, they could drown you in spittle. He deliberately emphasizes comrade and reputation, hoping to frighten her away with moral admonishment. To his surprise, Luo Yirue is entirely unfazed by this tactic. Pouting, her large, watery eyes suddenly brim with tears, looking as though he has committed some unforgivable crime against her. Chengjian, how could you say that? In my heart, you are just like an older brother. How could there be any gossip between siblings? You were never like this before. As she speaks, she stubbornly steps closer, her hand reaching again toward Luo Chengjian's wrist, her eyes darting toward the fish in his basket. Her intention unmistakable. Leave the fish behind, and you may go. Luo Chengjian is thoroughly infuriated by her relentless and obstinate behavior. The veins on his forehead throb with rage, and his patience evaporates in an instant. He abruptly sidesteps, wielding the heavy basket filled with fish as a weapon, and unceremoniously thrusts it toward Luo Yirue. Ouch! Luo Yirue is caught off guard, nearly stumbling as she steadies herself, her expression of grievance transforming into shock and indignation. Seizing the moment, Luo Chengjian steps back, creating distance, and his pent-up fury erupts like a volcano. No. Luo Yirue. How long are you going to keep this up? Can you not cling to me any longer? Have I not told you that your behavior will lead to misunderstandings? Have I not mentioned that I have a wife and children? His voice rises, imbued with the raw, untamed fury of a countryman, echoing harshly in the quiet morning at the village entrance. I warn you, if you dare to follow me again, if you dare to get close to me, if my wife misunderstands and becomes unhappy, I will not care if you are male or female, beautiful as a flower or as ugly as a pile of dung. If you provoke me, you will see what happens. Old woman. Those 3 words struck Luo Yirue like a thunderbolt. She is utterly petrified. Her eyes widen, her mouth agape, the blood draining from her face in an instant. Her mind buzzes, the only echo within her being those 3 words, reverberating uncontrollably. Old woman. He actually called her an old woman. She is only 20. A recognized beauty in Luojiako and beyond. In the past, which man did not treat her with kindness, showering her with attention? Luo Chengjian was the most fervent of them all, previously calling her Irue, with such warmth and familiarity. Today he actually resorted to such crude and despicable language, likening her to a vulgar country woman. And what did he just say? That he would deal with her? How dare he utter the threat of violence against her? A tremendous sense of humiliation and an almost unbelievable absurdity crashed over Roy Rue like a tidal wave, drowning her in its depths. She stood frozen, resembling a weathered statue, her eyes wide as she watched Luo Chengjian finish his tirade. snort dismissively, and cast her a glance filled with disdain, akin to that reserved for refuse, before striding away with his heavy catch and fishing rod, not sparing her another glance. Only when his figure began to fade at the alley's end did Roy Rue manage to regain her composure from this overwhelming shock. A nameless fury, ignited by the humiliation, the offense, and the utter contempt she felt, surged upward, engulfing her rationality. Luo Chengjian, stop right there. Explain yourself. Who do you call an old hag? She screamed sharply, disregarding all semblance of dignity, and took off after him. She refused to believe it. Could it be that Luo Chengjian truly possessed the audacity of a bear? She was Roy Rue after all. Hearing her piercing shout and the hurried footsteps behind him, Luo Chengjian's brow furrowed in irritation. This woman was as persistent as a stubborn plaster. He quickened his pace, but the weight on his back hampered his speed. Roy Rue soon caught up, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, the scent of snowflake cream mingled with sweat and the fishy odor, and fury. Once again reaching out to grasp Luo Chengjian's arm. Clarify your words. I have overlooked your neglect these past 2 days, and yet you dare to insult me. You must apologize today. Luo Chengjian, with a string of fish in his left hand and his right arm propped up by the fishing rod for balance, found himself unable to free a hand. Just as that manicured hand, adorned with red nail polish, was about to seize his arm, his temper flared, and he cast aside all decorum. With a sudden twist of his waist, he leveraged the weight of the basket and inertia, forcefully jabbing his shoulder backward. Ouch! Roy Rue felt an immense force collide with her chest, and simultaneously, something tripped her feet. With a startled gasp, her balance faltered, and she stumbled backward several steps before landing heavily on the ground, covered in dust. The impact throbbed painfully in her backside, and her meticulously braided hair became disheveled, strands clinging messily to her sweaty forehead. Her palms scraped against the rough ground, stinging sharply. She was utterly dazed, sitting on the ground. She gazed up incredulously at the man towering over her, his expression icy and filled with contempt. Luo Chengjian steadied himself with his fishing rod, looking down at the disheveled Roy Rue without a hint of sympathy, only a deep-seated annoyance and a warning. Haven T, I made myself clear enough? Scram. If you dare to persist, I shall show you no mercy. It matters not who you are. His tone was chilling, imbued with a ferocity that brooked no argument. Having spoken, he turned his back on the stunned woman, striding away with the weight of the evening sun and his hefty catch. Exuding a resolute finality that signified a severance from the past, Roy Rue sat dumbfounded in the dirt, the pain in her backside pale in comparison to the shock and humiliation surging through her. The sting in her palm reminded her that this was no dream. Luo Chengjian had truly collided with her. He had genuinely pushed her down, and he had regarded her with those eyes, filled with disdain. Why? She could not fathom it. Just 3 days prior, that very morning, this man had gone to great lengths to please her, shoving a basket of eggs into her hands. And when she had tried to refuse, he had vehemently insisted that her rejection indicated contempt for him. And now, just 3 days later, 3 days. Was it possible that Lin Huan, that haggard woman, had truly bewitched him? Or had his father truly damaged his mind? The stark contrast and sense of defeat left her seething with indignation. More than that, a pang of panic gripped her. If Luo Chengjian continued to treat her in such a manner, would she not lose the myriad benefits she had come to expect? The sweets, the candies, the cooking oil, the fabric, these were tangible gains. No, this absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. She, Roy Rue, had never suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a man. She refused to believe it. She absolutely would not accept that Luo Chengjian, this sycophant, could completely overturn his position. Yes, it must be a case of feigned indifference. Roy Rue abruptly sprang to her feet, disregarding the dust that clung to her, her eyes sparkling with self-conviction. He was merely pretending. He was deliberately ignoring her to incite her concern, to compel her to take the initiative, so he could reap greater benefits. Humph. Do I not understand the sordid machinations of men? The more she contemplated, the more her analysis seemed irrefutably correct, as if she had grasped a lifeline. A sycophant, seeking to engage in a battle of wits with me? She smoothed her disheveled hair, a calculating smile re-emerging on her face, filled with a sense of control. Very well. Luo Chengjian, just you wait. When we cross paths again, I shall graciously bestow upon you a taste of sweetness. And then we shall see if you can maintain your act. At that time, would you not be compelled to present all the good things before me? She stamped her foot in frustration at the direction Luo Chengjian had vanished, mentally calculating how best to extend a little favor, hoping to entice this wayward sycophant back into her service. Her confidence in her own allure bordered on blind arrogance. Unbeknownst to Luo Chengjian, he had unwittingly become the protagonist in Roy Rue's dramatic narrative of a sycophant's self-cultivation and rebellion. With his heavy haul, he nearly waddled to his doorstep. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the familiar warmth of home enveloped him. He carefully placed the basket in a shaded spot, where the large fish jostled against one another, splashing water everywhere. The few fish strung together with grass ropes in his hand were tossed into a wooden basin filled with water. Inside the main room, Lin Huanhuan sat by the window, utilizing the morning light to comb Xiao Xiao's hair. Upon hearing the commotion, she lifted her head, her gaze crossing the window to land on the man in the yard, drenched in sweat and dirt, burdened yet bright-eyed. As Luo Chengjian met her gaze, he immediately broke into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth, the fatigue on his face seemingly dissipating. He hurried inside, not allowing himself a moment of rest. Huan, you're up? Are you combing Xiao Xiao's hair? His voice carried a hint of breathlessness, yet was filled with concern. Lin Huanhuan set aside her needlework, her tone calm. I woke up early, had some porridge. However, her eyes instinctively flickered toward the heavy basket outside. Luo Chengjian followed her gaze and instantly perked up. Like a child eager for praise, his voice tinged with pride. Today was incredibly fortunate. The fish were biting like crazy. Just look at the basket. It's full of big ones. There are grass carp and carps, and a few hefty crucians. Far more than yesterday. He rambled excitedly about the fishing exploits, his enthusiasm causing him to gesticulate animatedly, as if the earlier troubles at the village entrance had never occurred. I saved the largest grass carp for soup tonight. The rest. He paused, glancing at Lin Huanhuan. I need to head to town shortly to sell them while they're fresh. Lin Huanhuan listened to his animated descriptions, observing the gleaming beads of sweat on his forehead and the mud-stained trousers, then glanced at the tangible haul outside, her expression complex. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "MMM." Receiving this affirmation felt like a tremendous encouragement to Luo Chengjian, his smile widening. Great. You rest. I'll take care of the fish and make 2 eggs each for you and Xiao Xiao to boost your nutrition. He turned and hurried to the kitchen, deftly starting a fire to boil water. Soon, pristine eggs were rolling in the pot. Luo Chengjian fished out the eggs, rinsed them in cold water, and carefully peeled away the shells, revealing their tender whites. He walked back into the main room, handing 2 to Lin Huanhuan and crouching to offer 1 to the little Xiao Xiao, who gazed up at him with wide, innocent eyes. The other held tightly in his hand. Come, Xiao Xiao, eat the eggs. Your father has peeled them for you. Be careful, they're hot. Xiao Xiao gazed at the tender white egg before her and then glanced at the gentle smile adorning Luo Chengjian's face. Timidly, she extended her small hand to accept it, softly murmuring, "Thank you, father." That gentle utterance of father was like a feather brushing against Luo Chengjian's heart, bringing him immense comfort, greater than the joy of earning 20 yuan. Unable to resist, he tenderly ruffled his daughter's fine hair. Lin Huanhuan observed the warm egg in her hand and the heartwarming scene of familial affection before her, her fingers tightening around the egg. The thick ice wall in her heart seemed to be melting, little by little, under the influence of this ordinary warmth. Luo Chengjian watched as his wife and daughter savored the eggs, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He hastily nibbled on a stale steamed bun to quell his hunger, then began preparing his gear for the journey ahead. He rummaged through the corner of the main room and unearthed a dusty, cobweb-covered wooden scale. It was the only weighing device they possessed, and the weights were nearly rusted through. Luo Chengjian found a rag, meticulously cleaned the scale and the weights, and after testing it, he found it still usable, albeit barely. With this tool in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. He contentedly tucked the scale and weights into the empty spaces of his backpack. Finally, he cleaned the large grass carp he had reserved for home, threading it through the gills with a piece of grass rope for carrying. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted the now heavier backpack, estimated to weigh around 60 to 70 jin. His shoulders instantly sagged under the weight. Damn, this is heavy. He grimaced, yet his gaze remained resolute. For the sake of his wife and child, he was determined to press on. With one hand grasping the grass carp meant for the old homestead, he set forth once more on the grueling path to Xuanxi town. The familiar weight, the familiar pain in his rear and shoulders, and the unrelenting sun met him at every step. Each stride felt like trudging through mud. Sweat poured forth like a burst dam, soaking his thin clothing and clinging to the fiery scars on his back, both itchy and painful. Damn it, this is more exhausting than long-distance driving in my past life. He lamented internally, while simultaneously motivating himself with thoughts of his wife and child. Old Luo, charge forth. After a grueling journey of several miles, he finally reached Xuanxi town, his spirit deflated, resembling a camel drained of energy. As he approached the familiar tree at the entrance of the town hospital, it was already late afternoon. He set down his backpack and peeled back a corner of the oilcloth. Instantly, the large fish nestled within was revealed to the sunlight, its silver scales shimmering with vitality, clearly surpassing yesterday's quality. Without pausing to catch his breath, Luo Chengjian sprang into action, raising his voice to announce his wares. His booming voice resonating through the streets. Fish for sale. Fresh, premium grass carp just out of the reservoir. Live and kicking, visibly fresh. Perfect for nourishing soups, better than ginseng. Patients will recover quickly after eating. Don't miss out, limited quantities, first come, first served. His call struck precisely, yielding excellent results. Soon, the plump-faced woman from yesterday appeared, followed by several unfamiliar family members. Oh dear, young man, today's fish are even bigger. The woman's eyes lit up as she spotted the sizable grass carp in the backpack. What about the grass carp you saved for me? Ah, sister, you're here. Luo Chengjian instantly donned a warm, enthusiastic smile, as if performing magic, retrieving a lively, well-sized grass carp he had saved just for her. Look at its vitality. It's the first catch of the day, still at yesterday's price, 2 yuan 50 per gene. Let me weigh it for you. He set down the fish and swiftly retrieved the polished wooden scale, deftly attaching the weight and hanging the fish on the hook. The scale tipped high. Look, sister. It's 3 jin 2 liang. Luo Chengjian pointed to the scale, his voice booming. 3 jin 2 liang, 8 yuan. Since you're a regular, I'll give it to you for 7 yuan 8. He graciously offered a discount, presenting himself with utmost sincerity. All right. Young man, you're honest. The round-faced woman readily paid, taking the fish while also promoting him to the others nearby. This young man sells fresh fish. Trustworthy. Everyone, feel free to buy. With such support, albeit genuine, coupled with the excellent quality of today's fish, Luo Chengjian's stall rapidly became a sensation. With one hand on the scale and the other grasping fish, he skillfully quoted prices, weighed, calculated, collected payments, and offered discounts, moving with the finesse of a seasoned seller. Sir, looking to nourish your wife? This carp is excellent. 1 jin 8 liang, 2 yuan 7. You give me 2 yuan 6. You, madam, just had a baby? Congratulations. Here is a grass carp to help with milk production. 2 jin 9 liang, 7 yuan 25. I'll give you a discount, 7 yuan 2. Plus, I'll throw in 2 fat crucian carp for soup. Hey, sir, no need to rush. I have plenty. Grass carp at 2 yuan 50 a gene. Carp at 1 yuan 50 a gene. Clearly marked prices. No cheating. Weighing scales available. If it's not right, I'll refund or exchange. His booming voice, warm smile, and sincere demeanor, combined with the trustworthiness of the polished scale and genuine discounts, quickly emptied his backpack of the large fish. Although the prices were firmer than yesterday, the buyers felt they were getting even greater value for their money. Finally, a few plump crucian carp remained, which he swiftly sold using a buy 2 get 1 free promotion, clearing out his stock. Once his backpack was once again empty, save for the damp oilcloth and a bit of water, Luo Chengjian collapsed beneath the tree, leaning against it, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin, soaking his clothes. Yet, on his face blossomed a broad, satisfied smile. Trembling, he pulled out a thick wad of sweaty bills from his pocket, hiding in the shade of the tree, meticulously counting each note. 61 yuan 65 cents. That's over 30 yuan more than yesterday. A true fortune. Brother tree, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Luo Chengjian excitedly patted the rough trunk of the tree, pouring the last bit of water from his backpack at its roots. When I get rich, I'll bring you some good fertilizer. He carefully tucked away the money, feeling all the fatigue dissipate in the face of such bountiful rewards. Hoisting the now empty backpack, despite the lingering heaviness in his steps, his spirits soared as if he had sprouted wings, and he headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 8. Private Luo Chengjian, awaiting your directives, Commander. The unique scent of mixed fabric, kerosene, pickled vegetables, and dust enveloped him as he entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Luo Chengjian confidently made his way to the meat counter. On the dimly lit countertop, the marbled pork shone enticingly. Comrade, I'd like 5 gene of pork belly. His voice was robust and full of assurance. The sales clerk glanced up at him but quickly resumed her work with the greasy cleaver. With a swift motion, a sizable piece of pork, layered in fat and lean, was cut and placed onto the greasy scale. The weights slid smoothly, settling precisely at 5 gene. 5 gene flat. 6 yuan 50. The clerk announced. Luo Chengjian, sharp-eyed, spotted a few bones in the corner, stripped of most meat but priced affordably. Comrade, how much for those bones? Bones. 20 cents a gene. Do you want them? Give me 2. Luo Chengjian quickly added. 2 hefty bones were weighed, totaling 1 yuan 20. The meat and bones were placed into his backpack. Next, he approached the side food counter. Eggs. He gazed at the basket overflowing with eggs, his eyes sparkling. I'll take 50. The words escaped his lips and felt somewhat too conspicuous, prompting him to retract his statement. No, let it be 40, he declared. 40 eggs, heavy and brimming, filled an ample basket, costing him a mere 2 yuan. As he approached the candy counter, The glass jars overflowed with vividly colored fruit candies and the enticingly sweet aroma of the large white rabbit milk candies adorned with a blue rabbit. Luo Chengjian could almost envision the twinkle in Xiao Xiao's eyes. 1 pound of fruit candies and 1 pound of white rabbit, please. A vibrant bag of half a pound of fruit candies and the distinct sweetness of the white rabbit milk candies lured him further, leading to another expenditure of 8 dimes. Next came the fabric counter, where a refreshing light blue piece of polyester still hung. Luo Chengjian sauntered over, running his fingers over the smooth, cool material. He calculated in his mind that yesterday he had purchased 3 feet, which should suffice for a top, but pants would be a stretch. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I'll take another 6 feet. He handed over 7 yuan and 2 dimes. With the 3 feet from yesterday, he now had 9 feet of fabric. Ample enough to craft a complete outfit for Huan Huan, with some leftover. A twinge of unease washed over him. Ready-made clothes were too costly, so she would have to make do with sewing it herself. In this day and age, every household had women who tailored and sewed their garments. Huan Huan's skills seemed to be quite competent, didn't they? He strained to recall, but the memory was a bit hazy. He also made various small purchases of everyday necessities that his household lacked. An enamel basin emblazoned with a red double happiness symbol. The old one had a leak. Several coarse porcelain bowls, a few pairs of bamboo chopsticks. All the tableware at home was chipped. 2 pillowcases adorned with mandarin ducks. The old ones were worn out. And a tube of Chinese toothpaste. The family had always brushed with salt. All in all, he spent nearly 3 yuan more. When he stuffed everything into his backpack and hoisted it back onto his shoulders, he noticed it felt only slightly lighter than when he had arrived. The daily necessities were light, but the meat, bones, and eggs weighed heavily. Yet, a nearly foolish grin illuminated his face, and he walked with solid, purposeful strides. As he pushed open the gate to his yard, the dying rays of the setting sun bathed the courtyard in a warm golden red hue. Luo Chengjian set down the backpack and eagerly began to unpack the items. Like a child eager to present treasures, explaining incessantly, Huan Huan Xiao Xiao, I'm back. His face radiated joy. Big bones. For soup. Calcium. You and Xiao Xiao both need it. Eggs. 40 of them. Plenty to go around. We can boil a few every day. Candy. Fruit candy. White rabbit. Xiao Xiao, these are for you. He thrust the 2 bags of candy into his daughter's somewhat stunned hands. Fabric. Light blue polyester. This time, there's enough to make a complete outfit. However, you'll have to put in the effort yourself, he added, picking up the roll of smooth fabric and casting a slightly bashful glance at Lin Huan Huan. And the basin, bowls, chopsticks, pillowcases, toothpaste, all the things we were missing. He rambled on, explaining the purpose and necessity of each item, as if seeking justification for his extravagant expenditures. Lin Huan Huan stood at the doorway, quietly observing him as he laid the items out on the ground, resembling a display of an overly abundant dream. Xiao Xiao clutched the 2 bags of candy, her eyes wide with disbelief, darting between the candy and Luo Chengjian, her little face filled with astonished delight. The colorful wrappers of the fruit candy glimmered in the sunlight. Watching his daughter's reaction melted Luo Chengjian's heart. He then handed over the remaining 40 yuan from the day to Lin Huan Huan. She gazed at the considerable sum in her hands, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. Luo Chengjian chuckled, you should keep this money safe. Now you have a bit of security. I promise I won't do anything foolish again. Though you may not believe it now. But that's all right. Just watch how I behave in the future. Lin Huan Huan found herself at a loss. In the years since their marriage, it was the first time she had been in control of such a substantial amount of money. She cast a complex glance at the grinning Luo Chengjian. Can I trust you? Of course, Huan Huan. Just focus on taking care of yourself and bear me a healthy, chubby child. Everything else will be my responsibility. I will strive to make it up to you in the future. Lin Huan Huan regarded the man before her, offering no response, as if transported back to the reservoir that determined their fate. In her heart, she silently wished, Chengjian, I hope you let me down this time. Noticing Lin Huan Huan's silence, Luo Chengjian didn't press further. Instead, he playfully addressed his little daughter. Xiao Xiao, could you call me daddy? Just dad makes me feel old. Xiao Xiao, puzzled, glanced at Luo Chengjian. Nevertheless, she complied with her father's simple request, calling out daddy in a clear, bright voice, which delighted him immensely. Oh my, Xiao Xiao, you're so good. Tomorrow, I'll buy you other delicious treats. How does that sound? Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically. Lin Huan Huan scoffed lightly. You've taken to foreign ways now. Luo Chengjian chuckled foolishly, not disputing her, feeling invigorated. He rolled up his sleeves. You all wait here. I'll get dinner started. Big bone soup. Rich and fragrant. In no time, the kitchen resonated with the symphony of pots and pans. Luo Chengjian chopped a large bone, blanching it and cleaning it, before tossing it into a big iron pot with a few slices of ginger. He brought it to a boil over high heat, skimming off the foam. then reduced it to a simmer. The rich aroma of the bone soup gradually wafted through the air, boldly escaping the courtyard and drifting toward the village enveloped in twilight. Xiao Xiao, Daddy will make you something delicious. He took his daughter to the kitchen. The bone soup had simmered into a creamy, rich concoction, its fragrance filling the air. The aroma of the meal wafting in from outside, combined with the blurred sounds of conversation and Xiao Xiao's occasional peals of laughter, enveloped Huan Huan like warm tides, silently washing away the fortress of ice within her heart. She slowly curled her fingers, tightly clasping the stack of money in her palm, her knuckles paling. Closing her eyes, a scalding tear unexpectedly slipped from beneath her tightly shut eyelids, swiftly disappearing into her clothing. Chengjian, she silently called in her heart, hoping, this time, you won't let me down. On the table lay 2 large bowls of creamy, rich bone soup, glistening with oil, a small dish of fragrant stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a bowl of rice. The aroma of the food was intoxicatingly rich. Luo Chengjian dutifully served Lin Huan Huan a generous bowl of bone soup, ensuring it contained several chunks of meaty bone. Huan Huan, drink plenty of soup to nourish yourself, and eat this meat. You're now eating for 2. Lin Huan Huan lowered her head, sipping the soup quietly, saying nothing, simply consuming the meat he had served her in silence. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was smothered in grease as she ate, while Luo Chengjian fed her while wolfing down his own meal, feeling the warmth and sustenance of the food filling his belly, slowly replenishing the energy he had lost. As he ate, he discreetly observed Lin Huan Huan's expression beneath the dim light of the oil lamp. Her profile seemed to soften somewhat, though still silent. The cloud of unresolved tension that had lingered in her brow appeared to dissipate slightly in the warm embrace of the meal's fragrance. He felt a bit of relief, and his appetite grew. After the meal, Luo Chengjian quickly tidied up the dishes. He carefully packed the pork belly he had bought and counted out half of the eggs from the basket, placing them in the broken bamboo basket. Huan Huan, I'm taking some meat and eggs to the old house for my parents. He lifted the basket and addressed Lin Huan Huan, who was leisurely drying her hands by the stove. Lin Huan Huan paused in her actions, contemplating for a moment before glancing at the contents of the basket and then at Luo Chengjian. She let out a low as a form of consent. Upon arriving at the old house, he called out, Dad, Mom. Luo Zhenhua lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over him without a word, merely inhaling deeply from his cigarette. Tian Mei stood up, wiping her hands on her apron. You little rascal, have you eaten yet? At this late hour, Luo Chengjian extended the basket. Mom, I brought a few things for you and Dad. He revealed the basket, showcasing the plump pork belly and an abundance of eggs. In the dim light, Tian Mei's eyes darted at the raised voice. You rascal, where did you procure such a rare item? You can't possibly have gone to the Xinyan family for this, can you? Have you no shame? Oh no, it's not that. Your eldest son is quite skilled. The money earned from fishing was used to buy this for you, as a token of filial piety. I hope you can intervene the next time my father decides to take action. Luo Zhenhua, crouched under the eaves, suddenly straightened up, forgetting about his cigarette. His murky eyes fixated sharply on his son. His voice was as coarse as sandpaper. You insolent child. I strike you because you deserve it. How much can you earn from catching fish? And yet you come here pretending to be generous. Take it back. That girl Huan Huan has only just been allowed to stay. You should be taking good care of her instead of bringing things out. Aren't you afraid she'll misunderstand? I told Huan Huan, and yet you still refuse to take what I offer. If you continue to push me, you might end up with nothing in the future. I see your skin is still not tight enough. Shall I tighten it for you again? No need. No need. I'm still recovering. If I hadn't been injured, I could have earned at least $10 more today. You keep boasting. Tian Mei shook her head in resignation. All right. I won't be polite with my parents anymore. I'm truly exhausted from fishing and selling these past few days. I have no time to bicker with you two. Rest assured, you can eat. If you don't, those 2 rascals will eat anyway. By the way, let those 2 boys eat a little less. Don't let them compete with Lily. She's just a little girl who can't eat much. Let Lily fill her belly first before allowing them to eat. I won't say more, just eat. If it runs out, I'll go buy more. Father, Mother, your son is going home to sleep. I'm really tired. Luo Chengjian was indeed weary, not only physically, but his mind had been tense these past few days. Now that the atmosphere seemed to ease, he thought it best to get a good night's rest. The 2 elders watched their eldest son slowly depart, and Tian Mei turned to Luo Zhenhua, enough staring. Go back and sleep. Tomorrow we still have to tend to the fields. At least Chengjian didn't take anything to the Xinyan girl. He brought it back for you to eat. Qingya, Chengbing, and Lily haven't had meat for days. What does that fish count for? It can't compare to pork. We've saved the eggs from that old hen for Huan Huan. Although she hasn't eaten them, the 3 little ones have certainly suffered. Upon returning home, Luo Chengjian found Lin Huan Huan gazing eagerly at him. He immediately assumed a mock-serious demeanor, puffing out his chest and ceremoniously saluting, reporting in. No unauthorized detours were taken on the way back. Private Luo Chengjian successfully completed the mission, requesting further instructions, sir. Hearing his words and witnessing his comical expression, Lin Huanhuan couldn't help but laugh. Well then, let us go to sleep. Yes, sir. Private Luo Chengjian, strictly adhering to orders. With that, he kicked off his thin shoes and flopped onto the bed, instantly succumbing to sleep as his head hit the pillow, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Leaving no energy to tease Lin Huanhuan. Watching Luo Chengjian fall asleep so quickly, Lin Huanhuan felt a smile tug at her lips. He had a way with words. She dismissed any further thoughts, feeling assured by the money he had given her earlier, which seemed to indicate he would no longer pursue that vixen. Moreover, he had proactively explained himself without her prompting, which was quite reassuring. Thus, with her spirits lifted, Lin Huanhuan coaxed her daughter into laughter, and the two of them drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 9. At the village entrance. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate when Luo Chengjian set out, shouldering the familiar worn backpack and clutching his trusty fishing rod, invigorated and ready. After several days of exertion, the resilience of his youthful body was evident. Although the purple-black lash mark on his back and the soreness in his backside had not entirely subsided, the sharp pain that accompanied each step was far less intense than the previous days, where every footfall felt as if he were treading on blades. Damn it! Youth is indeed an asset. He stretched his limbs, feeling a renewed vigor coursing through him. Although he had been infuriated by the gossips the day before, his small acts of revenge that evening, though somewhat juvenile, had granted him a considerable sense of relief, lightening his mood. He walked briskly toward the reservoir. His target clear, the spot where he had buried the worms yesterday. Upon locating the uniquely shaped stone, Luo Chengjian crouched down, gently scraping away the top layer of soil with a small spade. Several broad leaves emerged, still moist with earth. Lifting the leaves revealed dozens of plump brown worms wriggling beneath. While some had burrowed deeply, most remained near the surface, evidently restrained by the leaves and the soil's moisture. Brothers, you're generous. Luo Chengjian grinned widely, unreservedly collecting the lively bait and tossing them into the damp grass lining the bottom of his backpack. Although the quantity was not as plentiful as the day before, the time saved from digging made the process more efficient. Soon, the bottom of the backpack was filled with a writhing layer of bait. Today, let us see what you've got, he murmured to the backpack. Filled with confidence as he approached his fishing spot, he employed his tried-and-true strategy of using worms to bait the water. Finding a flat stone, he placed a handful of worms atop it and proceeded to smash another stone down with vigor. The green juice and debris splattered, filling the air with the rich, earthy aroma of decay and protein. He hurled the sticky, green worm mixture toward yesterday's baiting spot. Plop, plop. The viscous bait hit the water, dispersing and creating a murky, oily film that gradually sank. With a live worm attached, the line sliced through the air, precisely landing in the murky waters. However, the fish seemed less active today than the previous day. Perhaps the high-intensity baiting and fishing over the last 2 days had disturbed the fish, or the weather was a bit stifling. Although the bobber showed some movement, the frequency and intensity of bites had significantly decreased. The rhythm of reeling and slowed, sometimes requiring patience to wait over 10 minutes for a clear tug. TSK. Did we scare the fish away yesterday? Luo Chengjian remained unruffled, adjusting the depth of his bobber while observing the surface for fish bubbles. Although the frenzy of catching was no longer present, the fish he did hook were still sizable. He caught a 2.5-pound grass carp, a nearly 3-pound carp, and several palm-sized crucian carp, steadily filling his backpack. He remained steady and patient, knowing from experience that in such times, one must not rush. The more elusive the bites, the more one must remain calm. A battle of wills between man and fish commenced. Luo Chengjian focused intently, occasionally letting out line, then reeling it in, using the elasticity of the bamboo pole and the toughness of the line to gradually wear down his opponent. The line proved resilient, and after a good 7 or 8 minutes, the struggle beneath the water began to weaken. With a splash, a hefty fish weighing over 4 pounds, shimmering with a bluish-black metallic sheen, broke the surface. Its tail splashed, sending droplets flying. What a fantastic catch! Today is worth it, Luo Chengjian exclaimed, exhilarated. This sizable fish was undoubtedly the highlight of the day, swiftly threading the line and securing his catch. He estimated the weight of his haul to be just over 50 pounds, although it was less than the day before. This large fish significantly elevated the overall value of his catch. As the clock approached 9, Luo Chengjian packed up his fishing gear, shouldered his heavy backpack, and began his journey home. The weight pressed down on his shoulders, and the hard frame of the backpack pressed against his injury, still causing sharp pains. But compared to the torturous burden of the previous days, this felt considerably lighter. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he found Lin Huan sitting on a small stool, carefully feeding a bowl of brown rice porridge to the giggling Xiao Xiao, who sat on her lap. The sunlight bathed the mother and daughter in warmth, creating a heartwarming scene. Luo Chengjian set down his backpack, an involuntary smile gracing his face. Huan Xiao Xiao, I'm back, he greeted loudly, striding over to the mother and daughter. Lin Huan glanced up at him, her gaze quickly shifting to the heavy backpack behind him, a flicker of unnoticeable relief passing through her eyes. Have you eaten? There is still a bit of porridge in the pot. Luo Chengjian approached, squatting down in front of Xiao Xiao, who was sipping the bland brown rice porridge. His brow immediately furrowed. A quick glance at the stove confirmed that only remnants of porridge remained. What about the eggs? Aren't there dozens at home? His tone carried a hint of discontent and concern as he looked at Lin Huan. Why didn't you boil a few? Just porridge isn't sufficient. Xiao Xiao is growing. She needs nutrition. Lin Huan was taken aback by his inquiry, instinctively lowering her head, her voice soft. Well, the eggs. I thought we should save them. How could we eat several so early in the morning? Such precious things would be gone in just a few days. Save what? Luo Chengjian interrupted, his tone brooking no argument, tinged with exasperation. From now on, there will be plenty of eggs. Eat as many as you like. If we run out, we'll buy more. It's not as if we can't afford it. He gently pinched Xiao Xiao's little face, his voice softening instantly. Xiao Xiao, how about Daddy cooks you some eggs? Delicious, fragrant eggs. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up immediately, her little head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Eggs. Daddy will cook. Seeing his daughter's eager expression melted Luo Chengjian's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood up and moved to the stove. The fire in the hearth had yet to die down completely, and he quickly added a few pieces of firewood, reviving the flames. He poured a ladleful of water into a small pot and then, without hesitation, grabbed 4 eggs from the basket and placed them directly into the cold water. Lin Huan watched his extravagant actions, her lips moving slightly before she couldn't help but speak up. Can't you save a little? Life is meant to be calculated. With your reckless spending, how will you ever have enough? Her tone conveyed habitual worry mixed with a hint of reproach. Luo Chengjian covered the pot, turning to face her with hands on his hips, striking a pose of mock authority. We'll earn more when we run out. Fishing doesn't bring in money fast enough. Once I think of a more lucrative job, you'll be counting money until your hands cramp. Keep dreaming. Lin Huan shot him a look, exasperated. It's not wise to rely solely on fishing. If you can't catch anything, then what? You just don't know how to manage life. Though she scolded him, the worry in her eyes warmed Luo Chengjian's heart. She was beginning to care about the family. All right. You call the shots. I'll listen to my wife. He raised his hands in surrender, a smile of appeasement on his face. He was merely jesting. Deep down, he understood that in this era, in this small mountain village, amassing wealth quickly was far from easy. In his previous life, he only started to prosper in his 40s, and many of those experiences were ill-suited for the present. Although the winds of reform had begun to blow, it would take time for them to reach this secluded valley. Raising pigs? He lacked the skills and experience. Hunting? His father-in-law knew an old hunter, but his image in the elder's eyes was better left unspoken. Guns were also hard to come by. Hey, why are you in a daze? The pot is steaming. The eggs will explode if you don't pay attention. Lin Huan's voice jolted him from his chaotic thoughts. Luo Chengjian snapped back to reality, quickly lifting the pot lid, a cloud of steam billowing forth. The water was boiling, and the 4 eggs were rolling in the hot water. He hurriedly used a spoon to fish the eggs out and placed them in a basin of cool water to cool. I wasn't thinking much, just pondering about getting us a guard dog or something. He responded casually, his hands still in motion. Once the eggs had cooled sufficiently, he peeled the shells off, revealing the tender, smooth egg whites. He handed 2 to Lin Huan, then squatted down to peel 1 for Xiao Xiao, while he devoured the last one in just a few bites. Slow down, don't choke, Lin Huan remarked, unable to resist reminding him as she too took small bites of her egg. The warm yolk, infused with its unique aroma, was indeed far superior to the bland brown rice porridge. Xiao Xiao savored her egg with delight, her little face brimming with satisfaction, watching his wife and daughter enjoy their eggs. Luo Chengjian felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. After Xiao Xiao finished, he lifted her into his arms and handed her over to Lin Huan while he swiftly began to unpack the fish he had caught. Although the catch of the day wasn't particularly abundant, the large grass carp served as a cornerstone. Huan, I'm heading to the town. Don't wait for me for lunch. You can manage something for yourself. He reassured Lin Huan as he adjusted the backpack on his back, ensuring the large grass carp was prominently displayed. Okay, be careful on the way, Lin Huan replied, holding Xiao Xiao. Her simple admonition lightened Luo Chengjian's steps. He set off at a brisk pace. Though burdened, he felt his strength returning, his steps quickening. Upon reaching the large locust tree at the entrance of the town hospital, It was just past 11:30. At this hour, it was peak time for family members to step out to buy food or take a breath of fresh air while visiting patients. Luo Chengjian set down his backpack and skillfully pulled back the oilcloth. The 4-plus-pound, vibrant grass carp instantly became the center of attention. Its silver-blue scales shimmered in the sunlight, and its large body stood out prominently in the backpack. Freshly caught grass carp for sale. A lively big fish. Look at this, it's fresh and nutritious. Grass carp is the best for recovery. Don't miss out, limited quantity. He raised his voice, calling out with vigor, making a special point to emphasize the grass carp's nourishing qualities. The effect was immediate. Although the round-faced ant from yesterday was absent, several unfamiliar family members were drawn over by the allure of the large fish. Wow, what a big grass carp. Young man, how much for this fish? A middle-aged man dressed neatly, resembling a cadre, inquired, pointing at the grass carp. Luo Chengjian had already calculated in his mind. Grass carp were rarer than carp or catfish, and their larger size warranted a higher price. You have a keen eye. This grass carp is a rare find, meaty with few bones, perfect for stewing. 2 yuan and 80 cents per gene. Just look at its vitality. It's absolutely fresh. 280? Someone nearby murmured. That seems a bit pricey. Quality comes at a price. Luo Chengjian immediately interjected, gesturing toward the fish. Just look at these scales and this robust body. A pot of stew will fill the street with its fragrance. It's excellent for patients to regain their strength. Catfish is 250, carp is 150. All clearly marked. He also showcased the gleaming ebony scale he had polished. The man resembling a cadre clearly wasn't too short on cash and valued the quality of the fish. He nodded in agreement. All right, let me weigh this grass carp. Luo Chengjian perked up, swiftly hanging the scale, threading the string, and lifting the fish. The scale arm arched high. 4 jin and 3 liang. 4 jin and 4 liang. Since you're supporting my business, let us round off the change. You can have it for 12 yuan flat. Sounds good. The man was quite satisfied and paid promptly. This auspicious first sale instantly boosted the atmosphere. The catfish and carp were quickly bought by other family members, while today's overall catch was less than yesterday's. Thanks to the high-priced grass carp, the final tally came to an impressive 68 yuan and 30 cents. As Luo Chengjian counted the money, he felt a swell of happiness. He poured some water at the roots of the old locust tree before walking briskly toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Standing at the entrance of the cooperative, gazing at the sign, Luo Chengjian found himself in a bit of a quandary. He had purchased all the necessary daily necessities yesterday, and there was still plenty of meat, eggs, and sugar at home. After wandering around inside, he truly couldn't think of anything else to buy. Finally, adhering to the principle of he who has grain in hand is unperturbed in heart, he procured some storable brown rice and flour, and supplemented his supplies with 20 eggs. Contentedly gazing at the remaining 40-odd yuan in his pocket, he set off on his way home. Upon returning to the entrance of Leviathans village, he fortuitously encountered several key members of the intelligence center, including a few middle-aged women seated beneath a large tree, mending shoe soles and munching on sunflower seeds. Ah, Chengjian, you're back. Caught quite a few today, I presume? Aunt Wang, with her keen eyes, was the first to speak, her gaze flitting over the half-empty basket on his back. Chengjian, do tell us, can one truly earn a living from fishing? I see you running to town every day, Aunt Li inquired, leaning in closer. Her voice lowered and filled with curiosity. Humph, earning a living? I suspect you mean earning a fishy reputation. Widow Zhang interjected, her lips pursed, her gaze pointedly directed towards the direction of the Luo Chengjian family. Indeed, Chengjian, speak truthfully to us aunties. Did you not have another entanglement with that girl from the Chengjian family yesterday? I heard from Jinbin's wife. Another woman chimed in, joining the gossiping ranks. Upon hearing the mention of entanglement and Jinbin's wife, a small flame ignited within Luo Chengjian. However, he suppressed his anger, forcing a smile onto his face. Yet his feet did not falter. Ladies, please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. I, Luo Chengjian, am a man with a wife and children. I conduct myself with utmost integrity. Yesterday, that Luo Irue cornered me at the village entrance, attempting to take my fish for free, and I scolded her. If you don't believe me, go ask her if she didn't receive a tongue lashing. Did she not fall flat on her behind? I'm avoiding her like the plague. Who's entangling with her? Such slanderous tongues. His tone was stern, the last sentence nearly ground out through clenched teeth, his gaze sweeping over Widow Zhang and the woman associated with Jinbin's wife, clearly issuing a warning. The women were momentarily taken aback by his demeanor. In the past, Luo Chengjian had always greeted them with a grin and playful banter. When had he ever been so resolute? There was a palpable intensity in his stance. Oh dear, why are you so agitated? We were merely inquiring. Aunt Wang hurriedly attempted to smooth over the situation. Exactly, if there was no entanglement, then there was none. Why the ire? Widow Zhang mumbled, her voice diminishing. Luo Chengjian, disinterested in further discourse, snorted dismissively, shouldering his rice, flour, and eggs, and strode purposefully towards home. Engaging with these chattering women was a mere waste of time, not to mention a drain on his spirit. Upon pushing open the gate to his yard, silence enveloped him. Lin Huan and Xiao Xiao were nowhere to be found. Huan, Xiao Xiao. He called out twice, but received no response. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. An ominous premonition washed over him. Just yesterday there had been an incident of information leakage. And now his family was absent? He set down his belongings and immediately turned back, heading straight for the old house. He pondered anxiously that if Huan had heard some gossip and returned to her mother's home, it would indeed spell trouble. Chapter 10. The flames of revenge burn bright. As he approached the entrance of the old house, he heard his mother, Tian Mei, deliberately raising her voice, tinged with a hint of frustration. Huan. It's not that I'm scolding you, but you are far too soft-hearted. You must not indulge in such behavior from men. If he dares again. Luo Chengjian's heart tightened, and he quickly pushed open the door. There in the courtyard, his mother, Tian Mei, was gripping Lin Huan's hand, her expression one of exasperation. Huan was looking down, her face pale, with red-rimmed eyes. Xiao Xiao was playing with her Aunt Lily in a corner, crafting mud pies. Mother, Huan, what has happened to you two? Luo Chengjian rushed over, his gaze darting between their faces, filled with confusion and anxiety. Tian Mei and Lin Huan turned to him simultaneously, their expressions complex. Tian Mei's was one of unabashed scrutiny and anger, while Huan's bore a hint of grievance, uncertainty, and a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Humph. I'll give you one more chance to come clean. Tian Mei abruptly released Lin Huan's hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Chengjian. I see you haven't had enough of a beating, and now you're itching for more, are you? Do you need your father to teach you a lesson before you understand that the pot is forged from iron? Truly, 3 days without discipline. And you think you can climb the walls? Luo Chengjian was left utterly bewildered, his foreboding feelings intensifying. No, mother, what is there to confess? What have I done? What have you done? You have the audacity to ask. Tian Mei's voice trembled with fury. When Huan came back, she encountered Jinbin's wife. That woman herself claimed she saw you and that girl from the Xinyan family engaged in some entanglement at the village entrance yesterday. Speak. Is there any truth to this? You're being so vague. Have you reverted to your old habits? Jinbin's wife. Luo Chengjian's anger surged to unprecedented heights at the mention of that name. How dare that woman speak so freely? He nearly leaped in indignation, his face flushed. This is a grave injustice. An unfounded accusation. Mother, Huan, please, listen to me. That meddlesome Jinbin's wife only knows a fraction of the story. She only saw Luo Yirue chase me. Did she witness what transpired afterward? He took a deep breath, speaking rapidly to clarify. Mother, Huan, hear me out. That woman, Luo Yirue, cornered me right in front of her house. As I returned home laden with fish, I spotted her sitting like a sentinel at her doorstep from afar. I was terrified of her and deliberately took a longer route, attempting to sneak home via the field path. But that woman, her eyes are sharp as a hawk. Upon seeing me attempt to flee, she flitted over like a butterfly, calling out to me, Chengjian, in that sickeningly sweet voice that made my skin crawl. With dozens of pounds of fish on my back, how could I outrun her? She caught up to me. Luo Chengjian animatedly recounted the events, his words punctuated with fervor. Once she caught up, she tried to take hold of my arm. As if I would allow that. Huan had only just begun to show me some kindness. I firmly explained to her, Luo Yirue, I have a wife and children. This behavior is utterly unbecoming. I have a reputation to uphold, and if anyone sees us, we'll be the subject of ridicule. I implore you, let me be. His agitation grew as he mimicked his previous tone and gestures. And what happened next? That woman was impervious to reason. She continued to prattle about being siblings. My temper flared, and I pointed a finger at her, exclaiming, Luo, how long will you continue this charade? Can you not let me be? If you dare to follow me again, if you dare to approach me, you'll see just how a man can deal with you. You called her an old hag right in front of her? Tian Mei was momentarily stunned. The term tumbling from her son's lips directed at the village flower was quite a shock. Indeed, I called her an old hag. Luo Chengjian retorted defiantly. His neck craned. I reckon she has never been spoken to in such a manner in her life, for she was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, I attempted to leave, only for her to snap back to reality, screaming, Chengjian, stop. Clarify, who are you calling an old hag? And she pursued me again, reaching for my arm. At that moment, with one hand clutching a string of fish and the other using my fishing rod as a cane, I was unable to free myself. Just as her hand was about to reach me, I panicked, twisted my waist, and forcefully thrust the basket behind me. Oh, She let out a yelp and fell flat on her backside, covered in dirt. Her braid came undone. I pointed at her seated form and issued one last warning. Is my message not clear enough? Scram. If you dare to pester me again, I will not hold back, regardless of who you are. With that, I departed without looking back. Breathless from his tirade, Luo Chengjian finished his account, panting heavily. Then turned to Lin Huan with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with a plea for understanding. Huan, I refrained from mentioning that old hag to spare you the distress. I didn't want to ruin your mood with talk of her. You must not allow yourself to be swayed by the slanderous words of that gossipy Jinbin's wife. Her tongue could turn the dead into the living. I truly did not engage with her. It was she who sought to entangle me. And I scolded her and sent her sprawling. Lin Huan listened intently to his vivid and detailed description, observing the flush of excitement and grievance upon his face. And her doubts began to dissipate significantly. As she watched her husband, red-faced and animated, her internal scales began to waver once more. She was reluctant to believe that her husband had reverted to his old ways so swiftly, especially given his remarkable transformation over the past couple of days. Hesitantly, she turned to her mother-in-law and whispered, Mom, since he has said this, he surely wouldn't engage with that woman again, right? Surely. Upon hearing the tentative surely, Luo Chengjian's mouth twitched painfully, and he inwardly lamented, My dear wife, that surely pierces my heart like a dagger. What has happened to trust? What about our promised camaraderie? My wounded heart feels like shattered glass. Tianmei, observing her son's fervent demeanor and glancing at her daughter-in-law's hesitance, shot Luo Chengjian a disapproving glare. You'd best be honest. If I find out you utter the slightest untruth or dare to provoke that girl again, don't expect me to shield you when your father decides to discipline you. I will join him in giving you a deserved thrashing. Let this be a lesson you won't forget. Oh, my dear mother, Luo Chengjian exaggeratedly protested. I am more wrong than Doi, who suffered in June snow. This won't do. Mother, please rally the villagers tomorrow to witness my plight. I shall confront that woman at her doorstep and berate her. She must confess whether I insulted her or knocked her down. Surely this will vindicate me. Get lost. Tianmei retorted, spitting in disdain. You shameless child. Your father and I still care for our reputation. We cannot afford such disgrace. Now hurry and wash the vegetables in the kitchen. We are dining here tonight. In a roundabout way, she was extending an invitation for dinner, providing her son an opportunity to save face and ease the tension. Luo Chengjian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurried to the kitchen, washing vegetables while sharing amusing anecdotes about the fish vendor in town, promising to bring sweets for his younger siblings the next day, thus lightening the previously tense atmosphere in the old house. Dinner was lively, and by the time they finished, the night had grown late. Luo Chengjian supported Lin Huan while holding the sleepy and rubbing her eyes, xiao, as they made their way home. The moonlight bathed the quiet village path, with only the sounds of insects and their footsteps breaking the silence. Once inside their small courtyard and having settled xiao into bed, Luo Chengjian gazed at Lin Huan, who was spreading out the bedding, and suddenly spoke. Huan, you rest. I need to step out for a moment. Lin Huan paused, turning to him with a look of confusion. At this late hour? Where are you going? It's pitch black outside. The doubts that had just begun to fade in her eyes resurfaced. Luo Chengjian felt the pent-up frustration from the day rise again, but he forced a reassuring smile. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. I promise. I am absolutely not going to see that woman. If I do, may lightning strike me. Before he could finish, Lin Huan clamped her hand over his mouth. All right. Don't speak nonsense at this hour. Come back early. Understood. Luo Chengjian nodded eagerly, grinning as he slipped out the door, his figure swiftly merging into the thick night. Once outside, Luo Chengjian's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. If Luo Jinbin's wife thinks she can get away with this, she is sorely mistaken. I have returned not to suffer their indignities. I shall teach her a lesson about the consequences of her words. Guided by the moonlight, he stealthily approached Luo Jinbin's home. The walls of their courtyard were adorned with several apricot trees, heavy with ripe, yellow fruit, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. Hiding in the shadows, he observed the scene. The lights in Jinbin's house were still on, and he could faintly hear voices. After a patient wait, the lights finally dimmed, allowing him to assess that the occupants had likely drifted into slumber. With a cold smirk, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then firmly grasped the low earthen wall. Choosing a tree branch that extended over the wall, he climbed up, stuffing his pockets with ripe apricots before shaking the branch with all his strength. The sound of apricots raining down was like a sudden, yellow deluge, crashing to the ground amidst leaves and twigs. The cacophony shattered the stillness of the night. Who the hell? Came Jinbin's furious yell, followed by the piercing scream of his wife. The light flicked on again. Seeing the light, Luo Chengjian muttered a curse under his breath and, agile as a monkey, swiftly descended from the wall, landing soundlessly and disappearing into the depths of the alley under the cloak of night. As he ran, he could still hear the unmistakable voice of Jinbin's wife, full of rage. "Who is the scoundrel messing with my apricot trees? Destroying my property? You won't die a good death, you scoundrel." The furious tirade echoed through the quiet village, awakening the neighbors like stones tossed into a lake, causing lights to flicker on behind windows, shadows gathering to witness the spectacle. Some even ventured outside to peer in, with one audacious soul calling out, "What is going on at Jinbin's? Did someone steal the apricots?" In her fury, Jinbin's wife turned her ire towards the curious onlookers, berating them for their nosiness. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen someone robbed before? You gluttons, bored out of your minds." Jinbin, feeling embarrassed, attempted to pull his wife back inside. "Enough, enough. Stop making a scene. It's humiliating enough at this hour." "Humiliating? That is my stash for trade." She shot back. "You spineless loser. You dare let our belongings be ruined without a word? I must have married into the worst luck." Luo Chengjian, concealed in the shadows, savored the unrelenting barrage of insults, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. "This is what you get for spreading rumors. Consider this a small interest payment." Yet, his anger had not yet subsided. With a swift change of direction, he quietly made his way to the western side of the village, to Luo Zhenyun's home, the true source of his grievances. The walls of Zhenyun's yard were taller than Jinbin's, but not a challenge for Luo Chengjian. He found a shaded corner, took a few running steps, and gracefully vaulted over the wall, landing softly. The yard was eerily quiet. Only the faint sounds of pigs grunting from the nearby pen could be heard. With a clear objective in mind, he stealthily approached the foul-smelling toilet located in the corner of the yard. By the moonlight, he spotted a long-handled shovel leaned against the wall, perfect for his purpose. "Oh, fortune favors me," he thought. Suppressing his breath, the stench was overwhelming as he grasped the shovel, plunging it into the pit without hesitation and scooping up a hefty load of the noxious, indescribable mixture. With this biological weapon in hand, he swiftly crossed to the back wall of Zhenyun's house, gathered all his strength, and with a mighty swing of his arm, splatter, a substantial mass of unspeakable filth struck the rough earthen wall with a resounding thud. Beneath the moonlight, the tawny stains appeared strikingly vivid, as the viscous liquid slowly trickled down the wall, instantly permeating the air with its pungent aroma. Luo Chengjian, suppressing a wave of intense nausea, was suddenly reminded of an old acquaintance of the surname, wondering if they would turn his excrement into egg tarts. With unrelenting fervor, he swiftly scooped up the second and third shovelfuls. Thud, thud. With a few muffled sounds, several repugnant blooms erupted on the rear wall of the Luo family residence. Gazing at his handiwork, Luo Chengjian felt himself nearly overcome by the stench. He hastily tossed the shovel aside near the pig pen, disregarding its proper placement, and scrambled over the wall. Upon landing, he inhaled the relatively fresh air outside, feeling as though his lungs would burst. Lowering his gaze to his hands and clothes, he found a faint, indescribable odor lingering. Ugh, this is truly unbearable. Inflicting harm upon 1,000 while injuring oneself 800. Disgusting. He muttered a low curse. But as he envisioned the scene of the Luo Zhenyun family welcoming the morning with incense, a surge of vengeful delight welled up within him. He quickly dashed to the creek at the village's edge, crouched down, and splashed the icy water, vigorously scrubbing his hands and face, rinsing his mouth several times. After a while, the evening breeze helped dissipate some of the foul odor. Having completed this ritual, Luo Chengjian felt that the pent-up frustration within him had finally been largely alleviated. He adjusted his clothes, which had accumulated some dirt from climbing over the wall, and retrieved a handful of stolen red apricots from his pocket, rinsing them in the water before meandering back home. Upon his return, the oil lamp in the main room still flickered. Lin Huanhuan, evidently still awake, sat at the edge of the Kong, seemingly awaiting his arrival. As soon as Luo Chengjian stepped through the door, Lin Huanhuan's delicate brows furrowed, instinctively fanning the air in front of her nose as she scrutinized him. "It's dark. Where have you been? Why do you seem to carry an odor?" Luo Chengjian's heart tightened, yet he adorned his face with a simple, honest smile, producing a handful of golden, fragrant apricots from his pocket as if performing a magic trick. I haven't gone anywhere. Just took a stroll and picked some apricots along the way. The trees are laden with fruit, and it would be a waste to let them fall to the ground. So I gathered some good ones. Want to try? They're quite sweet." Lin Huanhuan's gaze fell upon the fresh apricots, and after glancing at Luo Chengjian's earnest expression, her suspicions began to dissipate. It made sense. In the dark, what else could he possibly be doing but pilfering some fruit? After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and accepted a few apricots. In the dead of night, don't engage in such activities again. It would be troublesome if you got caught. Though she said this, she still wiped one on her clothing and took a gentle bite. the sweet juice instantly flooding her mouth. Seeing her accept and enjoy the apricots, a great weight lifted from Luo Chengjian's heart. He poured the remaining apricots into a worn enamel basin on the table, stifling a yawn and stretching widely. Ah, what a relief. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us eat, and then hurry off to sleep. We must rise early to toil tomorrow. Lin Huan observed the unreserved satisfaction and fatigue on her husband's face, tinged with a mischievous smirk from his misdeeds, and chose not to press further. In her simple understanding, her husband venturing out at night was perhaps merely an indulgence in pilfering a few fruits from others. While not entirely right, it seemed not so serious. Certainly preferable to seeking out Luo Irue. She extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Luo Chengjian nearly fell asleep upon his pillow, the sound of his snores quickly filling the space. Lin Huan lay on the Kong, listening to her husband's steady breathing, inhaling the lingering scent of apricots in the air. And the slight tension in her heart, stirred by rumors, seemed to be quietly soothed by this ordinary, albeit slightly thieving, night. A faint smile graced her lips, accompanied by a sense of unrecognized ease, as she slowly drifted into slumber. However, unbeknownst to Lin Huan, Luo Chengjian's audacious act of casually snatching apricots and plastering the wall with excrement would soon drop a bombshell of explosive proportions upon the intelligence station of the entire Luo family settlement come dawn. At that very moment, in the courtyard of Luo Zhenyun's home, the man, having just risen in the night to relieve himself, caught sight of the freshly minted work of art on the side wall, still exuding a palpable presence in the moonlight. Damn it all, which bastard did this? They are severely lacking in virtue. A furious roar sliced through the tranquility of Luo family hollow in the dead of night, its intensity rivaling that of the earlier tirade from Jinbin's wife. Meanwhile, Luo Chengjian wore a smile on his face, as if lost in some dream. Chapter 11. A grin of triumph. The morning mist, laden with moisture, had yet to be fully dissipated by the rising sun. Luo Chengjian was already bustling energetically in the kitchen. He did not rush to the reservoir. Instead, he sifted through a small bag of old corn kernels from the ancestral home, selecting several plump, golden grains, which he tossed into a small pot. Adding water and igniting the fire, gurgling sounds arose as the flames licked the pot's bottom, steam billowing forth. Luo Chengjian crouched beside the pot, watching the corn kernels roll and boil, a gleam of calculation in his eyes akin to that of a seasoned fisherman. The forums had praised the effectiveness of old corn for bait. Today, he would put it to the test. He mused that once the kernels were half-cooked, releasing their distinctive sweetness, he could cool them down, using some for bait and others to hook directly. As the corn bubbled away, Luo Chengjian swiftly prepared his fishing gear and basket. The whip marks on his back and the swelling in his posterior had mostly subsided. Although he still felt a faint ache when exerting himself, it was entirely bearable. He shouldered his basket, grasped his fishing rod, and pushed open the courtyard door. The morning air was cool. He took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. He intentionally took a longer route, his steps light as he strolled towards Luo Zhenyun's home. Before he could get close, he noticed a crowd gathered around the outer wall of Luo Zhenyun's yard, clustered in small groups, pointing and murmuring, many frowning and instinctively fanning the air in front of their noses. What a lively scene! Luo Chengjian chuckled inwardly, feigning a look of bewildered curiosity as he quickened his pace. An indescribable odor, a potent mix of fermenting feces and earthy dampness, relentlessly invaded his nostrils as he drew nearer. Unable to resist, he wrinkled his nose, muttering to himself, "This stench is truly overwhelming." Before him, the side wall of Luo Zhenyun's house was marred by several irregular, sticky, dark stains, starkly visible in the morning light, resembling unsightly scars. Although the wall had been doused with water multiple times, mud and water trickled down, leaving behind deep, dark streaks. The deeply ingrained odor was evidently not something that could be easily washed away with a few buckets of water. The foul liquid pooled at the base of the wall, seeping into the adjacent soil, creating a small, muddy depression that further perpetuated the stench. Luo Zhenyun's face turned ashen, like a red-hot iron. As he clutched an empty water bucket, clearly just having doused the area again, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, unleashing an uncontrollable roar into the air, directed at the wall and the gathered crowd. Damn it all! Who is the scoundrel who dared to commit such a despicable act? What kind of coward resorts to such underhanded tactics? If I catch you, I will flay your skin and strip your tendons. Saliva sprayed from his mouth as he shouted. Luo Irue and her mother, Fang Shuyun, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, a safe distance from the unsightly display. Yet their expressions mirrored the extreme displeasure of the others. Luo Irue tightly covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, her brows knitting into a frown. Her eyes filled with disgust and indignation. Fang Xiuyun was utterly akin to a shrew, unleashing a torrent of invective, hands firmly planted on her hips, directing her ire at the onlookers, who appeared to include the very perpetrator of the foul deed. Her voice, sharp and piercing, seemed capable of shattering eardrums. You vile, heartless scoundrel! How dare you defile my wall with your filth? May you suffer a wretched fate. Choke on your food. Gag on your water. Her profanities flowed forth like an unbridled deluge, ceaseless and excruciatingly crude, leaving Luo Chengjian astounded in silent disbelief. Among the crowd were the stalwarts of the information station, Auntie Wang and Auntie Li. Auntie Wang, pinching her nose in disgust, urged, "Oh dear, Xiuyun, please cease your cursing. No matter how much you yell, that filth will not vanish. We must find a way to clean this up. In this sweltering heat, with the sun blazing, the stench is unbearable. What of your neighbors?" Auntie Li chimed in, fanning herself vigorously, adding, "Indeed, who could commit such a heinous act? It's utterly revolting. Such wickedness." Her gaze towards the wall was fraught with visceral discomfort. The other neighbors joined in, voicing their concerns, primarily fearful that this noxious odor might taint their own lives. Luo Chengjian, urged on by the crowd, gazed at the stubborn stains and then at his increasingly irate wife, who only seemed to intensify her tirade. A profound sense of helplessness and a surge of fury welled within him, bottling up his indignation. He once again seized a bucket and filled it to the brim from the cistern in the yard. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the water upon the wall with all his might. The water cascaded, washing away some of the loose mud on the surface, yet the deeper, more stubborn layers clung tenaciously, their color only slightly faded. The stench, invigorated by the water, seemed to intensify. "Dad, splash more. It still reeks in the yard. It's unbearable," Luo Irue cried, her voice shrill and tinged with a whimper. "Splash, splash. What good is that? Can you clean it? If you're so capable, do it yourself." Luo Chengjian, already brimming with rage, found in his daughter's outburst a release for his pent-up frustration and shouted back at Luo Irue, "You're all useless. Just standing there watching. Go fetch some lime to mask the odor." Startled by her father's bellow, Luo Irue shivered, her eyes welling up with tears as she bit her lip in silence. Seeing her husband berate their daughter, Fang Xiuyun swiftly turned her ire upon him. "Luo Chengjian, why are you yelling at our daughter? If you're so brave, why not hunt down that filth-throwing scoundrel? What courage is there in bullying your own family?" And thus ensued yet another chaotic scene. Luo Chengjian, standing at the periphery of the throng, observed with rapt attention, a smirk threatening to betray his amusement, which he quickly suppressed to maintain an expression of sympathy and disdain, reveling inwardly in the satisfaction of witnessing such turmoil. "Ah, serves you right for meddling with my affairs." The release of this pent-up frustration was truly delightful. Feeling that he had gleaned enough entertainment, he discreetly withdrew from the crowd, humming a tuneless melody as he briskly made his way towards the reservoir, his spirits elevated, finding beauty in everything around him. Upon reaching the familiar banks of the reservoir, he selected his fishing spot. He took several plump corn kernels, their sweet aroma wafting through the air, kneading them into a ball before casting them like a divine offering near his previously baited location. "Hi carbs. Let us see what you've got today, my friends." With confidence, Luo Chengjian baited his hook with 2 soft, boiled corn kernels, casting his line with a graceful arc that landed precisely in the sweet spot. The new bait proved to be exceptionally effective. The natural sweetness of the corn spread through the water, yielding immediate results. Before the bobber had even stabilized, it suddenly jerked. Then it began to sink slowly. "Here we go." Luo Chengjian swiftly flicked his wrist and set the hook. The bamboo rod bent into a perfect crescent as the unseen force beneath the surface thrashed about vigorously. After a spirited tussle, a robust carp, weighing over 3 pounds, broke the surface, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. A triumphant opening catch. Bursting with joy, Luo Chengjian deftly unhooked the fish and placed it in his basket. Baited once more, he cast his line again. The bobber signaled another bite, this time with greater ferocity, a black dip. He lifted the rod. The massive force surged through. "Goodness, it's a big one." Luo Chengjian instantly focused, gripping the rod tightly as the leviathan beneath began to thrash violently, the resilient bamboo rod vibrating with intensity. An exhilarating battle ensued. Ultimately, he successfully subdued a hefty grass carp, nearly 5 pounds in weight, its silver scales gleaming in the sunlight. The cornbait seemed to have unleashed the fish's appetite. In the ensuing time, Luo Chengjian was thoroughly immersed in a frenzy of catches. Grass carp, and even some greedy big crucian carp joined the fray, the basket growing heavier by the moment. The force of the larger fish and the subtle movements of the bobber as the corn was nibbled kept him entirely absorbed, relishing the pure joy of fishing. Fish in this era truly are rather simple-minded, he mused, reflecting on how easy it was to attract them with natural bait, unlike the costly, slippery fish of the modern black pits. Engrossed in the thrill of the catch, he lost track of time. When he finally glanced up at the sky, the sun had climbed high, nearing noon. Delayed by the spectacle of the dung wall at Luo Chengjian's home, he had also forgotten the hour due to the abundance of fish. Estimating his haul, he figured he had at least 70 pounds. What a delight! Weighing the heavy basket, he decided against returning home and instead made his way towards Shuangxi town, eager to save time and spare Huahuan the trouble of preparing another meal. Though the weight of the basket pressed down on his shoulder and the sun bore down with increasing intensity, the discomfort was overshadowed by the prospect of the riches within. Sweat soon soaked through his garments, and the whip scars on his back stung painfully. Yet, thinking of the glimmer in Lin Huahuan's eyes upon seeing the money-invigorated Luo Chengjian with renewed determination. Come on, old Luo. Let us work hard for the sake of a better life for my wife and children. He encouraged himself, quickening his pace. Upon returning to the old locust tree at the town hospital, it was now afternoon. He set down the basket, panting heavily yet radiating the joy of his fruitful harvest. Lifting the oilcloth, the sight of the nearly 5-pound grass carp and several 3 to 4-pound carp caught the attention of passers-by. Fresh fish for sale, just out of the water. Grass carp, big carp, alive and kicking, visibly fresh. Perfect for a nourishing soup, better than ginseng. Patients recover quickly after eating. Don't miss out, folks. Limited supply, first come, first served. He bellowed, his voice booming with the confidence of a seller who knows his goods are exceptional. The word-of-mouth effect began to manifest. Those who had purchased fish yesterday or had heard about this fishmonger quickly gathered around. Coupled with the excellent quality of today's catch, large, vibrant fish, Luo Chengjian's sales proceeded smoothly. He quoted prices clearly, weighed the fish with efficiency, calculated swiftly, and offered generous discounts. Ma'am, this grass carp weighs 3 pounds 1 ounce. Priced at $7.75. You may take it for 7. Sir, this carp weighs 2 pounds 2 ounces, priced at $3.30. You may take it for 3. This big grass carp weighs 4 pounds 8 ounces. $12. If you take the whole, I'll give you a discount at $11.50. He operated like a seasoned salesman and accountant, his tongue nimble, his movements quick. The fish in the basket dwindled rapidly. Within an hour, every last one had been sold. Beneath the shade of the trees, Luo Chengjian trembled as he meticulously counted today's earnings, 78 yuan. An increase from yesterday. Brother tree, thank you, he exclaimed, excitedly patting the rough trunk of the old locust tree. In a grand flourish, he poured the last remnants of fresh water from his basket at the tree's roots, promising, next time, I shall bring you something truly delightful. With a thick bundle of banknotes, imbued with the scent of sweat and fish, Luo Chengjian felt a buoyancy in his step. He opted not to make any substantial purchases at the supply store, as his home lacked for nothing at the moment. However, he did stop by the grocery store to buy a pound of freshly arrived apples from the supply store, a rare treat in the village, for 50 cents. The vibrant red apples exuded an enticing fragrance. Whistling a cheerful tune, Luo Chengjian returned to the entrance of Luo Jiao village. Under the great tree at the information station, the atmosphere was as lively as ever. With today's main topic undoubtedly revolving around the dung wall of the Luo Chengjian family and the fallen apricots from the Luo Chengjian household. Who could have done such a thing? It's truly malicious. Indeed, the apricots from the Chengjian family's tree fell in heaps, all smashed to pieces. It's heartbreaking to witness. The Chengjian family suffered even worse. That wall. Oh dear, the smell. I heard Chengjian's wife was so furious she skipped breakfast. I reckon someone must have crossed paths with a formidable foe, one who resorts to such underhanded tactics. Luo Chengjian, carrying an empty basket and a net bag of red apples, approached with a grin. Aunt Wang, Aunt Li, what is all this commotion about? What has happened? Upon noticing his engagement, the informants perked up. Aunt Li, with her eyes sparkling, animatedly recounted the events of the previous night and this morning, emphasizing how Luo Chengjian had erupted in fury, how Fang Xiuyun had shouted until her voice was hoarse, and how Jinbin's wife lamented the ruined apricots. Such a lack of morals. Who could have provoked this? To think of such a method, that person must truly be something. Aunt Li concluded, her tone laced with a mix of schadenfreude and excitement at the unfolding drama. Luo Chengjian suppressed a chuckle, feigning shock and condemnation. Goodness, such a thing? That truly is wicked. How humiliating. He played along, feigning ignorance. Does anyone know who did it? Who knows? It was all done so stealthily. The perpetrator was inside the house, without a sound. Aunt Wang shook her head. Just then, Aunt Li seemed to have a sudden realization. Her eyes gleaming with mischief as she half-jokingly remarked to Luo Chengjian, "Ah, Chengjian, isn't this your golden opportunity to shine? Why not head over to the Chengjian household and lend a hand? Who knows, they might just be so touched that." She didn't finish. But her suggestive glances were unmistakable. Luo Chengjian's expression darkened instantly, feeling truly helpless. Aunt Li, must we bring this up? Didn't I tell you yesterday to stop spreading rumors? My father almost gave me a thrashing yesterday. He felt a surge of frustration. He had hoped his little scheme would divert attention, yet these gossip-mongers had effortlessly redirected the focus back to him. The entertainment life in this village was indeed painfully scarce. Aunt Li, momentarily caught off guard by his serious demeanor, chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear. Just a joke. Don't take it to heart, Chengjian. She quickly added, besides, who would willingly wash that mess for them? This last remark struck a chord with Luo Chengjian, and his expression cleared slightly as he broke into a grin. You're right, Aunt. I wouldn't do it for a mountain of gold. Not wishing to linger on the topic, he waved the apples in his hand. Well then, you all carry on. I'll be heading home. Oh my, you even bought apples? Chengjian truly knows the value of a loving wife and child now. Aunt Wang teased. Laughing, Luo Chengjian chose not to engage further, turning away from the realm of gossip. As he pushed open the gate to his home, the smile on his face had not fully blossomed before he was met with Lin Huanhuan's scrutinizing gaze, her brow slightly furrowed. She was seated on a small stool at the doorway, watching as Xiao Xiao played. You're back? Lin Huanhuan's voice was flat, devoid of discernible emotion. Yes, I'm back. Luo Chengjian quickly raised the net bag containing the apples. Huanhuan Xiao Xiao? Look, fresh apples from the supply store. I bought them for you. Upon seeing the red apples, Xiao Xiao rushed over, her little face brimming with delight. Apples. Daddy, apples. Oh, what a good girl. We'll wash them first. And then you can have some. Luo Chengjian handed the apples to Xiao Xiao, only to notice Lin Huanhuan's brow furrowing even more deeply. What's wrong, Huanhuan? Not feeling well? Luo Chengjian approached, concern etched on his face. Lin Huanhuan set down her sewing, meeting his gaze with an expression of mixed emotions, part exasperation, part amusement. Did you have a hand in this? Luo Chengjian's heart skipped a beat, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? I had nothing to do with it. Still playing coy? Lin Huanhuan shot him a playful glare, lowering her voice. Aunt Xinchang from next door just stopped by, and she told me everything. The Jinbin family's apricot tree was shaken and broken last night, and the wall at the Jinyan family was splattered with that stuff. She said everyone in the village is talking about it, and some say it's connected to you since you have a history with both families. Others argue it can't be you, considering how well you treat the village beauty. Luo Chengjian's smile faltered momentarily before he scratched his head and let out a nervous chuckle. Ah, Aunt Xinchang is quite the gossip, isn't she? Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, he leaned closer to Lin Huanhuan, lowering his voice with an air of bravado. Well, since you know, I won't pretend anymore. So how did it turn out? Did it feel good? Lin Huanhuan, taken aback by his shamelessness, couldn't help but laugh and scold him playfully. You're a grown man, soon to be the father of 2 children. Why are you still engaging in such childish antics? It's like you're throwing a tantrum. Her tone was reproachful, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of relief and amusement. Seeing she wasn't genuinely angry, Luo Chengjian grew bolder, grinning. I was just teaching them a lesson, letting them learn to think twice before spreading rumors about me and fabricating tales about us. He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of menace. And as for that old hag's family, consider it a way of venting for the both of us. Always seeking to upset my wife. Not a chance. This was merely a small warning. Lin Huanhuan gazed at him, her expression a blend of exasperation and amusement, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. Her lips curling into a faint smile. When will you ever truly grow up? You ought to consider the consequences of your actions. Despite her words, witnessing her husband stand up for her, employing such childish yet satisfying means of retaliation, soothed some of her lingering grievances. Luo Chengjian, keenly aware of the smile tugging at her lips, recognized that the tension had dissipated. He promptly thrust the thick bundle of 78 yuan, the fruits of his labor, into Lin Huanhuan's hands. Here, my dear wife. Today's earnings are all yours to manage. Lin Huanhuan looked at the heavy money in her hands, then at her husband's sun-kissed, sweat-streaked face, which radiated joy. A mixture of emotions swirled within her, eventually leading her to sigh softly. Put it away quickly. It's unwise to flaunt wealth. I'll go heat up your meal. Thus, a day that was both unremarkable yet warm slipped by quietly, enveloped in the sweet scent of apples and the unspoken little secrets shared between the couple. Chapter 12. What a child. Once again, it was a stifling morning. The sky was overcast, with thick clouds resembling a grimy quilt, weighing down upon the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. There was not a whisper of wind, and the air felt as though it had solidified into a viscous mass. The surface of the reservoir had lost its usual sparkle, appearing lifeless and dull. Luo Chengjian, with a basket slung over his back and the Zenkiho rod in hand, made his way to his favorite fishing spot. The low atmospheric pressure suggested that the fish would likely be unresponsive today. Nevertheless, he deftly threaded some boiled corn kernels onto the hook and cast his line into the water. As expected, the float remained as still as if it were welded to the surface, showing no signs of movement. He patiently waited, contemplating whether he should change locations or try a different technique. It was at that moment that an exceedingly irritating presence entered his peripheral vision, Luo Chengjian. Today, she had donned a water-red floral shirt, complemented by a pair of black cotton trousers. Her hair was meticulously styled, and her face appeared lightly powdered. As she swayed her hips along the path by the reservoir, drifting toward him, instantly, Luo Chengjian's brow furrowed, and he inwardly cursed. Why won't she just go away? Is the allure of fishing so profound? He immediately averted his gaze, feigning intense concentration on the float, as if the fish lurking beneath the surface were 1,000 times more significant than this village beauty on the bank. Chengjian, her deliberately elongated, sugary voice pierced through the air like a siren's call, penetrating Luo Chengjian's ears with disconcerting precision. His lips twitched involuntarily, and his grip on the fishing rod tightened, as he struggled to suppress the impulse to hurl the hook in her direction. Noticing his lack of response, Luo Chengjian felt a surge of determination and blind confidence in her own charm. Quickening her pace, she approached him, completely disregarding the mud and water on the ground, and plopped down right beside him. In an instant, Luo Chengjian felt the warmth of her soft body pressing against his arm. He could even catch a whiff of her overpowering floral perfume, mingled with a faint hint of sweat. Oh, Chengjian, you're truly remarkable. Luo Chengjian leaned slightly forward, purposefully brushing her curves against his arm, her voice dripping with sweetness as she greedily surveyed the lively fish flopping in the basket at his feet. You've caught so many today? Truly impressive. Luo Chengjian felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, nearly propelling him to leap up. Instinctively, he wanted to shove her away and unleash a torrent of reprimands. However, in a flash, a delightfully wicked and utterly repulsive counterattack plan formed in his mind. He abruptly turned his head, forcing a rigid, insincere smile onto his face, his tone feigning an exaggerated calmness. Ah, it's you, comrade Luo Chengjian. These fish are rather foolish and easy to catch. Nothing remarkable. Do you require anything? He deliberately emphasized the word comrade. Luo Chengjian was taken aback by his sudden congenial demeanor, her heart leaping with joy. See, men truly are all the same. A little sweetness, and their attitude softens. Just a few days ago, he was acting as if he meant it. She thought triumphantly, a smug smile blooming on her face as she pressed closer, her voice becoming even more saccharine. Isn't it a crime not to come see you, Chengjian? I just missed you so much. As she spoke, she reached out her hand, seemingly casually attempting to touch the hand he had resting on his knee, just as her fingers were about to make contact. Luo Chengjian was suddenly struck by an overwhelmingly foul odor, causing him to jerk his hand back, dramatically shifting his body to the side to create distance. He raised his hand, vigorously covering his nose with his sleeve, his brow knitted in distress, his expression one of utmost revulsion, as if he had encountered the foulest stench imaginable. Ugh, what is that dreadful smell? His words detonated like a thunderclap above Luo Chengjian's head. The carefully crafted, self-satisfied smile on her face froze instantaneously, shattering like a fragile mask. Her outstretched hand hung suspended in midair, her entire being turned to stone. Luo Chengjian had no intention of letting up. He continued to shield his nose, bewildered eyes scanning the surroundings while delivering further blows. Why does it suddenly smell so foul the moment you arrived? That can't be right. I remember you usually smell delightful. He inhaled deeply, though it was feigned, his gaze wandering over Luo Chengjian with an expression filled with incredulity and curiosity. Yet the water in this reservoir is fresh. It shouldn't be foul. Where could that odor be coming from? Is someone dumping waste into the reservoir? As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of his nose as if truly overwhelmed by the stench. Luo Chengjian's mind went blank. She was utterly bewildered. Foul smell? He thinks I smell? How could that be? Instinctively, she quickly raised her arm, bringing her sleeve to her nose, inhaling deeply. There was nothing amiss, only the rich fragrance of her floral lotion mingling with her faint natural scent. Where was the foul odor? However, Luo Chengjian's exaggerated expression, his nose-covering gesture, and his look of disdain did not appear to be feigned. Could it be that because she had grown accustomed to the scent from the wall at home yesterday, she could no longer detect it, while others could? A wave of panic and shame washed over her like a cold tide, drowning her in mortification. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her meticulously adorned face turned crimson, then pale in an instant. All her calculations, all her attempts at charm, all her pride, were shattered by the mere mention of foul smell. She stammered. words failing her as a profound embarrassment made her wish for a hole to hide in. She abruptly stood up, disregarding all semblance of grace. Desperate to flee from this mortifying place, to escape Luo Chengjian's sincere yet contemptuous gaze. Chengjian, go. I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to at home. I must go, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a quiver, and like a startled rabbit, she turned and ran. Her footsteps faltered, her retreating figure a picture of disgrace. Hey, comrade Luo Irue, don't go. Luo Chengjian called after her, his voice booming with concern and confusion. You need to clarify where that foul smell is coming from. Is there truly a problem at your place? Would you like me to help check? The louder he shouted, the faster she fled, not daring to look back, as if demons were chasing her. Soon, the splash of her water-red attire vanished behind the reeds. Ha! I truly have a knack for this. Once he was sure she was far away, Luo Chengjian could no longer contain himself, clutching his stomach as he chuckled quietly, shaking with laughter until tears nearly spilled from his eyes. This vile green tea thinks she can play such tricks on me? I won't let you off so easily. This tactic of his had proven extraordinarily effective. It was undoubtedly the most satisfying retaliation he had experienced since his rebirth. After laughing to his heart's content, Luo Chengjian wiped away the tears of mirth, feeling an immense sense of relief. Though this little incident had delayed him somewhat, the fish seemed to be biting better with the slight improvement in pressure, or perhaps it was merely psychological, and he soon reeled in several more fine catches. The basket grew heavy once again, likely weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. No longer wishing to linger, he tidied up his belongings and made his way back to Shuangxi town. Familiar with the route and buoyed by his reputation, he quickly sold his haul, netting an impressive 64 yuan. With money in his pocket and a tune on his lips, Luo Chengjian returned home with a light step. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted Lin Huanhuan hanging clothes beneath the eaves. He was eager to share the exhilarating news of his day's triumph with his wife. Huanhuan, come here quickly. You won't believe how satisfying today was. He set down his basket and, brimming with excitement, took Lin Huanhuan's hand, leading her into the living room to sit. Of course, he cleverly omitted any mention of the physical contact with Luo Irue. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he recounted. You have no idea. That Luo Irue actually came to the reservoir to confront me today. Like a stubborn adhesive plaster, I just couldn't shake her off. She even sat beside me, trying to get cozy. The moment I saw her demeanor, I was seething with anger. Upon hearing this, Lin Huanhuan's brow furrowed immediately, her gaze sharpening. Luo Chengjian quickly continued. So I thought, if she won't respond to force, I must change my strategy. He mimicked his expression and actions from earlier. I suddenly turned my head, covered my nose, and shouted, Hey, comrade Luo Irue, where on earth is that awful smell coming from? With a burst of laughter, Lin Huanhuan imagined the scene and couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Ha! Luo Chengjian, seeing his words had the desired effect, became even more animated. You should have seen her face. It turned pale in an instant, as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't believe me, and even lifted her own arm to sniff. Ha! Then she stammered something about having a family matter and ran off, faster than a rabbit. I called after her, Hey, don't go. Clarify where that smell is coming from. I bet she is still at home wondering if she actually smells. Luo Chengjian's vivid description had Lin Huanhuan laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. The frustration and anxiety brought on by Luo Irue over the past few days seemed to dissipate in that moment of pure laughter. You're too much. Ha, the smell. I can't believe you thought of that. Lin Huanhuan wiped her tears while laughing, feeling her stomach ache from the amusement. Luo Chengjian watched his wife, her laughter making her look radiant, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue under the sunlit window, enhancing her charm. Gradually, his smile softened, his gaze turning tender, filled with unreserved affection and gratitude as he quietly observed her. After a while, Lin Huanhuan finally caught her breath, and as she lifted her eyes, she found herself caught in Luo Chengjian's deep, focused gaze. The emotion contained within his look made her heart skip a beat, and her cheeks flared with an even deeper blush. Feeling somewhat flustered, she turned her face away, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her voice tinged with playful annoyance. What are you staring at? Never seen anything like it? Luo Chengjian snapped back to reality, a gentle, slightly foolish smile gracing his lips as he replied, I've seen it. Every day, but I can never get enough. He paused, his tone growing sincere, laced with self-deprecation and relief. In the past, I was truly blind. I had such a wonderful wife right here, yet I was distracted by that other nonsense. Looking back, I really want to slap myself. Lin Huanhuan was taken aback by his sudden display of affection and self-reflection, a warm sensation washing over her. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her voice soft and imbued with a barely perceptible complexity. Humph. Who knew what you were thinking before seeing that she wasn't genuinely angry, but rather displaying a hint of girlish sulkiness? Luo Chengjian's heart swelled with joy. He scooted closer, unabashedly teasing. I was filled with paste. Stinky, rotten paste. But now, it's all clean, filled only with my wife. My daughter. He reached out, cautiously and tentatively placing his hand on Lin Huanhuan's slightly rounded belly. Lin Huanhuan stiffened momentarily, but did not push his hand away, feeling the warmth of his palm and the clumsy yet cherished touch. The last remnants of her icy reserve melted away. She lifted her gaze, meeting her husband's face, sun-kissed, yet brimming with sincerity and love. Her eyes softening like a lake stirred by a gentle spring breeze, shimmering with light. Luo Chengjian, captivated by her tender gaze, felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak again, when his stomach audibly protested. Uft! Lin Huanhuan burst into laughter once more, gently pushing his hand away. All right, enough joking. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare dinner. She stood up, her steps light as she made her way to the kitchen, her back radiating ease and joy. Luo Chengjian watched her retreating figure, patting his rumbling stomach, chuckling to himself in blissful contentment. He approached the basket, retrieving 2 plump crucian carp he had saved, and followed her into the kitchen, exclaiming, Huanhuan, let us make crucian carp soup for our daughter tonight. It's for nourishment. Calcium. Lin Huanhuan shot him a playful glance over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Their warm dinner was spent enjoying the creamy and delicious crucian carp soup, intertwined with occasional glances exchanged between the couple. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Lin Huanhuan watched as Luo Chengjian clumsily yet patiently deboned the fish for their daughter, her gaze tender enough to bring tears to one's eyes. When Luo Chengjian occasionally looked up and caught her eyes, they shared a smile, and in that silent communication, everything was understood. As night fell, the Luo family courtyard returned to tranquility. Luo Chengjian lay on the bed, listening to the steady breaths of his wife and daughter beside him, savoring this hard-won peace and warmth. The night outside seemed to grow exceptionally gentle. Chapter 13, The Expectant Mother. Days flowed like the surface of the reservoir, tranquil yet fulfilling, in the rhythm of Luo Chengjian's fishing and selling endeavors over the course of more than a week. Indeed, Luo Irue had not reappeared, presumably bewildered by the incident and ensnared in profound self-doubt, or perhaps preoccupied with figuring out how to eliminate that imaginary foul odor. Luo Chengjian relished the peace, rising early and returning late each day, the bounty in his basket remaining steady, while Lin Huanhuan's old book used for keeping money had grown thick and heavy. One evening, after dinner, Luo Chengjian washed the dishes and, drying his hands, walked into the living room. Beneath the warm glow of the oil lamp, Lin Huanhuan sat at the edge of the Kong, her fingers awkwardly caressing a roll of light blue fabric, seemingly contemplating how to cut it. Their daughter, Xiao Xiao, had already fallen asleep, her little face serene. Luo Chengjian observed the focused profile of his wife, his gaze drifting to her slightly rounded belly, and a softness enveloped his heart. He approached and sat beside Lin Huanhuan, curiosity bubbling within him. Huanhuan, how many months along are you now? Lin Huanhuan paused her movements, lifting her head to regard him with an expression of utter disbelief, as if she were looking at an alien. After a moment, she finally spoke, her tone laced with incredulity and a hint of unacknowledged grievance. It's been over 4 months. You, the father, don't even know how many months the baby is? A pang of bitterness stirred within her. This man had previously only had eyes for Luo Irue, never caring about her or the child within her. 4 months. That is wonderful. Luo Chengjian, seemingly oblivious to her underlying resentment, reacted as if he had received delightful news, slapping his thigh with excitement. 4 months is fine. Not too big yet, still easy to move around. Huanhuan, shall we visit your family tomorrow? Visit my family? Lin Huanhuan was utterly taken aback, nearly dropping the fabric in her hands. She looked at Luo Chengjian in astonishment, as if she were seeing a stranger. Since their marriage, aside from the obligatory visits during the new year, which felt like a burdensome chore, this man had avoided her family like the plague. Normal occasions? Sending small gifts to express goodwill? That was simply a fantasy. He not only treated her and their daughter poorly, but he also coldly regarded her family, as if it were a den of tigers and dragons. Is the sun rising from the west today? Did he actually take the initiative to mention going back to your family home? What is going on? Why are you staring at me like that? Luo Chengjian felt slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, scratching his nose. Nothing much. Lin Huanhuan lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric. It's just that. What made you suddenly think of this? A sense of unease stirred within her, unsure of his intentions. Hee. Luo Chengjian grinned, an endearing hint of flattery in his approach. Isn't it because I have a bit of money in my hands now, with some financial freedom? I thought I might as well spend a little to show proper respect to your parents. He paused, his tone turning earnest, tinged with a hint of guilt. Spending a bit more could also be seen as making up for the past. His gaze settled on Lin Huanhuan, his voice dropping to a softer timbre. I still remember a few days ago, who was it that cried while counting the costs, saying that the fabric was given by my father? And how your father dotes on you. Luo Chengjian mimicked Lin Huanhuan's aggrieved tone from that day, his eyes filled with compassion. I thought to myself, indeed. Your father treasures you like a precious jewel. But what about me? I was such a fool in the past, causing you distress, making it hard for you to visit home. You must be missing your family. He took her hand, his rough fingers gently caressing her cool hand. His gaze was open and sincere. Huanhuan, I have truly come to understand now. I wish to compensate you, and I also want to make amends to your parents. This time, I need to speak highly of your father, sincerely apologize, and earn his forgiveness for being such a negligent son-in-law. I must also express my gratitude to him for giving me such a wonderful wife. He paused, locking eyes with Lin Huanhuan, articulating each word carefully, who has married me. Oh my, you silly man. Lin Huanhuan felt her face flush with embarrassment from his sudden, somewhat rustic yet profoundly sincere words. She quickly withdrew her hand and playfully punched his arm. If you can't speak properly, then just stop talking nonsense. Do you think I can forget that you took my fabric to give to someone else? She feigned annoyance, yet inside her heart felt as if it had been infused with honey, sweetening the lingering bitterness of her grievances. Luo Chengjian chuckled foolishly, seizing her hand in the process. Hee, just a slip of the tongue. I was just teasing you. It's settled then. After I finish fishing today, I'll head to town to buy some proper gifts. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. You prepare as well, and see if you can tidy up something for Xiao Xiao, so we can return to your family with grace. Tomorrow? Lin Huanhuan was still a bit taken aback. Yes, tomorrow. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. Luo Chengjian declared resolutely. Rest assured, I have it all planned out. You're quite far along now. Walking over 20 miles would surely exhaust you. I'll ask Uncle Zhendua to lend us his donkey cart to take us there. It'll be steady, without any bumps. He was genuinely concerned about Lin Huanhuan's well-being, treating her as if she were a fragile treasure. Who is a big pregnant lady? Lin Huanhuan mumbled softly, instinctively touching her small belly. Although she was only 4 months along and not particularly showing yet, being treated with such care by her husband filled her heart with sweetness and a hint of shyness, even though her belly wasn't that prominent yet. Even if it's not big, we still need to be cautious. Luo Chengjian insisted, leaving no room for argument. It's settled. I'll go prepare. After he spoke, he sprang up to fetch his fishing rod and basket, rushing out the door, leaving Lin Huanhuan sitting on the edge of the bed, watching her husband as hurried back. Her fingers caressing the smooth fabric, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Returning to her family home, accompanied by her husband and daughter, this thought sent ripples of anticipation and joy through her long-dormant heart. By the reservoir, Luo Chengjian cast his line into the water, yet his thoughts had already soared to the next day. He fished with unusual vigor today, his corn kernels well stocked, diligently preparing bait. Perhaps the sincerity of his intentions to meet his father-in-law touched the fish deities beneath the water, for the haul was unexpectedly good, totaling over 50 pounds of fish. The process of selling the fish was remarkably smooth. He greeted a few familiar faces among the relatives of his patients, explaining that he would not be coming tomorrow due to other commitments, and they expressed their understanding. With the newly earned $58.30 in hand, Luo Chengjian straightened his posture, striding purposefully towards the supply store in Xuanxi town, this time with a strategic goal in mind. Chapter 14. Hard Currency. Upon entering, the familiar scent of a mixture of fabric, kerosene, pickled vegetables, and dust greeted him, now imbued with a sense of purchasing bravado. He had a clear objective, heading straight for the tobacco and alcohol counter. Comrade, 2 bottles of Yonghadaku. Luo Chengjian's voice boomed, full of confidence. This liquor was considered hard currency locally, suitable for entertaining guests and gifting. The sales attendant glanced at him, retrieving 2 blue and white glass bottles from the high shelf. 1 pack of Dakiaman cigarettes. A pack adorned with a majestic city tower was placed on the counter. Jasmine tea, the best you have, please, a can. A tin can decorated with jasmine flowers was presented. 1 pound of fruit candies, please. A large colorful bag filled with assorted candies was added. Canned goods. 1 bottle of yellow peaches and 1 of hawthorn. Glass jars of syrupy canned fruits gleamed enticingly under the lights. Luo Chengjian surveyed the items on the counter and pondered, feeling it was still insufficient. He turned to the fabric counter and selected a roll of cotton fabric adorned with festive tiny florals. This fabric, 6 feet, please. Perfect for my mother-in-law. Lastly, he visited the snack section, weighing out 2 pounds of assorted pastries, peach crisps and rice noodles, and also grabbed 2 pounds of plump red apples. The sales attendant quickly calculated the total, $36.80. Luo Chengjian clicked his tongue, feeling a pang in his heart. Wow, this alcohol, tobacco, tea, and candy aren't cheap at all. If I had spent that on coarse rice and white flour, it would have fed our family for half a year. However, he only felt the sting momentarily before promptly counting out the cash to pay. This is to honor the old patriarch. It's worth it. He silently reassured himself, a deeper sense of guilt washing over him. What he owed his father-in-law was far more than just this sum of money. The man had entrusted his precious daughter, who had been raised like a flower, to this reckless young man, nearly without a dowry due to Lin Huanhuan's insistence. In his past life, the reckless actions he had taken had caused Lin Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao immense suffering. The bewildered expression on his father-in-law's face, as if the sky had fallen, remained a piercing reminder in his heart. His father-in-law had always thought the issues were merely a lack of harmony between the couple, unaware that his beloved daughter endured such hardships at home, never enough to eat or wear, all while witnessing her husband pursue other women. Lin Huanhuan, being stubborn, never mentioned her troubles during her visits home, forcing a smile, and her father, until the very end, must have thought it was all a tragic accident. Damn it. Luo Chengjian, you were truly the ultimate coward in your past life. He scolded himself internally as he carefully packed the purchased items into his basket. The 2 bottles of liquor were meticulously wrapped in old cloth to prevent breakage, the pastries securely wrapped in oil paper, and the canned goods and apples placed on top. The basket quickly grew heavy, filled not only with goods, but also with the weight of his heartfelt intentions and remorse. Upon returning home, Lin Huanhuan was at the kitchen door, preparing vegetables. Seeing Luo Chengjian enter with a bulging basket and a slightly distracted expression, she set down the vegetables and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You seem a bit absent-minded. Did the fish not sell well?" Snapped back to reality, Luo Chengjian quickly suppressed the heavy thoughts and plastered a smile on his face. "Nothing at all. It went smoothly. Look at what I bought." He carefully placed the basket on the ground and began to unveil his treasures as if presenting a prize collection. 2 bottles of Yonghadaku, 1 pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, 1 tin of jasmine tea, a large bag of colorful fruit candies, 2 jars of syrupy canned peaches and hawthorns, 2 pounds of big, red apples, a vibrant roll of cotton fabric adorned with delicate floral patterns, and a large bag filled with delectable snacks exuding a savory aroma. Lin Huanhuan's eyes widened with each item he unveiled, her brows knitting tighter with each revelation. Once everything was laid out on the ground, forming a small mountain, she could no longer contain herself. You bought so much? And all of it so extravagant. This isn't like we're strangers. These items are hardly practical, far less useful than rice, flour, or meat. This must have cost a fortune, right? Her heart ached at the thought, knowing that all this was money her husband earned through early mornings and hard labor, drenched in sweat and mud from fishing. "Oh my," Luo Chengjian exclaimed dramatically, squatting down and addressing the curious little Xiao Xiao, who was wide-eyed at the sight of the treasures scattered across the floor. "Xiao Xiao, do you see this? This is what we call a married daughter, is like spilled water. This is for your grandparents, and your mother is already feeling the pinch. TSK, TSK, TSK. Darling, you mustn't follow your mother's example when you grow up, understand?" He lifted his daughter, rubbing his chin against her small face, continuing his lecture. "Once you marry, you should bring home plenty for your father. Food, drink, clothing, toys, anything. I won't complain about anything as long as you bring it back. That's what a father's little treasure is for." "Oh dear." Luo Chengjian. Lin Huanhuan was both embarrassed and infuriated by his nonsensical reasoning and shamelessness. She reached out to pinch him. "Don't teach the child such nonsense. Xiao Xiao is still so young." Luo Chengjian adeptly dodged her, grinning. "What nonsense am I teaching? This is the truth of life." Moreover, Huanhuan, he set Xiao Xiao down, gazing at his wife. "We've saved a little money. We have a few hundred now. All in your hands. Why fret over this small amount? It is only right to show filial piety to our parents. No matter how much we spend. It's all for family, isn't it?" Lin Huanhuan met his earnest gaze, then glanced at the pile of gifts on the ground. Though impractical, they were filled with sincere intentions. The pang of guilt in her heart gradually transformed into a warm, reassuring sensation. She understood that her husband genuinely wished to make amends, to repay what he owed to her family. She finally sighed in resignation, a smile creeping onto her lips. "What can I say to you? If you don't know what to say, then don't say anything." Luo Chengjian waved his hand dismissively. "Quickly now, let us eat dinner and get some rest. We need our energy for a grand visit to your family tomorrow. I'll go find Uncle Zhendua to arrange the donkey cart." With that, he hurriedly dashed out again. Dinner was a simple affair of corn porridge and pickled vegetables. In an era devoid of entertainment, Luo Chengjian and Lin Huanhuan sat beneath the soft glow of the lamp, engaging in light conversation. Luo Chengjian recounted amusing tales from his fishing endeavors and shared anecdotes from the local supply and marketing cooperative. Lin Huanhuan listened quietly, her thoughts drifting to her family, who she hadn't seen in half a year. She wondered about her parents' health and how her younger siblings were faring in their studies. Xiao Xiao played between her parents, delighting in a small grasshopper that Luo Chengjian had crafted. Her cherubic face radiated a carefree joy, although she didn't quite understand where they would be going tomorrow. She sensed her parents' buoyant spirits, enveloping the household in warmth. As night deepened, exhaustion took hold of Xiao Xiao, and she fell into a deep slumber in her mother's embrace. Luo Chengjian gently lifted her and placed her on the kong, tucking her in snugly. Lin Huanhuan extinguished the oil lamp and lay down as well. In the darkness, Luo Chengjian noticed that his wife's body was somewhat rigid. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously reached out, wrapping his arm around Lin Huanhuan's waist. His warm palm delicately rested on her slightly rounded belly. Lin Huanhuan's body stiffened momentarily, her breath catching slightly. However, after a few seconds, she did not push him away. Instead, she seemed to lower her guard, gradually relaxing and leaning back into Luo Chengjian's warm embrace. Feeling the softness and dependence of his wife, and sensing the faint presence of the little life within her, Luo Chengjian was filled with an unprecedented sense of immense fulfillment and responsibility. He tightened his hold, drawing Lin Huanhuan closer, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her hair. Outside, the moonlight poured like water, and the chirping of insects filled the air. The Luo family courtyard lay in serene tranquility. Tomorrow would herald a new day, one for mending past wrongs and starting anew. Luo Chengjian closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep, stable slumber, filled with boundless hopes for the future. Chapter 15, Linhout. As dawn broke, Luo Chengjian awoke. He rose quietly, cautious not to disturb the still sleeping wife and daughter. However, upon glancing around, he noticed that his wife was already gone. The faint sounds of movement emanated from the kitchen, where Lin Huanhuan had risen early to start the fire and prepare breakfast. Luo Chengjian hastily completed his morning routine and stepped into the yard. The fresh morning air, imbued with the coolness of dew, invigorated his spirit. He stretched his limbs, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. Chengjian, Chengjian, are you home? A booming voice called from outside the courtyard. It was Uncle Zhendua, arriving with his somewhat weathered donkey cart. The cart was pulled by a rather stubborn-looking gray donkey, its bed layered with a thick spread of straw and a small stool placed atop. I'm here. Uncle Zhendua, you're quite early. Luo Chengjian greeted him eagerly. Early bird catches the worm. It's over 20 miles. Even the donkey needs to rest. Uncle Zhendua chuckled as they chatted. Luo Chengjian handed him $1. It wasn't much, just for the round trip, but it felt like a fortune to him. He jumped off the cart and helped Uncle Zhendua load the pile of gifts he had purchased the day before, securing them properly with twine to prevent them from shifting during the journey. Wow, Chengjian, have you struck gold? Buying so many fine items for your father-in-law? Good on you, kid. You really know how to treat your wife well. Uncle Zhendua refrained from mentioning Luo Irue in front of Lin Huanhuan, knowing it would stir trouble. It was fine to joke around with Luo Chengjian, but not with his wife present. Luo Chengjian chuckled. I was a foolish son-in-law before, sulking and showing a sour face when I visited. I messed things up, but now I'm making amends. Just then, Lin Huanhuan appeared, holding a neatly dressed Xiao Xiao, who was wearing her best floral outfit. Upon seeing the donkey, Xiao Xiao clapped her hands in excitement. Donkey, big donkey. Lin Huanhuan had also changed into a clean, albeit faded, floral shirt, her hair neatly arranged, a hint of nervous anticipation blooming on her cheeks. Luo Chengjian's eyes brightened at the sight of her. Wife, you look stunning today. Lin Huanhuan blushed, shooting him a playful glare. Stop flattering me. Hurry up, don't keep Uncle Zhendua waiting. Luo Chengjian carefully lifted Xiao Xiao onto the cart, settling her amidst the thick straw. Then he gently assisted Lin Huanhuan onto the cart, ensuring she sat beside Xiao Xiao on a small stool, and added a soft cushion he had sewn for her comfort. Sit tight now, lean on me a bit, the road is bumpy. Finally, he jumped onto the cart, taking a seat beside Uncle Zhendua. All set. Let us go. Uncle Zhendua gave the reins a gentle shake, and the little donkey, with a bray, set off, pulling the squeaking cart onto the earthen road leading to Lin's village, 20 miles away. The rural dirt road was relatively firm in the morning, yet still bumpy and uneven. The donkey cart jostled along, stirring up a light cloud of dust. Lin Huanhuan clutched Xiao Xiao tightly with one hand while instinctively holding onto the edge of the cart with the other. Noticing this, Luo Chengjian naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him, while his other hand shielded her front, preventing her from leaning forward due to the bumps and risking injury to her belly. Initially, Lin Huanhuan's body felt stiff, but as she sensed the strength and steady support emanating from her husband's arm, she gradually relaxed, shifting her weight to him. Xiao Xiao gazed curiously at the fields, trees, and the early risers laboring alongside the road, occasionally exclaiming in excitement, "Daddy, a bird, Mommy, a cow?" The innocent words of a child added considerable joy to their journey. Luo Chengjian and Lin Huanhuan exchanged knowing smiles, as the sunlight bathed them in warmth and tranquility. As Luo Chengjian admired the serene profile of his wife resting against his shoulder, the sun casting a golden hue upon her long eyelashes, a swell of indescribable happiness and peace surged within him. This road, which he had traversed aimlessly in his past life, he vowed to walk hand in hand with her in this life, step by step, firmly and purposefully, towards a brighter future. 20 miles, neither long nor short. The donkey cart swayed gently for nearly 2 hours, the sun climbing higher, and the warmth of the day began to settle in. As the cart approached the entrance of Linjiakan, it was nearly noon. Linjiakan was slightly smaller than Luojiako, with houses built against the mountains, arranged in an orderly fashion. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance sat several women, engaged in shoe-sole weaving and casual conversation. Upon seeing the unfamiliar donkey cart, adorned with the well-dressed Lin Huanhuan and a strange man holding a child, Luo Chengjian had visited infrequently, and many were unfamiliar with him. They curiously peered over. "Isn't that Huanhuan from the Lin household? Has she come back?" One remarked. "Who is that man beside her? Her husband? I don't think I've seen him before. He looks rather dapper. Did they bring back a lot of things? Those bundles on the cart must be gifts." The murmurs of speculation drifted in the air. Lin Huanhuan's cheeks flushed deeper, instinctively straightening her posture. Luo Chengjian gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. He pointed out the path to Luo Zhendua. Though he had not visited often, he certainly knew where his father-in-law's home lay. "Uncle Zhendua," he said, as the donkey cart approached the flourishing persimmon tree under the curious gazes of the onlookers. As they drew closer, Lin Huanhuan's heart raced. She spotted the familiar, whitewashed courtyard gate, the jujube tree she had climbed as a child, and there, squatting at the entrance chopping firewood, was the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar hunched figure of her father, Lin Haod. "Father!" Lin Huanhuan couldn't restrain herself from calling out, her voice tinged with emotion. During past visits, especially during the new year, she had always suppressed her feelings to avoid burdening her family. Now, with Luo Chengjian having changed, and having endured her own grievances, seeing her beloved father stirred a wave of emotions within her. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Haod looked up. Upon seeing his daughter and granddaughter seated in the cart, alongside a tall, sun-kissed, and spirited young man, he was momentarily taken aback. The chopping knife he held clattered to the ground. Rising to his feet, he squinted through his slightly clouded eyes, a look of surprise blossoming into a smile. His eldest daughter usually only returned for a day or two during the new year. It was unprecedented for her to come back unexpectedly. However, a thought crossed his mind. This son-in-law was indeed infuriating. The last time Lin Huanhuan's mother, Li Xiua, had visited, she learned of Huanhuan's pregnancy. How could he put his daughter through such turmoil while she was with child? If Luo Chengjian knew what his father-in-law was thinking, he would probably scold him. If he didn't come back, he'd be unhappy, but now that he had returned, he was still displeased. What exactly was he supposed to do? Huanhuan and Chengjian are back. Oh, my precious granddaughter has come too. Lin Haod greeted warmly. Although his son-in-law had always been rather aloof during past visits, he chose not to hold grudges in light of his daughter's presence. Luo Chengjian reciprocated with a cheerful greeting. "Father, I brought Huanhuan and Xiao to see you." Lin Haod's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. "Who is this jovial person? Is this my son-in-law? I thought he was the one with the perpetual sour face every time he visited." Luo Chengjian, undeterred by the changing expressions of his father-in-law, turned to Luo Zhendua, saying, "Uncle Zhendua, just come by tomorrow afternoon." "Sure. Make sure to have a good chat with your father-in-law. The men from Luojiako are all top-notch and capable of recognizing their mistakes," Luo Zhendua chuckled. Luo Chengjian was taken aback for a moment, surprised that the usually talkative Uncle Zhendua would speak such words. How fitting. "Uncle, take your time returning." He set down the items he brought and waved goodbye as Luo Zhendua turned the cart around. Meanwhile, Lin Huanhuan, along with Xiao, had already stepped into the courtyard, her eyes glistening as she called out again, "Father." Seeing her daughter's reddened eyes, Lin Haod's expression changed instantly. He shot a cold glance at Luo Chengjian, who was busy outside, and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong, my dear? Did something happen? Don't hesitate to tell your father. Has that little scoundrel been bothering you? I've noticed your expression every time you return. You've been putting on a brave face. After raising you for so long, how could I not know? If you don't speak up, I won't hesitate to deal with that little scoundrel myself. Rest assured this time, I won't just break his legs. I'll make him pay dearly." Lin Haod spoke rapidly, already preparing to take action. Lin Huanhuan quickly grasped her father's arm. No, father, I just missed you." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lin Hao felt a rush of emotion, his eyes moistening. After raising her for 20 years, now that his daughter was married, he saw her only once a year if he was fortunate. He longed for her dearly. Come back often if you miss your father. But do try not to come too frequently. I must find time to visit you. Your condition isn't convenient. Lin Hao responded, his voice thick with emotion. What about mother? Why isn't she here? Lin Huan asked, looking around. And my younger siblings? They went to your second uncle's house. The big black dog there just had puppies. Lele has been eager to see them. So your mother took Lele and the youngest to bring a couple back, one to guard the house, and the other to keep them entertained. Otherwise, they wouldn't have much to do, Lin Hao explained. Father, there are puppies? Can I have one to play with? Luo Chengjian interjected eagerly upon overhearing their conversation. Mommy, I want a puppy too. Luo Xiao chimed in, looking expectantly at Lin Huan. As Luo Chengjian stepped into the courtyard, he noticed his father-in-law's eager expression. Lin Huan smiled helplessly at the exchange between Luo Chengjian and Xiao. Lin Hao turned to Luo Chengjian, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the items he carried, pondering. This young man actually brought something? If we catch a couple, my precious Xiao can have one, all right? Lin Hao said kindly, glancing at Xiao. Though he still held some reservations towards Luo Chengjian, while he would not express it overtly, he subtly hinted at his feelings through his words. In the past, Luo Chengjian had been indifferent, unyielding to any of Lin Hao's remarks. But now, he was a changed man, his face breaking into a broad smile as he encouraged Xiao. Quickly tell your grandfather some sweet words. He has promised you a puppy. Thank you. Grandfather, last time I came, Xiao wasn't so understanding, she said. Her soft voice still a bit shy, and she felt a hint of unfamiliarity and wariness towards Lin Hao. Hearing Xiao's gentle tones, Lin Hao's face lit up with joy. Oh, Xiao is so well behaved. What a sweet voice. Now, Huan, go inside and rest. Xiao, come here. Your grandfather will carry you inside to find some candy. Children are invariably drawn to sweets. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with yearning as she gazed at Lin Hao. He picked up Xiao and followed Lin Huan into the house. Halfway there, he remembered his son-in-law still lingering at the door. Chengjian, you should come in too. He called out, albeit rather perfunctorily. Luo Chengjian responded cheerfully, quickly catching up, grateful that his father-in-law was at least willing to acknowledge him. Chapter 16, Demonstrating Forgiveness. Luo Chengjian followed his father-in-law, Lin Hao, into the main hall, where an air of familiarity tinged with a hint of nostalgia enveloped him. He deftly placed the heavy net bag filled with extravagant gifts and delicacies onto the central 8 immortals table, producing a slight clatter. His gaze instinctively trailed after his father-in-law, who had entered the inner room cradling his granddaughter, Xiao, eliciting a faint, helpless smile at the corners of his mouth. This father-in-law truly embodied the principle of favoring daughters over sons. His affection for Huan and Xiao was heartfelt, while for his humble son-in-law, a mere perfunctory greeting upon entry seemed an extraordinary leap forward. Lin Huan stood in the center of the hall, her eyes lingering on the curtain of the inner room where her father had disappeared with her daughter, filled with deep affection. Observing her standing there with her pregnant belly, Luo Chengjian gently patted her shoulder, speaking in a low and tender tone. Huan, perhaps you should sit down and rest for a while? It must be exhausting to stand for too long. Snapped back to reality, Lin Huan shook her head lightly, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. It's not that easy to tire me out. After a long journey, standing for a bit helps to loosen my muscles. She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, her expression reflecting the relaxation of returning to her family home. Luo Chengjian agreed, recalling snippets of memory from his previous life that suggested pregnant women should engage in moderate activity rather than remain idle. He nodded. All right, you may stand for a while. Just don't overexert yourself. As they conversed, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, revealing Lin Xiao. Her cheeks flushed with satisfaction and a piece of rock candy nestled in her mouth. Upon seeing her parents, she mumbled mama through her candy-filled mouth and pointed at the bulging sweet, as if to boast. Lin Hao's expression softened with the warmth of a grandfather. But upon catching sight of Luo Chengjian leaning against the table, his smile waned, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Luo Chengjian understood all too well that his father-in-law had now shifted gears to assess him. Seizing the opportunity, he donned a mask of utmost sincerity, stepping forward with a flourish to unveil his offerings. Father, look, this is for you and mother. He eagerly began to extract items from the bag, his movements both swift and reverent. 2 bottles of Yonghadaku, exquisite wine, a large pack of Qianmen cigarettes, do indulge in some with filters, a tin of jasmine tea, delightful when brewed, fruit candies, a whole pound, 4 Lele and Xiaoqi to enjoy as snacks, canned peaches and hawthorns, appetizing, 2 pounds of fresh apples, And this beautiful floral fabric. He held up the vibrant cloth, measuring 6 feet. It's for mother to make a new dress or for Lele to have a little skirt. The array of goods spread across the table was nothing short of a cornucopia, a veritable treasure in this age of scarcity. Lin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the mountainous pile of offerings, his initial scrutiny overshadowed by sheer disbelief. He pointed at the table, his voice rising in incredulity. Chengjian, what on earth are you doing? Bringing all these extravagant items? How much did this cost? His heart ached at the thought of such expenditure. He would have preferred Luo Chengjian to direct those funds towards Huan and Xiao, providing them with finer meals and clothing. Your mother and I are of an age where we need little in terms of food and attire. These are all nice things, but they are far less practical than gifts for them. His tone turned serious, imbued with the concern of a parent and tinged with reproach. As long as you treat my daughter and granddaughter well and with sincerity, that is worth far more than any material offering. Listening to this familiar admonition, Luo Chengjian couldn't help but glance at Lin Huan, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Huan, listen to this. They truly are 2 peas in a pod. The things he says are nearly identical to what you told me yesterday. Flushing slightly, Lin Huan shot him a playful glare. What's wrong with that? Am I wrong in what I say to my father? Indeed. Luo Chengjian quickly nodded, his smile fading a touch as he turned back to Lin Hao, his tone becoming profoundly earnest. Father, your admonition is entirely justified. Huan is correct as well. These items might be a tad impractical, a bit ostentatious. He paused, inhaling deeply, his voice growing somber, laced with guilt. But father, I did not purchase these for show or to boast. I am burdened with remorse. His gaze met Lin Hao's, now softened with emotion. In the past, I was a fool. I lacked understanding. Huan and her daughter have endured countless hardships because of me. Each time I visited, I wore a scowl as if the world owed me something. I showed no respect to you or mother. That is not how a son-in-law should behave. What kind of good son-in-law arrives at his father-in-law's home with such an attitude? His voice was imbued with sincerity as he glanced at Lin Huan, whose eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He continued, Father, the first thing I wish to do upon my return is to sincerely apologize to you and mother. I was a fool, and I am truly sorry for my past actions, even more so for Huan. The second matter is to make amends for my previous shortcomings, to honor you both in ways I have neglected. Though these gestures may seem insignificant, they are a portion of my heartfelt intentions. The third is to bring Huan back to visit you too. I know she has longed for home, for her father and mother. But my previous demeanor made it difficult for her to return, and I am the one to blame for that. I have caused her so much grief. As he spoke, his voice grew thick with emotion. Lin Huan, moved by her husband's heartfelt, candid words, recalled the silent burdens she had endured over the years, the forced smiles, and the unspoken yearning for her parents. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably, like pearls slipping from a broken string. Xiao, witnessing her mother's tears, pouted her little lips and began to cry as well, stretching out her tiny hands to wipe away her mother's tears. Lin Hao, observing his tear-streaked daughter and the thoughtful, tender-hearted granddaughter, felt a surge of long-suppressed resentment and heartache rise within him, erupting into a heavy sigh of disappointment. Huan, look at this scoundrel. He knows everything. You've endured so much. You should have told your father sooner. Bottling it all up must have been so difficult for you. Had you confided in me, I could have dealt with him sooner. Perhaps you wouldn't have had to suffer for so many years. His frustration grew, and his eyes reddened as he turned a sharp gaze toward Luo Chengjian. Luo Chengjian nodded vigorously, like a chastised child. Father, you are absolutely right. Punish me if you wish. It is all my fault. I allowed Huan to suffer. I am the scoundrel. He stepped before Lin Huan, raising his rough hand to gently wipe away her tears with clumsy yet tender strokes, his voice barely above a whisper. Huan, please don't cry. It will not happen again. I promise. Lin Hao, witnessing his son-in-law's careful, affectionate demeanor, found that his anger dissipated. He exhaled a long, deep sigh, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Enough. Ultimately, my daughter will be with this rascal. If he is capable of awakening, of turning over a new leaf, and of genuinely caring for Huan, that is worth more than anything else. As for the debts of the past, there is still time to make amends. At that moment, a chorus of excited voices and hurried footsteps erupted from a distance, shattering the heavy yet slightly relieved atmosphere within the room. Father, look, a little black dog. It's so much fun. Look, it even licks my hand. Before the last echo of her words faded, 2 small figures, resembling cannonballs, dashed into the main hall. They were none other than Lin Huan's younger brother Lin Qi and sister Lin Lele. Lin Lele, a 10-year-old with 2 horn-shaped braids, and Lin Qi, a 9-year-old sporting a buzz cut. Both had flushed cheeks and were tightly clutching a fluffy, glossy little puppy that squirmed restlessly in their arms, emitting delicate whimpers. Bursting with joy, the children rushed in, eager to present their treasure, only to be met with the sight of their stern brother-in-law, Luo Chengjian, who always wore a cold, unapproachable expression. Their excited smiles froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Instinctively, they shrank back, timidly uttering, "Sister, brother-in-law," in voices so faint they were nearly inaudible, tightening their grips on the puppies as if those furry bundles could offer them solace. Soon after, Lin Huanhuan's mother, Li Xua, lifted the door curtain and entered. She was a slightly plump woman with a kind face, perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. Upon seeing the scene in the hall, she first paused in surprise, then her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed with delight, "Ah, Huanhuan, Xiao Xiao, you're back. Oh, my dear daughter. And Chengjian is here too?" She hurried over, affectionately cupping Xiao Xiao's small face before chiding Lin Huanhuan. "You child, you're still expecting? Why are you running around like this? Chengjian should have advised you. What if the bumpy road causes trouble?" "Mom." Both Luo Chengjian and Lin Huanhuan called out simultaneously. Lin Huanhuan quickly clarified, "Mom, it's fine. We took the village's donkey cart back this time. It was filled with thick straw and there were cushions. It wasn't bumpy at all." Chengjian was very thoughtful. "Exactly." Luo Chengjian chimed in, his face beaming with an ingratiating smile as he picked up a roll of colorful fabric from the table. "Mom, look. I brought you some lovely cloth. With your skills, you could make yourself a beautiful new coat, or perhaps a dress for Lele." Li Xua gazed at the vibrant, festive fabric, then at the array of other items on the table, her smile widening as her eyes narrowed into slits of joy. "Oh my. You came to visit and brought all these things. You're too generous, my child." She was the type of person with a particularly generous heart, not one to hold grudges. When Luo Chengjian had previously visited with a cool demeanor, she had noted it but attributed it to his reserved nature and the distance between them, not allowing it to weigh heavily on her heart. Now, with her son-in-law not only visiting but also bearing such substantial gifts and demonstrating a warm attitude, her joy was uncontainable. As Luo Chengjian observed his mother-in-law's genuine happiness, a wave of guilt washed over him. Though it was true that she was forgiving, the misdeeds he had previously committed were undeniable. He suppressed his smile, adopting a serious expression, and reiterated to Li Xua the key points of what he had just conveyed to his father-in-law, sincerely apologizing once more. Li Xua listened, her smile gradually fading as she glanced at her daughter, whose eyes were still slightly red, then at her earnest son-in-law. Finally, she let out a gentle sigh and patted Luo Chengjian's arm, saying, "All right, Chengjian, let bygones be bygones. Our family has no small-minded people. It's only natural for the young to be impetuous. As long as you understand now and are willing to lead a stable life with Huanhuan, take good care of Xiao Xiao, and build a prosperous life together. As a mother, I could not wish for anything more and would be completely satisfied." Her tone was calm, imbued with a sense of broad-mindedness and tolerance born from life's experiences. Listening to her straightforward yet profound words, Luo Chengjian felt a lump in his throat and his eyes began to mist. How could this family be so wonderful? His father-in-law, with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, his mother-in-law, whose heart was as vast as the ocean, and his younger siblings, so well-behaved. He had truly been a fool in his past life, bewitched by a green tea. He had forsaken such a wonderful wife and family to chase after a foolish fantasy. Quickly lowering his head and pretending to reach for the fruit candies on the table, he masked his surging emotions. He grabbed a handful of colorful fruit candies and stuffed them into the pockets of Lin Lele and Lin Qi, who were still holding their puppies, trying to maintain a cheerful tone. "Lele, Xiaoqi, here, take these. They're candies from your sister. And the snacks on the table are all for you. Eat as much as you want. If you finish, tell your brother-in-law, and I'll buy you more." The sudden bounty of candies and the promise of more left the two children wide-eyed with disbelief, their faces alight with wonder. Instinctively, they looked toward their elder sister Lin Huanhuan, searching her gaze for confirmation with a hint of longing. Seeing the timid yet expectant expressions on her younger siblings' faces, Lin Huanhuan's heart softened, and she smiled, nodding. "These are given by your brother-in-law, so take them. Just put the puppy down first and wash your hands before eating the candies." Upon receiving their sister's approval, the two children sprang into action as if a royal decree had been issued, their eyes sparkling. They chirped in unison, "Thank you, big sister. Thank you, brother-in-law," and carefully set their little black puppy down on the ground, where it immediately began to curiously sniff around. The two children then dashed out of the main hall to wash their hands. Luo Chengjian's primary mission during this visit was to mend relationships and dissolve any barriers. Seeing the atmosphere finally lighten, he exerted himself to the utmost, engaging in conversation like a perpetual motion machine, continuously seeking topics to enliven the mood. He leaned toward his mother-in-law Li Xua, counting on his fingers. "Mom, once Huanhuan gives birth, We must celebrate properly. How many tables should we set for the full-month feast? Should we hold it at our house or back at Luo? I'll defer to your wishes. This made Li Xiao beam with delight. Then he approached his father-in-law Lin Hao, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial air. Dad, I'd like to ask you about something. I've heard you know an old hunter. Do you think you could help me inquire about swapping for a rustic hunting rifle? I was thinking, fishing can't be a lifelong pursuit, especially in winter. If I could get a rifle, I could venture into the mountains during the off-season and hunt some game to supplement our household, right? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, resembling a boy eager for a toy. Lin Hao was taken aback by this sudden interest, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow. You? Thinking about playing with guns? That is not a toy, you know? The old woods aren't something you can just mess around in. Oh, come on, Dad. I'm just hoping to learn a skill. I'll be careful, I promise. Just help me ask, okay? We can discuss the details later. Luo Chengjian implored with a sheepish grin. Lin Hao regarded his son-in-law's earnest gaze, reflecting on his remarkable transformation today, and finally grunted, Fine, I'll ask for you later. But don't get your hopes too high. They're strict about this now. That old, worn-out rifle is treated like a treasure and isn't easily lent out. Thank you, Dad. Luo Chengjian beamed, as if the hunting rifle were already in his hands. The most amusing moments came from his interactions with the two children and Xiao Xiao. The two fluffy, pitch-black puppies stumbled around the hall, sniffing each other and emitting soft whines. Luo Xiao squatted on the ground, carefully poking the wet nose of one puppy with her tiny finger, giggling heartily. Luo Chengjian, too, squatted beside her like a big child, eagerly observing the most robust and lively black puppy, and turned to Lin Lele and Lin Shi. Lele, Xiaoqi, can we negotiate something? Look, your brother-in-law came all this way. How can I return empty-handed? Could you perhaps share one of your puppies with me? Just that one. The one spinning in circles. He pointed to the little black puppy chasing its own tail. Lin Lele, clutching her puppy, eyed her brother-in-law warily. No way. Brother-in-law, this is ours, one for each of us. My father has said that he will keep watch over our home and play with us, exclaimed the children. Indeed, indeed, echoed Lin Shi, clutching his puppy tightly and nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. Oh, how delightful. Oh, little Chi, brother-in-law, we earnestly beseech you. Father has consented. Luo Chengjian, devoid of any semblance of dignity, clasped his hands together in a pitiful display, his expression one of exaggerated desperation. And look at all the sweets and snacks your brother-in-law has brought for you today, promising even more in the future. Isn't he good to you? Just share one with me. He quickly sought allies. Yes, yes, we want a puppy. Xiao Xiao chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. See, even Xiao Xiao wants one. Lele, Xiaoqi, you are the best. I promise that when the puppies grow up and have their own litters, I shall give each of you a better one. Please, please, can we make this happen? Luo Chengjian's relentless pleading reached new heights, voicing pleas with such ease that Lin Huan, watching him, could only shake her head in exasperation and amusement. This man, so slick with his words, had no qualms about competing with his younger siblings for a puppy, behaving like a child himself. It was truly a sight to behold. Both Lin Hao and Li Xiao could not help but stifle their laughter at this scene. Especially Lin Hao, who observed his once icy son-in-law now resorting to childish antics over a mere puppy, felt all remnants of past grievances dissipate into thin air. After all, as long as one's heart remains warm, cherishing family and loving one's wife and children, a hint of childishness is of no consequence. Amidst the raucous and vibrant atmosphere, lunchtime arrived. Li Xiao skillfully prepared a table of home-style dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, stewed green beans, cold cucumber salad, and scallion scrambled eggs. She even opened a jar of canned yellow peaches, the golden fruit glimmering temptingly in syrup. The meal was imbued with an unprecedented sense of harmony. Luo Chengjian emerged as the undisputed life of the party, his witty repartee eliciting rare, genuine smiles from his father-in-law and beaming laughter from his mother-in-law. He continually served dishes to Lin Huan, fed Xiao Xiao, and encouraged Lele and Xiaoqi to eat more. As Lin Huan observed her husband striving to integrate into her family, witnessing the heartfelt smiles on her parents' faces, noticing her younger siblings no longer fearful of their brother-in-law, and watching her daughter blissfully enjoying the canned peaches, her own smile deepened and relaxed. It was a warmth and happiness flowing from the depths of her heart. She knew that the cold, despairing past had truly been dispelled by this transformed man before her, bit by bit. Her smile was unstoppable, for as the saying goes, one loves all that is connected to their beloved. Luo Chengjian's treatment of his family was a clear testament to his genuine transformation, although his demeanor still bore the marks of immaturity. After the meal, without hesitation, Luo Chengjian rushed to clear the dishes. Oh, Chengjian, you need tea. Li Xiao protested. Please, sit and rest. I'll handle it. Mother, you rest. I'll take care of this. You worked hard cooking today? Luo Chengjian insisted resolutely, deftly stacking the dishes and heading to the kitchen. Li Xiu'er could not deter him and followed him in, muttering, "You child, truly." Lin Huanhuan watched her husband and mother tussling at the kitchen door, her smile deepening. She sat with her father in the main room, sipping tea, while Lin Haod observed the long-lost, genuine ease and rosy glow on his daughter's face, finally feeling the last weight in his heart lift. After tidying up the kitchen, Li Xiu'er pulled Lin Huanhuan into a private room for a heart-to-heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was joyfully playing with her uncle and aunt in the yard, her laughter ringing like silver bells. As for Luo Chengjian, he was like an indefatigable little tail, closely following his father-in-law Lin Haod. When Lin Haod intended to chop some firewood, Luo Chengjian darted forward. "Father, let me do it. That axe is heavy, don't strain your back." When Lin Haod sought to fetch water from the tank, Luo Chengjian was already at the well with a bucket. "Father, please sit. I'll fetch it." When Lin Haod aimed to sweep the courtyard, Luo Chengjian snatched the broom from him. "Father, such trivial tasks need tea trouble you. I'll manage." Lin Haod was both amused and exasperated by this eager son-in-law, standing by while watching Luo Chengjian hustle about, chopping wood, drawing water, and sweeping the ground with fervor that surpassed even that of the most industrious donkey. He shook his head helplessly, a smile creeping onto his lips. All right, Chengjian. If you keep this up, I'll have no work left for myself. Please, take a break. Your intention is appreciated." Luo Chengjian wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning widely. "Father, I'm not tired. I'm used to working at home." He was determined to impress his father-in-law, using tangible actions to prove his transformation. Thus, Luo Chengjian and his family spent a warm and lively night at Linjiakan. Lin Huanhuan and her parents shared endless conversations, while Xiao Xiao and the puppy, along with their uncle and aunt, played to their heart's content. Although Luo Chengjian was ordered to rest by his father-in-law, he still managed to help with numerous little tasks. That night, the lights of the Lin family shone particularly warmly, and laughter rang out joyously. Nothing could bring greater comfort to the elderly couple than witnessing their daughter's genuine happiness and their son-in-law's heartfelt repentance. Chapter 17. A solitary return the following afternoon. As the sun dipped towards the west, the familiar call of Luo Chengjian's donkey cart echoed at the Lin family's gate. Chengjian's family. It's time to prepare for departure." Luo Chengjian's booming voice resonated within. Luo Chengjian responded affirmatively, beckoning Lin Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao to get ready to leave. Upon hearing her daughter was to depart, Li Xiu'er immediately felt reluctant, grasping Lin Huanhuan's hand. "Huanhuan, Chengjian, why not stay a few more days? You've just returned. The stool hasn't even warmed up yet." Her eyes were filled with earnest pleading. Lin Huanhuan, seeing her mother's reluctant gaze, felt a wave of longing wash over her. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity to return home. She instinctively glanced at Luo Chengjian, her eyes seeking confirmation. Luo Chengjian observed Lin Huanhuan and replied, "It's entirely up to you. After all, it has been a long time since you last returned. If you don't wish to leave, feel free to stay with Xiao Xiao for a few more days. You can always return home later. It's nice to have someone here to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Huanhuan's hesitation momentarily faded. Luo Chengjian, sensing her wavering, understood that she wished to stay. A knowing smile graced his face as he approached Lin Huanhuan, speaking gently. "Huanhuan, just stay with Xiao Xiao a few more days. There's nothing pressing at home. With your father and mother here to care for you, I feel reassured. Whenever you decide to return, just send someone to let me know, or meet me at the town hospital, and I'll come to fetch you." His tone was light, conveying that he wanted Lin Huanhuan to make the decision herself. As Lin Huanhuan heard her husband's words, her previous hesitation vanished, replaced by a warm sense of comfort. She gazed into her mother's expectant eyes and gently nodded. "Mother, then Xiao Xiao and I will stay a couple more days." "Oh, wonderful, wonderful." Li Xiu'er clapped her hands in delight. Seeing this, Luo Chengjian turned to his father-in-law. "Lin Haod." Swiftly, he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, 100 yuan. In a lightning-quick motion, he pressed it into Lin Haod's hand. Lin Haod felt a sudden weight in his palm and looked down to see the thick bundle of 10 yuan notes, nearly jumping in shock. He immediately felt as if he had been scalded, his face flushing red as he grasped Luo Chengjian's wrist, attempting to return the money. "Chengjian, what are you doing? Quickly take it back. I can't accept your money. It's for Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao to buy some nice treats." "Father, please don't refuse." Luo Chengjian, having anticipated this, firmly pressed down on his father-in-law's hand. "You must accept this. Lei and Xiaoqi are at the age for schooling. The cost of optical textbooks is indeed substantial. Relying solely on you and your mother to toil in the fields to support 2 students must be exceedingly exhausting. This is but a token of my goodwill as your brother-in-law. Noticing Lin Hao's reluctance to accept, he continued with fervor, if you truly feel uneasy. Once Lei and Xiaoqi have found their footing in school and become cultured individuals, they can return to offer greater support to Huan and me, can't they? We are all family. Why create unnecessary rifts? We wouldn't want others to stand outside and revel in our misfortunes. He gestured towards the door and grasped his father-in-law's hand firmly, his gaze brimming with sincerity. Father, please accept this. Consider it the living expenses for Huan and Xiao during their stay here. I must take my leave now. With that, he offered no further chance for Lin Hao to refuse, wriggling out of his father-in-law's grip like a slippery eel and striding swiftly toward the courtyard gate. Chengjian, you rascal, Lin Hao exclaimed, clutching the heavy bundle of cash, chasing after him for a few steps. Watching his son-in-law deftly leap onto the donkey cart, he could only come to a halt, shaking his head and sighing, yet the warmth in his heart could not be suppressed. Standing at the threshold, Lin Huan observed her husband as he boarded the donkey cart, turning back to wave goodbye with a warm and mischievous smile. Her gaze was gentle as water, following the increasingly distant silhouette. The sunlight enveloped him, as if draping him in a golden aura. This man truly has changed. He awkwardly endeavored to win over her family, striving to make amends for past shortcomings, clumsy yet profoundly sincere. He surrendered the choice to her, respecting her wishes. The money he handed to her father was also meant to support the family. As Lin Huan watched Luo Chengjian and Luo Zhindua return in the donkey cart, her father Lin Hao remained at the courtyard entrance, grasping the stack of money, his expression a medley of emotions as he gazed after the disappearing cart. Father, Lin Huan softly called. Lin Hao returned to his senses, looking at his daughter, sighing as he raised the bundle of money. This young man, sigh? Lin Huan approached, linking her arm with her father's, gently saying, Father, Chengjian is right. You should accept it. Lei and Xiaoqi will incur expenses at school, relying solely on you and mother. Toiling from dawn till dusk is too burdensome. Since Chengjian can now earn money and is willing to help, it is only natural. Previously, I caused the family much worry and trouble. Now that he is more understanding and considerate of the family, you should accept it with peace of mind. If you refuse, Xiao and I will not feel at ease living here. Her words were clear and conveyed a daughter's concern for her father. Listening to her, and observing the serene yet happy expression on her face, the last vestige of hesitation in Lin Hao's heart dissipated completely. His daughter was correct. Supporting two students was indeed arduous, and with his son-in-law's willingness and capability, further refusal would only seem distant and ungrateful, undermining the young man's sincerity. Very well. Lin Hao finally nodded, cautiously tucking the bundle of money into his pocket, patting it. Thank you on behalf of Lei and Xiaoqi. This young man, sigh? At least he possesses some conscience. Luo Chengjian, perched on the swaying donkey cart, basked in the golden glow of the setting sun, his spirits elevated to unprecedented heights. Having resolved the lingering concerns of his in-laws, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Chengjian, you look radiant, as if you've drunk honey. Have you settled your matters? Luo Zhindua, driving the cart, teased him, a pipe dangling from his mouth. Absolutely, Luo Chengjian replied, lifting his chin with pride. Echoing Luo Zhindua's earlier words, Uncle Zhindua, didn't you say that the men of Luojiao are second to none? Surely, a trifling matter like this cannot elude us. That would be quite the jest. In high spirits, he was eager to banter with this amiable elder. Ha! Good lad. Luo Zhindua laughed heartily, cracking the whip. Hold steady now. Giddy up. The donkey trotted, pulling the creaking cart, meandering leisurely towards Luojiao, bathed in the golden hue of dusk. Luo Chengjian leaned against the cart's yoke, observing the familiar fields and villages flanking the road, contemplating which fishing spot to try tomorrow, reflecting on their modest savings. Envisioning the joyful faces of Huan and Xiao at her family's home, and recalling his father-in-law's mention of a hunting rifle, a smile remained ever present on his lips. Upon returning home, he opened the courtyard door to find the empty yet spotlessly tidy house. A pang of emptiness struck him. Accustomed to the lively presence of his wife and daughter, returning to solitary silence, reminiscent of his previous life, felt somewhat disconcerting. However, the thought of their happiness at her family's home swiftly dispelled this minor loneliness. He quickly prepared a simple meal, washed up, and retired to bed early. The moonlight streamed through the window paper, casting a serene glow. Though his body was fatigued, his spirit was exuberant. The day's events with his in-laws replayed vividly in his mind. His father-in-law's transition from vigilance to resignation, culminating in a sigh tinged with recognition. His mother-in-law's pure joy, Lei and Xiaoqi's journey from trepidation to affection, and Huan's heartfelt smile and relaxed demeanor. Everything exceeded his expectations. Money may not be omnipotent, but lacking it is utterly crippling, Luo Chengjian reiterated this simple truth in his mind as he closed his eyes. It was precisely because he had some savings that he could confidently purchase those impractical gifts, unhesitatingly offer his father-in-law 100 yuan, and ensure that Huan and their daughter could feel at ease and comfortable in her family's home. All these transformations were rooted in financial stability. Tomorrow, he would continue to strive for the warmth of his wife and child, for a better life. Old Luo, press on. Having roused his own spirits, he turned over, drifting into a deep slumber, filled with hope and vigor for the future. In his dreams, the sound of Xiao Xiao's laughter echoed as she played with a puppy in her family's courtyard, alongside Lin Huan's gentle gaze upon him. Chapter 18. Do you wish to exploit me? The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Luo Chengjian rose swiftly. He stoked the fire in the stove, reheating the cornmeal buns he had brought back from his father-in-law's the previous day, swallowing them hastily with cold water. Grasping his trusty fishing rod leaning against the wall and lifting the weathered backpack that had accompanied him for many days, now lined with damp oiled cloth, he prepared to meet his companions for a day of fishing. Setting off. Today, he would change his fishing spot, just in case that woman regained her strength. Luo Chengjian pondered, his steps light as he pushed open the courtyard gate. The morning air, imbued with the freshness of dew, invigorated him. He deliberately took a longer route, avoiding the perilous path in front of Luo Irui's home, opting instead for a secluded path along the fields, aiming straight for a relatively hidden thicket on the opposite side of the reservoir, overgrown with reeds. Hey, if I can't confront her, can't I evade her? He muttered to himself. That woman is like a stubborn adhesive. Once she sticks, she's impossible to shake off, infuriating. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Luo Ray was meticulously preparing herself, elegantly poised at her home, in trance like a predator awaiting prey, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the main road at the village entrance. Today, she had donned a white floral blouse that accentuated her waist, her hair meticulously styled, and a touch of powder on her face to conceal the pallor that had crept in from yesterday's disappointment. Most notably, her slender wrists and the area behind her ears exuded a strikingly intense fragrance, incongruous with the simplicity of the countryside. This was a small bottle of high-end perfume, allegedly procured from the county town, that she had reluctantly accepted from Lu Erju, a young man from the neighboring village who had shown her some interest, after a tearful plea about the mosquitoes plaguing her home due to some unspecified reason. Luo Irue was brimming with confidence. Yesterday, she had witnessed Luo Chengjian returning alone in Luo Zhendua's donkey cart. What does this signify? Her previous judgment was utterly correct. Luo Chengjian was indeed employing a strategy of feigned indifference to elicit her anxiety. Look, to win her favor and prevent her from feeling slighted in the village. He had forcibly sent that bothersome yellow-faced woman back to her mother's home. Is this not a testament to his loyalty towards her, Luo Irue? Humph. Men are still so easily manipulated. As she breathed in the cool morning air, a self-satisfied smile curved her lips. How could a mere yellow-faced woman, who had borne children, ever compete with the charm of the village flower from Luo Jiao? Luo Chengjian's actions, in her eyes, were nothing short of a monumental victory in the art of subservience. She had even vividly imagined him today, his face a picture of joy and desperation, like a devoted dog delighted to have his master back. To accurately track Luo Chengjian, she had invested considerable effort the previous afternoon. First, she had coincidentally encountered Luo Zhendua, subtly inquiring about Luo Chengjian's whereabouts. Luo Zhendua had only vaguely mentioned picking him up. Then, she had lingered near the village information station, eavesdropping on Aunt Wang and the others to piece together that Luo Chengjian had taken his wife and child back to her family. This further solidified her belief that Luo Chengjian was clearing the way for her. Luo Chengjian, however, was too preoccupied to ponder such convoluted schemes. He hurried along his path, finally arriving at his chosen fishing spot. The dense reeds and relatively calm water made it an ideal hiding place for fish. Skillfully, he broke off several kernels of tender, naturally sweet corn, kneading them into a ball before casting them like a celestial maiden scattering flowers near his selected fishing site. High in carbohydrates, the government's disaster relief grain had arrived. Brothers, having not seen you for 2 days, today let us showcase your prowess. Luo Chengjian silently reveled in his thoughts, his hands moving deftly as he baited 2 plump kernels onto his hook, inhaled deeply, and cast his line in a graceful arc, landing precisely at the spot. A new fishing location, a fresh atmosphere. The effectiveness of the bait was immediate. In just 5 minutes, the bobber suddenly dipped sharply before slowly sinking. Here they come. A promising start. Luo Chengjian's heart leaped with joy as he flicked his wrist to set the hook. The bamboo rod bent into a breathtaking crescent. The force beneath the water was considerable, darting left and right, making the line hum with tension. The resilient fishing line held firm against the onslaught. After a tense and exhilarating struggle, a sizable carp, weighing over 2 pounds and shimmering with golden-red scales, broke the surface. Its tail splashed energetically against the water. What a catch! Luo Chengjian beamed, swiftly unhooking the lively carp and tossing it into his basket. Baiting up and casting again. The motions were seamless. The bobber signaled once more. A double catch. A furious flurry. The fish were biting so well that he nearly lost track of time, his smile unwavering. Silently humming a joyful tune, fearful of disturbing the underwater fortune. Just as he was fully engrossed, ready to reel in another lively crucian, a striking figure appeared nearby. Scanning the reservoir. Where could he be? If he wasn't seen at the village entrance, he must be here at the reservoir, right? Luo Irue scanned the area, finally spotting a bent bamboo pole protruding from the grass. With light footsteps, she hurried towards Luo Chengjian's fishing spot, while he remained blissfully unaware of her arrival, lost in his fishing endeavors. Suddenly, a voice, sharp and electrifying, sent chills down his spine. Chengjian go. Luo Chengjian's body jolted, his grip on the fishing rod trembling. Nearly losing the cushion, he had nearly landed. Reluctantly, he turned his head and, as expected, saw Luo Irue's pristine figure standing a few steps away amidst the reeds. Her face wore a carefully crafted expression of just the right amount of grievance and playful reproach. The morning sun cast a soft glow around her, accentuating her figure. Indeed, giving her the appearance of a village beauty, if one could overlook the overwhelming scent of cheap perfume that clung to her. Chengjian go. Why are you here so early today? Luo Irue approached with a sultry sway, her voice sweet enough to lure bees. I got up early just to wait for you at the door, hoping to come to the reservoir together for a little relaxation. But I waited and waited, and you didn't show up. I stood there for so long my feet are aching. She pouted slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hook-like yearning. Luo Chengjian's lips twitched violently, feeling the unease in his stomach as the remnants of his breakfast threatened to revolt. Instinctively, he inhaled sharply, the mingling scents of cheap perfume, body lotion, and an indescribable artificial aroma, attempting to mask itself, yet only accentuating its synthetic nature, assaulted his senses like a biochemical weapon, far more potent than the previous encounter's unpleasant odor. Luo Irue, keenly aware of his reaction, felt a swell of triumph. See, it's working, he noticed. She immediately struck a pose, presenting her most alluring profile, her voice dripping with pride. Chengjian go, can you smell that? I specially sprayed some perfume today. A rare find from the county. How does it smell? Wonderful, right? Especially refreshing? She emphasized the last words with a flirtatious lilt. Finally, Luo Chengjian understood. The mystery was solved. This woman had disappeared for several days, only to return with upgraded biochemical weaponry. Who knew which unfortunate soul had been duped into contributing this bottle of mosquito-repelling strategic material? This was a boost to her already unfounded confidence, leading her to believe that with this fragrance as her armor, she could withstand any previous magical assault and make a comeback. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and irritation surged within Luo Chengjian. This green tea girl was as stubborn as rubbery candy, not budging, impervious to any attempts at resistance. Previously, he had called her an old hag, and she had retaliated with a foul-mouthed attack. After a brief moment of confusion, she had managed to recalibrate her approach and persistently pursue him. Now, with her upgraded arsenal, she was even more formidable. He couldn't escape. The reservoir was right here, his sole and primary source of income. Would he abandon fishing to avoid her? That would be akin to cutting off his own path and leaving his wife and child to suffer. Luo Chengjian raked his fingers through his hair, feeling more exhausted than if he had just reeled in a 10-pound catfish. Noticing Luo Chengjian frowning at the bobber, seemingly lost in thought rather than responding to her charm offensive, Luo Irue's carefully maintained smile began to falter, her beautiful brows knitting together. What was wrong with him? The last time she had gotten closer, he had softened and spoken kindly. She conveniently forgot about being scolded and knocked over. This time, even with perfume on, she had shown genuine effort, yet he was acting as if he were deaf and mute. Did he think she hadn't given enough sweetness? Rapidly, Luo Irue reassured herself. Men are always greedy, especially devoted followers, surely wanting to take advantage of the situation. Fine, for this wayward, yet slightly temperamental loyal admirer. And for the sake of ensuring a continuous flow of automatic withdrawals in the future, she was willing to go all out today. Let's give him a taste of sweetness. Resolved, Luo Irue cast aside her disdain for the dew and dirt in the grass. Mimicking her previous approach, she leaned forward slightly, showcasing her curves. And with a determined bite, bent her self-proclaimed elegant legs, sitting closely beside Luo Chengjian. Her soft body pressed against his arm once more. Simultaneously, a daintily manicured hand, like a sinuous serpent, slithered forth, gently and teasingly grasping his mud-streaked, water-dampened, muscular forearm. Chengjian, why are you ignoring me again? Her voice dripped with honey as she playfully brushed against him. With his sister-in-law no longer at home, there was no need for him to feign indifference or deliberately snub her for the sake of propriety. It was just the two of them here. What was there to fear? Her breath was fragrant, laced with a potent perfume, and her gaze was so alluring it seemed to shimmer with hidden meanings. Boom. Luo Chengjian felt a rush of heat surge to his head, not from excitement, but from disgust. He was overwhelmed by the sudden physical contact and the overpowering scent. To make matters worse, he was intently waiting for a bite, and her grip nearly caused him to drop his catch into the water. Hey, damn it! Luo Chengjian jerked away as if stung by a scorpion, yanking his arm from her grasp with such force that it sent the nearby basket wobbling, splashing water as the fish flailed within. His violent reaction startled Luo Irue, who had been reveling in her flirtation, leaving her hand suspended in midair. Her sultry smile abruptly frozen. Suppressing the churn of his stomach and the fiery anger within, Luo Chengjian turned to face her, his temples pounding as he took in her heavily made-up face, which was a blend of feigned innocence and an air of entitlement. He inhaled deeply, only to be further assaulted by her perfume, making him want to cough, and attempted to mask his tone, striving for a semblance of calm despite his overwhelming irritation. Comrade, Irue, I am truly at my wit's end with you. Completely at my wit's end. He gestured to his still tingling arm, and then to the basket beside him. Is this what you want? Just fixate on the fish in my basket? Haven't we been through this enough times already? Taken aback by his bluntness, Luo Irue's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment, half feigned, half genuine. She felt a surge of indignation and a touch of pride. See, you can't keep up the act any longer, can you? Your true feelings are showing. However, for the sake of future gains, she decided to accept his attitude, lowering her gaze and twisting the hem of her clothing. Her voice trembled with a mix of reluctance and eagerness. And no, how could I think that? Chengjian, you must have misunderstood. I merely wanted to get closer to you. After all, your attitude has changed so suddenly, and you haven't come to see me. You used to say such things about me. She raised her large, watery eyes, perfectly balancing 3 parts grievance with 7 parts anticipation. All right. Enough. Luo Chengjian was utterly defeated by her exaggerated demeanor. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, fearing she might utter something even more shocking. He realized that reasoning with this woman, whose thought processes were so peculiar, was akin to playing the lute to a cow, utterly futile. He resolved to cut through the chaos with the most primitive and straightforward approach. Pointing to the basket with a tone of near despair, he declared, Fine. I'll give you a fish. You can choose one from the basket yourself. Upon hearing this, Luo Irue's eyes instantly sparkled. Although Luo Chengjian's tone was brusque and his demeanor harsh, she grasped the core message. He had capitulated. He had admitted defeat and offered her a fish. This aligned perfectly with her original plan. Despite a few bumps in the process, had her approach startled him. The outcome was flawless. Though slightly bashful, she thought to herself, why refuse when he was offering? After all, she had sent his wife back to her family for him. Men were all about pride. Without giving Luo Chengjian a moment to finish his thought, she swiftly turned and began selecting. Oh dear, Chengjian, how can you speak to me so distantly? She chided playfully, her movements swift as lightning. The hint of grievance vanished from her face, replaced by uncontainable delight and shrewd calculation. If he was so eager to please, she would graciously accept his offering. She quickly approached the basket, her gaze scanning the crowded catch like a searchlight. Why choose? Only a fool would select a smaller fish. Naturally, she was after the largest, most vibrant one that would fetch a good price. Soon, her eyes locked onto a large grass carp, still thrashing about. Weighing at least 3 pounds, its scales were a deep greenish black, its body robust, exuding vitality. Chengjian, she exclaimed, extending her slender, polished fingers to point at the magnificent fish. Her voice dripping with unabashed greed. I want this one. Look how lively it is. It stands out among the others, just like me. Luo Chengjian, already nauseated by the earlier contact and the scent, wished fervently for her to leave, seeking solace in distance. Without turning back, he waved his hand impatiently. Fine. You have good taste. That one it is. Just wait, I'll tie it up for you so you can carry it home. Observing Luo Chengjian's reluctant compliance, Luo Irue felt a wave of satisfaction. See, men are all the same. Just a little sweetness, like the earlier brush of hands, and even the toughest nuts can be cracked. He pretended to be so aloof, yet I easily had him under my spell. This large grass carp was irrefutable proof of her charm and a harbinger of Luo Chengjian's renewed servitude. In her mind, she envisioned the next time when he would willingly present her with even more delightful offerings, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Luo Chengjian, suppressing his nausea, pulled a sturdy piece of straw rope from the corner of the basket, deftly threaded it through the fish's gills, and tied a robust sailor's knot. He turned around and, with irritation, handed the still wriggling grass carp to Luo. Here. Take it. Thank you, Chengjian, she replied, taking the fish from him. Once the transaction was complete, Luo Chengjian extended his hand toward her. Confused, Luo looked at him, then realized what he wanted. Oh, so you want to hold my delicate hand as well? Very well, since I have accepted your fish, I suppose I can indulge you a little. With that, she placed her other soft hand on his, giving it a gentle caress. Luo Chengjian shivered at the touch, yanking his hand away. What are you doing? I sell this fish to people in town for $2.50 a pound. Given that we are neighbors, charging you $2 is hardly unreasonable. And considering you chose the largest one, weighing over 3 pounds, that totals $6. After this, don't come looking for me again. Luo Irue's expression froze. Initially, she had wondered why Luo Chengjian had rejected her delicate hand, but his barrage of furious statements hit her like a series of heavy blows, each word striking her with the force of a hammer. She felt dizzy, her vision filled with stars, completely paralyzed in shock. The smugness, allure, and cunning she had carefully crafted shattered in an instant, leaving only utter astonishment, confusion, and a profound sense of absurdity. Her mind whirled in tumultuous disbelief. What? You want money? You just said you'd give it to me. Why the sudden demand for payment? What about the eggs, pastries, and that piece of light blue fabric you gave me? Weren't those free? What happened to the unspoken rules? I even let you touch my hand. In her perspective, it was she who had bestowed a favor. I have granted you such an indulgence. How dare you ask for money? You have taken advantage of me. And yet you still have the audacity to demand payment? Is the world insane? Luo Chengjian paid no heed to what Luo Irue was contemplating. Hey, comrade Luo Irue, you wouldn't be contemplating freeloading off me, would you? Luo Irue was instantly at a loss for words to retort against Luo Chengjian. But I'm not freeloading. I'm offering you money. She protested, bewildered. You've clearly taken advantage of me. So how can you still ask for money? Upon seeing Luo Irue's stunned expression, Luo Chengjian was rendered speechless. Damn, she really thinks she can get away with this for free? Wasn't my previous attitude clear enough? Why does she think she can still freeload from me? The two locked eyes, rendered mute, and Luo Chengjian abruptly snatched the large grass carp, declaring, Really think you can freeload off me? You, Luo Irue, are the village beauty. How dare you think you can get something for nothing? Get on with your business. I'm still fishing here. With that, he tossed the fish back into the basket and resumed his angling. Luo Irue stood there with her mouth agape, akin to a fish out of water, gasping yet unable to utter a single word. Her mind was a blank slate, her CPU completely fried by this outrageous maneuver. She stared at Luo Chengjian's face, twisted in anger, and then glanced at the grass carp in the basket, lost and regained for her. It was a loss after gain, before lowering her gaze to her hand, still tinged with the roughness of his touch. A colossal wave of humiliation surged over her like a tsunami. She stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue, rooted in place. A gentle breeze rustled through the reeds, carrying the scents of the water and the pungent aroma of her own cheap, ironically fragrant perfume. Meanwhile, Luo Chengjian seemed to mock her, as the bobber suddenly dipped violently. He murmured an exclamation of got one, gripping the rod tightly as the bamboo pole bent into a crescent shape, engaging in a new struggle with the unseen creature below. His focused expression and the joy of his catch, a hefty carp soon emerged from the water, starkly contrasted with her embarrassment and paralysis. The splash of the carp being tossed into the basket sounded like the final straw that broke the camel's back. I can't believe this. A surge of unprecedented, ferocious impulse to unleash the most venomous curses erupted within her chest. She was a fairy, the village beauty, a symbol of grace. How could she utter foul language? Yet, the pent-up resentment was suffocating her. Luo Irue felt darkness closing in, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath like a bellows. Instinctively, she raised that hand, which Luo Chengjian had cast aside, trembling as it brushed against her pert bosom, which was now heaving with anger, attempting to quell the nearly explosive rage and overwhelming shame. She longed to point an accusatory finger at Luo Chengjian, to berate him for his lack of manners, to question whether he was blind to the sweetness of her generosity. But her throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, preventing her from uttering a single coherent syllable. All her fury, indignation, and disbelief ultimately transformed into uncontrollable tremors and the rapid oscillation of her flushed face. She stood there like a soulless puppet, dazed and stiff, before turning away. The light, butterfly-like steps she had taken earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by the heavy footfalls that felt weighed down as if filled with lead, each step deep and shallow, slowly retreating in the direction she had come from. Her silhouette was filled with a sense of abandonment and a profound, unexpressed humiliation. The wind from the reservoir tousled her meticulously styled hair, yet failed to disperse the pungent aroma of her now ironically marked perfume. Luo Chengjian, catching a glimpse of her finally departing from the corner of his eye, exhaled a long, relieved sigh. Damn, finally some peace and quiet. This is more exhausting than a whole day of fishing, he muttered under his breath, shaking off his slightly numb arms, rebaiting the hook, and casting it into the murky waters of hope. Chapter 19. The Old Ones have arrived. As the sun climbed higher, dissipating the morning mist and generously bathing the reservoir in golden light, Luo Chengjian's luck at his new fishing spot appeared undeterred by Luo Ui's earlier confrontation. The fish seemed to have been holding back, now fiercely vying for the bait, as if it were a government relief grain. The basket filled at a visible pace, growing heavy with the day's haul. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the basket was splashing with water, glimmering with silver scales, boasting at least 60 pounds of fine catches. Time to pack up. Luo Chengjian weighed the heavy basket, grimacing as he rubbed his sore shoulder. Yet his face beamed with an unmistakable grin. After tidying his fishing gear and shouldering this sweet burden, he embarked on the arduous journey back to Xuanxi town. Each step was firm as he contemplated the day's profits, reliving the image of Luo Ui's furious face in his mind, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Under the old locust tree by the town hospital, the familiar battleground awaited. As Luo Chengjian set down his basket and opened the oilcloth, several familiar faces of patients' relatives gathered around him. "Oh, young man, you've finally come. We thought you weren't coming back after 2 days," a kind lady exclaimed, who had previously purchased fish from him. "How could I not, dear sister?" Luo Chengjian immediately donned a warm smile, swiftly pulling out fish while explaining. "I had some matters at home these past 2 days, sending my wife to her parents for a few days. But as soon as I wrapped things up, I came straight here. Just look at today's fish, they're all in prime condition. They've been cooped up in the reservoir for 2 days and are bursting with energy." His words flowed effortlessly. He quoted prices clearly, weighed the fish quickly, and calculated the cost with precision, generously rounding down. Coupled with the freshness and quality of the catch, the basket soon neared empty. The last splash of water was reverently offered to the old locust tree as Luo Chengjian pocketed a thick stack of cash, still warm with the scent of fish, totaling $82.30. He felt as light as a feather. Time to treat myself. He patted his growling stomach and made his way to the familiar noodle stall by the roadside. For just $1 a bowl, he enjoyed a serving drenched in vibrant chili oil and fragrant vinegar, laden with a generous helping of meaty bits. He devoured it with gusto, savoring the meal. And after a satisfying burp, he patted his slightly rounded belly, paid for his meal, and set off home with an empty basket, humming a cheerful yet off-key tune. Upon opening the gate to his courtyard, the afternoon sun poured warmly into the small yard, enveloping it in tranquility. Luo Chengjian set down the basket and surveyed the empty hall and kitchen, the joy that had come with his bountiful catch subtly dampened by a gentle wave of nostalgia. "Indeed, it feels a bit unfamiliar," he muttered. The cheerful voice of his father and the occasional playful scolding from Lin Huan seemed to echo in his ears. "No, I need to find something to do. A man cannot be swayed by such trivial emotions." He shook his head, his gaze falling upon the worn-out basket in the corner. This old companion had weathered storms and sunshine with him, carried fish, and endured splashes of water, its corners worn down, unable to keep up with his ever-growing fishing needs. "It's time for an upgrade, my friend." Luo Chengjian patted the basket's frame, a glint of determination in his eyes. He seized the polished hatchet and set off towards the dense bamboo grove behind the village, which had once bestowed upon him a bountiful catch. In the afternoon light, the bamboo forest was a tapestry of shadows and light, with a gentle breeze rustling through. Luo Chengjian, robust and keen-eyed, targeted those mature bamboo stalks that were long, resilient, and of medium thickness. The hatchet swung with a whoosh. Crack, crack. One by one, the vibrant bamboo fell in response. With nimble hands and feet, he deftly stripped away the twigs, binding the chosen bamboo poles securely before hefting them onto his shoulder. The weight, heavy yet grounding, filled him with a sense of steadfastness. Upgrading his equipment and enhancing productivity, that was the crux of the matter. Carrying this bundle of hopeful bamboo, he strode purposefully back home. As he approached the gate of his courtyard, he spotted Aunt Zhao, from Uncle Jinchang's family, peering over the low wall, her expression a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and a penchant for gossip. "What are you looking at, Aunt Zhao?" Luo Chengjian casually inquired, placing the bamboo down. Startled by his sudden voice, Aunt Zhao turned sharply, her face morphing into an intricate tapestry of emotions, half-suppressed laughter and urgent curiosity. "Oh my, Chengjian, you're finally back. Quick, hurry inside and take a look. There's been quite the commotion. It's about the Zhengyun family." It's Luo Irue's mother. She's out there in your yard, shouting her head off. That voice. My heavens. Half the village can hear her. The things she's saying are downright vile. Accusing you of bullying her daughter. Calling you a chin shimmy. A heartless scoundrel. A white-eyed wolf. Eating and running without acknowledgement. Oh, the filth of her language. I can't even repeat it. Now tell me the truth. Is there something going on between you two? Aunt Zhao's curiosity was palpable as she spoke. Upon hearing the name Fang Xiuyun, Luo Chengjian's brow furrowed instantly, the lightheartedness from earlier evaporating. A surge of indignation flared within him. Damn it. Just when he thought the younger generation had settled down, the older generation rears its head. Coming to his doorstep to hurl insults? Did they truly believe he, Luo Chengjian, was a saint without a temper? Unbelievable. Is it never-ending? He muttered under his breath, his gaze turning icy, ignoring Aunt Zhao's incessant chatter. He bent down to hoist the heavy bamboo once more and forcefully pushed open his courtyard gate. Creaking open, the gate revealed the scene Aunt Zhao had described unfolding before him. In the center of the yard stood Fang Xiuyun, hands on her hips. Like a firecracker ready to explode, vociferously unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards the empty hall. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her face flushed with fervor, veins bulging at her neck, her mouth a flurry of rural invective, spewing forth a barrage of the most malicious insults. Luo Chengjian. You scoundrel. Come out. You dare bully my daughter but lack the guts to face me. You heartless chin shimmy. A white-eyed wolf. Back when you were like a puppy, running around my daughter, showering her with gifts. Where was your feigned ignorance then? Now, you've turned your back on us. Haven to you? You dare insult my daughter? You think you can touch my precious, unwed daughter? Who do you think you are? You should take a good look at yourself. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. And even then, you find it distasteful. Ugh. You, with a heart blackened and rotten. My daughter has been so distressed she can barely eat for days. She has lost weight. If you don't apologize and pay her 10 or 8 yuan for nutrition today, I will camp out at your door and shout for 3 days and nights. Let everyone in the village see what a heartless wretch you are, Luo Chengjian. You've seen it all. But have you ever encountered someone like this, turning the tables and then accusing others? You coward, too afraid to come out like a turtle. Here, 1,000 words of rural invective are omitted, the content being exceedingly vulgar and brutally harsh. Outside the courtyard wall, a crowd of villagers had gathered, peering curiously, whispering to one another, treating Luo's courtyard as an open-air stage. Luo Chengjian, standing like an iron tower at the entrance with the hefty bamboo, wore a countenance as dark as a thundercloud. He did not immediately react, but instead observed Fang Xiuyun's hysterical performance with a cold detachment, akin to watching a farcical clown. As Fang Xiuyun continued her tirade, her spittle sparkling in the sunlight, she suddenly sensed a shadow blocking the light. Instinctively halting her diatribe, she turned to see Luo Chengjian. Expressionless, standing at the entrance, his eyes dark and swirling with a frost she had never encountered, an unsettling ferocity emanating from him, especially the bundle of bamboo. Thick and sharp-edged, glistening coldly in the sunlight like a weapon poised to strike. Startled by this sudden menacing presence, Fang Xiuyun felt her bravado falter. But the instinct of a shrewish woman compelled her to straighten her posture and shriek. Oh, so you finally returned, Luo Chengjian. Hiding are you? Come out. Come out. Shut your mouth, you old hag. Luo Chengjian roared, his voice crashing like thunder, the fury and unrestrained ferocity within him overpowering Fang Xiuyun's shrillness, causing those outside the wall to draw back in surprise. He stepped forward, the weight of the bamboo thudding heavily against the ground, echoing ominously. As he approached the center of the courtyard, mere steps away from Fang Xiuyun, he slammed the heavy bamboo down with a resounding crash. The clatter of bamboo resonated, and a few leaves fluttered to the ground. This abrupt noise and action startled Fang Xiuyun, causing her to instinctively retreat half a step, her voice trembling as she demanded. What do you think you're doing? You're not going to hit me, are you? I warn you, I'm not easily frightened. Luo Chengjian paid her no heed, leaning slightly forward, his sun-kissed face taut with rage, nearly invading Fang Xiuyun's personal space. His eyes, sharp as blades, delivered his words, quiet yet imbued with a chilling edge, each syllable piercing through the air. Fang Xiuyun, you listen well, and let all those gathered bear witness. He pointed at himself, then at her. First, I, Luo Chengjian, was blind and foolish in the past, having delivered gifts to your home. I acknowledge this. It was my folly. I will not ask anything from you anymore. As for your daughter, Luo Irue, what is she to me? I will no longer entertain her. Do you understand? I will. No. Longer. Entertain. Her. His finger swung towards the direction of the Luo Xinyan family, his voice rising with unabashed disdain. Your daughter, Luo Irue, time and again. Like a stubborn leech, blocking the village entrance, lurking by the reservoir, shamelessly approaching me. What does she want? To take my hard-earned catch, fish I toil to provide for my family. I refused to give her anything. When I pushed her away today by the reservoir, she had the audacity to touch me, to take advantage of me. I am a married man. I find her repulsive. Is this what you call bullying? Is this what gives you the right to come and shout at me? Huh. His words carried immense weight, especially the implications of her actions, touching, pulling, trying to take advantage, were like bombs exploding in the crowd outside the wall. The murmurs erupted into a cacophony. My goodness, Luo Irue did that? No way. That girl seems quite proper, usually so aloof. TSK, one can never truly know a person. Did you see how Chengjian was furious? It's likely true. Fang Xiuyun's face shifted from crimson to pale, then to a sickly green. She had not anticipated Luo Chengjian would dare to speak so bluntly, so harshly in public. It was as if he had stripped the skin off their faces and tossed them to the ground. You're talking nonsense. Spreading lies. My daughter is innocent. Fang Xiuyun trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Luo Chengjian and screaming. Am I lying? Luo Chengjian scoffed, interrupting her, his gaze sharpening further. I swear to heaven, just moments ago by the reservoir, had I not evaded quickly, your daughter would have had her claws on me. To the onlookers, if anyone doubts, they should go to the reservoir now and take a whiff. The air there still reeks of that wretched perfume she doused herself in. It's akin to a basket of broken snow cream mixed with rotten eggs. It nearly made me vomit my breakfast. Is this not evidence? Should I summon the fishmongers as witnesses to see if I carry any trace of that foul stench? A muffled laugh escaped from someone outside the wall. Unable to contain themselves, the imagery was too vivid. Fang Xiuyun was nearly choked, her face turning a deep shade of purple as she stammered. You yet failed to articulate a single coherent sentence. Luo Chengjian, however, offered her no respite, his voice as cold and unyielding as iron, continuing to hammer down. Thirdly, Fang Xiuyun, listen closely. From today forth, I shall never set foot across your threshold again. Your family, especially your daughter Luo Irue, should maintain a distance from me, preferably 10 paces away. Should you dare to obstruct me again, or come to my door like this, hurling accusations and sullying my reputation, he paused, bending down to swiftly extract a bamboo pole, thick as his wrist, one end sharpened to a lethal point. The glint of the sharp edge sparkled ominously under the sun. Luo Chengjian gripped this weapon, his gaze fierce like an enraged wolf, addressing both Fang Xiuyun and the onlookers beyond the wall with a voice resolute and defiant. I acknowledge you as an ant, but this weapon in my hand recognizes no kinship. It matters not whether you are man or woman. Even the King of Heaven would be ineffective. If you provoke me to anger, you shall see whether I will strike. Those who dare to test my resolve, come forth and try. As his words hung in the air, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Only the whispering whine through the bamboo leaves and the muffled gasps of the crowd outside could be heard. Fang Xiuyun, gazing at the glimmering bamboo pole in Luo Chengjian's hand, and then into his bloodshot eyes, felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head. She had no doubt, this reckless youth truly would strike. All her bravado and arrogance crumbled in the face of such overwhelming threat and cold malice. The color drained from her face, her lips quivered, and her body involuntarily trembled as she instinctively retreated, backing up against the doorway until her back hit the frame. You madman, you are a lunatic. Fang Xiuyun shrieked, her facade shattered, abandoning all pretense of dignity and vengeance, turning to flee in a panic. Her speed exceeded that with which she had arrived, as though a demon were in pursuit. The crowd outside, once entertained by the spectacle, now stood in stunned silence. The tension palpable, murmurs dwindled, and many shrank back, quietly dispersing. Only a few bold souls remained, peering in with eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Goodness! Luo Chengjian had suddenly turned ferocious. Watching Fang Xiuyun's hasty retreat, Luo Chengjian cast a glance at the now desolate courtyard before spitting heavily, tossing the intimidating bamboo pole back into the bundle. He rubbed his temples, feeling more exhausted than after a day of wrestling with large fish. Damn it! What a stroke of misfortune! He cursed, bending down to tidy the bamboo. He needed to upgrade his backpack. This chaos had cost him precious time. Regaining his composure, he picked up his hatchet and assumed the role of a carpenter, self-appointed. He carefully examined the structure of his old backpack, selecting suitable bamboo, measuring dimensions, and deftly splitting and smoothing the pieces. He intended to reinforce the frame and base with resilient bamboo strips, raising the overall height with longer slats to increase capacity. This was a meticulous task, demanding patience and skill. The sharp bamboo and jagged edges were not to be trifled with. Despite his caution, Luo Chengjian still managed to nick his fingers and palms several times, causing them to sting painfully. Damn it! The price of upgrading my gear is not insignificant. He shook his stinging hand and sucked on his bleeding fingers, undeterred as he continued his work. Such minor injuries were nothing compared to the agony of hauling dozens of pounds of fish over miles. After considerable effort, the upgraded backpack emerged, a veritable marvel. Luo Chengjian estimated it could easily hold over 100 pounds. Just as he settled down, his thoughts wandered back to that ill-fated family. He quickly shook his head, cooking himself 2 eggs and steaming some rice for a hearty meal before finally drifting into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 20. Open the door. Your affairs have come to light. The following morning, the Luo family compound still basked in the tranquility of the dissipating mist. Luo Chengjian lay sprawled on the kong, enjoying a leisurely stroll with Lin Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao down the smooth streets of town, the refreshing breeze caressing his face. Xiao Xiao called out to her father, urging him to hurry, while Lin Huanhuan playfully tapped his back as he savored the remnants of a delightful dream. Suddenly, a cacophonous banging at the courtyard door shattered the morning stillness, the forceful knocks reverberating like a band of bandits laying siege. The sound violently tore through the tranquility, rudely interrupting Luo Chengjian's sweet slumber. What now? Morning so early in the morning. Rushing to the afterlife. He jolted up, still half asleep, a surge of irritation rising within him. After a grueling day and a hard-fought battle with that shrew Fang Shiyun, he had finally managed to rest, only to be disturbed by some dim-witted intruder. Cursing under his breath, he slipped on his ragged shoes, tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, and stormed towards the door. Flinging it open with a forceful pull, there stood 2 familiar faces in the morning light, their expressions heavy with scrutiny. Luo Jinhua, Tianmei. Luo Chengjian's face, twisted with anger, froze instantly, as if doused with icy water. All the curses he had prepared lodged in his throat, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. He instinctively wiped his face, attempting to erase the remnants of sleep and fury, his voice dropping several octaves, tinged with incredulity. Dad? Mom? What brings you here? Luo Jinhua remained silent, his sharp, hawk-like gaze scanning the yard like a searchlight. It swept over the empty hall, glanced at the silent kitchen window, and finally landed squarely on the bundle of freshly cut bamboo in the corner. Beside it lay a thick bamboo pole, its end sharpened dangerously, glinting ominously in the morning light. Luo Jinhua's brow furrowed deeply, his expression dark as storm clouds before a tempest. He stepped into the courtyard, his gaze piercing, directed at Luo Chengjian. Enough with the chatter. Where are Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao? His voice was low, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. I heard that the Jinyun family came to your door and caused quite a commotion. Where are they? Did they frighten them? What on earth is going on? The last word was nearly a roar, filled with the thunderous wrath of an impending storm. Tianmei entered closely behind, her brow furrowed with an inextricable worry. Unlike the old man, who confronted the situation head-on, she first glanced anxiously around the hall before hastily stepping to the kitchen door to peer inside. Confirming it was empty, she turned to Luo Chengjian, her voice trembling. Chengjian, is what your father said true? Did Fang Shiyun truly come to our courtyard to cause a ruckus? And did she speak so harshly? What did you do yesterday? Pray tell, it can't be that. She did not dare voice the remainder of her thoughts. But the implication was clear. Had you, my son, once again provoked that Luo Irui? Luo Chengjian felt the weight of his father's piercing gaze and imposing presence, making his scalp tingle with anxiety. His father's eyes drifted back to him, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. Almost instinctively, he sidled behind Tianmei, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire explanation. Father, my dear father, please, do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao are perfectly fine. Not a single hair on their heads has been disturbed. He feared that if he hesitated, his father's enormous palm would come crashing down upon him. So he quickly revealed the crux of the matter. They are staying at my in-laws' place in Linjia village. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Jinhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his anger flaring anew as he pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Chengjian, trembling with rage. You wretched boy, you allowed them to return to their family home. I knew it. You cannot change your ways. You must have caused trouble again, driving her away. As he spoke, he sidestepped Tianmei and raised his hand, ready to strike Luo Chengjian. Terrified, Luo Chengjian clung desperately to his mother's clothing, using her as a sturdy shield. As he ducked behind her, he cried out in protest. Father, my father, I swear by heaven, this time, it truly is not what you think. Please, let me finish explaining. Tianmei, startled by Luo Jinhua's fury, quickly reached out to restrain him. Jinhua, why the haste? Let the boy finish his tale. Luo Chengjian, still concealed behind his mother, spoke so rapidly he resembled a machine gun. It was the day before yesterday. I went to town to sell fish, and I got a good price. With money in my pocket, I thought to myself, having previously hurt Huanhuan's feelings and feeling too ashamed to visit my in-laws, I decided to buy a proper gift. I thought taking her back briefly wouldn't be a big deal, so I didn't mention it to either of you. He took a breath, Noticing his father's expression softened slightly, though his eyes remained sharp, he hastened to continue. After buying the gifts, I took Huan and carried Xiao Xiao directly to Uncle Zhendua. He drove us back to Linjia village. Once there, I sincerely apologized, owning up to my mistakes. I almost knelt to beg for forgiveness. I promised to live well from now on and never act foolishly again. At first, my father-in-law's expression was dark, and my mother-in-law shed tears, but later, when they saw my genuine remorse and Huan spoke on my behalf, their hearts softened, and they did not hold a grudge. Really? As she heard this, a significant portion of Tian Mei's worry dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of relief. Your in-laws truly are magnanimous, possessing the capacity for great forgiveness. Indeed, Luo Chengjian seized the opportunity. Originally, we were supposed to return the day before yesterday. I even asked Uncle Zhendua to make another trip to Linjia village. But once we arrived, my mother-in-law clung to Huan, utterly reluctant to let her go. Huan hadn't stayed at home for quite some time, and Xiao Xiao had not spent many days at her grandmother's. I could see Huan's eyes. She genuinely wanted to stay a little longer, to share heartfelt conversations with her mother. I thought to myself, given my past wrongdoings that made Huan long for home without a word, if she was happy to stay, then let her remain a few extra days. Consider it my way of compensating her. After all, there's nothing pressing at home. I can manage on my own. I can go fishing by myself, and the two of them have company to talk to and alleviate their boredom. How wonderful. His reasoning was sound and heartfelt. The anger on Luo Jinhua's face began to slowly fade, his tense shoulders relaxing somewhat, yet his brow remained furrowed. But what happened yesterday with Feng Xiuyun? Last night, your Aunt Wang rushed over to inform us that Feng Xiuyun was blocking your home and shouting, her words loud enough for half the village to hear. She used the foulest language, claiming you bullied her daughter? What is going on? Have you once again provoked that Luo Irue? The old man clearly harbored lingering fears regarding his son's past indiscretions. Tian Mei immediately turned her gaze back to Luo Chengjian, her recently eased heart now tightening with concern once more. Upon hearing this, the anger stirred within Luo Chengjian flared up, ignited by Feng Xiuyun's provocations. He abruptly leapt from behind Tian Mei, his face a mixture of grievance and indignation, his voice rising. Oh, my dear mother, do not even mention it. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Aunt Wang surely did not convey the whole story. She only mentioned Feng Xiuyun came to yell. But did she mention how impressive I was yesterday? Within a day, I dealt with the entire family, young and old, one by one. Although that old biting made me quite furious, I assure you, the fault lies not with me. I was the one being bullied. His agitation grew, his words spilling forth like a torrent. That Luo Irue is a persistent nuisance, like a stubborn patch of adhesive. She blocked the village entrance the day before yesterday. And yesterday, she was lurking by the reservoir. She shamelessly approached me. What did she want? Was it not to pilfer the fish I had painstakingly caught? When I refused, she resorted to physicality, pulling and tugging at me. She even tried to take advantage of me. I am a married man. I find her repulsive. I pushed her away. And what happened? The younger ones took offense, and the older ones came knocking, turning the tables on me, calling me a heartless betrayer, a wolf in sheep's clothing, accusing me of taking advantage and then denying it. Good heavens, did I even touch her daughter? I spit. I found her hands filthy. His barrage of grievances, delivered with fervor, left both Luo Jinhua and Tian Mei momentarily speechless. The sheer audacity of the words, physicality, pulling and tugging, trying to take advantage, struck them with profound impact. She, a grown woman, dared to act in such a manner? Tian Mei questioned, uncertainty etched upon her face. Absolutely. Luo Chengjian thumped his chest confidently. Then a spark lit in his eyes as if he had grasped a lifeline. Ah, father, mother, you doubt my words, do you? I have a witness. Aunt Zhao from next door saw the entire spectacle unfold yesterday. Aunt Zhao, are you awake? Come quickly and bear witness for me. Otherwise, my father will surely beat me. He shouted toward the neighboring courtyard, his voice piercing through the morning mist. Hey, Chengjian, what is going on? Came Aunt Zhao's familiar, robust voice, laced with curiosity. Just a moment. I'll be right there. Footsteps soon echoed, and Aunt Zhao, her face slightly disheveled from sleep, yet brimming with energy, appeared over the low wall. Upon seeing the scene in the courtyard, Luo Jinhua with a serious expression, Tian Mei looking anxious, and Luo Chengjian appearing desperate for support. She quickly understood the situation, chuckling as she stepped through the courtyard gate. Ah, brother Jinhua, sister Tian Mei, what is happening so early in the morning? Aunt Zhao greeted, her gaze sweeping over Luo Jinhua's still-clenched fist, signaling her awareness of the tension. Come now, let us talk it out. Chengjian is a grown man now, not a child anymore. Why resort to violence at the drop of a hat? Would it not be a shame to injure him? Tian Mei hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Aunt Zhao's hand with an apologetic yet urgent tone. Oh, Zhao. I sincerely apologize for the early disturbance. Alas, it is all due to yesterday's events. Both Jinhua and I worked in the fields until late yesterday, and upon reaching home, we encountered Aunt Wang. Her words flew out like arrows, telling us that Fang Xiuyun had blocked the entrance to our home and was shouting furiously. Can you blame us parents for being anxious and agitated upon hearing such news? You are well aware of Chengjian's past behavior, and we couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. We arrived here before dawn. I had intended to come last night, but that stubborn old man insisted it was too late and that it would disturb Huan and the others, so I refrained. I just wanted to inquire about the situation. Upon mentioning the uproar caused by Fang Xiuyun's outburst the previous day, Aunt Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had been injected with a stimulant. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, Tianmei, now you've struck the right chord. I, old Zhao, witnessed it all firsthand. The scene was simply astounding. It was more lively than a grand performance in town." Clearing her throat, she began to vividly recount the events. You should have seen it. Fang Xiuyun stood in the courtyard, hands on her hips, her voice booming like a tin horn. Spittle flew 3 feet away. The curses she unleashed, oh my heavens. Some of the words were too vulgar for me to even utter. She kept repeating that Chengjian was a chin shimmy, an ungrateful wolf, a heartless scoundrel, accusing him of bullying her precious daughter, Luo Irue. And what was that she said about him taking advantage of her? My goodness, it was so obscene that I felt embarrassed just listening from the wall. Aunt Zhao, an exceptional mimic, adopted a stern demeanor, channeling Fang Xiuyun's sharp and fiery tone. Luo Chengjian. You scoundrel, come out here. You dare bully my daughter but lack the courage to face me? You heartless wretch. Her imitation was so vivid that even the spittle-spraying demeanor was captured. Luo Chengjian, standing beside her, felt his scalp prickle with embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. He quickly urged, Aunt Zhao, focus on the main point. What happened to me? Oh, right. Aunt Zhao, undeterred, turned her attention to Luo Jinhua and Tianmei, switching to a tone of admiration for Luo Chengjian. Guess what? Our Chengjian has really made a name for himself this time. Not an ounce of cowardice. He walked in carrying a hefty bundle of freshly cut bamboo. The bamboo was as thick as a bowl. When he slammed it down, my goodness, the force of it made that old hag Fang Xiuyun take a step back. As Aunt Zhao became more animated, she mimicked Luo Chengjian's stance, standing tall and lowering her voice to mimic his icy resolve. Chengjian stood firm, facing Fang Xiuyun and us onlookers, clearly stating, Fang Xiuyun, you listen here. First, I, Luo Chengjian, was blind and foolish in the past. I admit I brought gifts to your family. I accept that. I was a fool, but I will no longer beg for your daughter, Luo Irue. Do you understand? I will no longer serve her. Bravo, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, raising her thumb. What powerful words. How satisfying. She caught her breath and continued, her enthusiasm unabated. Then he pointed towards the west of the village and began to insult Jinhua's daughter with vigor. You should have seen Fang Xiuyun's face. It turned every shade imaginable, like a dye shop gone awry. She couldn't even muster a retort, her tongue tied in knots. But that wasn't all. Aunt Zhao grew increasingly animated, as if she were the valiant hero of the tale. In the end, Chengjian bent down and swiftly drew out a long, sharp bamboo pole from the bundle. She exaggeratedly gestured its length and sharpness, pointing it at Fang Xiuyun's nose with a fierce glint in her eye. Like a wolf pup ready to pounce, Aunt Zhao mimicked Chengjian's dramatic pause, then raised her voice, embodying his defiance. I acknowledge you as my aunt, but this weapon in my hand recognizes no kin. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Even the king of heaven wouldn't deter me. If you provoke me, just see if I don't jab you with it. Those who doubt me, come and test it. Oh my heavens. Aunt Zhao patted her chest, a mix of trepidation and satisfaction evident on her face. With that, Fang Xiuyun turned paler than plaster. Her legs trembled. She didn't dare utter a sound, scurrying away faster than a rabbit. Those watching from outside were stunned into silence and fled without a word. Chengjian has truly matured. He has gained respect. He stood his ground. That's how to deal with them. You have no idea. Just the other day, the aroma of meat wafted from Chengjian's house, making our neighbors envious. Seeing Aunt Zhao digress further into her tale of meat, Luo Chengjian quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with gratitude. Aunt Zhao, my dear aunt, thank you so much. You are truly my savior. Had it not been for your brave words, I would undoubtedly have faced a beating. Thank you. One day, when I catch a big fish, I will bring you one to taste. As he expressed his thanks, he gently guided the still-enveloped Aunt Zhao toward the yard's exit. Hey, Chengjian, remember what you said about the big fish? Aunt Zhao chuckled, still turning back to remind him as she was ushered out, her enthusiasm lingering as she returned to her own yard. With the yard gate closed, the outside world was shut off. Only the Luo family remained, and the atmosphere turned subtly tense. Luo Chengjian turned to his parents, scratching his disheveled hair, an awkward smile of relief on his face. Mom, Dad. Surely now you believe me? Your son has truly broken free from that troublesome past and has turned over a new leaf. I now leave home at dawn to fish, steering clear of the West Village to avoid any ill fortune. Truly. Tianmei gazed at her eldest son, who wore a mix of grievance and loyalty. And recalling Aunt Zhao's brave recounting, couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier worries dissipating entirely. She stepped forward, smoothing his unruly hair with a tender tone laced with affection and a hint of concern. All right, consider yourself lucky this time. You were fortunate not to have that harpy disturb Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, regardless of your involvement, I would have had no mercy on you. Upon hearing this, Luo Chengjian exaggeratedly gasped, feigning disappointment. Oh dear mother, who exactly is your biological child? While I was being berated at the door, you showed no concern for me. Yet you worry for my daughter-in-law and granddaughter? Enough of that. You're being ridiculous. Tianmei laughed as she playfully smacked his arm, her eyes sparkling with genuine mirth. Luo Jinhua, who had remained silent, finally exhaled deeply, his tense expression easing. He approached the bundle of bamboo, bent down to pick up the sharpened pole, weighing it in his hand and examining the sharp edge. Rather than admonish Luo Chengjian for wielding such a weapon, he nodded approvingly and stated solemnly, well, you've shown some backbone. When it's time to be resolute, one must indeed be resolute. However, he added, tossing the pole back into the bundle, the weapon is inanimate. But you are alive. Think carefully when faced with challenges. Don't resort to violence at every turn. If you truly get into trouble, it will be me who has to clean up after you. I understand, Dad. I will be mindful, Luo Chengjian assured, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He had narrowly navigated this ordeal. Chapter 21, Super Assembly. The commotion of the early morning raid finally settled. Tianmei, concerned for her son alone at home with the cold stove, rolled up her sleeves without a second thought and began to busy herself. Luo Jinhua strolled through the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the noticeably reinforced and elevated backpack, which looked entirely rejuvenated. Before settling on the bundle of bamboo, a hint of barely perceptible approval flickered in his eyes. This lad displayed remarkable agility when it came to serious matters. Soon, a simple breakfast was prepared, steaming brown rice porridge, crispy golden corn cakes, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Luo Chengjian, famished, devoured the meal with gusto. The elderly couple sat down too, silently enjoying their food. The atmosphere at the dining table was unprecedentedly serene. Tianmei fussed over Luo Chengjian, reminding him to lock the door when alone at home, to retire early, and not to overexert himself. Luo Jinhua inquired a few times about the fishing conditions and the stability of fish prices in town. After the meal, Luo Chengjian eagerly took charge of the cleanup. Tianmei engaged in conversation with her son until the sun climbed higher, estimating there were chores waiting at home, before she and Luo Jinhua rose to leave. Once his parents departed, Luo Chengjian closed the courtyard gate, leaning against the door, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. This morning had proven more exhausting than battling large fish at the reservoir all day. He rubbed his temples, which still throbbed, feeling as though much of his energy had been drained. No, he could not succumb to such despondency. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the weariness and the faint solitude that arose from thoughts of Lin Huan and her daughter. A man must stand tall, earn money, pursue a career. His gaze fell upon the newly upgraded, capacious backpack in the corner, and a surge of determination welled up once more. Having wasted half of yesterday afternoon due to that old harpy Fang Xiuyun, today he had to make up for the lost time. Let us go, brother. Time to work. Luo Chengjian patted the frame of the backpack as if rallying a comrade. He swiftly organized his fishing gear, filled his thermos with cool water, hoisted the upgraded backpack, and strode purposefully out the door, heading straight for the reservoir. However, fate had other plans. Whether he had exhausted all his good fortune the previous day, or if the ill luck of Fang Xiuyun and her daughter had somehow tainted the fishing waters from afar, the fishing conditions today could only be described as dismal. The water surface lay unnaturally calm, and even a decent ripple was hard to spot. The once voracious fish seemed to have collectively convened, deciding to teach Luo Chengjian a lesson. The fishing float appeared as if it had been welded to the water's surface, with only the faintest tremors now and then. When he lifted the rod, it was invariably empty, or at best, he would catch a few minuscule fish, inciting him to curse vehemently. Damn it, have all the fish in this reservoir perished? Frustrated, he changed fishing spots multiple times, flitting from shallow to deep waters, switching from fragrant bait to pungent, and he nearly leapt into the water to catch the fish himself. Yet, no matter how he employed every trick in his arsenal, the once bountiful fishing scenes stubbornly refused to materialize. As the sun ascended higher, scorching the back of his neck, the backpack remained frustratingly light. starkly contrasting with his heavy expectations. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glared at the infuriatingly placid water surface, a surge of unnameable anger bubbling within him. Damn it. It's all that Luo Irue's family's fault. Such bad luck. He could no longer contain himself, unleashing a tirade of curses into the air aimed at the mother and daughter. You old hag. You little vixen. Not a single decent person among you. Cursed be. You're ruining my fishing. Cursing aside, he still needed to catch fish. He persevered until midday when the sun was directly overhead, and at last, the backpack bore some weight, albeit only a little. 20 or so small fish lay scattered within, the largest barely weighing a pound, most being quite diminutive. Altogether, they might total a meager 40-odd pounds. Compared to yesterday's impressive haul of over 80 pounds, this was pathetically scant. Luo Chengjian weighed the noticeably lighter backpack in his hands, his heart heavy with disappointment. This yield was so paltry that he couldn't even afford to upgrade his transportation, let alone buy a decent wheel. He sighed resignedly, accepting his fate as he packed up his gear and embarked on the all-too-familiar, torturous route back to Xuanxi town. Although the weight on his shoulders had lightened, the burden in his heart had only intensified. Upon reaching the old locust tree in front of the town hospital, his expectations were confirmed. Familiar faces, upon seeing the size and quantity of the fish in his backpack, showed a marked decrease in enthusiasm. Though the fish were fresh, their small size rendered them unappealing. Hey, young man, the fish seem a bit small today, don't they? Indeed, these little crustaceans don't look too lively. Could you cut us a deal, Xiao Luo? Internally cursing, Luo Chengjian forced a smile, his words flowing more smoothly than usual. Ah, dear uncles and aunts. The fish at the reservoir today, I don't know what got into them, but they've only been bringing in the little ones. Please bear with me. Rest assured, they are absolutely fresh. Just caught this morning. They may be a bit lacking in vigor, but they're definitely flavorful for soup. How about this? I'll give you a discount on the small ones. And for the larger ones, I'll pick out the liveliest. He hurriedly sorted, quoted prices, weighed the fish, and calculated accounts, generously rounding down the total. Despite his efforts, when he finished selling, the backpack was nearly empty, and after counting the crumpled bills, he realized he had only 52 yuan and 80 cents. Adding the 82 yuan and 30 cents left from yesterday's sales, his total fortune amounted to 135 yuan and 10 cents. Clutching this sum, Luo Chengjian's thoughts of purchasing a new bicycle began to stir once more. Carrying a backpack weighing dozens, sometimes over 100 pounds, along the mountainous paths each day was taxing even for a sturdy man. Yet this money was earmarked by Huan as the family's savings. He had initially pledged not to touch it. Should he ask for it now? Would Huan suspect he was about to squander it again? No, he needed to think of another solution. Rubbing his head, he squatted beneath the old locust tree, pondering. Suddenly, fragments of memories from his previous life as a mechanic flickered through his mind. Assemble a bicycle? That idea ignited like a spark, lighting up his thoughts. Of course, I have skills. I could scour the scrap yard for discarded bicycle parts and build one myself. The money saved could suffice for some hearty meals. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Deciding to act, he stood up, dusted off his pants. First buying 2 packs of the cheapest economy cigarettes from the supply store to tuck into his pocket. Sometimes, these could be more useful than cash. Relying on his hazy memories, he navigated through the town's outskirts until he finally located the diminutive, tucked-away scrap recycling station. A rusted metal sign hung precariously. As he approached the half-open, dilapidated iron gate, he was stopped by an old gatekeeper, clad in faded blue work clothes and wearing a tattered felt hat. Hey, young man. The gatekeeper, a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted suspiciously at Luo Chengjian. What do you want? We don't allow just anyone to wander in without business. Luo Chengjian quickly plastered on a smile, hastily approaching, and, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out an economy cigarette from his pocket, respectfully offering it. Sir, you've worked hard. Here, have a smoke to ease your fatigue. The gatekeeper glanced at the cheap cigarette but did not take it. However, his expression softened slightly. He grunted, speak your business. Luo Chengjian eagerly pushed the cigarette forward again, smiling. Sir, I wanted to ask if there are any discarded bicycles that people no longer want here. The kind that's beyond repair. The gatekeeper finally took the cigarette, lighting it with the match Luo Chengjian had struck, taking a deep drag and exhaling a smoke ring, then scrutinizing Luo Chengjian. Discarded bicycles? We do have a few. But he stretched out the word, his tone laced with a knowing caution. Young man, I advise you not to get your hopes up. Anything tossed here has already been deemed irreparable by the repair shops. Missing limbs, utterly ruined. You think you can take one home and fix it? Hey, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but it's a waste of effort and money. Luo Chengjian had long been prepared. Yet his face still bore a sincere smile. Sir, you are absolutely right. However, I have an old bicycle at home that is on the verge of falling apart. When I took it to the repair shop, they immediately quoted me over 20 yuan. Isn't that daylight robbery? I was pondering whether you might have some salvageable parts here that I could take back, tinker with a bit, and make do. Every little bit saved counts. This rationale sounded entirely reasonable, brimming with the wisdom of hardworking people. The elderly gatekeeper, puffing on a cigarette, cast a sidelong glance at Luo Chengjian, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claims. After a brief pause, he gestured with his cigarette, holding fingers towards a pile of rusty, haphazardly stacked scrap metal in the northwestern corner of the yard. There, over by that heap of scrap iron. Go on, rummage through it. Pick out what you can use. Bring it back to weigh, and I'll pay you according to the scrap metal price. Just a word of caution. If you get overwhelmed with choice and waste your efforts, don't blame this old man for not warning you. Got it. Thank you for your guidance. Luo Chengjian felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly pressed the nearly empty pack of economy cigarettes, only one missing, into the gatekeeper's hand. Here, take this to ease your boredom. The gatekeeper, squeezing the pack of cigarettes, finally revealed a genuine smile and waved his hand. Off you go. Be quick about it. Luo Chengjian, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurried towards the heap of scrap metal. However, upon closer inspection, his spirits sank. The old man was indeed straightforward. The supposed few bicycles amounted to a mere 4. The sight was utterly disheartening. One bicycle had completely lost its rear wheel. Its frame twisted like a pretzel. Another had a broken front fork, with a terrifying dent in the main beam. One was even worse, reduced to a solitary rusted seat and a bare, cracked frame. The last one was the least damaged, its frame still relatively straight, but heavily corroded, resembling an antique dragged from the depths of the sea, and it lacked a chain, pedals, and the front wheel rim was also bent. What a scam. Trading a pack of cigarettes for this heap of junk? Luo Chengjian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Yet, having come this far, he couldn't leave empty-handed. He rolled up his sleeves, squatted down, and began to excavate through this pile of scrap metal. He first examined the frames of the 4 bicycles meticulously, as they were the backbone of the bicycles, the most crucial element. Indeed, 3 of them had frames that were either twisted or bore long cracks, rendering them essentially useless. Only the one most corroded, yet with a relatively intact and straight frame, remained salvageable, albeit covered with a thick layer of flaky, reddish-brown rust. You are the chosen one. Brother, you still have hope. Luo Chengjian patted the rusted frame and dragged it aside. Then, he transformed into a dismantling enthusiast. From the wreckage of the other bicycles, he unearthed a pair of wheels with only a few broken spokes. Though the rims were a bit bent, they could be straightened. A severely worn but unbroken handlebar. A leather seat that was cracked but structurally sound. A pair of rusty yet serviceable pedals, a worn chain, and most importantly, 2 tires that, despite being riddled with cracks, had inner tubes that seemed usable. The brake pads are missing, the bell is shattered, but those are easy fixes. Luo Chengjian surveyed the gradually accumulating pile of treasures before him. A rusted frame, 2 wheels, a handlebar, a seat, a pair of pedals, a chain, 2 tires, and a few assorted small parts, satisfied as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite the arduous process, the haul was indeed rewarding. He laboriously transported this assemblage of parts to the gatekeeper's scale. The gatekeeper, astonished at the relatively intact components meticulously salvaged from scrap bicycles, nearly dropped his cigarette in surprise. Well, you've really outdone yourself. You've managed to salvage usable parts? This isn't just a few small pieces. You've almost assembled half a bicycle. Luo Chengjian chuckled. Sir, all thanks to your kindness. Now, how about we settle this at the scrap price? The gatekeeper shot him a glare, retorting, don't flatter me. It's 30 cents a pound. This is solid iron, mind you. He fiddled with the weights on the scale. 52 pounds. I'll round it to 50 pounds for you. That'll be 15 yuan. Luo Chengjian quickly calculated in his mind. This scrap was indeed not cheap, but it paled in comparison to the cost of a new bicycle or a major repair. He readily handed over the 15 yuan. Thank you, sir. After completing the transaction, he gazed at the heap of parts and found himself in a quandary. They certainly wouldn't fit in his backpack. After some thought, he stuffed the chain, pedals, handlebar, and lighter tires into his backpack. The heaviest frame and 2 wheels, however, could only be carried by hand. Sir, I'll leave these with you for now. I need to run to the supply store to grab a few things. I'll be back shortly. Sure, off you go. Don't take too long. Luo Chengjian hurried to the supply store. Assembling the bicycle, removing rust, and applying paint were essential tasks. He gritted his teeth and purchased a can of the cheapest white paint, along with a piece of coarse sandpaper, which cost him nearly 10 yuan, making him wince in pain. Damn it, the cost of paint is almost as much as that heap of scrap. He consoled himself, thinking, you can't catch wolves without letting go of the cubs. This is far better than riding out on a pile of rust and facing embarrassment. Upon returning to the scrapyard, under the gatekeeper's watchful gaze, who remarked on his impressive ability to scavenge, Luo Chengjian hoisted the frame onto his shoulder, strung the two wheels together with a piece of wire, and stuffed his backpack with the smaller items. He resembled a mobile recycling station, swaying unsteadily as he embarked on the long trek back to Luojiako. This sight, combined with the conspicuous, rust-covered frame, garnered an astounding amount of attention along the way. Luo Chengjian could only lower his head, silently urging himself, "Don't see me. Don't see me." The journey along the mountain path stretched over 10 miles, burdened with the weight of the iron parts. He stopped to rest 4 or 5 times. The frame dug painfully into his shoulder, while the wheels constricted his arms, sweat streaming down his face. His clothes were damp from the cycle of wet and dry. When the last glimmers of twilight faded and dusk enveloped the landscape, he finally deposited his trove of hope in his small courtyard like a weary dog. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." He collapsed onto the threshold, his throat parched and dry. Grabbing a ladle, he scooped a half ladle of cool water from the tank and gulped it down, feeling somewhat revived. He hastily devoured 2 cold corn cakes to quell his hunger, too fatigued to wash his face, and collapsed onto the Kong, instantly sinking into a deep, sweet slumber. How utterly exhausting. The following day, Luo Chengjian reluctantly rose and, armed with his tools, went fishing again, effortlessly selling his catch for over 40 yuan. He hurried home to begin assembling the bicycle. Before long, he had pieced together a bicycle that was presentable. However, once finished, he realized with dismay that he had installed the pedal arms incorrectly. One pedal was higher than the other, rendering it impossible to ride and eliciting a laugh from himself. He quickly rectified the mistake and, upon testing it, found that it was rideable. Luo Chengjian gazed with satisfaction at the fruits of his labor, which had consumed his entire afternoon. He then disassembled it, sanding down the rusted areas, and finally applied a rich coat of paint, allowing it to dry in the courtyard where the air flowed freely. Content: he indulged in a meal and then retired for the night, eagerly awaiting the moment when the paint would dry, granting him a brand new bicycle. A masterpiece. Well, perhaps a slight mix-up there. Chapter 22. The War Chariots City Tour. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, Luo Chengjian sprung upright from his bed, almost as if propelled by a spring. His eyes were not yet fully open when he dashed barefoot into the central room. There, in a quiet corner, stood the freshly painted war chariot, exuding a unique aroma that mingled the scent of paint with rust in the dim light. He held his breath, carefully extending his finger to lightly touch the smooth surface of the bicycle's frame. It felt cool and resolutely firm, devoid of any stickiness. It was dry. A surge of elation coursed through Luo Chengjian as he stifled a roar, akin to a leopard that had finally cornered its prey, lunging towards his chariot. The agony of waiting through the night transformed into an overwhelming enthusiasm for assembly. The room soon echoed with the crisp sounds of metal parts clashing, interspersed with Luo Chengjian's occasional grunts as he exerted himself. He swiftly followed the mental blueprint in his mind. The handlebars were tightened, the seat secured, the chain affixed to the sprocket, and the front and rear wheels positioned in place, culminating in the forceful tightening of the foot pedals. He even repurposed 2 discarded rubber bands, twisting them together to serve as a makeshift brake, rudimentary as it was. Yet it proved effective in providing some deceleration when he pressed down on the handlebars. Stepping back a couple of paces, hands on his hips, he squinted to assess his creation from all angles. A brand new 280 bike, despite the paint being a tad thick, with some minor drips visible and a few stubborn rust spots that resisted complete sanding. It still looked quite impressive overall. The wheels, although slightly uneven to the naked eye, should pose no significant issue when ridden. "Good buddy, you'll be my ticket to wealth and prosperity." Luo Chengjian proudly patted the cool seat, his face radiating pride as if he were caressing a beloved steed. He took the bicycle for a couple of test laps around the room, the chain making a gentle clattering sound and the wheels rolling smoothly. Satisfaction. Absolute satisfaction. If he rode this out, it would undoubtedly be a unique sight in Luojiao. But leaving it in the courtyard? No way. Luo Chengjian's gaze swept over the creaking gate of his home, which even the notorious Feng Shuyun could not deter. And alarm bells rang in his mind. If this precious treasure were left outside, what if some nefarious child or envious soul decided to steal it? He would have nowhere to lament his loss. "I apologize, my friend, but you'll have to stay in the central room for a few days. Once I strike it rich, I'll build you a dedicated garage." Luo Chengjian solemnly pushed the bicycle further into the relative safety of the central room and covered it with an old burlap sack, feeling a sense of contentment as he dusted off his hands. After hastily consuming a few bites of leftovers from the previous night to quell his hunger, Luo Chengjian donned his upgraded backpack and gathered his fishing gear, setting off with renewed vigor. Today, he intentionally did not take the long way around. After yesterday's hard-earned lesson, he had come to a resolute understanding Avoid? Nonsense. The more he tried to evade those shameless individuals, the bolder they became. I stand upright and earn my keep through honest labor. Why should I circumvent your abode? With his back straight and eyes fixed ahead, he strode past the row of houses belonging to Luo Chengjian. As he approached the door, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure behind a familiar window out of the corner of his eye. A cold smile crept across Luo Chengjian's face. And without missing a beat, he continued walking, even breaking into a tuneless whistle, much to his delight. Upon reaching his old fishing spot by the reservoir, Luo Chengjian skillfully prepared a corn bait. However, fortune did not seem to favor him today. The shadows of yesterday's dismal fishing experience loomed large. And although the fish were slightly more active today, they were still far from the frenzied bites of days past. It was as if they were still recovering from the biochemical attack of Luo Chengjian's perfume, or perhaps they had convened for a symposium on human caution, becoming increasingly discerning in their feeding habits. Out of 10 attempts, he reeled in empty hooks 5 or 6 times, and the few that did bite were mostly of mediocre size. The weight in his backpack gradually increased at a snail's pace, and as noon approached, he gauged it to be just over 50 pounds. This weight was trivial for his newly upgraded backpack, which boasted a capacity of over 100 pounds. It felt like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly, empty and devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Damn it, this won't do. Luo Chengjian sat by the water's edge, staring at the tranquil surface, his brow furrowed in frustration. Upgrading his gear was meant to enhance productivity, yet it seemed to have diminished it instead. The cost-to-benefit ratio was dismal. Relying solely on fishing yielded unstable income with a visible ceiling. He needed to forge a new path to prosperity. His gaze fell upon the murky silt in the shallow waters by the reservoir. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. Loach. These slippery, burrowing creatures would undoubtedly thrive in such nutrient-rich, deep silt. While their market price was not comparable to larger fish, their sheer quantity could prove bountiful. Moreover, the methods of capture were far simpler. Just weave a few traps, bait them with some entrails, bury them in the silt, and return the next morning for the catch. The cost would be negligible, and he wouldn't have to waste time waiting like he did with fishing. Yes, let's set some traps. The more Luo Chengjian pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning countless slippery loaches beckoning to him. Crafting traps was not beyond his capabilities. His father was a skilled bamboo craftsman, though not a professional. In the evening, he would seek assistance. And now, with this marvelous bicycle, going to the town? That was too small a scope. With it, reaching the county seat was merely a 2-hour endeavor. The county's cost of living and population density surpassed that of Shuangxi town, ensuring higher fish prices and broader markets. This 50-odd pounds of fish was just the perfect opportunity to test the waters. If it worked out, he would become a regular customer at the county market. If not, he could simply pedal back, considering it a chance to familiarize himself with the route. Having a bike meant embracing freedom. Resolute in his decision, Luo Chengjian moved with renewed zest as he packed up his gear. He transferred the 50-odd pounds of fish into his backpack, then secured it tightly to the rear rack of his bicycle with robust twine, binding it firmly. After ensuring that the load was secure, he exclaimed, "Let us go. My friend, time to see the world." With a spirited heart, he mounted his bicycle, pedaling away, the brand-new chariot burdened with heavy hopes, departing from the reservoir. As he traversed the path from the village's end to its beginning, Luo Chengjian felt like a triumphant general, basking in the unprecedented attention of onlookers. "Oh, Chengjian, is that a bicycle? Newly acquired?" The first to greet him was Luo Laoshuan from the east end of the village, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Luo Chengjian slowed, a modest yet unmistakable smile gracing his face as he nodded. "Indeed. Uncle Xuan off to work? Goodness, this is incredible. You've truly struck it rich." Luo Laoshuan marveled, circling around the bicycle to inspect it. Just as he escaped Luo Laoshuan's grasp, not 10 meters later, he was stopped by Aunt Wang, who was picking beans in her garden. "Chengjian, stop. Let me have a look. Oh, this bicycle looks splendid. Must be over 100 yuan, right? Is selling fish that lucrative?" Aunt Wang's voice boomed with penetrating clarity. "It's all right, just getting by," Luo Chengjian replied vaguely. "Aunt Wang, you carry on. I need to hurry to the town to sell the fish. I fear they won't be fresh for long." "Ah, off you go. Take care on the road." This scene repeated itself throughout his journey, with envious glances, astonished inquiries, and curious onlookers trailing him incessantly. Luo Chengjian met each encounter with a cheerful nod, skillfully deflecting questions with vague responses and excuses about selling fish, slipping away without a hitch. The sense of vanity and superiority bestowed upon him by the bicycle enveloped him like a fine wine, leaving him slightly intoxicated. As he passed by the entrance of Roy Rue's house, he distinctly felt a complex gaze directed at him from behind the half-open window, following him and his chariot intently. In that gaze, there was shock, jealousy, disbelief, and perhaps a hint of reluctant calculation. Indeed, Roy Rue was taken aback by the sight of that brand-new green bicycle. Luo Chengjian, who had once been utterly subservient to her whims, was now undeniably thriving. A bicycle costing over 100 yuan was nothing short of a luxury in Luo Jiaqiao. The hapless suitors around her pond, unable to afford even a donkey cart, paled in comparison. In an instant, Luo Chengjian transformed in her eyes from a tasteless backup option into a coveted prize standing out from the crowd. Although just yesterday her mother, Fang Shiyun, had suffered a humiliating encounter with Luo Chengjian, being terrified by a menacing bamboo pole, Roy Rue felt that was her mother's affair, not hers. Luo Chengjian's harsh words were likely uttered in a moment of anger. Men, after all, could be soothed. The key was how to soothe them. She could no longer dangle like before, maintaining a distance. She had to invest genuine effort, as long as she was willing to show some initiative. With her youthful beauty at 20 years of age, how could she not capture Luo Chengjian, who was entangled with that older woman? Lin Huahuan, whom she deemed past her prime at 26. Lin Huahuan, already a mother, could not possibly compare to her vibrant youth. If Luo Chengjian had any sense, he would know whom to choose. However, as Roy Rue toyed with the window frame, her gaze flickered. It seemed a bit premature to dwell on these thoughts. Regardless of his newfound success, Luo Chengjian was still a country bumpkin at heart. Her ultimate goal remained to marry into the city, ideally the county seat, though the city itself would be even better. Yet, she felt uncertain about that level of aspiration. It felt too distant. For now, Luo Chengjian was still a worthy backup plan to invest some effort into. She needed to observe him further. If he could sustain this level of income, or even progress further, perhaps she could allow herself to be a little accommodating. Unbeknownst to Luo Chengjian, Roy Rue's convoluted schemes were far from his thoughts as he pedaled vigorously along the bumpy dirt road leading to the county seat, invigorated by the wind against his face. This very road had once seen him fleeing from Luo Jiaqiao, filled with despair and uncertainty as he sought a livelihood in the county. It was only upon hearing that Roy Rue had married a government official with a stable job in the city that he had fully resigned himself to his fate and departed to distant lands. Now, he found himself pondering how a village girl like Roy Rue, despite a touch of beauty, had managed to ascend to such heights. The challenges of establishing connections in the county were already formidable. The city was an entirely different realm. Yet, these mysteries were momentarily overshadowed by the exhilaration of cycling and the anticipation of the county's fish market. To hell with it. He now possessed a bicycle, skills, and connections. Earning money and living well was what truly mattered. Shaking his head to dispel these distractions, he pedaled with greater determination. After more than 2 hours of laborious travel, the imposing city gate of the county, much grander and more orderly than that of Shuangxi town, finally came into view. Without hesitation, he made a beeline for his intended first stop, the county hospital. The county was indeed a different world. The flow of people at the hospital's entrance, their attire and demeanor, clearly surpassed that of the town. Workers donned clean, neat uniforms, family members carried lunchboxes and mesh bags, and doctors and nurses in white coats hurried about. While numerous individuals exuded an air of authority, Luo Chengjian propped his bicycle against the side of the hospital entrance, untied the bundle on his back, cleared his throat, and summoned his voice. Fresh reservoir fish, just out of the water, alive and kicking, perfect for nourishing soups, braised for a hearty meal, selling cheap. This rustic yet robust call instantly drew the attention of many. Oh, fish for sale? They look fresh. Young man, how much for the crucian carp? Do you have catfish? My wife is about to give birth, and I want to make some catfish soup. In a flash, the crowd swarmed around him. Questions, selections, and negotiations filled the air with lively chatter. Luo Chengjian's words flowed effortlessly as he quoted prices clearly, deftly weighed the fish, calculated totals, collected payments, and provided change. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the purchasing power and inclination of the county residents far exceeded his expectations. Besides those clearly buying fish for patients or expectant mothers, many passers-by, attracted by the freshness, casually bought 1 or 2 fish. As for the prices, in their eyes, Luo Chengjian's rates were even slightly lower than those at the market. In less than an hour, he sold over 50 pounds of fish, a mix of sizes, leaving his basket completely empty, save for remnants of water and the lingering scent of fish. Clutching a thick wad of cash, he counted, astonished to find he had made nearly 10 yuan more than in the town. A total of over 70 yuan. Goodness, what a difference. Luo Chengjian felt a wave of shock, soon followed by immense joy. And this was merely at the hospital entrance. What if he ventured to worker-dense areas like the steel factory's housing quarters, where the purchasing power was even stronger? He envisioned a golden path unfolding before him. But he needed stock. The dreary memories of his previous struggles in the county were scattered by the tangible cash in his hands. He hastily bought 2 large meat buns from a roadside stall, wolfing them down with cold water, before hopping back on his bicycle to rush home. Time is money. He needed to return quickly to implement his plan for the fish trap. The reservoir was rich in resources, every little bit counted, spanning nearly 10 acres. The large reservoir was shared by several villages, and his catch was but a drop in the bucket. As long as he avoided using nets that could deplete the stock, nobody could fault him. His legs pedaled with vigor, and his mind raced with calculations. First, he would cut bamboo, then enlist his father's help to craft the fish traps. He also needed bait, so he had to procure some stinky chicken entrails and pig offal. There was indeed much to do, but as long as he could earn money, what did it matter? Upon returning to Luo Jiaqiao at a furious pace, the sun had just begun to dip in the west. He did not head home, but turned his bicycle towards the few acres of land allocated to his family. From a distance, he saw his parents bend over in the fields, laboring tirelessly. Witnessing this scene, a wave of guilt washed over him, and an intense feeling of remorse surged within. In his past life, he had been a wretch. In a bid to curry favor with Roy Rue, he had shamelessly toiled away in her parents' fields, laboring without a kind word in return. Meanwhile, his own family's land had been entirely left to Lin Huahuan. That woman, managing household duties and caring for children, also had to toil in the fields. Were it not for Lin Huahuan's pregnancy this year, his parents, unable to bear the sight, would have taken over the farming duties themselves, and the consequences were unimaginable. His parents were not young anymore, suddenly burdened with the added work of several acres. They had become tireless farming machines. "Father, mother," Luo Chengjian called out, stopping his bike and shouting across the furrowed field, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Luo Jinhua and Tian Mei straightened up, wiping their brows as they looked over. When they caught sight of the pristine bicycle beneath Luo Chengjian, both parents froze in place. Their eyes wide, mouths agape, disbelief etched on their faces. Luo Jinhua was the first to regain his composure. His expression darkened as he stepped over the furrow. Pointing at the bicycle with a voice raised in shock and hurt, "Chengjian, you foolish spendthrift. Is this a bicycle? Did you buy it? How much did it cost? Over 100 yuan, right? How much have you earned? And you squander it like this? What about Huahuan and the child? You reckless fool. You really don't know how to live wisely. It drives me insane." The old man's beard bristled with rage, and spittle flew from his mouth, splattering all over Luo Chengjian's face, leaving no room for the boy to interject. Tian Mei felt a pang of sympathy for the money spent, yet her gaze lingered on the gleaming bicycle, betraying a mixture of admiration and a hint of pride. However, under the old man's wrath, she dared not voice her thoughts. Luo Jinhua unleashed a torrent of curses, and upon noticing his son's silence, his fury intensified. He bellowed, "Keck out your tongue. Speak up. Where's the money? Have you squandered it all?" Finally, Luo Chengjian emerged from the tempest of his father's spittle, wiped his face, and hastily explained, "Father, my dear father, please calm down. Let me explain. This bicycle cost me nothing. Not a single penny." "Nonsense," Luo Jinhua retorted, utterly unconvinced. "Did a pie fall from the sky and land in your lap? Did you simply find a new bike lying around? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Truly, father, just hear me out." Luo Chengjian quickly set the bicycle upright and led his father to it, pointing out the minor imperfections, the drips of paint, the rust that hadn't been completely sanded away, and the nearly imperceptible wobble of the wheel. "Look, does this resemble a newly purchased item? Would a brand new bike look like this? I pieced this together from scrap parts one salvaged from the junkyard. The frame is rusted, which I sanded and painted. The wheel wobbles, which I fixed myself. The chain, seat, and pedals are all salvaged from other broken bikes. I spent only a little on paint and sandpaper, less than 10 yuan in total." As he animatedly recounted his scavenging adventures at the junkyard, detailing how he disassembled and reassembled the parts, his voice brimmed with unparalleled pride, as if he had constructed a spacecraft rather than a mere bicycle. Luo Jinhua, now somewhat persuaded, bent down to examine the bike closely, running his fingers over the uneven patches of paint and the residual rust, and scrutinizing the makeshift brake held together with rubber bands. His expression of anger gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Tian Mei had already edged closer. Upon hearing her son had constructed the bike himself, her eyes sparkled with pride, disregarding any flaws. She gently stroked the cool handlebars and seat, exclaiming, "Oh my eldest son is truly capable. He has really achieved something. He can build a bicycle by himself, better than his father." Luo Jinhua straightened up. Though he was now convinced by 8 or 9 parts, he still feigned sternness, gruffly huffing, "Umph. Well, it seems you have a knack for some unconventional skills, as long as you didn't waste money." Yet the astonishment and barely perceptible approval in his gaze betrayed him. With the alarm lifted, Luo Chengjian seized the opportunity to elaborate on the bustling scene at the county town where he had sold fish. "Father, mother, You wouldn't believe it. The county is teeming with people. They spend money so freely. At the hospital entrance, I sold over 50 kilograms of fish within an hour. The prices were even higher than in the town. The customers were so generous with their cash. He produced a thick wad of bills from his pocket and waved it, declaring, "This is today's earnings." I'm thinking, with this bike, I can go to the county every day to sell. I'll definitely make more than in the town. And you both shouldn't hesitate to spend. I'm already making a good amount daily. Luo Chengjian, ignoring his son's subsequent words, was deeply struck by the vivid description of the county's vibrancy, having rarely ventured there himself throughout his life. Observing his son's spirited demeanor, he felt for the first time that his once wayward son had truly transformed. Lost in reflection about how the tides of time push forward, Tian Mei nudged him impatiently. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Listen to Chengjian. He needs to set up that what is it called? A fish trap? Yes, a fish trap. Go help him. There's not much work left in the fields. And I'll call Qingye and Chengbing to finish up shortly. Quickly. Don't delay Chengjian from earning money. Prompted by his wife, Luo Chengjian snapped back to reality. Looking at his son, all right. What do you need me to do? I'll lend a hand. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the villagers of Luojiao, an extraordinary sight unfolded. Luo Chengjian rode the brand-new bicycle, while his slender yet sturdily built father, Luo Jinhua, awkwardly perched on the back seat, gripping the iron frame tightly, his legs stiffly dangling, while carrying a basket of fish. Luo Chengjian pedaled steadily, while Luo Jinhua, tense with nervousness, kept his back straight, eliciting laughter and playful jests from onlookers. Uncle Jinhua, hold on tight. Don't fall into the ditch. Ha. Chengjian, taking your father for a joyride. Oh my. This bike is quite something. Jinhua, enjoying the benefits of your son. Luo Jinhua's face flushed slightly, while gripping the frame nervously. He couldn't help but puff out his chest, striving to maintain his paternal authority, while muttering in retort, get lost. I'm just helping out. Enjoying benefits, my foot. This wretched bike is uncomfortable. Listening to his father's contradictory complaints and the teasing from the neighbors, a warmth surged through Luo Chengjian, mingled with a sense of accomplishment and a tinge of bittersweetness. In his past life, had he ever allowed his father to ride his bicycle? Had he ever made his parents proud? Fortunately, in this life, there was still time to make amends. Upon arriving home, the duo unloaded the basket and grabbed a machete, heading straight for the bamboo grove. Luo Jinhua, having spent most of his life doing such labor, was adept at it. Luo Chengjian, strong and capable, took charge of felling and dragging the bamboo. Their teamwork was seamless, and within half an hour, a substantial bundle of uniformly thick and resilient bamboo lay in the yard. Luo Chengjian securely tied the bamboo and placed it on the back seat of the bicycle, saying to his father, "Father, you can stroll back. I'll take the bamboo home first to spare you the burden." Luo Jinhua gazed at the heavy bundle of bamboo and then at his son's swift movements, feeling quite pleased with his son's thoughtfulness, yet his words remained teasing. "Humph. You go ahead. No need to worry about me." His tone bore a hint of playful stubbornness. Luo Chengjian chuckled, quickly reassuring, "Oh dear father, where are you wandering off to in your thoughts? I genuinely can't carry it all. If it comes to it, you can ride with the bamboo. Once we get through this busy spell, I'll teach you to ride. I promise I'll teach you well. Then you can take me anywhere you want, and just drop me off. You'll be pedaling all by yourself? How impressive." This struck a chord with Luo Jinhua, and the stubbornness on his face evaporated, his eyes brightening, though he still maintained a facade of indifference. "Humph. Who cares to learn that? What if I fall? All right, hurry and go. I'll head back and take it easy." Luo Chengjian pedaled home with the bamboo. Before his father returned, he got busy to weave a fish trap. He needed to split the bamboo into even strips. He grabbed the machete, measured the width against the bamboo, and with a flick of his wrist, the sharp crack of splitting bamboo resonated. One by one, the bamboo transformed under his hands into strips of uniform thickness and impressive elasticity. By the time Luo Jinhua ambled back home, he found a substantial pile of split bamboo waiting in the yard. Luo Chengjian was crouched on the ground, clumsily attempting to weave the bottom of the fish trap, his movements awkward, his fingers nicked by the sharp edges of the bamboo strips. "Clumsy fool." Luo Jinhua frowned at the sight, disdainfully approaching. "Let me show you how it's done." With the finesse of years of experience, Luo Jinhua settled onto a small stool, picked up a few bamboo strips, and his rough hands began to move with remarkable agility, pressing, lifting, threading, and looping. The motions flowed with an effortless grace, carrying the rhythm of decades, and swiftly, a tightly woven base for the fish trap took shape under his skilled hands, far surpassing Luo Chengjian's crooked efforts. Luo Chengjian found himself utterly convinced and completely reduced to a mere assistant. His duties entailed handing over the bamboo strips, managing the rough edges, and soaking the sections expertly woven by his father to enhance their resilience. With his father as the mainstay, efficiency surged dramatically. One by one, the cylindrical traps, each end varying in size and conforming to the standards of a funnel-shaped net, came to life under the nimble hands of Luo Chengjian. Observing his father's exquisite craftsmanship, Luo Chengjian couldn't help but compare it to the bloodied cuts on his own hands from the bamboo strips. The ritualistic blood sacrifice associated with upgrading the basket had seamlessly transitioned to the nets. And the disparity was astonishing. A spark of inspiration struck him, and with a sheepish grin, he approached. "Father, your skills are truly remarkable. Would you mind, if it's not too much trouble, crafting me a larger basket? Something akin to the size of my current one would suffice. It would indeed be more convenient for storing loaches." Luo Jinhua shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, yet his hands began selecting thicker, longer, and more resilient bamboo strips. This demeanor was tantamount to tacit approval. Seizing the opportunity while his father was engrossed in weaving the larger basket, Luo Chengjian hurried into the kitchen, setting about preparing dinner. He rinsed the rice before placing it in the pot, then retrieved a small piece of cured meat that Lin Huanhuan had pickled days prior, slicing it into thin pieces. Freshly harvested green beans were trimmed and broken, while a chunk of pickled vegetable was fished out and shredded. Before long, the enticing aroma of rice mingled with the savory scent of stir-fried, cured meat and green beans wafted through the air. As dinner neared completion, Tianmei arrived with the younger trio, Qingye, Chengbing, and Lily. The moment Tianmei stepped inside, her gaze was immediately captured by the bicycle as she circled it, inspecting it from every angle, her face breaking into a radiant smile. The two older boys, Qingye and Qingbing, were equally exhilarated, circling the bicycle with eyes brimming with desire. "Big brother, this bike is so cool," Qingbing exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Big brother, when did you learn to ride? Can you teach us?" Qingye chimed in, his face alight with anticipation. Even the youngest, Lily, looked up with hopeful eyes. "Big brother, I want to ride too." Luo Chengjian emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and upon seeing the eager expressions of his siblings, felt a warmth spread in his heart. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Of course, I shall teach you all. Whoever among you three gets into college, I will gift them a brand new bicycle. I promise." "Wow, really, big brother?" The three children erupted into cheers, their eyes twinkling like stars. The goal of passing high school suddenly became irresistibly enticing. Tianmei observed this harmonious scene, taking in the sight of her husband diligently weaving, and her eldest son bustling around the stove, feeling somewhat helpless. She glanced at the bicycle that symbolized a new life and felt a profound sense of fulfillment and warmth within her heart. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. A simple yet extraordinarily warm dinner concluded amid laughter and joy. The elderly couple departed with the three children, who kept glancing back, still dreaming about the future bicycle. The courtyard returned to tranquility, with only a dozen pristine nets and an equally new, generously sized basket neatly stacked in the corner. Luo Chengjian gazed contentedly at these instruments that would soon bring him new prosperity, then turned to glance at the war machine covered with burlap in the main room. A surge of vigor coursing through his weary body. Tomorrow promised to be a day of unbridled energy. Morning fishing, collecting the nets, and fishing again in the evening. He could almost envision countless lively fish and slippery loaches eagerly darting into his basket, transforming into thick stacks of warm cash. For Huan, for Xiao Xiao, for this family, let's give it our all. Taking a deep breath of the bamboo-scented night air, filled with boundless aspirations for the morrow, Luo Chengjian drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 24, Commencement. The following day, as the horizon began to blush with dawn, Luo Chengjian sprang up from the Kong like a carp leaping from the water. His stomach grumbled insistently, and he paid no mind to the fire for cooking. Hastily scooping a ladle of cold water from the jar and gulping it down, the icy liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the last vestiges of sleep. "Let us get to work." He wiped his mouth, grabbed the fishing rod leaning against the wall and the basket filled with bait, slung his old backpack over his shoulders, and rushed out of the courtyard with fervor. The cool morning breeze, laden with the scent of dew, invigorated him. Riding swiftly to the old fishing spot at the reservoir, Luo Chengjian surveyed the tranquil water's surface, determination gleaming in his eyes. The past few days had yielded dismal catches, and he felt the weight of frustration. Today, he was resolved to reclaim his fortune. He rolled up his sleeves and transformed into a generous benefactor, liberally casting handfuls of corn mixed with mashed earthworms into the water. The scene resembled not a mere feeding, but rather an attempt to fill the entire reservoir. "Feast, eat to your heart's content," he chanted as he scattered the bait, apologizing for the lack of provisions in recent days, promising double today. "Fill your bellies, and I shall prosper as well." Today, his offerings were abundant, and perhaps the fish, sensing the benevolence of the benefactor, sacrificed many of their kin in return. The bites were astonishingly frequent. The bobber barely had time to rest before it began a frenzied dance beneath the surface, submerging, blackening, and tilting at odd angles, each signal more enticing than the last. "Here we go," Luo Chengjian whispered, his wrist flicking as the rod bent into a perfect arc. The weight beneath the water coursed through the line, heavy and lively. The sensation of struggle bringing a broad smile to his face. A sizable, silvery crucian carp broke the surface, glimmering in the sunlight as it arced gracefully into the open basket, splashing water droplets in its wake. "Well done. A splendid start," Luo Chengjian beamed. Quickly rebaiting and casting again, his movements fluid and rhythmic, embodying the essence of harvest. No sooner had the bobber steadied than another decisive plunge occurred. He raised the rod, hooked. This time, it was a golden, plump carp, thrashing its tail with a resounding slap, its strength far surpassing that of the crucian. Luo Chengjian hunched over, skillfully maneuvering the fish, guiding it back and forth before finally inviting it into his basket. "A fine catch." He beamed with satisfaction as he estimated the size of the carp. The sounds of splashing intensified in his basket, silver scales shimmering as fishtails flapped. Grass carp, and bream. The reservoir's prized catches seemed to line up to pay their respects. Luo Chengjian's smile never faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he remained wholly focused on the water's surface, like a master conductor, deftly capturing every nibble signal. However, as the sun ascended higher, dispelling the morning mist, he keenly noticed an uptick in activity along the reservoir's edges, where the banks had once been relatively quiet. Numerous figures now dotted the landscape. Familiar faces from the village, armed with makeshift bamboo rods and battered buckets, mingled with unfamiliar ones dressed like men from neighboring villages. They squatted or stood at a distance, clumsily attempting to cast their lines and bait hooks. Some even wielded rudimentary nets crafted from old mosquito netting and wire, wading through the shallow waters in search of small fish and shrimp. "Ah, have they caught the scent?" Luo Chengjian mused, fully aware. He had barely mounted his bicycle, his large basket brimming with fish, and the odor was perceptible even from 2 miles away. The news of his profitable catches had spread through the secluded village faster than the wind. Naturally, envy stirred among the masses. He regarded them with disdain. The reservoir belonged to the public. Anyone could come as they pleased, and he had neither the energy nor the inclination to intervene. These individuals, lacking skill and equipped with rudimentary gear, would be fortunate to catch a few small fish or shrimp. As for those attempting to scoop with nets, they would likely come up empty-handed. The true giants lurked in the deeper waters, and without skill or patience, they stood no chance. Moreover, where would they sell whatever fish or shrimp they managed to catch? He had the connections and the determination to cycle 30 to 40 miles to the county to sell. They wouldn't even know the way. As long as these individuals refrained from encroaching upon his territory and causing disturbances that might affect his fishing success, Luo Chengjian chooses to ignore them. He shifts his gaze back to his fishing float. The burden in his basket grows heavier, and the splashes of water become increasingly vigorous, suggesting he has nearly 100 pounds of catch. Though his shoulders ache from the strain, his heart swells with sweetness. It's time to wrap up. Glancing at the sun, Luo Chengjian decisively retracts his fishing rod. Continuing to fish would only lead to an overwhelming haul, complicating his journey home. He laboriously hoists the weighty basket onto his back, his steps slightly unsteady, yet a radiant smile graces his face, for he returns laden with bounty. Upon arriving home, he forgoes rest and immediately begins to attend to this delightful burden. He empties the fish into the large water tank in his yard, filling it with fresh water to keep the fish lively. Next, he retrieves the sturdier, larger basket his father, Luo Jinhua, had crafted for him, carefully lining its bottom with a waterproof oilcloth. Dividing the catch, Luo Chengjian gently scoops out half of the fish from the tank, approximately 50 pounds, and places them with utmost care into the new basket, while the remainder is set aside in another. Following this, he maneuvers his bicycle, ingeniously constructing a temporary cargo rack between the rear seat and will using several sturdy wooden sticks, securely fastening the 2 filled baskets, one on each side. "Brother, it's your turn now." Luo Chengjian pats the bicycle seat, inhales deeply, and mounts his bike. The sudden increase of nearly 100 pounds in weight on the rear causes the bicycle to sag dramatically, making pedaling exceptionally strenuous. The wheels crunch on the dirt path, the sound a lament of its burden. Luo Chengjian grits his teeth, his leg muscles taut, pedaling with extraordinary effort. Sweat quickly soaks his back, yet his heart feels as sweet as honey. This heavy load signifies profound hope. After arduous hours of travel, the familiar entrance to the county hospital finally comes into view. Luo Chengjian is breathless and drenched in sweat, yet his spirit remains high. Just as he steadies his bicycle, a middle-aged man clad in blue work attire, carrying a lunchbox. Approaches him. Hey, young man. You finally made it. Didn't sell any yesterday, but today those fish look even livelier. How much for the grass carp? I'd like a big one. My old man loves grass carp soup. Luo Chengjian instantly dons a warm smile. You have a keen eye, brother. Authentic reservoir grass carp. Lively as can be. $2.50 per pound. I guarantee you'll have a creamy broth. How about this one? It looks to weigh 4 or 5 pounds. All right, I'll take it. Weigh it up. With his first customer secured, it's as if a floodgate has opened. In an instant, a crowd gathers, some familiar faces returning from yesterday, others new. Luo Chengjian stands between the two large baskets, his words flowing fluently. His price is clear and resounding. Grass carp, $2.50. Carp, $1.50. Big Crucian carp, $1.20. Fresh and visible. Caught and weighed on the spot. His movements are quick and efficient, akin to a finely tuned machine, bending to scoop fish, weighing them, announcing the count, mentally calculating prices, collecting payments, and giving change, all without a moment's hesitation. Sweat trickles down his temples, yet he pays it no mind. Young man, your hands move swiftly. I'd like a carp. The one with the red tail. This Crucian carp is quite plump. I'll take 2. The 2 large baskets visibly diminish in quantity. Within an hour, nearly 100 pounds of fish have been sold cleanly, leaving only the damp oilcloth and a faint fishy aroma. Luo Chengjian pays no attention to the disappointed inquiries of those who didn't manage to purchase fish, hastily pushing his empty bicycle to a secluded corner. Turning his back to the road, he retrieves a thick stack of cash, dampened with fishy water and sweat, along with several precious larger bills. Licking his cracked lips, he swiftly counts. Grass carp, carp, Crucian carp. The weights and prices flash through his mind, converging into a heart-racing total, $113.60. Earnings exceeding 100 in a single day. Luo Chengjian clenches his fist tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh, suppressing the urge to shout in triumph. It is the first time since his rebirth that his daily income has surpassed the $100 threshold. This feeling surpasses even the exhilaration of signing a $1 million contract in his previous life. Amidst the overwhelming joy, a strong longing for his wife and daughter washes over him. The empty yard lacks Lin Huanhuan's reproachful gaze, and without the sweet voice of his daughter calling for him, it feels as though the very soul is missing. What is the purpose of earning money if not to ensure a better life for them? Tomorrow, after selling the fish, I'll go see them. Luo Chengjian resolves, carefully hiding the money close to him, then heads straight to the county meat processing plant, using the remaining pack of economical cigarettes as leverage. He successfully acquires a large bucket brimming with pungent chicken intestines and duck entrails at an exceptionally low price, ideal bait for his traps. Pedaling home with his laden bicycle, the sunset casts a warm orange glow over the yard. Luo Chengjian gazes at the emptiness of the yard, the thrill from his substantial earnings somewhat tempered by a tinge of loneliness. He sets down his belongings, neglecting to rest, and grabs a battered basket and a small shovel, heading straight to the vegetable garden behind the house. Time to dig for worms. Simply relying on corn as bait isn't enough. The fish deserve a change of flavor. Like a diligent groundhog, he digs through the moist earth, quickly unearthing a half basket of plump red worms. Returning to the yard, he hastily nibbles on 2 cold corn flatbreads before collapsing onto the Kong for a brief nap of scarcely an hour. As the sun completely sinks below the horizon and dusk envelopes the land, Luo Chengjian rises, invigorated. He straps on the old basket filled with traps, one hand grasping his fishing rod, the other carrying a bucket filled with smelly entrails and fresh worms, and, against the backdrop of the last rays of twilight, he sets off toward the reservoir once more. The weather is pleasant tonight, and the moonlight should be bright, making it an ideal time for night fishing. However, he must first attend to business, setting the traps. While the sky remains only partially dark, Luo Chengjian walks along the edge of the reservoir, seeking out the shallow areas rich in silt and water plants. He expertly fills each trap with the strongly odorous chicken intestines and duck entrails, securing them with rope. Then, like a shot put, hurls the traps into the selected spots. Splash, splash. Bubbles rise as the cylindrical bamboo traps sink into the depths, vanishing into the murky waters. On the shore, he secures the ropes with stones or bends a conspicuous blade of grass as a marker. 13 traps, spaced apart along the bank, create an invisible net for catching eels. Once all is complete, the night has fully descended. The moonlight spills like liquid mercury, draping the reservoir in a veil of mist. Luo Chengjian finds a fishing spot away from the traps, relatively flat, and begins to fish under the moonlight. This time, he uses fresh worms, hooking them and gently casting them into the moonlit depths. The fishing float appears merely as a fuzzy black dot in the moonlight, requiring his utmost concentration to discern. The night reservoir exudes a serene yet mysterious atmosphere. Occasionally, fish leap from the water with a crisp splash, breaking the silence. Luo Chengjian remains patient, his mindset calm. Night fishing is akin to overtime. Catching more is ideal, but if not, it's simply feeding the fish. Sustainable development. Perhaps the change to worm bait or the increased activity of fish at night contributes to the surprisingly good bites. Fish are caught sporadically, though smaller than those during the day. The continuous action is rewarding. Gradually, his basket gains weight. Estimating that enough time has passed, and with nearly 50 pounds of fish in his basket, Luo Chengjian prepares to reel in. By the light of the moon, he glances towards the direction of his traps, now shrouded in darkness. Please don't let me down tomorrow morning, he silently wishes, bearing the weighty harvest as he strides home under the moonlight. Night fishing shouldn't extend too late. He must rise early to check the traps. In the event that some early riser, perhaps envious or opportunistic, snatches it away, it would be a considerable loss. Upon returning home, he poured the fish he had caught during the night into a large water tank for safekeeping. Gazing at the densely packed fish heads bobbing together, Luo Chengjian stifled a satisfied yawn and promptly fell into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke and the morning star lingered on the horizon, Luo Chengjian awoke with clock-like precision. After hastily splashing water on his face, he slung the empty basket over his back and, with buoyant steps, set off once more towards the reservoir. Collecting the fish traps was the day's principal objective. Following the markers he had left the previous night, he retrieved them one by one. Upon grasping the rope, he pulled it vigorously towards the shore. The first trap emerged from the water, heavy and laden. Inside the bamboo trap, a writhing mass of dark, slippery loaches struggled to escape, glistening with a greasy sheen in the early light. Remarkable! What a bountiful catch! Luo Chengjian's spirit soared. The second and third traps were equally rewarding, each one brimming with weighty contents. By the time he had retrieved the 11th and 13th traps, all 13 had been collected. Luo Chengjian gazed at the small mountain of wriggling loaches on the ground, and despite having mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The yield was staggering, easily estimated at 70 to 80 pounds, if not more. The villagers didn't particularly crave such creatures, deeming them too earthy in taste. Yet, the silt of the reservoir nurtured plump loaches, which undoubtedly held market value in the county, suppressing the goosebumps that threatened to rise. He cautiously shook the slippery golden strips into his basket. With over half the basket filled, they continued to squirm and twist, causing a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. But the thought of the wealth they represented swiftly dispelled any discomfort. Carrying this heavy hope back home, he carefully transferred the loaches into a large wash basin, adding some fresh water. Observing the densely packed, constantly writhing black gold in the basin, Luo Chengjian suddenly remembered Aunt Zhao from next door. Previously, he had promised her a fish to prevent her from repeatedly asking for one. He quickly fished out a lively grass carp, weighing over 2 pounds, from the large water tank and headed next door. Aunt Zhao, are you home? Luo Chengjian knocked on the door. It creaked open, revealing Aunt Zhao's sleep-laden face. Upon recognizing Luo Chengjian and the large grass carp he was holding, her eyes sparkled, and her wrinkled face broke into a beaming smile. Oh my, Chengjian, so early, and you've brought such a big fish. How can I accept this? Though she feigned reluctance, her hands eagerly received the fish, weighing it with delight. Come now, I promised you. Luo Chengjian chuckled. Oh dear, you're too thoughtful. I always knew you would amount to something. Look at this fish, so vibrant. When stewed, it will surely be delectable. Aunt Zhao's praises came like a rapid-fire barrage, so exuberant that Luo Chengjian found it somewhat overwhelming. He quickly sought an excuse to leave, bidding her farewell and retreating to his own courtyard. After a brief rest, Luo Chengjian shouldered his fishing rod and basket once more, racing toward the reservoir. He could not afford to halt his morning fishing. Today, he had intentionally used freshly dug earthworms as bait, and the results appeared promising, with fish biting more steadily than the day before. However, it seemed there were more people at the reservoir, their figures scattered both near and far. Luo Chengjian paid them no mind, focusing intently on his own fishing. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, he weighed his basket, estimating it to be around 60 pounds. Coupled with the 50 pounds of fish he had caught the previous night still in the tank, and the 70 to 80 pounds of loaches, his load was nearing its limits. Any more, and his bicycle would struggle to carry it. The fish in the basket could easily suffocate. Time to pack up. Back home to load the bike. Luo Chengjian decisively concluded his fishing. Upon returning home, he moved with the swiftness of a soldier. He scooped out the night-caught fish that had been in the tank overnight, still lively, and combined them with the 60 pounds he had caught that morning, carefully placing them into a new basket lined with oilcloth. He then emptied the old basket filled with traps, transferring the energetic loaches from the wash basin. ensuring they were also covered to retain moisture. Finally, he placed the freshly dug earthworms into a breathable bamboo basket. The two heavy baskets were once again securely tied to the rear rack of his bicycle. Luo Chengjian pushed this overloaded vehicle, braving the midday sun, and set off toward the county town. Chapter 25. A first trial of skill. At noon, in front of the county hospital, where shade was sparse and the ground scorched, Luo Chengjian steadied his bike, wiped the sweat from his brow, took a deep breath, and with a voice resonant and full of vigor, called out, "Fresh reservoir fish. Alive and kicking. Grass carp for 250. Carp for 150. Plus, just harvested plump loaches. Only 150 per pound. Perfect for stewing with tofu, dry frying, or braising. Delicious no matter how you prepare it." His calls possessed a unique allure and penetrative quality, instantly attracting the crowd of people entering and exiting the hospital. Fish. The young man even has loaches today? Regular customers who had missed out the day before quickly gathered around. Loaches? They look quite plump. How do you prepare them? Someone inquired curiously. Look at these loaches, they're lively. The meat is guaranteed to be tender. Luo Chengjian enthusiastically displayed a handful of slippery loaches, his words flowing freely. The simplest way, buy some tofu, heat a bit of oil in the pot, add ginger and garlic for fragrance, toss in the loaches to sear them slightly. Add boiling water, put in the tofu, bring it to a boil, then simmer for 10 to 20 minutes. The broth turns milky white, sprinkle with scallions, and the flavor? Unmatched. Your kids will fight for the soup. Want something crispy? Dry fry them. Use plenty of oil, low heat to fry until crispy and fragrant. Sprinkle with salt and chili powder, perfect with a drink. Braised is better with rice. He painted a vivid picture, as if the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Persuaded by his enthusiasm, even those who were initially disinterested in loaches began to reconsider. All right, you certainly know your food. I'll take 2 pounds, just as you suggested. With tofu, I'll have some too. Let us try the dry-fried version. Carp. I want a carp. That one. Grass carp. For soup. Hurry. The crowd buzzed with excitement once more. Luo Chengjian deftly attended to the demands, weighing fish, grabbing loaches, calculating totals, and collecting payments, all while dripping with sweat. The fish and loaches disappeared at an astonishing pace. In less than 40 minutes, both baskets were nearly empty. Only remnants of water and slippery residue remained. A few latecomers, disappointed, stomped their feet around the empty baskets. Young man, will you have any tomorrow? Can you save me a big grass carp? My wife is expecting and needs to nurse. Right. And save me 2 pounds of loaches. Wiping his sweat while smiling, Luo Chengjian assured them, absolutely. I'll make a note of it, and try to come early tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. After sending away the eager customers, Luo Chengjian pushed his empty bike to a more secluded corner. With his back to the road, he once again pulled out the thick wad of cash. Mingled with the scent of fish, sweat, and the slippery feel of loaches, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Grass carp, Christian carp, catfish. Topped off with the most remarkable loaches. He quickly calculated the figures in his mind. The final sum took his breath away. 187 yuan and 40 cents. He had struck gold. His heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. He gingerly tucked the money securely away, mounted his bicycle, and briskly made his way to the county's largest department store. With a clear objective, to buy Lin Huan a fashionable pair of plastic sandals, selecting her preferred light blue. A can of precious malted milk for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, over 40 yuan, causing him a pang in his heart, yet he hesitated not. Half a pound of white rabbit candy and a pack of animal crackers for Xiao Xiao, and a box of Deqianmen cigarettes, along with 2 pounds of delectable peach crisps. In total, he spent over 70 yuan. The malted milk was particularly pricey. Yet, Luo Chengjian was more than willing, his face alight with joy. He meticulously placed the fine items, malted milk powder, snacks, and sweets, into the bottom of his backpack, covering them with fatty pork and a bucket of offal, while securely tying the shoebox onto the handlebars with rope. The entire bicycle was once again filled to the brim. Let us go. Off to see my wife and child. Luo Chengjian exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he mounted his bicycle and pedaled vigorously towards Linjia village. Though the distance from Luojiako to Linjia village was considerable and the road conditions were dire, Luo Chengjian's heart was set on returning home, and he pedaled with fervor. Upon entering the village, his brand new bicycle, with the conspicuous shoebox tied to the handlebars and laden with goods at the rear, instantly became the center of attention. Who was that young man, riding a new bicycle? The villagers speculated, their curiosity piqued. He looks unfamiliar, carrying so many items. Is he visiting relatives? Oh, is that not the son-in-law of the Ho family? I remember seeing him last time, from Luojiako. What was his name again? Luo Chengjian. My goodness, it's really him, riding a bicycle, and bringing so many gifts. The Ho family is truly fortunate. I heard this lad was rather aimless before, but look at him now, he's thriving. Whispers and surprised gazes trailed Luo Chengjian like searchlights. He remained focused, a smile playing on his lips, ringing the bicycle bell as he sped along. Directly arriving at his father-in-law's doorstep, the yard gate stood wide open. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, with the sun shining perfectly. His mother-in-law, Li Xiao, was seated on a small stool, a basket of freshly picked green beans before her. She deftly trimmed the ends and snapped them while chatting with Lin Huanhuan, who was seated nearby on a small bench, her belly already visibly rounded. Lin Huanhuan wore a serene and content smile, assisting with the vegetable preparation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao squatted in a corner of the yard, playfully teasing a small black dog with a twig. Woof woof. The little black dog was the first to notice the commotion at the gate, barking alertly. The 3 women looked up, upon seeing Luo Chengjian pushing his brand-new bicycle. With a shoebox on the handlebars and a load of packages at the back, Lin Huanhuan and Li Xiao were both momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Chengjian? Lin Huanhuan was the first to regain her composure, standing up and placing her hands on her waist, her eyes wide with disbelief as she swept her gaze between the bicycle and Luo Chengjian. What brings you here? And this bicycle? Where did it come from? When did you get it? I've only been away for a few days. Her voice was filled with surprise, but more so with profound confusion and a hint of unnoticeable reproach. This change was far too swift. It made her heart race. Li Xiao also stood up, her green beans falling back into the basket unnoticed, her mouth agape in shock. Chengjian, why have you brought things again? That malted milk powder. Isn't it? My heavens. That must have cost dozens of yuan. And that bicycle, how much did that cost? Over 100, I presume. You child. She was genuinely startled by this grand gesture. Daddy. Xiao Xiao, oblivious to the adult concerns, saw her father and immediately tossed aside the twig, flinging herself into his arms like a jubilant little bird. Luo Chengjian's heart swelled with joy at his daughter's embrace. He quickly steadied the bicycle, bent down, and scooped up the little bundle of joy, lifting her high and spinning her around, eliciting peals of laughter from Xiao Xiao. He planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks, and then turned to his still dumbfounded wife and mother-in-law, grinning. Mom, Huan, I just missed you too so much. Not seeing you makes my work feel so lackluster. It saps half my motivation to earn. I missed you too, Daddy. Xiao Xiao chimed in, wrapping her arms around Luo Chengjian's neck with a sweet, childish voice. Oh, my precious baby. I missed you terribly, Luo Chengjian said, rubbing his stubbled cheek against his daughter's face, prompting another fit of giggles from her. Now, let me put you down. I've brought so many wonderful things for you. He set Xiao Xiao down and began to proudly unpack the items from the bicycle, showcasing them like treasures. Look, I bought these sandals for Huan, the trendiest ones from the department store in the county. Light blue, you'll definitely love them. Malted milk powder, just for your parents to enjoy. White rabbit candy, animal biscuits, for our Xiao Xiao. Snacks, peach crisps, for the little brothers and sisters. Finally, he lifted the hefty 10-pound slab of pork and the bucket of offal meat. A special treat for dinner tonight. The array of fine items spread out in the yard shimmered enticingly in the sunlight, exuding an alluring aroma. Li Xiao was dazzled, her heart racing. Chengjian, this is too extravagant. Malted milk powder is so precious, and this bicycle, it's too much to spend. Lin Huanhuan remained silent, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on Luo Chengjian's face with scrutiny and deep concern. A bicycle? Malted milk powder? Has he dipped into the family finances? Noticing the look in his wife's eyes, Luo Chengjian felt a pang of anxiety and realized he needed to clarify matters. He quickly handed Xiao Xiao over to his mother-in-law and took Lin Huanhuan's hand, leading her to the bicycle, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Huanhuan, please don't look at me like that. Your husband is a bona fide craftsman. This bicycle didn't cost much at all. Not even as much as that malted milk powder. Humph, you're just bragging. Lin Huanhuan shot him a glare. Really? Luo Chengjian began animatedly recounting his entrepreneurial journey. I thought carrying fish to the town every day was too exhausting, and the earnings were meager. So, I went to the scrapyard and salvaged a bunch of discarded bicycle parts. You should have seen them. The frame was rusted, looking like it had been pulled from a pickle jar. The wheels were so warped they could twist like a folk dance. I examined them like an old doctor, sanding, heating, and reshaping them until they were straight as an arrow. Then I painted them. Voila, a brand new look, just like a new bike. I only spent a bit on paint and sandpaper, less than 10 yuan. He patted the gleaming bike seat, his tone brimming with pride. This is the one and only Chengjian brand war chariot, handcrafted by your husband. Then he shifted the conversation towards his new business ventures. While you were away, the fish I caught dwindled. I realized relying solely on fishing wouldn't do. The yield was inconsistent. So, I pondered the thick silt at the bottom of the reservoir, knowing there must be plenty of loaches in there. I asked Dad to help me make a dozen traps. I set them last night, and this morning, oh my, it was a bonanza. 70 to 80 pounds of fat loaches. I charmed the townspeople. No, I educated them on cooking methods like loach and tofu, dry-fried loach, and they sold faster than fish. 1 yuan 50 a pound. He pointed in the direction of the county town, his eyes sparkling. And now, instead of going to the town, I ride straight to the hospital entrance in the county. That place is bustling. The money flows freely. 50 pounds of fish was gone in less than an hour, and the prices are significantly higher than in town. Today, with over 100 pounds of fish plus the loaches, I made nearly 200 yuan. Otherwise, how could I afford these delightful things? Luo Chengjian rambled on, his excitement palpable as he recounted the ups and downs of his recent experiences, filled with ingenuity and the hard-earned fruits of labor. Li Xiao listened, wide-eyed, repeatedly expressing her amazement. Oh my heavens! Chengjian, how did you come up with all this? You're truly resourceful. They say a wayward son returns with gold. And that couldn't be truer. Huan, we're going to have a better life from now on. As Lin Huan listened, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Watching her husband's spirited face and hearing him recount his experiences, though exaggerated, they were logically coherent, crafting a bike, making traps, expanding into the county market, especially when she learned he pedaled miles just to earn a little extra. The doubts and worries in her heart were slowly replaced by a profound sense of surprise and reassurance. This man had truly transformed. He was genuinely striving for their family. Look at you. I was only away for a few days, and you've managed to create all this, Lin Huan teased, casting a playful glare at Luo Chengjian. Yet her lips couldn't help but curve upward, revealing an unmistakable pride and happiness in her eyes. She stepped forward, reaching out to touch the freshly painted bicycle. Its handcrafted details evident, before glancing at the pile of gifts on the ground, warmth flooding her heart. Li Xiao, meanwhile, wore a beaming smile. Looking at her son-in-law with increasing satisfaction. You've truly made something of yourself, far surpassing your father. Luo Chengjian chuckled foolishly, scooping up the daughter clinging to his leg, playfully amusing both his daughter and his mother-in-law, filling the small courtyard with long-missed laughter and joy. Lin Huan's face radiated with the glow of happiness, a reflection of deep-seated contentment and peace. After spending over an hour together, the sun began its descent. Despite his reluctance, Luo Chengjian realized the traps at home awaited him, and the night fishing could not be neglected. Missing even a single day would mean a significant loss. Resolutely, he spoke up. Mom, Huan, I have to head back. I need to check the traps tonight, and I must collect them early tomorrow to sell in the county. I can't afford to waste time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao grew anxious, grabbing him firmly. Where do you think you're going? It's already late. Have dinner before you leave. I'll go kill a chicken right now. Look at you, coming all this way and not even having a sip of water. She moved toward the old hen, leisurely wandering in the yard. Wait, no, Mom, really, you don't need to. Luo Chengjian quickly intervened, emphasizing the importance of making money. Once this busy period passes, we can gather properly when you want to return. I can't afford to delay work right now. His tone was firm. Though Lin Huan also felt reluctant, she understood her husband's reasoning. She stepped forward, adjusting the slightly damp collar of his shirt, and softly said, Mom, let Chengjian go back. He has so much to handle alone at home. Be careful on the road. And don't ride too fast. Her last words were barely above a whisper. Luo Chengjian nodded earnestly, gently embracing his wife and caressing her rounded belly, then planting a firm kiss on his daughter's cherubic face. Wait for me. Daddy's off to earn some money for you both. Amidst his mother-in-law's reluctant chatter and Lin Huan's tender gaze, Luo Chengjian mounted the vehicle laden with familial affection and responsibility, embarking on his journey homeward. The sunset stretched his silhouette long against the earth. Lin Huan leaned against the doorframe, watching her husband's retreating figure, her hand tenderly caressing her belly. Unable to suppress her smile and happiness, Li Xiao stood beside her, glancing at her daughter and then at the array of precious gifts in the yard. Exhaling a long breath, her face blooming with a contented smile. At last, her daughter had triumphed. Chapter 26. Luo Chengjian strikes again. With each pedal on the green-painted bicycle, Luo Chengjian was drenched in sweat, his patchy shirt clinging to his back. As the evening breeze blew, it brought a refreshing chill, alleviating some of his fatigue. Having just spent time with his wife and daughter, the warmth in his heart had yet to dissipate, filling him with vigor. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the sunset's afterglow bathed the earthen walls in a warm orange hue. He didn't take a moment to rest, gulping down a half-dipper of cool well water, which soothed his parched throat, before grabbing the fishing rod leaning against the wall and the basket filled with traps, rushing out once more. The reservoir had transformed into a new battleground, situated in a secluded cove on the other side. He skillfully stuffed the pungent entrails into each bamboo trap, flinging them into the muddy shallows with force. Splash! Splash! The water erupted as 13 traps sank like loyal sentinels, disappearing beneath the surface. On the shore, he weighed down the ropes with stones, snapping off prominent grass stems to mark his spots. After preparing the bait with fresh earthworms, Luo Chengjian propped his fishing rod against a natural Y-shaped fork in a tree by the bank, firmly anchoring the rod's tail with his foot. He let out a long sigh, relaxing against a relatively flat stone behind him. Perhaps only during this night fishing hour could he steal a moment of true leisure. The moonlight, delicate as silk, washed over the water's surface, creating a shimmering effect akin to scattered silver coins. The evening was alive with the chirping of insects. And in the distance, occasional indistinct barks of dogs echoed. The night breeze, carrying the scent of water and greenery, caressed his face, dispelling the heat of the day. With his eyes half closed, he gazed at the indistinct black dot of the fishing float on the water, his thoughts drifting away. Flickering images of skyscrapers and clinking glasses from his past life flashed by, ultimately settling on Lin Huanhuan's gentle smile as she stood at the door bidding him farewell, and the sound of his daughter laughing as she tumbled into his arms. A smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yet, the fish in the reservoir seemed intent on keeping him alert. The float occasionally stirred, sinking, bobbing, or pulling sideways, demanding his attention every few moments. Fish, both large and small, broke the surface, thrashing in the moonlight, their silver scales glinting. The sounds of splashing water grew increasingly frequent. Only when a fierce protest echoed from his stomach, rumbling loudly, did Luo Chengjian realize how much time had passed. Weighing the basket in his hands, he estimated it was heavy, over 30 pounds. That was sufficient. Night fishing was merely a delightful bonus. He tidied up his belongings, shouldering his earnings, and strode home beneath the moonlight. The courtyard was quiet. He poured his catch from the night into a large water tank, watching the writhing heads of the fish with a sense of fulfillment. In the kitchen, smoke began to rise as he prepared himself a generous bowl of hearty noodles, topping it with 2 golden fried eggs and slices of glistening cured meat. After devouring the bowl, he felt a wave of comfort, even his toes tingling with satisfaction. As the moon hung high, its clear light streamed through the window onto the bed. Luo Chengjian lay on his back, staring at the crescent moon in the night sky. His thoughts began to wander again. Why him? In a world filled with people who bore lifelong regrets, why had he been granted this opportunity to start anew? Unable to comprehend or delve deeper into such thoughts, he felt a profound mix of gratitude and trepidation swell within him. Clenching his fists tightly, the nails digging into his palms provided a fleeting sense of reality. This stolen time, this reclaimed treasure, must be held tightly. He didn't seek to amass wealth like in his past life. He only wished for his wife and daughter to live a stable and prosperous life, with smiles that never faded. Shaking his head, he cast aside the heavy thoughts. Rising, he fetched a bucket of icy well water and meticulously washed himself from head to toe. The cold water invigorated his skin, washing away the last remnants of stickiness and fatigue, leaving him feeling remarkably light and refreshed. Rejuvenated by the crispness, he returned to bed, almost falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, sinking into a deep, sweet slumber. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke, Luo Chengjian opened his eyes punctually. Splashing cold well water on his face jolted him awake, and he felt invigorated. Hoisting the large basket onto his back, he energetically set off toward the reservoir once more. With the morning light just beginning to emerge, a thin mist lingered over the water's surface. Following yesterday's markers, he began to retrieve the traps. As he grasped the rope, the weight was indeed promising. With a splash, the first trap surfaced, revealing a mass of wriggling, slippery loaches thrashing about. The second and third traps followed suit, and aside from a couple of less impressive catches, the rest were bursting with bounty. What a harvest! The reservoir must be a loach haven. Luo Chengjian beamed with joy, carefully handling the slippery creatures as he transferred the plump loaches into his basket. After emptying all 13 traps, his basket was heavy, containing an impressive haul of over 60 pounds of wriggling black gold. Satisfied, he patted the edge of the basket, preparing to leave when his gaze casually drifted to the opposite bank, where his movement faltered slightly. The previously sparse figures near the reservoir had noticeably increased today. From a distance, he couldn't discern who they were, but he could feel their eyes, intentionally or not, seemingly fixated on the continuously wriggling basket on his shoulder. There was curiosity, envy, and perhaps something else lurking beneath the surface. Luo Chengjian felt a sudden chill in his heart, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he hoisted the backpack and carried the empty cage, striding steadily towards home. Internally, however, he remained alert. It seemed he had attracted unwanted attention and needed to exercise greater caution. Upon returning home, He carefully transferred the loaches into a large wash basin for temporary care, then promptly shouldered his fishing gear and made his way back to the reservoir. Today, he deliberately chose a fishing spot slightly distant from where he had set the traps the previous night. The bait consisted of fresh earthworms, which proved effective, as the fish were biting consistently. Nevertheless, he astutely sensed that the figures along the bank appeared to have multiplied since yesterday. Their gazes were no longer merely curious. They seemed to scrutinize and calculate, exerting a silent pressure as they occasionally glanced at the remarkably capacious backpack by his side. Luo Chengjian feigned ignorance. Focusing intently on his bobber, he inwardly scoffed. Look all you want. Let us see if you can uncover anything of value. After reeling in approximately 50 kilograms of fish, his bicycle's carrying capacity nearing its limit, he decisively packed up and headed home. Loading the catch was a technical endeavor. With the combined weight of last night's and this morning's haul nearing 100 kilograms, plus over 60 kilograms of loaches, he meticulously divided the fish into 2 large backpacks, layering them with oilcloth for moisture retention. Subsequently, he retrieved a few sturdy wooden sticks to fashion a cargo rack on the back of his bicycle. Adjusting the length of the lever arm and balancing the weight on both sides was crucial. Although the final setup appeared somewhat peculiar, with the backpack spaced far apart, the center of gravity was stable, ensuring it wouldn't veer off course. Battling the midday sun, Luo Chengjian transformed once more into a burdened knight, embarking towards the county town. After over 2 hours of arduous cycling, the sweat had blurred his vision, and his back was soaked and sun-dried, forming a thin layer of salt frost. Upon reaching the county hospital, where shade was scarce and the ground searing, Luo Chengjian had just steadied his bike and wiped the sweat from his brow, his throat parched, when several familiar faces approached him. Young man, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting forever. Where's that big grass carp you promised me? What about the loaches? My old partner just had those loaches you mentioned in tofu yesterday. We want more. Luo Chengjian instantly donned a warm smile, his voice slightly hoarse, yet resoundingly cheerful. Absolutely. I've kept the freshest for you all. They're so lively they could leap right out. As he deftly lifted the oilcloth from the backpack, his hands and feet moved in a blur to scoop out fish. Weigh them, tally the accounts, collect payments, and provide change. His swift motions left the onlookers in awe, while he continued to engage in friendly banter. Sir, this grass carp weighs 4 kilograms and 2 tails. That's 10 yuan and 5 jiao. I'll round it down to 10. It'll make a soup that will delight your taste buds. These 2 kilograms of loaches are 3 yuan. Take care. Soak them in warm water with a dash of sesame oil to expel any sand. And add some ginger and cooking wine while stewing tofu. There won't be a trace of earthy taste. Brother, this carp weighs 3 kilograms and 8 tails. That's 5 yuan and 7 jiao. Let us call it 550. Perfect for a drink. His pricing was clear, the weighing swift, the calculations rapid, and he was generous with the rounding down. Coupled with the undeniable freshness of the fish and the lively loaches, business thrived as if it were a bustling market. The crowd swelled, with later customers tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. After more than an hour, both heavy backpacks were finally emptied. Counting the thick wad of mixed bills, infused with the scent of sweat, fish, and the slickness of loaches, he found himself with a total of 161 yuan. Luo Chengjian broke into a grin, feeling as though the day's exhaustion had been worth every effort. He stopped at a roadside stall to buy a few thin-skinned, generously filled meat buns and indulgently opened a bottle of ice-cold soda. The refreshing drink, with its effervescence, sent a shiver down his spine, invigorating him thoroughly. Enjoying the soda, he devoured 2 large meat buns, saving the rest to tuck into his pocket for dinner. He also procured a bucket of offal from the meat processing plant before pedaling homeward on a much lighter bike. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the dirt roads of the countryside, Luo Chengjian felt his spirits lift, humming an off-key tune. Approaching the entrance of Luojiao village, he instinctively tensed, casting a vigilant glance toward the direction of Luo's home, yet failing to spot her conspicuous figure. Excellent. It seemed his previous scolding of her mother had borne some fruit. However, as fate would have it, he did not encounter her at her doorstep, but rather met her on the narrow country lane. Luo, adorned with a rather exquisite appearance befitting the village beauty, did not elicit the same admiration from Luo Chengjian, who, beneath her polished exterior, perceived a soul steeped in murkiness. Luo stood to the left of the path, while Luo Chengjian rode close to the right. If he could avoid her, he would, yet this was the only route home. Luo spotted him from a distance, her heart racing with excitement. She had meticulously prepared for this moment, dabbed with perfume, and orchestrated this chance encounter as if it were destiny itself. Indeed, it was fate that brought her and Luo Chengjian together. Luo Chengjian's brow furrowed tightly, his stomach churning. more unsettled than if he had caught a whiff of the bucket of offal. He promptly steered his bicycle to the right, nearly grazing the earthen embankment, slowing down as he aimed to slip past her as if she were merely a wisp of air. Clearly, Luo Irue had prepared for this moment. She noticed Luo Chengjian from afar, her heart racing. Today, she had gone to great lengths to present herself beautifully, all for this serendipitous encounter. As he approached, rather than slowing down, he veered further toward the roadside, igniting a flicker of irritation in her eyes. With a sudden resolve, as if tripped by an unseen force, she let out a dainty exclamation, "Oh," and promptly collapsed onto the road, raising a small cloud of dust. One hand cradled her ankle, though it was still a good distance from the ground, and she lifted her delicately crafted face, her eyes shimmering with a blend of pain and hope, gazing intently at Luo Chengjian. Her expression clearly communicated, "I've hurt my foot. It hurts so much. Why aren't you rushing over to help me?" Luo Chengjian did not bat an eyelash, maintaining his focus, the handlebars of his bicycle steady as if welded in place. Hugging the earthen embankment tightly, his wheels stirring up a bit of dust as he accelerated, zipping past her, a mere half-meter away. The wind he stirred tousled her bangs. Having evaded that unpleasantness, Luo Chengjian summoned his strength, propelling his bicycle forward with renewed vigor, reaching his home's gate, pushing it open with a creak, and swiftly entering with both himself and the bike, slamming the door shut behind him with a decisive click. The fluidity of his actions resembled a rehearsal performed countless times. Luo Irue sat on the ground, utterly dazed. Maintaining her injured pose, she watched as Luo Chengjian swept past her like a spirit, disappearing behind the rickety wooden door without even a glance in her direction. The anticipated support, the concerned inquiries, the chance for close contact, all evaporated. Only the dust kicked up by his wheels settled upon her face. A wave of immense indignation and disbelief surged through her. Luo Irue's face flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. She sprang to her feet, neglecting to brush off the dust from her backside, and furiously stomped her foot, a movement so deft that it belied her supposed injury, casting a fierce glare towards the closed gate of Luo Chengjian's home, her lips pouting as if they could hold oil. "Humph, what else with the pretense? He.S. definitely still sulking over my mother. What a petty person," she muttered under her breath, yet her thoughts solidified in the belief that Luo Chengjian was playing hard to get, deliberately ignoring her to provoke her anxiety. How naive. She resolved not to give him the satisfaction, turning on her heel and swaying her hips as she walked home, contemplating how to orchestrate an even more clever chance encounter next time. As she reached her own gate, she spotted a sturdy young man clad in a faded blue cloth jacket, with a sun-kissed complexion, nervously rubbing his hands, peering curiously at her from the entrance. It was Luo Erju, the second son of the old Lu family from the neighboring village. "Irue, my dear sister." Upon seeing Luo Irue, Luo Erju's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "It's been several days since I last saw you. I've missed you terribly." He clutched a bulging sack made of coarse cloth in his hand. A flicker of impatience and disdain flitted across Luo Irue's eyes, but her face quickly transformed into a gentle and bashful smile, her voice soft and delicate. "Brother Zhu, what brings you to my doorstep? It would be quite embarrassing if others saw you here." She glanced around, lowering her voice. "Shall we go to the old locust tree outside the village to chat?" She had no desire for others to know that someone was so infatuated with her. Although she yearned to boast about it, rumors could be damaging. If the villagers thought she was a frivolous woman, it would be detrimental. Moreover, she was still observing Luo Chengjian and couldn't let him know that others were vying for her attention. Luo Erju was completely taken aback by her sweet voice and shy demeanor, feeling as if his very bones had turned to jelly. He nodded eagerly, "Yes. Yes. All right. I'll follow your lead." The two of them made their way to the secluded old locust tree at the village's edge. Luo Erju, like a proud peacock, presented the coarse sack, saying, "Irue, here. I brought you some freshly roasted pumpkin seeds and a few boiled eggs. You should eat them to nourish yourself." As Luo Irue accepted the sack, her fingers accidentally brushed against Luo Erju's rough hand, causing him to recoil as if shocked, his face turning crimson. Luo Irue couldn't help but stifle a laugh internally, while her expression radiated the perfect blend of gratitude and shyness. "Brother Zhu, you are so kind to me. The perfume you gave me last time is something I use a little of every day. It smells divine. Many girls in the village have asked me where I bought it." She slightly lowered her head, revealing a delicate swath of her fair neck. Luo Erju was utterly captivated, nearly drooling at the sight, and could only manage a silly grin while incoherently showering her with praise. "It's fragrant. Definitely fragrant. Everything you use is fragrant. You look just like a fairy from a painting." His clumsy yet fervent compliments flowed forth, clashing with her growing annoyance at the lack of originality. However, she feigned bashfulness, feeling increasingly confident in her allure. Ah, this was the reaction a normal man should have. Luo Chengjian was clearly pretending not to care. He must be biding his time, plotting to win her over. As she noticed the heightened charm in her demeanor, she realized that to Luo Zhu, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, prompting him to feel an overwhelming urge to offer his heart to her. After exchanging a few more trivialities, Luo Yirei excused herself under the pretext of needing to help her mother with chores, successfully dismissing the foolish suitor. Luo Zhu walked away, glancing back 3 times, his heart filled with joy, believing he was one step closer to marrying a fairy. Luo Yirei weighed the sack in her hand, pursing her lips. Such a meager offering could hardly be considered generous. She cast her gaze toward Luo Chengjian's home, her eyes flickering with thought. She needed to devise a plan. After all, Luo Chengjian's current income was anything but ordinary, making Luo Zhu seem trivial by comparison. Chapter 27, Trouble Approaches. Meanwhile, Luo Chengjian secured the courtyard door, leaning against the door panel as he exhaled a long sigh, as if trying to expel the ill fortune he had just inhaled. This road was not his own. One could evade the initial troubles, but not the persistent ones. As long as that woman didn't become too bold and approach him to create discomfort, he could maintain a semblance of peace. Otherwise, while he certainly did not strike women, he could unleash a torrent of scathing words that would leave her questioning her very existence. He shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to rid himself of Luo Yirui's image from his mind. Best to find something productive to occupy himself. He picked up a broom and meticulously swept the courtyard, then went to the kitchen to scrub the pots and pans until they gleamed. Only when the unsettling feeling within him was replaced by the satisfaction of labor did he finally stop. Glancing at the sky, he estimated it was time for dinner at the old house. Luo Chengjian pocketed a wad of cash, locked the courtyard door, and strolled over to his parents' house. Indeed, the aroma of delicious food wafted from the kitchen. Tian Mei was just placing the final dish of stir-fried vegetables onto the table. Luo Jinhua, Qingye, Chengbing, and Lily were already gathered around the table. Big brother. The 3 younger siblings' eyes brightened upon seeing him. Chengjian is here? Perfect timing. Come sit and eat. Tian Mei called out. Luo Jinhua grunted but said nothing, merely gesturing for him to sit. Luo Chengjian wasted no time, sitting down and digging into his meal. At the table, Tian Mei chatted about the farm work, while Luo Jinhua occasionally chimed in. Luo Chengjian focused intently on his food, eating rapidly. After finishing, he helped clear the dishes. Approaching Tian Mei, who was washing the pots at the stove, he pulled out a roll of cash secured with a rubber band from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. Mom, take this. Tian Mei was taken aback, glancing down at the thick roll, which must have contained at least 100 yuan. Startled, she quickly tried to push it away. Oh dear, what are you doing? Take it back. I don't want it. How much can you earn? Huan is still pregnant, and Xiao Xiao is growing quickly. You have so many expenses. Keep it for yourself, take care of the family, and look after Huan. If you can give me a healthy grandson, I will be more than satisfied. Her tone was urgent, laced with undeniable resolve. However, Luo Chengjian was unyielding, firmly shoving the money into the pocket of her apron, pressing down with his large hand. Mom, listen to me. Now that I can earn money, it's my duty to support you and Dad. I know what to do regarding Huan and Xiao Xiao. So don't worry. Take this money, buy what you need, don't hesitate to spend it. Get some stationery for Qingye, Chengbing, and Lily, or buy some tasty treats. I don't care, just don't hold back. His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable force that left no room for refusal. Tian Mei was about to protest again when Luo Chengjian turned to Luo Jinhua, who was sitting at the table smoking his pipe. Dad, I'm heading back now. I still have to set the traps tonight. With that, he strode out without waiting for any further comments from his parents. Tian Mei watched her son disappear into the dusk, her heart swelling with warmth as she touched the thick roll of money in her pocket, her eyes slightly moist. She approached the table and pulled out the money to show Luo Jinhua. Old man, look at this. Luo Jinhua set down his pipe, gazing at the roll of cash in silence for a long while. In the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, the wrinkles on his face seemed to soften slightly. Finally, he sighed, his voice low yet tinged with a barely perceptible satisfaction. Chengjian has truly grown up. Keep the money. Buy a few things for the younger ones as he suggested. His heart is in the right place, and that is worth more than anything. The elderly couple exchanged quiet words over the roll of money, filled with myriad emotions. They felt a sense of relief at their son's return to the right path, concern for his hard work, and hope for an increasingly brighter future. Upon returning home, Luo Chengjian's earlier discomfort caused by Luo Yirei was completely replaced by the solid feeling of honoring his parents. He shouldered the fishing net, grabbed his fishing rod, and once again immersed himself in the deepening night. The night's catch proved bountiful, with over 40 pounds of live fish. After pouring the fish into the tank and tidying up, he collapsed into bed, ready for another day of hard work ahead. Yet, as the trees long for stillness, the winds never cease. The following morning, like any other, Luo Chengjian set out at dawn, stepping through the morning dew toward the reservoir. Prepared to retrieve the traps he had set the previous night. However, the sight before him made his heart sink. The shallow bay where he had carefully placed the traps was now surrounded by 7 or 8 people. In the village, familiar faces mingled with a few unfamiliar men from neighboring hamlets. They wielded an array of rudimentary tools, makeshift bamboo fishing rods, self-crafted nets, and even a rake, aimlessly scraping through the muddy banks. The water surface churned into a murky chaos, the aquatic vegetation in disarray. What stoked his fury further was the clear sight of his marked traps, their ropes either frayed or untied. 2 traps lay carelessly discarded in the muddy bank, with several bamboo strips splintered. Another trap was being dragged ashore by a burly man clad in a sleeveless shirt, a notorious figure from the neighboring village. Known as Wang Laowu, he cast a disdainful glance at Luo Chengjian, scoffing, "What's the matter? Fishing, of course. What? Is this reservoir your family's property? Only you, Luo Chengjian, are allowed to prosper while we can't even share a morsel?" Nearby stood Luo Dazhuang, son of Luo Chengfu from the west side of the village. A man usually perceived as quite innocent, now puffing out his chest in solidarity. "Brother Chengjian, you can't say that. The reservoir belongs to everyone. And so do the fish. You come here daily, fishing and setting traps, hoarding all the catches for yourself, while we can only watch. Why should all the benefits be yours alone? We need to eat too." "Exactly. Collect the traps. From now on, no one should expect to monopolize." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each resonating with a growing sense of agitation and avarice. Eyes, some defiant, others evasive or brazen, converged upon Luo Chengjian. The atmosphere above the water thickened with tension, as if a storm were brewing. Luo Chengjian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the 7 or 8 faces, some brash, some timid, and others greedy. A surge of wrath ignited within him, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking subtly. He inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to strike immediately, and let out a chilling scoff. "Ha! You lowly scoundrels. Do you think I'm here to indulge your nonsense? Don't even think about spouting your ridiculous claims. Is the reservoir public property? Am I preventing you from bathing in the river or drinking the northwestern winds? Damn it. Touch my belongings, and you dare come here lecturing me? Do you actually think you're in the right?" He pointed accusingly at the traps strewn in the mud, the bamboo splintered, then gestured towards the trap being dragged by Wang Laowu, where struggling loaches were barely visible. His fury flared. "If you have the guts, dive into the water and fish for yourselves. Don't dare come here pestering me. If you're envious, go to the clinic." His gaze locked onto Luo Dazhuang's face, which bore a smirk that made Luo Chengjian's blood boil. "Luo Dazhuang, don't think because your father is the village head, you can command respect. Your father is Luo Chengfu, but my father is Luo Zhenhua. In terms of seniority, your father ought to call mine brother. Who do you think you are? Just because of your father's trivial authority, you dare bring outsiders to harm your own kin. Your father's reputation is being dragged through the muck by you, you ungrateful wretch." Finally, he turned sharply towards the burly Wang Laowu, his voice rising with unabashed contempt and menace. "And you, Wang Laowu, do you truly believe I don't recognize you, the pest from the neighboring village? You drag along a few idle drifters, thinking you're some big shot, acting tough in front of me? Do you think you're worthy? You should take a good look at your own disgraceful self." Luo Chengjian's words flew like rapid fire, each laden with piercing truth, each a sharp barb. He mastered the art of confrontation, ensuring his presence was overwhelming, leaving no one unaddressed. More importantly, he afforded no opportunity for them to retort or catch their breath. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol, a deluge of scathing, rustic insults that left the crowd dazed, their faces transitioning from crimson to pale, their lips trembling. Unable to interject a single word. "You bunch of societal scum. Parasites." Luo Chengjian's final shout resonated like a thunderclap. "Today, you will restore what you've damaged. Not a single bamboo strip can be missing. Otherwise," he stepped forward, his eyes fierce enough to devour. "Don't blame me for turning hostile. Whether your surname is Luo or Wang, it won't matter when I'm through." Wang Laowu's face trembled with rage. Never before had he been so openly insulted, especially in front of his followers. A rush of blood surged to his head, and he bellowed, "Damn you, Luo Chengjian. You're just one person. What else with the bravado? Restore it? Turn hostile? If you push us too far, we'll break your legs and feed you to the turtles in the reservoir." Luo Dazhuang, recovering from the shock, shielded his painfully insulted face behind Wang Laowu, nervously chiming in, "Brother Chengjian, we're all from the same village. We see each other every day. Your words are too harsh. It would be better to share the fortune. You feast. But don't you think you should leave some broth for your brothers? Besides, can you keep an eye on those few shabby traps every day? There will inevitably be times when you can't watch them. The veiled threats were evident even to the dullest of minds. Luo Chengjian, observing their grotesque visages and hearing their unabashed threats and greed, felt the last vestiges of his patience evaporate. Arguing with these scoundrels was akin to playing music to an unyielding bull. Since reason had failed, the only option left was to fight, to beat them until they yielded, to instill fear. With a flash of resolve, he acted before the thought fully crystallized. Just as Wang Laowu and Luo Dazhuang were still hurling insults, Luo Chengjian swung the large basket from his shoulder with a fierce gust, striking Luo Dazhuang squarely on the head with impeccable precision. The remnants of slippery loaches splattered across Luo Dazhuang's face, overwhelming him with the stench. The force of the impact, coupled with the sudden blindness, led Luo Dazhuang to yelp in shock, staggering backward. Without missing a beat, Luo Chengjian capitalized on the momentum, his right foot striking Luo Dazhuang's unguarded belly with the ferocity of a striking serpent. A dull thud echoed. Ugh! Luo Dazhuang felt his insides twist painfully, collapsing into a shrimp-like position, the agony forcing him to the ground as he writhed in the mud, desperately trying to dislodge the basket that had become his tormentor. All of this unfolded in a heartbeat. Wang Laowu, closest to the chaos, finally comprehended the situation and howled, "Damn it!" Charging forward, Luo Chengjian paid him no mind. Swiftly seizing his trusty bamboo fishing rod, polished and resilient, and with a flick of his wrist, it lashed out like a whip, striking Wang Laowu's outstretched arm with a resounding crack. Wang Laowu felt as if his arm had been seared by a hot iron, a sharp, excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to recoil, clutching his arm in agony. The remaining 5, including the ruffian Song Rungtong and other drifters from the neighboring village, stood frozen in disbelief. They had assumed that their numerical advantage and verbal intimidation would compel Luo Chengjian to relent and share the spoils. Who could have possibly anticipated that Luo Chengjian would eschew conventionality, foregoing even a mere greeting, and instead strike first with such ferocity and precision? Witnessing Luo Dazhuang writhing on the ground in agony, alongside Wang Laowu, who clutched his arm in pain, it was evident that the legs of the 5 men were trembling. Taking advantage is one thing, but engaging in a life-or-death struggle? They were all too aware of their own limitations. With his initial strike landing successfully, Luo Chengjian's momentum surged. He paid no heed to the 5 stunned onlookers, his eyes glinting with ferocity, as he concentrated all his wrath upon Wang Laowu. The fishing rod in his hand transformed from a mere tool into a formidable weapon, cutting through the air with a fierce swiftness. "Damn it! You still wish to confront me? Come on, let us continue." Luo Chengjian bellowed, fervently pursuing the panicked Wang Laowu, delivering blows with unrelenting force. The bamboo rod struck against his back, legs, and rear, resounding with sharp cracks, leaving behind vivid bruises. Wang Laowu cried out in desperation, utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to evade in a state of disarray. In the intervals between striking Wang Laowu, Luo Chengjian did not forget to deliver a few kicks to Luo Dazhuang, who struggled to rise. "This is what you get for being a lackey, for causing me trouble." Each kick elicited cries of anguish from Luo Dazhuang, who was rendered utterly incapable of resistance. In that moment, on the banks of the water, Luo Chengjian stood alone with his rod, resembling a tiger among sheep, overwhelming Wang Laowu and Luo Dazhuang, who were left defenseless and wailing. His fierce demeanor completely intimidated the 5 onlookers who dared not intervene. Song Rentong was the first to regain his wits, his heart racing at the sight of Luo Chengjian's reckless ferocity. However, as a somewhat notorious figure from the neighboring village and a sycophant to Luo Wei, he could not afford to appear cowardly. Mustering his courage, he stepped forward, his voice trembling with bravado. "Luo Chengjian, don't get too cocky. They merely fell into your trap by accident. We still have 5 people here. If it comes to blows, your fists cannot match our numbers. Humph, wise up. Your lot too." Luo Chengjian abruptly halted his pursuit of Wang Laowu, turning to fix his bloodshot gaze upon Song Rentong and the 4 men behind him. The fishing rod pointed threateningly at the ground, still stained with mud. Was this an invitation to join the fray? Under the weight of his menacing glare, the remaining 4 felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, spurred on by Song Rentong's words and their own misguided bravado, they felt compelled to stand their ground. One of the ruffians, puffing his chest out, shouted defiantly, "Right. What makes you so arrogant, Luo Chengjian? Do you think we're made of clay? If you dare lay a hand on us again, we'll take you down." Another from the neighboring village waved his fist in a show of bravado. "Who's afraid of whom, huh? Just because you have a weapon?" Seeing others muster their courage, Song Rentong also found his backbone. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" The last 2 joined in the cacophony of bravado. The air was soon filled with raucous shouts. Luo Chengjian's expression turned icy, as cold as a deep, frozen lake. He knew that unless he inflicted pain and fear upon these ignorant ruffians today, similar troubles would persist indefinitely. His ascent from the depths of adversity in his past life had not been achieved through leniency. Beneath the polished facade of those genteel entrepreneurs, who had not fought through blood and strife, before the 21st century brought about improved public safety, where was there not a trace of gangs? Even the scrap collectors had their factions, and without paying dues, one could hardly survive. Fighting was commonplace, and Luo Chengjian had dabbled in everything. To say he did not know how to fight or lacked the guts was sheer nonsense. These ruffians lacked both the ferocity and experience, relying solely on their numbers. And Luo Chengjian dismissed them entirely. Very well. Luo Chengjian spat the words through clenched teeth, a cruel smile curving his lips. Then let us all come at me together. It'll save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he was already in motion. The early bird catches the worm. His sights were set on the two holding flimsy nets and makeshift bamboo poles. Like a cheetah, Luo Chengjian lunged forward, his fishing rod slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Crack, crack. The sharp sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Ow, my hand. Ah, my rod. The two men felt a sudden, excruciating pain in their wrists, as if struck by iron, dropping their weapons with a clatter, clutching their wrists in agony. With their weapons lost, the remaining three were filled with dread. Song Rentong shrieked instinctively, attempting to flee. But would Luo Chengjian allow that? The fishing rod struck like a venomous serpent, whipping mercilessly towards the three of them. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Luo Chengjian expertly utilized the advantage of his rod's length, refusing to let them close the distance. Ah, stop. Don't hit me. Ouch. Luo Chengjian. You're out of your mind. The sounds of the bamboo striking flesh mixed with their pitiful cries and terrified curses. Luo Chengjian was precise in his strikes, deliberately targeting meaty areas while avoiding vital points, yet delivering unrestrained force. The three men were compelled to flee, rolling and scrambling, with two of them slipping and crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. With real fire ignited within him, Luo Chengjian showed no mercy. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a fierce kick to Song Rentong's backside, following it up with a swift strike to his back. Get lost and come to your senses, he roared, using the momentum of his blows to send the staggering Song Rentong tumbling into the reservoir. With a splash, water erupted. And you, he repeated the maneuver, swiftly striking the other two who were near the water's edge, causing them to lose their balance and plunge into the depths. The remaining two, quick to react and slightly farther from the shore, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, were seized by panic. They dared not linger, letting out frantic cries as they dashed away, rolling and scrambling into the grass, moving faster than rabbits. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Laowu, still howling in pain, and Luo Dazhuang, struggling to rise, remained on the shore, while Song Rentong and the other two unfortunate souls floundered in the water, terrified as they looked at Luo Chengjian, who resembled a harbinger of death. Breathing heavily, Luo Chengjian's chest heaved, veins throbbing on his forehead. He approached the edge of the shore, the dripping fishing rod in hand, casting a disdainful gaze upon the three floundering in the water, then turning his attention back to the battered Wang Laowu and Luo Dazhuang, a cold, mocking smile breaking upon his face. Still so tough, are we? Huh, a bunch of cowardly fools. If you want to earn money, do it yourself. Want to extort me? He spat. I'll make you eat your own words and shove it back down your throat. He paused, pointing the fishing rod at those in the water and on the shore, his voice as frigid as ice. I ask you one last time. Do you dare to cause trouble again? Do you dare to touch my belongings? With the buoyancy of the water aiding him, Luo Dazhuang finally managed to free himself from the net that had ensnared him, choking on water, shivering and afraid. Upon meeting Luo Chengjian's icy gaze, he was gripped by terror, pleading with a quivering voice, I 1T dare. Brother Chengjian, I truly 1T. It was all my fault. The cage. I'll retrieve it for you. Right now? Please, don't hit me. He splashed desperately toward the shore, intent on retrieving the submerged trap. In the water, Song Rentong and the other two had also completely capitulated, their lips turning blue from the cold, teeth chattering as they hurriedly echoed, Yes, yes. Brother Chengjian. It was all Wang Laowu's instigation. We were wrong. We'll fetch it for you. I promise we'll get it. Please, don't hit us. It's too cold. Indeed, indeed. Look at my arms and legs. They're all bruised. One more hit, and it might cost a life, Wang Laowu lamented, huddled on the ground with his arms wrapped around himself. He watched his begging companions on the shore and in the water, a mixture of anger, hatred, and fear coursing through him, his lips quivering yet refraining from uttering further threats. Luo Chengjian let out a cold snort. pointing his fishing rod at the water's surface. Fish them out. Get them all up here. If even one is missing, you'll spend an extra 30 minutes in that water. You'll be floating like a buoy. The group, as if granted amnesty, disregarded the cold and splashed about in the water frantically. Luo Dazhuang also scrambled back into the water to assist. In a short while, 13 traps were recovered. Aside from the 2 that were broken and the ropes that had snapped, the rest were retrieved, damp and piled on the shore. Luo Chengjian inspected them, finding 2 severely damaged and nearly unusable, while the others, though soaked, remained structurally sound. He then waved his fishing rod, shooing them away like bothersome flies. Get lost. From now on, avoid me. If I catch wind of you scheming against my traps again, he shot a fierce glare at Wang Laowu. I'll blockade your doorstep and confront you in front of your parents and children. Understand? We understand. We understand. They stammered, shivering in the cold, hastily climbing ashore, oblivious to their wet clothes and aches, as they helped Wang Laowu escape the nightmare that was this water, not daring to look back. As the group vanished from sight, Luo Chengjian's taut nerves finally relaxed, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He crouched down to inspect the loaches. Due to the premature destruction of the traps and the ensuing chaos, his haul was significantly diminished. His basket contained a meager 30 pounds, writhing incessantly. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. They wasted my time. I've lost out on dozens of bucks. Luo Chengjian cursed under his breath, regretting not having extorted some compensation for the lost labor. Suppressing his anger, he tidied up the usable traps and the pitiful loaches. Shouldering the basket and hoisting the fishing rod, he sought a serene fishing spot far from this troublesome area. Though his mind simmered with frustration, his hands moved with precision, baiting, casting, and preparing. Perhaps the heavens took pity on his misfortunes today, as the fish were unusually biting. The basket grew heavy with a visible swiftness. By the time the sun hung high in the sky, he weighed his catch, and it was no less than 80 pounds. This somewhat alleviated his earlier discontent. Upon returning home, he hastily processed the fish and loaches, securing 2 large baskets onto his weathered vehicle. Adjusting the balance and weight, the cart appeared more peculiar, yet stable. He pedaled this overloaded contraption towards the county town. Chapter 29, Too aggrieved? Then let it out. The county hospital's entrance remained bustling with activity. However, a few regulars who had reserved loaches the day before noticed the drastic reduction in quantity brought by Luo Chengjian, leading to disappointment and complaints. Young man, didn't you promise to save me 2 pounds of loaches yesterday? This is rather scarce, I assent it. Indeed. My spouse has been craving them, and I made a special trip to come early. Internally, Luo Chengjian cursed Wang Laowu and his gang repeatedly, yet wore a mask of sincere apologies and warm smiles. Oh dear uncles and aunts, I sincerely apologize. Truly sorry. There was an incident at the reservoir today, resulting in a low catch. I regret making you all come for nothing. Today, I'll offer you a discount on the fish as compensation. Tomorrow, I promise to secure a larger quantity of loaches, prioritizing your orders. His earnest demeanor and willingness to concede dissuaded further complaints from the regulars, albeit with a hint of disappointment. After over an hour, all the fish and the scant loaches were sold out. Luo Chengjian retreated to a corner to count his earnings, over 130 yuan. It was still a loss of several dozen compared to the previous day. That loss felt like a thorn in his heart, all thanks to Wang Laowu and his crew. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Luo Chengjian purchased some offal for bait and pedaled back to the village. However, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he turned sharply towards the village head, Luo Changfu's house. As he reached the imposing brick walls of Luo Changfu's residence, he raised his voice, filled with uncontainable fury. Changfu, Changfu, village head, come out. The courtyard door swung open with a clang, revealing Luo Changfu, his face clouded with irritation from the rude summons, immediately scolding. What is all this ruckus? Are you howling? No manners whatsoever. Upon seeing Luo Chengjian, his frown deepened, and his tone turned accusatory. Chengjian, what is your meaning? Though we are not of the same lineage, we share the Luo surname. You've gone too far. My Dazhuang returned home all bruised and soaking wet. You owe me an explanation. An explanation? Luo Chengjian retorted, initially hoping for a civil discussion to prompt this elder to reprimand his own child. But now, his anger surged, voice rising sharply. Luo Changfu, how dare you demand an explanation from me? You're the village head of Luojiao. Your fine son joined forces with that ruffian Wang Laowu from the neighboring village, bringing men to the reservoir to ruin my means of livelihood and threaten me. I haven't sought you out for an explanation yet, and you come to me first? Have you no shame? His voice boomed with authority, instantly drawing the attention of the neighbors. Such drama involving the village head was a rare spectacle. Soon, a crowd gathered at Luo Changfu's doorstep. Luo Chengjian didn't allow Luo Changfu to interject, pointing an accusing finger at him, addressing the assembled villagers passionately. Dear uncles and aunts, please judge for yourselves. We all share the same ancestry, the Luo name. We live in close proximity. That Dazhuang, the village head's good son, instead of supporting his own kin, he runs to collaborate with outsiders like Wang Laowu. He brought people to the reservoir and vandalized my means of sustenance. And then he threatened me, saying if I dared to return, they'd keep harassing me. Well, I can't just stand by forever. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. His words punctuated with fervor. Listen to this. Is this how one speaks to family? Instead of lending a hand, he brings outsiders to undermine his own kin. What kind of son is he, if his father shields him? And you dare to be village head? Do you deserve this position? Are you worthy of the trust the villagers place in you? His words detonated like a bomb, igniting a wave of outrage among the crowd. Several esteemed elders from the village, of the Zhen surname, immediately furrowed their brows. An elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, Luo Jinhua's cousin, Luo Chengjian, was the first to speak, his tone stern. Changfu, what is going on here? Did Dazhuang really betray us? Bring him out. Let us clarify this publicly. If true, you want to be fit to be village head. Exactly. When did our Luojiao allow outsiders to bully our own? You, as a father, still protect him? Another aunt chimed in sharply, a sister-in-law to Luo Jinhua. If Chengjian's words hold any truth, do you still intend to continue as village head? We, the Zhen lineage, will not condone this. Another elder voiced his agreement, his tone resolute. The crowd murmured, casting skeptical and discontented glances at Luo Changfu. The sudden uproar caught Luo Changfu off guard, his face paling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had only heard his son's complaints about being beaten by Luo Chengjian, drenched and battered, neglecting to mention that they instigated the trouble first. Now, with his actions publicly scrutinized, he found himself in a precarious position. You all know nothing. Luo Changfu attempted to maintain composure. My Dazhuang was beaten. He is still injured. Does Luo Chengjian have a right to be angry? He does not seek me out, yet I must confront him. You must clarify the matter of Dazhuang favoring outsiders. Luo Zhinshan thumped his cane heavily, his voice resounding. Bring him forth. Let us confront him face to face. If he indeed committed this wicked act, then he deserves a beating. Our clan, the Zhen family, has not yet perished. It is not for outsiders to bully us. Yes, bring Dazhuang out. The crowd echoed in a fervor. In the fields, Luo Jinhua and Tian Mei, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over, parting the throng to reach the front. Luo Jinhua immediately spotted his son, surrounded and flushed with anger, facing the village chief. Without hesitation, he rushed to shield Luo Chengjian. Glaring at Luo Changfu with a voice trembling with fury, Luo Changfu, how dare you, an elder, bully my eldest? Do you truly think his father is dead? Do you believe our branch has no one left? Typically mild-mannered, Luo Jinhua resembled an enraged bull, his eyes reddening with indignation. Tian Mei quickly joined her son, her heart aching for Luo Chengjian, casting furious glares at Luo Changfu. Upon witnessing the escalating situation, particularly Luo Jinhua's fierce resolve and the overt hostility from the surrounding Zhen clan members, Luo Changfu understood that he could not withstand this confrontation. His face oscillated between green and white as he shot a fierce glare at the half-visible Luo Dazhuang, cursing his inept son internally. Struggling to muster a smile more grotesque than tears, he softened his tone towards Luo Jinhua and the others. Brother Jinhua, what are you saying? How could I bully my juniors? It's all a misunderstanding. I was misled by this scoundrel. He abruptly turned and shouted toward the door, Luo Dazhuang, you rascal, come out and apologize to Chengjian. Hearing this, Luo Dazhuang trembled with fear, fully aware of the calamity he had brought upon himself. Under his father's menacing gaze, he shuffled out, head bowed, avoiding the furious villagers' stares, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry, Brother Chengjian, I was wrong. Speak louder. Have you not eaten today? Luo Changfu, enraged, kicked him. Luo Dazhuang stumbled, his voice cracking. I apologize. Brother Chengjian, it was my fault. I should not have listened to Wang Laowu. I should not have brought people to ruin your traps. Observing the disheveled state of the father and son, Luo Chengjian felt a significant portion of his ire dissipate, though his demeanor remained stern. He coldly snorted, take care of your son. If this happens again, it won't just be a simple beating. If he gets caught for his misdeeds, there will be no place for tears. His words were harsh, effectively accusing Luo Changfu of poor parenting. Luo Changfu's lips quivered, his face alternating between red and white, but he could only suppress his frustration and grumble a reluctant fine. Although Luo Chengjian's words were unkind, Luo Changfu had no choice but to acquiesce, as his family was in the wrong, and the Zhen clan was more united than his own. The next generation was telling. Luo Chengjian's cohort adhered to familial naming conventions. while Luo Dazhuang's group was a jumble of names. Seeing Luo Chengfu relent, Luo Jinhua's tense expression finally softened. He bowed to the supportive uncles, aunts, and villagers surrounding them, proclaiming, "Thank you, everyone, for upholding justice. I, Luo Jinhua, will remember your kindness." With that, he led Luo Chengjian, who was pushing a cart, and beckoned Tian Mei, leaving the doorstep of Luo Chengfu's home amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Upon returning to their ancestral home and closing the courtyard gate, Luo Jinhua finally released his son, letting out a long sigh, his face etched with fatigue. He scrutinized Luo Chengjian to ensure he had not sustained serious injuries before solemnly advising, "My son, you acted too recklessly today, regardless of Luo Chengfu's shortcomings. He is still the village chief. Common folk should not clash with authority. You charged headlong into a group of 7 or 8 ruffians. Yes, you won today, and you did well to vent your frustration. I understand your grievances. But what if there had been a misstep? What if you were hurt? How would your mother and I cope? What about Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao? What about your unborn child?" Luo Jinhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You are a father now. You must think carefully in the face of adversity. Seek not just immediate satisfaction. Reflect before you act." Luo Chengjian, witnessing the unmasked concern and fear in his father's eyes, felt a warmth in his heart, and the reckless bravado dissipated. He nodded, explaining, "Father, I understand. However, in today's situation, I had no choice but to act. They clearly intended to bully us. I needed them to feel pain and fear. Otherwise, they would take advantage of my absence to ruin my traps and sever my livelihood. I cannot guard those traps every day." Luo Jinhua fell silent for a moment before sighing again, the lines on his face appearing deeper. He approached the corner, grasping his weaving tools and leftover bamboo, muttering, "This shall not happen again. As for those traps, if they are broken, I will weave new ones for you. I will make several sturdy backups. The people are what matter. Material possessions are not of great value." Upon hearing this, Luo Chengjian's face lit up with a smile, moving closer to his father. "Thank you. Father, your craftsmanship is unparalleled." He gave a thumbs up. Tian Mei, watching the father-son duo, felt a mix of tenderness and helplessness, letting out a sigh. "You too." She pulled Luo Chengjian to sit down, meticulously checking for any injuries, and fussed over him for a long while. That evening, they invited Luo Chengjian to dine at the ancestral home. At the dinner table, Tian Mei used his recent altercation as a cautionary tale, educating the younger siblings, Qingya, Qingbing, and Lily, urging them to think before acting and not to emulate their elder brother's recklessness. Having enjoyed a hearty meal at the ancestral home and received a promise from his father, Luo Chengjian felt the remnants of his earlier frustration completely dissipate. Humming a tuneless melody, he strolled under the moonlight back to his quiet little courtyard. Despite having ruined 2 traps and suffering losses, the remaining 11 were still intact. He shouldered these vital tools and once again melded into the night, resetting the traps. Tonight, he had no desire for night fishing. He simply wished for a restful sleep to rejuvenate himself for the new challenges of tomorrow. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly illuminating the small courtyard. Lying on the kong, Luo Chengjian gazed at the rafters, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Today's skirmish had dispelled potential troubles and established his fierce reputation in the village. He understood that future storms may arise, but as long as his fists were strong, his mind agile, and his steps steady, no one could hinder his path toward a better life for his family. A bright new future awaited him. Chapter 30. Wake up, Ertz Suzy. In stark contrast to the frequent incidents surrounding Luo Chengjian in the village, the afternoon sun in Linjia village felt lazily warm, casting dappled light on the muddy ground through the sparse leaves of an old locust tree in the yard. Li Xiu'er sat on a small stool, her large winnowing basket brimming with vibrant green beans. Her fingers danced deftly as she trimmed the ends, snapping them into segments with the precision of a well-wound clock. Lin Huan, her pregnancy evident, perched on a slightly taller stool beside her, assisting with the vegetable preparation. A serene smile graced her face as she occasionally engaged in light banter with her mother about trivial matters, though her thoughts drifted like a ball of yarn being teased by the little black dog in the corner, often wandering far afield. "Mother." Lin Huan gently broke the silence as she snapped a bean string. "I wonder if Chengjian is managing all right at home. I worry he may not be eating properly. When I was there, he often neglected his meals. Now that I'm gone." Li Xiu'er continued her work, not lifting her head, the beans cracking crisply under her deft hands. "Stop worrying unnecessarily. How can one, at such an age, neglect their own sustenance? The last time I saw him, he appeared quite energetic, his complexion radiant. You should focus on nurturing your health and bring me a robust grandson. That is of utmost importance. If you truly miss him, I can arrange for a vehicle to take you back." Yet, despite these words, Lin Huan's heart was beset by a budding concern. akin to a sprouting seedling that could not be suppressed. Luo Chengjian had indeed transformed, becoming diligent and industrious, his eyes now alight with purpose. Yet, it was precisely this newfound vigor that rendered her even more anxious. Previously, when he pursued Luo Urui, although it pained her, at least she was aware of his whereabouts. What of now? Crafting vehicles, weaving cages, traversing the county to sell fish. Each endeavor was laborious and fraught with risk. Her heart raced as if it housed a restless rabbit. Furthermore, she was with child. When Luo Chengjian had sought Luo Urui's affections, she had not felt such trepidation. Since his transformation, however, she had developed a significant dependency on him. Though they had seen each other just days prior, her longing for him was palpable. Yet, it had been a while since she returned home, and she felt a deep attachment to it. Xiao, slow down. Watch your step. Lin Huanhuan's musings were interrupted by the cheerful laughter of her daughter. Xiao was chasing a small black dog around the yard, her little pigtails coming undone, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The dog barked joyfully, its tail wagging like a windmill, darting beneath the bean trellis one moment and circling around Lin Huanhuan's legs the next. Daodu, come here, Xiao called sweetly, having bestowed a new name upon the dog. The canine, perceptive and obedient, raced back to her, its wet nose nuzzling her palm, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Observing her daughter's innocent joy, Lin Huanhuan's heart softened. She gently caressed her burgeoning belly, feeling the tiny life pulsating within. All of this was for the sake of their family. Chengjian was striving with all his might. As this thought took root, her concern morphed into a mixture of tenderness and warmth. Elder sister, I can't solve this problem again. A youthful voice called from inside, tinged with frustration. It was Lin Huanhuan's younger brother, Lin Qi, a primary school student grappling with a word problem. Lin Huanhuan set down the beans she was shelling, supported herself on her waist, and clumsily rose. Come here, let me take a look. Entering the main room, she found her brother Lin Qi and sister Lin Lele hunched over the 8 immortals table, wrestling with homework. Lin Qi's brows were furrowed in concentration as he sighed over his math notebook, while Lin Lele diligently practiced her writing beside him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Huanhuan discerned it was a problem involving distance. From point A to point B, with the speed of a truck and a bus, and the time of their encounter. She softly read the problem aloud, her middle school education more than sufficient for such elementary queries. She picked up a pencil and sketched a line segment on a scrap of paper, patiently explaining, You see, we can consider the distance between the 2 points as 1 unit. The truck travels at. Her tone was gentle and clear, breaking down the concepts in a manner her younger brother could grasp. Gradually, Lin Qi's furrowed brow relaxed, his eyes lighting up. Oh, I understand now, elder sister. It's about finding their combined speed and then dividing by the distance. Exactly. You're quite clever. Lin Huanhuan smiled, ruffling her brother's hair, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Her modest knowledge was merely enough to impress her siblings. Reflecting on Luo Chengjian's dexterity as he hustled and bargained outside the county hospital, she felt an inexplicable surge of pride. Although his formal education was limited, his quick wit and the skills honed through life-s trials far surpassed her own theoretical knowledge. After assisting with their studies and indulging Xiao in a game of house, the sun had begun its descent. Li Xiao, their mother, commenced preparations for dinner, the kitchen resonating with the clanging of pots and the fragrant aroma of stir-frying. Lin Huanhuan sat on a small stool at the entrance, observing the villagers returning home with their farming implements. Listening to the distant barks of dogs and the playful shouts of children, life flowed as peacefully as the gentle stream behind the village. Yet, her heart could not help but drift toward the little courtyard of Luo Jiao, wondering whether at that moment he was by the reservoir, tending to traps or mending cages under the lamplight. Just a few days apart felt like an eternity. She sighed softly, her hand unconsciously resting on her belly, murmuring, Baby, how is your father faring today? Meanwhile, in the morning light of Luo Jiao, the air was crisp with dew and a hint of earthiness. As dawn broke, Luo Chengjian awoke like a wound-up clock, his eyes snapping open at the appointed hour. Those rascals from yesterday, he muttered under his breath, abruptly sitting up. The scuffle he had engaged in with Wang Laowu and Luo Dazhuang had been satisfying, effectively silencing the petty nuisances, yet the loss of 2 traps and the few dozen yuan he could have earned pricked at him like a thorn, painful but not fatal, yet irksome nonetheless. He swiftly donned his faded old coat, scooped a ladle of icy well water, and poured it over himself with a splashing sound. The biting chill jolted him awake, dispelling the last remnants of sleepiness and gloom. Shaking droplets from his hair, he grabbed the large basket leaning against the wall and strode purposefully toward the reservoir. As the first light of dawn crept in, a thin mist enveloped the tranquil water's surface. His keen gaze swept across the bay where he had set the traps the previous day. The muddy bank still bore the imprints and signs of struggle from yesterday, Yet the water lay still and empty, save for gentle ripples. Upon closer inspection, the markers he had left were intact. Huh. A cold smile crept across Luo Chengjian's lips. It seemed the intimidation tactic had proven effective. Without hesitation, he rolled up his pant legs, stepped cautiously through the slippery mud, and waded into the cool shallows to begin retrieving the traps. As he grasped the rope, a heavy sensation immediately registered in his hands. His heart raced as he pulled upward. With a splash, the first trap burst forth from the water, teeming with writhing, slippery fat mudfish. The slick texture and pungent aroma were, at that moment, the most intoxicating scent of wealth to Luo Chengjian. Well, is this a reward for my troubles? He grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth, the frustration of recent days vanishing with this bountiful catch. His hands moved swiftly, one trap after another emerging from the water. The second trap? A bounty. The third? Another. After counting 11 traps, 2 of which had been damaged yesterday, the swirling mass of black gold in his basket weighed in at a staggering 60 pounds. More than usual. After hardship comes reward? Huh. Luo Chengjian mused over the weight of his basket, the bitterness from the fight dissipating entirely. This was more than enough to cover the medical expenses for those rascals. He was profiting. He patted the rim of the basket with satisfaction, his face adorned with a rare smile of contentment. Returning home with the mudfish, he poured them into a large basin he had set aside for them, changed into dry clothes, and grabbed his fishing rod and basket, setting off once more to the reservoir. This time, he chose a fishing spot farther from the trap area, a relatively secluded location. Baiting his hook with fresh red worms, he propped the rod against a Y-shaped branch, steadying it with his foot. The fish were exceptionally eager today. It was as if they sensed his intent to compensate for yesterday's losses, providing an enthusiastic response. The bobber danced, dipping and sinking. Luo Chengjian cast his line to the left and right, reeling in one fish after another, whether large or small. Carp or grass carp, each silver-scaled fish glimmering in the morning light as they flopped into his basket. The weight of the basket visibly increased with each catch. As the sun rose higher, the basket was nearing the limit of what he could carry on his bicycle. Luo Chengjian assessed the weight, estimating around 60 pounds of fish. Coupled with the 60 pounds of mudfish, this excursion promised to be a bountiful harvest. Upon returning home, he deftly sorted and handled the day's catch, changing the water where necessary and aerating it by agitating the surface with rudimentary methods. Soon, it was time for the well-worn vehicle, bearing the name of its builder, to make its entrance. 2 large baskets were readied, one for fish and the other for loaches, both covered with damp oilcloth for moisture retention. He once again wielded a few sturdy wooden poles to construct a simple yet effective cargo rack on either side of the back seat. Adjusting the length of the lever arms to balance the weight on both sides, the securely tied contraption, albeit looking like a monstrous creature with its baskets unevenly spaced from the vehicle, had its center of gravity solidly positioned, ensuring it would not veer off course when in motion. Under the increasingly scorching midday sun, Luo Chengjian transformed once more into a burdensome knight, pedaling vigorously towards the county town. After more than 2 arduous hours of cycling, sweat streamed down like a brook, soaking his back, only to be dried by the hot wind, leaving a thin layer of white frost. His throat felt parched, and his calves ached, yet the heavy hope within the baskets, along with the smiling faces of Lin Huan and Xiao Xiao, infused him with renewed vigor. At the county hospital's entrance, the familiar battleground awaited him. The sparse shade offered little respite, and the ground was searing hot. Just as Luo Chengjian set up his vehicle and wiped his brow, before he could even moisten his throat, several familiar customers gathered around him. "Hey there, finally made it. I didn't get enough loaches yesterday. Make sure you save me some today. Big grass carp. You promised me a large one for soup. And my wife wants a carp." With a trademark warm smile that belied his hoarse voice from cycling, he replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. I've got plenty for all of you. Fresh enough to leap." He swiftly lifted the oilcloth, revealing the lively fish and wriggling loaches, while deftly handling the fish, weighing them, calculating the costs, accepting payments, and providing change, all the while speaking as if honey coated his words. "Sir, this grass carp weighs 4 pounds and 3 ounces. That'll be $10.75. I'll give you a deal at $10.50. I guarantee the soup will be fresh enough to make your eyebrows raise. Ma'am, the loaches are 2.5 pounds, $3.75. Let us call it $3.50. Use warm water with a dash of sesame oil to wash out the sand, and add a few slices of ginger when stewing tofu. It'll be free of any earthy taste. Brother, the carp weighs 3 pounds and 9 ounces, $5.85. Let us settle at $5.50. Perfect for pairing with drinks." His pricing was clear, weighing was swift, calculations were rapid, and change was given without hesitation, combined with the freshness of his goods. The crowd grew ever larger. After over an hour of this vigorous exchange, the two heavy baskets were once again emptied. Retreating to a secluded corner, he pulled out a bundle of bills, mixed with the scents of sweat, fish, and the slickness of loaches, and counted $142.80. Now that is more like it. Luo Chengjian grinned, concealing the money safely, feeling as if the day's fatigue was worth it. He ordered a large bowl of boiled noodles from a roadside stall. The noodles were firm, and the broth savory, and after a few hearty gulps, he felt entirely at ease. He also purchased some fresh entrails for bait, and with a considerably lighter bicycle, set off on his return journey, humming a tuneless little ditty beneath the slanting rays of the setting sun. The bicycle wheels rolled over the rural dirt road, stirring up a light dust. As he approached the entrance of Lijiao village, Luo Chengjian instinctively tightened his nerves and scanned ahead with vigilance, not wishing to be obstructed by any ill-fated occurrences. The crooked old tree at the village entrance stood not far off, devoid of anyone beneath it. Luo Chengjian let out a breath of relief, pushing down hard on the pedals, preparing to accelerate through this treacherous stretch. Chengjian, a sweet, deliberately elongated voice, reminiscent of honey-coated hooks, unexpectedly emerged from the dense cornfield beside the road. Luo Chengjian's heart leapt, cursing silently, and gripped the bicycle brakes. The bike screeched to a halt, leaving shallow tracks in the dirt road. The rustling of corn leaves heralded the emergence of Luo Irui, who appeared graceful and poised. Today, she had evidently gone to great lengths to present herself. Her lustrous black hair was fashioned into two shiny braids, tied with a brand-new pink ribbon at the ends. She wore a floral cotton shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Below, she donned a new pair of blue polyester trousers, the seams impeccably straight. Her face was adorned with powder and lipstick, and in the twilight glow, she resembled an overly flamboyant morning glory. She stepped directly into the middle of the road, blocking the front of Luo Chengjian's bicycle, her painted eyes shimmering, fixed intently upon him, her face wearing a blend of shyness and determination. Luo Chengjian felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his stomach churning. His expression darkened instantly, his gaze frosty as ice. Luo Irui, did your mother fail to relay what I said last time at my home? If you know what is good for you, step aside. Otherwise, he paused deliberately, his tone grim, I cannot guarantee what I might do. This was a blatant warning wrapped in disdain. Yet, to Luo Irui, it took on a completely different flavor. The implication of not guaranteeing what I might do made her heart race, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with a more wistful, even bashful expectation. The setting sun, the cornfield, and the isolation of the surroundings. Was this not the perfect backdrop she had envisioned for something to transpire? He truly harbored feelings for her. His previous indifference had all been an act. Now, he could no longer contain himself. Instead of yielding, she took a small step forward, closing the distance to Luo Chengjian's handlebars. A strong scent of cheap lotion mingled with perfume enveloped him. Chengjian, her voice was soft and sweet, laced with an exaggerated innocence. I know my mother misunderstood last time. Her words were harsh, and I'm here to apologize on her behalf. Please don't be angry, all right? She tilted her head slightly, presenting what she believed to be her most captivating angle. You're a magnanimous person. Luo Chengjian's brows knitted tightly, and his temples throbbed. Did this woman truly not comprehend human language, or was she simply unhinged? He gritted his teeth, maintaining his frigid tone. An apology isn't necessary. Just keep your mother and yourself far away from me and my family, and I'll consider it a blessing. Now step aside. He feigned a motion to pedal away. Chengjian, Luo Irui exclaimed urgently, seeing him about to leave. With her heart racing, she decided to throw caution to the wind. Forget about taking it slow or playing hard to get. All of that was cast aside. Yesterday, Luo Chengjian had exhibited such formidable prowess that it left her starstruck. But more importantly, he had dared to challenge the village chief, which signified he possessed some backbone. Thus, she felt her observational phase could come to an end, especially since she had just seen her other admirer, Song Rentong, battered and bruised. Initially surprised, she had concernedly inquired about his condition, and despite his embarrassment, he had recounted the incident by the reservoir. Now, observing Luo Chengjian's looks, his financial standing, and his undeniable masculinity, she deemed him among the finest of suitors. With Lin Huanhuan, the woman she considered a rival, absent, she realized that winning over Luo Chengjian would be considerably easier. You're truly wonderful, handsome, and exuding masculinity, she chattered quickly, while her body seemed to lose all rigidity as she lunged forward. Luo Chengjian was completely taken aback by her boldness. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by a strong wave of fragrance as her soft body collided solidly against him. To make matters worse, one hand slipped effortlessly onto his sweat-drenched chest, deliberately tracing circles with her fingertips. I really like you, Luo Irue. She tilted her head back, her eyes dreamy, exhaling sweetly. And you? Buzz. The string of reason within Luo Chengjian's mind snapped instantaneously. The frustrations of a past life, the loathing of the present, and the fury ignited by a public affront erupted like a volcano. An exclamation of rage resonated at the village entrance. Luo Chengjian harbored no thoughts of tenderness. His two powerful hands gripped Luo Irue's shoulders like iron pincers, forcefully shoving her outward with all his might. The strength behind it was akin to pushing a sack of rotting refuse. Luo Irue felt an irresistible force surging towards her, causing her to lose her balance in an instant, and with a startled cry, she stumbled backward, landing with a thud on the dusty ground. Her meticulously styled braids unraveled. Her pristine polyester pants became coated in dirt, and her carefully painted visage turned pale, filled with astonishment, humiliation, and disbelief. What the hell are you making a fuss about? Luo Chengjian, like an enraged lion, stepped forward, towering over her as he pointed an accusatory finger, spittle nearly hitting her face. His voice quivered with overwhelming anger, yet carried a sense of cathartic release. Do you think my words mean nothing? I have a wife. Children. Are you deaf or blind? Can't you comprehend human speech? The more he cursed, the more his fury intensified. The contempt and clarity he had for this woman from both lives surged forth like a dam bursting. I used to follow you around like a dog, and you treated me like dirt, barely sparing me a glance. Now that it seems I might stand tall, you shamelessly come crawling back? Do you think so little of yourself? Are your bones so fragile that you need to be beaten and insulted to feel satisfied? There are conditions to your promiscuity, aren't there? You gauge your targets, right? Did you really think I was still that fool you toyed with? Now, just the sight of you repulses me. What do you even amount to? Luo Irue was stunned by this relentless and merciless tirade. Sitting on the ground, her carefully crafted image of vulnerability lay shattered. Her face alternating between crimson and pallor, her lips trembling as she sought to retort, yet found herself stifled by Luo Chengjian's overwhelming wrath and disdain. Particularly, the phrases about gauging one's targets and being shameless pierced her heart, striking at her most concealed and unbearable vulnerabilities. Like a welcoming pine at the village entrance, waving at anyone with a male appendage, welcoming all. Luo Chengjian was on a roll, his vocabulary astonishingly rich, invoking the names of Lu Erju, Song Rengtong, Zheng Quan, and Xiao Keguang, and even invoking his own past self. This is just what I know. How many more are there that I don't? Can you even count how many good brothers you have? You master of time management. I'm exhausted just thinking about you. With someone like you, I could run a herd of horses across the grasslands on my head. And you think you like me? Uft. I find you filthy. Luo Irue's complexion drained of color. How could he know? How could he be so acutely aware? Did he have eyes on her all along? This thought plunged her into a freezing abyss. A profound sense of shame and the terror of being utterly exposed engulfed her. And you still think of me as a backup? I have a beautiful wife at home. Why would I stoop to you? Luo Chengjian spat, letting a glob of saliva land in the dust at Luo Irue's feet. Get lost. Go as far away as you can. If you dare come near again and disgust me, I'll slap you to death. What a stroke of misfortune. The pent-up grievances of 2 lifetimes were unleashed in that moment. Luo Chengjian felt a weight lift from his chest. An indescribable sense of relief coursed through him. He glanced dismissively at the muddy ground and turned to retrieve his bicycle. Just then, Luo Chengjian, I curse your ancestors. A roar, akin to that of a wounded beast, accompanied by heavy footsteps, thundered from behind him. Before Luo Chengjian could steady his grip on the handlebars, a tremendous force slammed into his lower back. Damn, he was caught off guard, and along with his bicycle, he was violently propelled forward. The bicycle crashed to the ground, and Luo Chengjian landed hard, his chin striking the unforgiving pavement, instantly filling his mouth with the metallic taste of blood. Stars danced before his eyes, and his rage ignited anew. Who the hell was it this time? Struggling to rise, a heavy body bore down upon him like a small mountain, reeking of sweat and earth. A fist the size of a sandbag hurtled towards his face with a whoosh. How dare you bully Irue? I'll beat you to death, you son of a dog. Lu Erju's dark, flushed, and contorted face filled Luo Chengjian's entire vision. His eyes blazed red, nostrils flaring, resembling a thoroughly enraged bull. Luo Chengjian jerked his head aside. Wham! The fist grazed his ear and smashed into the ground, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Lu Erju, are you seeking death? Luo Chengjian was both startled and furious, struggling with all his might. But Lu Erju was a renowned strongman from the neighboring village, his body a mass of muscle. Formidable in strength, and fueled by rage, he pinned Luo Chengjian down with ease. How dare you insult her? How dare you push her? I'll ruin you today. Lu Erju paid no heed to any words, his other fist raised high. In that critical moment, A fierce glint flashed in Luo Chengjian's eyes. When it came to fighting, he valued pragmatism. To hell with chivalry. He forcefully thrust his knee upward. The target was precise, striking Lu Erju's unsuspecting vulnerable spot. A howl, piercing and distorted, shattered the evening calm at the village entrance. Lu Erju's furious visage twisted grotesquely, his eyes bulging, the raised fist instantly slackened. And he crumpled like a marionette with its strings severed, clutching his groin, writhing in pain, rolling off Luo Chengjian. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chengjian executed a nimble roll. Springing to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression fierce and menacing. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed at the writhing Lu Erju, delivering brutal kicks. Damn, 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 you nearly killed me. What the hell, Erju? Do you even know what is going on? You think you can just beat me up? You're such an oblivious fool that you wouldn't realize if your pants were being taken from you. Each kick landed solidly, and Lu Erju could only curl up like a shrimp, emitting pained groans. Stop. Please, don't hit anymore. Luo Irue, sitting nearby, finally snapped out of her extreme shame and shock, witnessing the chaotic violence, her fears spilling over into tears, her voice tremulous and frail. Please, don't hit anymore. Hearing that familiar line sent chills down Luo Chengjian's spine. He abruptly halted, turning to glare daggers at Luo Irue, the disdain and contempt in his gaze silencing her, leaving only fear-driven sobs. Gasping for breath, Luo Chengjian looked down at the pained Lu Erju and then at the trembling Luo Irue. This simple farmer, for the sake of a mere phrase about Irue, dared to come at him with such ferocity. The scene reflected back at him like a mirror, starkly illuminating the foolish, humble self he had been in a past life, toyed with and manipulated. An overwhelming, indescribable complexity welled up within him. Anger remained, but seeing Lu Erju's pitiful state evoked a deeper sense of sorrow for his misfortune and anger at his inability to fight back, along with a tinge of empathetic pity. He took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous wrath, squatting down to gaze at Lu Erju, whose face had turned pale and was slick with cold sweat. His tone unexpectedly cold and calm. Erju, listen. Lu Erzuzu clutched his vital points, painfully opening his eyes, with remnants of anger and confusion flickering within them. You ought to inquire thoroughly, widen your dog-like eyes, perk up your ears, and observe, listen, and ask. Luo Chengjian's voice, though not loud, struck Lu Erzuzu's heart with every word. Inquire about Luo Irue. How many acquaintances does she have? Ask her how many good brothers she claims to have. He pointed a finger at the trembling Luo Irue beside him, his gaze sharp as a knife. Song Zhangzi's Song Rentong. Is he her Rentong brother? Zheng Quan. Xiao Keguang. Are they her Quan brother and Guang brother? And you, Lu Erzuzu, her Zhuzi brother. Oh, and let us not forget about me from before, her Chengjian brother. I know a damn lot. Count it on your fingers. She calls everyone brother and sister, pouts and acts coy, collecting snacks, eggs, and handkerchiefs, leaving you foolish men dizzy-headed and willing to toil like beasts, getting played for a fool, treated like a dog, and yet you happily count her money. Protect her? Luo Chengjian stood up, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and cast a final glance at Lu Erzuzu, whose complexion had turned pale and whose gaze was beginning to waver violently, his tone laced with weariness and utter disdain. Enough said. Think it over yourself. Wake up, foolish Shuzi. He paid no further heed to the groaning Lu Erzuzu or the dazed Luo Irue, moving past them to lift the fallen bicycle, checking it over. Fortunately, it had only lost a bit of paint. He brushed off the dust from the seat, swung his leg over, and before departing, cast one last glance at the forlorn Luo Irue, a cold smile curving his lips, a contemptuous snort escaping him. Humph. The setting sun elongated a shadow as he pedaled his weathered steed, turning his back on the scene and riding down the village road of Lujiako, leaving behind a desolate silence beneath the old willow tree at the village entrance, accompanied by a man's anguished groans and a woman's suppressed sobs. Chapter 31. A rare leisurely moment. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the dirt road of Lujiako in a warm golden hue, the air still carrying the dust of the ruckus at the village entrance and a faint whiff of cheap perfume. Luo Chengjian pedaled his Chengjian-branded bicycle, the wheels crunching lightly over gravel, producing a gentle jolt. He did not head straight home. Instead, he veered toward the old residence at the other end of the village. The spot on his lower back, where Lu Erzuzu had collided with him like a bull, throbbed subtly with every pedal, reminding him of his previous predicament. He spat, shoving aside the irritation and the image of Luo Irue's tear-streaked face. His father had promised to make the new traps. That thought provided him with solace in the moment. One more trap equated to 10 more pounds of loaches, translating into several more coins. The fleeting pain and disgust paled in comparison to the allure of real gold and silver. The gate of the old residence stood ajar. Luo Chengjian leaned his bicycle against the wall and pushed the door open. The yard was eerily quiet. A chicken clucked in a corner cage, while a few sparrows flitted about under the eaves. The stove was cold and empty. His parents and 3 younger siblings were indeed absent, likely still laboring in the fields while daylight lingered. He navigated through the familiar path to the storage room beside the main hall. A wave of the dry, fragrant aroma of bamboo strips mixed with dust greeted him. In the corner, several newly woven traps lay neatly arranged, their greenish-yellow bamboo glistening softly in the dim light. Nearby, a pile of split bamboo strips and half-finished trap frames awaited completion. His father, Luo Jinhua's craftsmanship was unparalleled. The strips were evenly split, woven tightly, and would undoubtedly last longer than those he had attempted to make himself. Hey, not bad. Luo Chengjian grinned, feeling a bit of the weight lift from his heart. He counted. There were as many as 9 newly crafted traps, and with the 11 still usable at home, they had just enough for 20. The thought of such productivity was exhilarating. His stomach growled. He glanced at the quiet stove and rolled up his sleeves. All right. I'll treat my parents today by preparing a meal. He stuffed a few handfuls of wheat straw into the stove, struck a match, and ignited it. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, casting an orange glow on his slightly dusty face. With swift movements, he fetched water to wash the pot, scooped 2 large bowls of brown rice from the jar, and rinsed them clean before tossing them into the pot. He then plucked 2 fresh, crisp heads of bok choy from the garden and snipped a handful of tender green onions. As the rice bubbled, he deftly washed and chopped the vegetables. Once the rice was nearly done, he sprinkled in the chopped bok choy and onions, drizzled a bit of homemade, fragrant cottonseed oil, and added a pinch of salt. A steaming pot of porridge, rich with the fragrance of rice and vegetables, was ready. Just as he finished ladling the porridge into a bowl and covering it to keep warm, footsteps and laughter echoed from outside the courtyard. His parents had returned with his 3 younger siblings. Eldest brother, the sharp-eyed Luo Lily, was the first to dash in, her little braid bouncing like a cheerful sparrow. What brings you here? Luo Chengjian and Luo Chengbing followed closely, curiously sizing up Luo Chengjian while inhaling the delicious aroma. Wow, did you cook, big brother? Luo Jinhua and Tian Mei soon entered the yard. Luo Jinhua immediately spotted the new traps peeking from the storage room and caught a whiff of the steam wafting from the kitchen. His suntanned face, etched with the lines of time, displayed little emotion as he huffed through his nose, grumbling in a deep voice. Can't keep a secret, can you? It's only been a short while, and you're back? Got nails in your backside. Luo Chengjian chuckled, unperturbed, and stepped over to put away the hoe his mother Tian Mei had been holding. Father, it's not that I'm anxious, but your craftsmanship is superb. You weave quickly. 1 more trap means a lot more money. The sooner we finish, the sooner we earn, right? He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting eagerly at the pile of new traps. Tian Mei, seeing the light in her son's eyes and smelling the fragrance from the kitchen, softened, smiling as she diffused the tension. All right, old man. Chengjian even knows to make you a warm meal. Enough with the complaints. Turning to Luo Chengjian, she urged, quick, bring out the food. We're starving. Hey, Luo Chengjian replied, hastily darting back into the kitchen with a large bowl of steaming vegetable porridge, setting out several rough ceramic bowls. Father, mother, please sit down to eat. Chengya, Chengbing, go wash your hands. The 3 younger siblings cheered and hurried to wash their hands by the well. Luo Jinhua's expression softened slightly, and he said no more. Taking a seat at the low table in the yard, Tian Mei sat down beside him, smiling. The brown rice was tender, and the sweetness of the bok choy mingled with the fragrant aroma of the cottonseed oil, creating a simple yet irresistible dish, particularly enticing after a long day of labor. The 3 younger siblings returned, eagerly climbing onto their stools and slurping their porridge with gusto, their small mouths steaming as they inhaled between bites, resembling 3 hungry little wolf cubs. Watching his younger brothers devour their meal, Luo Chengjian's eyes sparkled mischievously, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. Hey, Chengya, Chengbing, since you've eaten my cooking, you've got to help me with some chores later. Huh? Luo Chengya, mouth full of porridge, looked up in confusion. What chores? Big brother? Luo Chengbing paused, his small face exhibiting a mix of wariness and curiosity. Luo Chengjian feigned a stern expression. What? You eat my food and don't want to work? Expecting a free meal? No. Luo Chengya quickly swallowed his porridge, shaking his head vigorously. Big brother, what chores are you asking about? I'm definitely willing to help. Luo Chengbing cleverly distanced himself from the inquiry, tossing the question back to his brother. Luo Chengjian couldn't help but chuckle, scolding playfully. Look at the 2 of you. Hurry and eat. Don't fret, it's not heavy labor. You still have school during the day, and when you get back in the afternoon, you can help our parents with some light tasks. You 2 are quite sensible. Upon hearing it wasn't arduous work, Luo Chengya sighed in relief. Shoveling another large mouthful of porridge, Hee. It's nothing. The day's lessons aren't too challenging. He wore a look of a little adult as he spoke. Luo Chengjian rapped his knuckles on the table. Enough boasting. Dig in. Once you finish. He deliberately elongated his tone, watching as 3 pairs of eyes instantly sparkled. Even Luo Lily, who was leisurely sipping her porridge, perked up her little ears. I'll take you two to have some fun by the reservoir. Great. Luo Chengbing was the first to leap up, nearly toppling his bowl. Big brother. You must keep your word. Luo Chengye chimed in excitedly. Big brother, can I go too? Luo Lily put down her bowl, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Her big, glistening eyes full of hope. Luo Chengjian, observing his little sister's timid yet yearning expression, felt his heart soften immensely. He smiled and gently ruffled her fine hair. Of course you can, but you must listen and not run around, all right? Luo Lily nodded vigorously, her small face blooming with a radiant smile. I promise to behave. Tian Mei, watching from the side, wore a smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Chengjian, the reservoir's edge is slippery. They're still so young. What if they fall in? The water is quite deep. Mom, it's fine. Luo Chengjian assured, thumping his chest. What do you think of my swimming skills? When Huan fell into the water back then, wasn't it me who fished her out? He added confidently. These 3 little turnips combined weigh less than a big fish. If they fall in, I can lift them out with one hand. Besides, I'm not letting them go swimming. Just fishing with a rod on the shore while I keep an eye on them. Just for today, let them have a glimpse of the world and enjoy themselves. The 3 little ones immediately aligned in a united front, gazing at Tian Mei with pitiful yet expectant eyes. Tian Mei, looking at her eager children and then at her son's determined demeanor, ultimately relented, sighing helplessly. All right, you spoil them, but you must keep a close watch. Not a single hair should go missing. Understood. Luo Chengjian promptly replied, winking at his siblings. The dining table erupted in joyous chatter. After their meal, twilight had already descended. Luo Chengjian directed, Chengye, Chengbing, go fetch a few of the new traps Dad made. Be gentle. Lily, stay close to your big brother. He himself slung the worn-out large basket over his back, filled with the remaining new traps and some odds and ends. Luo Chengye and Luo Chengbing eagerly complied, each carefully cradling 2 or 3 new traps. Luo Lily trailed closely beside Luo Chengjian, tugging at the hem of his clothing with her little hand. The 4 of them, under the watchful yet anxious gaze of Tian Mei, set off towards Luo Chengjian's small courtyard in high spirits, as seen through the eyes of the children. Upon reaching their courtyard, Luo Chengjian set down the basket and rummaged through the toolbox for an old pair of pliers and a small roll of thin iron wire. Here, everyone take a piece. With a few sharp clicks of the pliers, he swiftly snipped off 3 small sections of wire and handed them to his eager siblings. Hold on tight. I'll turn these into fish hooks for you. Fish hooks? Luo Chengbing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the stiff piece of wire in his hand, struggling to envision how it could transform into a hook. Luo Chengjian merely smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. Let us go. He grabbed the precious fishing rod leaning against the wall and instructed his younger brothers to carry a few traps while he loaded the rest into the large basket. Luo Chengye and Luo Chengbing each held a selection of long wooden sticks, which they had carefully chosen as their fishing rods. As dusk settled in, the evening breeze carried the coolness of moisture. The 4 of them stepped gingerly to the edge of the reservoir. Luo Chengjian selected a secluded bay, far from previous trouble, and, using the last glimmers of twilight, skillfully filled the 20 traps, 11 old and 9 newly crafted, with pungent, smelly bait, casting them into the muddy shallows with a forceful fling. Splash, splash. The sounds of water splattering echoed distinctly in the tranquil dusk. The 20 traps sank like stealthy soldiers to the bottom, leaving only the grass ropes tied to stones or tree roots along the shore. Done. Mission accomplished. Luo Chengjian clapped the dirt off his hands, straightening up. Turning around, he found his 3 younger siblings proudly displaying their meticulously chosen fishing rods. Luo Chengye held up a slender poplar branch that was nearly as tall as the 2 of them combined. Big brother, look at mine. It's long enough, right? I'm sure I can catch a big fish. Luo Lily, clutching a willow branch that was only slightly shorter than her, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Luo Chengbing, on the other hand, held up a twisted, gnarled vine that seemed to have been scavenged from who knows where, its shape leaving much to be desired. Yet it appeared sturdy. Little 3, Luo Chengjian stifled a laugh, pointing at Luo Chengbing's oddly shaped treasure. Your rod is long enough, but it's too thin and soft. If a fish bites, it might just perform a little dance and snap. Go find a thicker, straighter one. Luo Chengye glanced at his brother and then at the peculiar fishing rod in his hand, his face falling slightly. Reluctantly, he sighed and trudged off to search the nearby grass for a better option. Big brother, what about mine? Luo Chengbing quickly asked. And mine? Luo Lily chimed in. tilting her little face upward. Yours will do. It's usable enough, Luo Chengjian replied, taking their branches and twisting some resilient grass stems between his fingers, skillfully crafting them into thin strings. He then took the piece of iron wire and, using the pliers, carefully bent it into the shape of a small hook, securely tying it to the end of the grass string. Finally, he tightly fastened the other end of the string to the top of the branch. Thus, two rudimentary yet presentable fishing rods were born. Here, hold on to this. Luo Chengjian handed the rod back. Luo Chengbing, having just found a reasonably straight branch, rushed over with affection, admiring the little hook fashioned from iron wire. Luo Chengjian repeated the process, crafting a smaller yet equally charming fishing rod for Luo Lily. The little girl, holding her own rod, smiled broadly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Let us go. Time to fish. Luo Chengjian waved his hand grandly, leading his three excited little companions to a bank far from the trap area, where the water was relatively calm. He selected a spot, took out the earthworms he had brought, pinched them into clumps, and forcefully threw them into the water to bait the fish. He then hooked a worm onto his line, elegantly casting it, the bait tracing an arc before plunging into the water. The bobber gently swayed on the surface. Watch closely, just like this, he demonstrated, casting the hook out and then focusing intently on the bobber. If it suddenly sinks or is dragged away, it means a fish is bitten. At that moment, you must act quickly and pull up hard. The three little ones mimicked him, clumsily yet earnestly trying to cast their lines. Luo Chengbing, with too much force, nearly sent himself flying, eliciting hearty laughter from Luo Chengjian. Meanwhile, Luo Lily cautiously cast her line just a few feet away. Soon, four fishing rods stood aligned along the increasingly dimming shoreline. The bobbers bobbed gently on the water's surface, and the evening breeze brought the soft rustling of reeds and the chirping of insects. Big brother, is it like this when a fish bites? Luo Chengbing was the first to notice his bobber suddenly dip downward, his excitement altering the pitch of his voice. Shoo, keep it down. Luo Chengjian immediately hushed him. The fish are sensitive to noise. You don't want to scare them away. Quick, pull. In a flurry of activity, Luo Chengbing yanked upward. A palm-sized little carp burst forth from the water, thrashing desperately in the twilight, its silvery body shimmering. Wow, I caught one. I caught one, Luo Chengbing exclaimed, jumping with joy, his small face flushed with excitement. Almost simultaneously, Luo Chengjian flicked his wrist, landing a grass carp weighing over a pound smoothly out of the water, its tail slapping against the air, sending droplets flying. Good lad, we're in business. Luo Chengjian chuckled as he unhooked the fish and tossed it into a nearby bucket. Luo Lily also whispered excitedly, Big brother, mine is moving. She nervously attempted to lift her rod, managing to reel in an even smaller crucian carp. Though small, it filled her with delight as she stomped her feet in glee. Only Luo Chengjian gazed enviously as his brother and sister successfully reeled in fish after fish, while his own float seemed as if it were welded to the surface of the water, utterly motionless. Frustration gnawed at him, his small face contorting into a frown as he muttered under his breath, Where are my fish? Why haven't they arrived yet? Luo Chengjian found his brother's plight amusing and offered a comforting word. Be patient, my dear second brother. Fishing requires perseverance. Perhaps your catch is the largest, lurking just behind. As time trickled by, Luo Chengjian's bucket brimmed with fish. Estimating that it was nearly time to head home before darkness enveloped them, he called out, All right, let us pack up. That's enough for today. We shall return another day. What, brother, just a little longer? My fish hasn't come yet, Luo Chengjian protested desperately. Gripping his new fishing rod, his eyes fixed intently on the unyielding float, as if willing the fish to appear through sheer force of will. Luo Chengjian, at a loss, was about to approach and physically remove him when suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. The float, which had remained dormant, plunged suddenly downward without warning. In an instant, a powerful force surged through the line, bending the slender branch nearly to breaking point. Luo Chengjian was caught off guard, his body pitched forward by the sudden force, and he gasped, realizing he was on the brink of toppling into the water. Whoa! Luo Chengjian's pupils dilated, his reflexes sharp as lightning. He dashed forward, his hand like a vice, expertly grasping the collar of Luo Chengjian's shirt. With a ripping sound, the collar tore, but the downward momentum was brought to an abrupt halt. Luo Chengjian hung precariously at the water's edge, his face pale, still clutching the branch that creaked ominously, threatening to snap at any moment. Let go! Quickly let go! The rod will break, Luo Chengjian barked. Only then did Luo Chengjian snap back to reality, instinctively releasing his grip. Almost simultaneously, there was a loud snap. The overburdened line, unable to withstand the strain, finally gave way. The water rippled rapidly, leaving behind only a solitary floating piece of the broken line. Wah! The overwhelming sense of loss and shock struck Luo Chengjian like a tidal wave. His lips quivered, gazing at the empty fishing rod and the undulating surface of the water. Tears streamed down his cheeks. My fish, such a big fish, has escaped. Boo-hoo. Luo Chengjian pulled him back to safety, both exasperated and amused, patting the mud-stained back of his brother. All right. Why cry? If the fish swam away, so be it. At least you didn't fall in. Look at yourself. Are you here to catch fish, or are the fish here to catch you? He recalled how Luo Chengjian had nearly tumbled forward and couldn't resist adding. If it weren't for my quick reflexes just now, you would have become fish food. Luo Chengbing and Luo Lily gathered around, a mix of apprehension and curiosity on their faces. Second brother, was the fish really that big? It must have been enormous. It nearly dragged second brother away. Luo Lily chimed in seriously. Luo Chengjian, still sniffling, gradually replaced his immense disappointment with a burgeoning sense of pride. Buoyed by the admiration of his siblings and the teasing of his elder brother, he wiped his tears, his voice thick with emotion, puffing out his chest. Yes, it was enormous. It had tremendous strength. Even big brother almost couldn't hold me back. Luo Chengjian chuckled at his brother's blend of tears and bravado, reminiscent of his own youthful days when he had first battled a large fish, unable to resist boasting. He ruffled Luo Chengjian's hair. All right, fish hero, pack up your things. We're heading home. Next time, I'll get you a sturdier rod for another round. As they made their way back to the old homestead, Luo Chengjian completely forgot the sorrow of the lost fish, animatedly recounting to his siblings how the mighty fish had fought fiercely and how valiantly he had contended with it. Luo Chengjian, burdened with the heavy fish basket, trailed behind, listening to the children's joyous chatter, feeling the ache in his back lessen considerably. The gentle dusk enveloped their small procession. Upon reaching the old homestead, Luo Chengjian selected 3 fish weighing over a pound each from the basket, threaded them through with straw, and handed them to the 3 younger ones. Take these. Keep them in the water basin. Whenever you crave fish, let mother make soup for you. Remember, if you want fish, come find big brother. You absolutely must not sneak off to the reservoir alone. Do you hear me? The water is deep. If you fall in, you'll truly become fish food. He insisted, his face serious as he admonished each of them. The 3 younger ones clutched their prizes, nodding eagerly like little chicks pecking at grain, their faces aglow with excitement. Hearing the commotion, Tian Mei emerged, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the fish in the children's hands and the even greater haul in Luo Chengjian's basket, both delighted and concerned. You child, you should save some to sell. Mother, it's fine. Let them eat more fish. It's good for them. I'm off. Luo Chengjian replied to his mother, pushing his bicycle forward, merging into the deepening night as his siblings called out, Goodbye, big brother. Upon returning home, he poured the day's catch into a large water tank. Adding fresh well water, the fish jostled together, splashing water everywhere, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. After a quick wash-up, he stretched his back while removing his clothes, wincing at the pain that shot through him, muttering a few choice words about Lu Erju, before finally turning off the light and collapsing onto the bed. Exhaustion and soreness enveloped him, and he fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water. Chapter 32, Idle Talk. The following day, at the break of dawn, Luo Chengjian sprang out of bed with renewed vigor. The soreness in his back had notably subsided after a night's rest. He poured half a scoop of cold water, efficiently prepared a pot of thick brown rice porridge, and boiled 2 eggs, accompanied by some pickled radish strips from home. He relished a hearty breakfast. With warmth filling his belly, he felt invigorated. Strapping on his large backpack, he strode briskly towards the reservoir. The morning light began to emerge, and the water lay serene. Filled with anticipation, he commenced retrieving the 20 traps he had set the previous night. The first trap surfaced, heavy and full, with a splash. A mass of slippery, dark loaches filled the trap. The second trap was similarly brimming. The third. All 20 traps emerged one by one, almost none empty. The yield far exceeded his expectations. His backpack quickly filled to the brim with writhing black gold, the weight pressing down on him as he struggled to lift it. Goodness, this must weigh over 100 pounds. A surge of elation coursed through him, his smile impossible to suppress. The power of those 20 traps was indeed extraordinary. The misfortune from the previous day had been completely washed away by this bountiful harvest. He brought the loaches home, pouring them into a large basin for safekeeping. After changing clothes, he grabbed his fishing rod and basket, making a swift return to the reservoir for some morning fishing. Perhaps fortune favored him, or perhaps the prior days of baiting had paid off, for the fish were still biting eagerly. Over the course of 2 hours, his basket filled with over 40 pounds of live fish. Returning home to the sight of the densely packed fish and loaches in both the water tank and large basin, Luo Chengjian felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. Loading them onto his bicycle was a considerable task. The loaches filled an entire large backpack, covered with a damp oilcloth. The fish catch was distributed into another large backpack. Once more, he demonstrated his skill in balancing the load, propping up a wide cargo rack on the sides of his bicycle's rear seat with wooden sticks, adjusting the angles and the tension of the ropes. Although the bicycle resembled a monstrous creature ready to pounce, its center of gravity remained stable. Taking a deep breath, he mounted the heavily laden vehicle and charged towards the county town once more. At the entrance of the county hospital, Luo Chengjian had almost become a familiar face, eagerly anticipated by the locals. As soon as he steadied his bike, a crowd surged around him. "Young man, do you have enough loaches today? I missed out yesterday. Big grass carp. Save me one." "And me, carp." With a warm and confident smile plastered on his face, Luo Chengjian boomed. "Rest assured, everyone. We have plenty today. All fresh." His hands and feet moved with a dexterity akin to that of a wound-up toy, lifting the tarpaulin, scooping up fish, weighing them, calculating costs, collecting payments, and providing change, all the while incessantly describing his methods and smoothing out the small change. "Sir, this grass carp weighs 4.5 pounds. That'll be 11 yuan and 25 cents. I'll charge you 11. The soup will be absolutely fresh. Ma'am, 3 pounds of loach. 4 yuan and 50 cents. Here you go. Use warm water when you get home. Brother, the carp is 4 pounds and 1 ounce. 6 yuan and 15 cents. Let us call it 6. Braised is also quite good." The crowd continued to swell, with newcomers tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. Luo Chengjian was so busy that he barely touched the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, yet his heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. An hour and a half later, the 2 large baskets were once again emptied. All that remained were a few water stains and slick traces. He slipped into a secluded corner, turning his back to the road, retrieving a thick wad of banknotes, mingling with various scents. His fingers trembled slightly from excitement as he meticulously counted each note. Grass carp, Christian carp, loach. The final sum left him breathless. 213 yuan and 50 cents. He had struck it rich. Truly, he had struck it rich. Luo Chengjian's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. In just one day, after deducting costs, he pocketed nearly 200. While this may not have seemed substantial in a past life, in the rural setting of the early 1980s, it was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. He carefully concealed the money close to his body, feeling his posture straighten a few degrees. Instead of returning home immediately, he pedaled with a light heart toward the county's largest supply and marketing cooperative. With a bulging wallet, he felt emboldened. The glass counter at the cooperative gleamed brightly, the array of goods sparkling like gold in his eyes. With a grand gesture, he began to point out his desires. "Comrade, 1 pound of white rabbit creamy candies. A pound of assorted fruit candies as well. Malted milk extract. Yes, the one in the iron can. Bring me a can." Upon seeing the price tag of over 40 yuan, his eyelids flickered, but considering his in-laws were taken care of, he couldn't let his own parents miss out. So he paid without hesitation. Pastries, peach crisps, and rice bars, 1 pound each. Finally, his gaze landed on the cigarette counter. "Qianmen. 1 pack, please." Luo Chengjian meticulously packed his purchases into the net bag he had brought, the iron can of malted milk extract feeling heavy and precious in his hands. Next, he pedaled to the meat processing plant. Familiar with the route, he used the newly acquired Qianmen to negotiate his way inside, successfully acquiring a large bucket of fresh, pungent offal, a favorite among the loaches. He also generously bought a hefty 10 pounds of premium pork belly. The fat was nearly 3 fingers thick, glistening enticingly under the sunlight. Altogether, he spent nearly 60 yuan. Primarily, the malted milk extract was too expensive. Yet Luo Chengjian spent willingly, his face beaming with joy. He carefully placed the malted milk extract, pastries, candies, and that 10 pounds of rich pork belly into the left basket, while the right basket was filled with the bucket of offal. His bicycle was once again stuffed to the brim, resembling a mobile grocery store. The wheels spun lightly, as if they could scarcely bear the weight of his elation and hopes for the future. The wind blew against him, carrying the scent of early summer fields, dispersing the last remnants of his fatigue. In high spirits, he returned to Lejiaku, instinctively scanning the area where Luo Zhu's had charged in the previous day before passing through. Upon reaching the old house, he placed his purchases inside. He swiftly departed on his bicycle, moving quietly, just as he had arrived, waving goodbye before leaving. On his way home, as he approached a wall corner, a hushed yet excited discussion caught his ear. It sounded like an impromptu intelligence station, with several women who regularly lounged in the sun, exchanging gossip. "Have you heard? That girl from the Zhen family, Luo Irue." A sharp voice dripped with mystery and disdain. TSK, a sheltered flower, entangled with several men. Indeed, another voice chimed in, slightly hoarse yet certain. "Yesterday, Aunt Lee saw it with her own eyes." just outside the village, by the old willow tree. Luo Chengjian fought fiercely with a robust young man from another village over Luo Irue. Dust was flying everywhere. Absolutely. I heard it too. A third voice joined in, vividly recounting. Luo Irue was sitting on the ground crying, looking so pitiful. In the end, Luo Chengjian won, knocking the other man down. He walked away with his chin held high, leaving those two behind, one clutching his pants and howling, the other sobbing on the ground. What a scene. So it seems, the sharp voice concluded. With an air of comprehension, Luo Chengjian must have known all along. He must have realized Luo Irue was promiscuous, getting along with this man and that, which is why he suddenly turned cold and focused on his family. Once a man sees through it, his heart hardens. As Luo Chengjian rode past them, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! This rumor was becoming increasingly absurd. It was clear that Luo Irue had pursued him. He had pushed her away. Luo Zuz had ambushed him, and he had retaliated. Yet in the mouths of these women, it transformed into a fierce brawl between two men vying for her affections, and he walked away with his chin held high. At that moment, his back ached, and all he wanted was to hurry home and lie down. However, he thought better of it. Although the details had strayed far afield, the core message worked to his advantage. He, Luo Chengjian, had seen through Luo Irue and had proactively turned towards the light. This was certainly better than being portrayed as a desperate suitor. One should not expect too much. The women at the wall corner noticed Luo Chengjian and fell silent, their faces betraying a mix of awkwardness and curiosity. Chengjian is back. Lu Ant, the one with the sharp voice, greeted him with a forced smile. Yes, just chatting with the aunties, Luo Chengjian responded with a smile, pedaling hard to accelerate past the group of informants without pausing for a moment. The wheels stirred up a bit of dust, leaving behind the silhouette of a man with a straight back, laden with goods. The women watched as he disappeared around the bend of the village path, exchanging glances and remaining silent for a few moments. Did you see that? He has become quite the capable man. Too good to bother with us old wives gossiping, the hoarse-voiced woman murmured. Indeed. Another replied, her tone tinged with envy. He is really living it up, which is why, Lu Ant lowered her voice, laced with mystery. Luo Irue just doesn't he have that fortune? A worthless girl. She deserves it. The gossip resumed in hushed tones beneath the wall, still centered around the figure of Luo Chengjian, riding a brand new bicycle in their eyes. Returning with his bounty, having thoroughly severed ties with his past. Meanwhile, rumors about Luo Irue spread quietly throughout the small village of Lejiaku, like ink dropped into water, darkening with each retelling. Chapter 33. The Return of the Wife and the Arrival of the Daughter. After a few days of routine, Luo Chengjian finally received good news. The setting sun melted like gold, casting a warm orange glow upon the earthen walls and thatched roof of Luojiaku. Luo Chengjian squatted in his small courtyard, grappling with a bucket of offal that emitted a strong, pungent odor. Furrowing his brow, his large hands became smeared with the slick filth as he struggled to tear the slimy intestines and bits of meat into smaller pieces, preparing them as bait for the traps that night. The stench was so overwhelming that it even made him wrinkle his nose. Not that he needed to dispose of it. There was only one kitchen knife at home, and how could he prepare a meal after cutting up such things? Daddy, Daddy, look, I brought home a puppy. A bright, excited child's voice burst through the courtyard walls, like a joyful stream, crashing into Luo Chengjian's ears. He jolted, his hands freezing mid-motion. The bucket of repugnant offal seemed to lose all its allure. He suddenly lifted his head, almost convinced he was hallucinating. Just then, the sound of the ox cart coming to a halt echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the familiar, gently teasing voice of his wife. Lin Huan, Xiao Xiao, slow down. Be careful not to fall. It was not a figment of his imagination, it was real. A wave of immense, indescribable joy surged through Luo Chengjian's being. Like a spring-loaded contraption, he sprang to his feet, disregarding the foul, viscous grime on his hands, and hurriedly dashed to the corner of the courtyard where the water well stood, fervently cranking the handle to draw water. Splashing, the icy water cascaded over his hands, now smeared with remnants of entrails and viscous fluids. He scrubbed furiously, as if wishing to peel away a layer of skin. Soap after soap. He washed until the acrid stench was overpowered by the strong scent of the soap. Leaning close to his nose, he inhaled deeply, and yes, the odor was almost gone. Huan, Xiao Xiao. He hastily wiped his hands on his trousers and, like a youthful lad, excitedly flung open the courtyard door and rushed outside. Outside, Lin Huan was cautiously holding onto the edge of the ox cart, her noticeably rounded belly protruding as she attempted to dismount from the high yoke. Although a hint of fatigue lingered on her face from the long journey, her eyes sparkled with warmth and longing as they met Luo Chengjian's. Their daughter, Luo Xiaoxiao, had already been lifted down from the cart by Lin Dihai, a fellow villager, and was gleefully holding up a small black puppy, calling out to the courtyard in delight. "Daddy, look at Dodo. Grandma said it missed us so much." Xiao Xiao's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright as stars. "Oh, Daddy sees it." Luo Chengjian responded to his daughter, swiftly darting to the side of the cart, carefully supporting Lin Huanhuan's arm. Slow down, Huanhuan. Why did you come back without telling me? I could have come to fetch you." His voice trembled with excitement, his hands trembling with utmost caution. With Luo Chengjian's support, Lin Huanhuan just barely placed one foot on the ground when a faint yet stubbornly persistent stench infiltrated her nostrils. Ugh! A wave of nausea surged unexpectedly. Lin Huanhuan's complexion drained of color, and she abruptly broke free from Luo Chengjian's grasp, covering her mouth and staggering towards the roadside grass, doubling over in violent retching. "Mom, what is wrong?" Xiao Xiao's smile was instantly replaced with panic as she clutched the puppy, ready to rush over. Luo Chengjian was startled, immediately realizing that the lingering odor on his hands was to blame. He was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself. He hurried after her, but dared not touch Lin Huanhuan again, standing helplessly behind her, anxiously and awkwardly shielding her back with his hands. His voice laden with guilt and concern. Huanhuan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. My hands have caused you distress. Are you all right? Feeling better?" Lin Dihai, driving the cart, leaned forward with concern. "Huanhuan, are you okay? Did the bumpy road upset you?" After what seemed like an eternity of retching, Lin Huanhuan slowly straightened, her face still pale and beaded with fine, cold sweat. She waved her hand, gasping for breath, and managed a weak smile. "Uncle Hai, I'm fine. Just felt a bit unwell all of a sudden, but I'm much better now." Taking a few deep breaths of fresh air quelled the tumult within her. Only then did Luo Chengjian cautiously support her arm, guiding her gently to the courtyard entrance. Once Lin Dihai confirmed that Lin Huanhuan had truly recovered, he offered a few more words of advice before turning the cart around and leaving. After bidding farewell to Lin Dihai, Luo Chengjian looked at his wife's still pale face, resembling a child who had erred, his head hanging low, his voice muffled. "Huanhuan, I've truly made things hard for you, returning only to have you feel sickened by me." Observing the mix of remorse and grievance on his face, Lin Huanhuan's irritation from her discomfort dissipated, replaced by a warm surge of affection. She reached out and gently patted his sturdy arm, her tone tender. "Silly. Isn't my return a joyous occasion? Besides, aren't you happy too? It's nothing to worry about." Her gaze swept over her husband's sun-kissed, yet invigorated visage, and that familiar sense of security enveloped her like a warm embrace. Only then did Luo Chengjian break into a smile, as if granted a reprieve. Hastily beckoning his wife and daughter, "Come inside. Hurry, come inside." He cradled Xiao Xiao, still fretting over her mother, in one arm, while cautiously guiding Lin Huanhuan with the other, protecting them both as they entered the courtyard. As soon as they stepped through the door, the pungent odor of entrails assaulted them once more. Lin Huanhuan's brows slightly furrowed, and her stomach churned anew. Luo Chengjian immediately noticed the subtle change in her expression. Without a second thought, he set Xiao Xiao down, raced over to the offending bucket, holding his breath as he exerted every ounce of strength to drag the foul-smelling entrails to the farthest corner of the courtyard, away from the main house, covering it with a piece of old wood. Having accomplished this, he rushed back to the water well, seizing the soap once more, scrubbing his hands meticulously, even paying attention to the crevices of his nails, as if wishing to remove a layer of skin. Only when his hands were thoroughly pruned from the cold water, and he confirmed that they bore only the scent of soap, did he relent. Standing at the entrance to the main room, Lin Huanhuan quietly observed her husband's frantic yet clumsy actions, watching the beads of sweat form on his brow from exertion, and noting his careful confirmation of his scent-free hands. A wave of warmth surged within her. The lingering concern and fatigue from the journey seemed to dissipate in that moment. Leaning against the doorframe, a gentle smile graced her lips. "All the odor is gone. Don't believe me? Smell for yourself." Luo Chengjian flicked the water droplets off his hands, approaching Lin Huanhuan like a child eager for praise, extending his reddened hands toward her. Lin Huanhuan was amused, playfully scolding him with a glance. All right. I believe you washed them clean. Now come inside." Standing at the door like that is unbecoming. Once inside, Luo Chengjian's excitement reignited. He helped Lin Huanhuan sit on the calm, while he whirled around like a top, pouring water, fetching snacks, and retrieving the large white rabbit milk candies he had for Xiao Xiao, bombarding her with questions. "Huanhuan, didn't you say you'd stay for several days? Why the sudden return? Did something happen at Mom's? You could have sent a message ahead. I could have come to pick you both up. Was the ride bumpy? How are you feeling now? Is your stomach still upset? You really scared me back there. Can you still smell that odor?" I promise to wash my hands 1,000 times before coming back next time. Lin Huanhuan was both amused and exasperated by his barrage of questions. After taking a sip of water to soothe her throat, she addressed each inquiry. Everything is fine at my mother's. I just missed you, and Xiao Xiao missed you too. I've been thinking about home. Mom noticed I seemed distracted and suggested that Uncle Hai take us back. As she spoke of her longing and distraction, a blush crept across her cheeks, and her voice softened. Upon hearing this, Luo Chengjian's spirit soared, his posture straightened, and he triumphantly slapped his thigh. Ah, I knew it. Clearly, your husband is still quite charming. It's not just those women outside who want to get close. The moment the words slipped from his mouth, he realized his blunder. His triumphant demeanor stiffened, and he cast a guilty glance at Lin Huanhuan. As expected, the warmth in Lin Huanhuan's smile instantly froze, her brows furrowing sharply, her eyes gleaming like daggers as they fixed on Luo Chengjian's face, her voice turning icy. Luo Chengjian, what did you just say? What women? Who wants to get close to you? The air within the room seemed to freeze instantaneously. Even Xiao Xiao, who was playing on the Kong with the little dog Dodo, sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. She paused her antics, timidly glancing at her parents. Luo Chengjian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he have spoken so hastily? He quickly waved his hands, his forehead beating with sweat. No. Huan, please let me explain. It's not as you think. I merely misspoke. Those shameless individuals approached me uninvited. I had no intention whatsoever. I swear on my conscience. Observing the evident disbelief and barely concealed anger in his wife's gaze, Luo Chengjian realized that he could no longer deceive her. Resolutely, he declared, all right. I shall recount every detail of the events that have transpired these past few days, so you need not indulge in wild imaginings. He fetched a small stool and sat at Lin Huanhuan's feet, tilting his head back as he began narrating from the day she returned to her family. He recounted how Roy Ru blocked him by the reservoir, how she accidentally fell in front of his car, causing Lin Huanhuan to clench her fists in anger. Muttering under her breath, shameless vixen, he continued with tales of Fang Xiuyun charging into the courtyard, throwing a fit and hurling profanities, which made Lin Huanhuan's chest heave with indignation as she seethed, like mother, like daughter. How can a mother be so unreasonable? She should be met with a scathing rebuke. As he described his escapades to the recycling station, where he scavenged and assembled that battle vehicle named after himself, Lin Huanhuan's ire gradually gave way to astonishment and a hint of pride. She couldn't help but touch her husband's sturdy arm. When he recounted how he ventured to the county hospital to explore new markets, introducing various culinary methods for loach that attracted eager customers, Lin Huanhuan couldn't suppress a chuckle, playfully chiding, only you can charm them. However, when he reached the part about Wang Laowu and Luo Dazhuang vandalizing his traps and threatening him, recounting how, in a fit of rage, he had swung his backpack and toppled Luo Dazhuang, how he had used a fishing rod to send Wang Laowu fleeing in terror, and how he had faced 7 adversaries alone, sending Song Rentong and his cohorts into the reservoir, Lin Huanhuan's smile vanished without a trace. Luo Chengjian. She abruptly stood, her voice sharp with fear and fury, her complexion pale. Have you lost your mind? 7 of them. And you alone. How could you dare to lay a hand on them? Did you not consider the consequences? What if you were injured or disabled? What would become of Xiao Xiao and me? What of the child I carry within me? How can you be so reckless and oblivious? Her voice quivered with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, her body trembling with rage. Luo Chengjian was taken aback by her sudden and intense reaction, gazing at her ashen face and tear-filled eyes. His heart twisted painfully. He hastily stood, helping Lin Huanhuan to sit again, grasping her icy hands, urgently explaining, Huanhuan, please do not be agitated. Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. I assure you. I know my limits. They are merely a bunch of blustering cowards. Although they appear numerous, when it comes to confrontation, they are utterly useless. Besides, I had no choice but to act. They were clearly intent on cutting off my livelihood, imposing their bullying upon me. If I didn't make them feel the pain, they would continue to wreak havoc on my traps in my absence. How could I endure such a life? He patted his chest, striving to convince her of his unscathed condition. See, my arms and legs are intact. Not even a scratch. Well, I did get bumped in the back by Lu Erju yesterday, and it's a bit sore, but truly, I'm fine. As Lin Huanhuan observed his anxious defense, listening to the helplessness and determination in his words, her anger began to soften, replaced by a mixture of fear and concern. She sniffled, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, fixing him with a stern gaze. That still doesn't excuse it. If anything like this happens again, you must not act so recklessly. Is money more important than your life? If something were to happen to you, what good would all the money in the world do? After pausing, her voice thick with emotion, she continued, all right, go on, tell me what happened next. Only then did Luo Chengjian breathe a sigh of relief, cautiously observing his wife's expression, feeling hesitant to continue. However, under Lin Huanhuan's unwavering gaze, he felt compelled to elaborate. When he described how Roy Ru had meticulously dressed and intercepted him by the cornfield, pouncing into his arms and drawing circles on his chest while sweetly proclaiming her affection, Lin Huanhuan's simmering anger reignited explosively. "What?" she exclaimed, slamming her hand against the edge of the Kong, her brows furrowed and eyes wide with fury. "Does Roy Ru have no shame? A girl who hasn't even left her home dares to seduce another woman's man in broad daylight. Does she think I, Lin Huanhuan, am a fool? No, I must confront her. I will demand to know her intentions." She made to leap off the Kong, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to charge into battle. Luo Chengjian, startled, quickly restrained her. "Oh my goodness, my dear. Please calm down. Do not lose your temper. Be careful of our child." He tightly held her wrist, repeatedly soothing her. "I would never allow her to succeed." At that moment, I pushed her down and sent her sprawling into the dirt. I even pointed at her and berated her thoroughly. I called her a loose woman, a seductress. I revealed all the names of her suitors. I insulted her until she sat there, unable to even cry. Hearing her husband recount how he had pushed Roy Ru to the ground and lambasted her, Lin Huanhuan's anger subsided slightly. Yet remnants of rage lingered as she replied fiercely, "Well done. That is how she should be treated. Let her be humiliated. And what about Luo Zhu? What transpired there?" Luo Chengjian continued his tale, detailing how Luo Zhu had charged at him like a rampaging bull from behind, how he retaliated with a swift kick, and how he ultimately persuaded the infatuated fool to confront reality. "Word has spread throughout the village," he concluded with a hint of satisfaction. "They say Roy Ru is promiscuous, a loose woman. Her reputation is thoroughly tarnished. These past few days, whenever I pass the wall, the gossiping aunties discuss her incessantly. No amount of shouting or defending from Fang Xiuyun will help. This is her retribution." As Lin Huanhuan listened to her husband's account of Roy Ru's current disgrace and the pervasive rumors enveloping her, her anger gradually transformed into a complex mix of emotions. While still furious, deep within her heart, a bittersweet pang of empathy began to stir. Once, when Luo Chengjian had been enamored with Roy Ru, she herself had been the subject of village gossip and ridicule. Those gazes of pity, derision, or schadenfreude, the whispers that were low yet painfully clear. "Look, that's the Luo family. The man's heart is not with her," had pierced her like icy needles, leaving her to endure countless sleepless nights. The sting of being wounded by rumors, of being unable to defend herself, was an ache she knew all too well. Now, that invisible whip had turned upon Roy Ru, rendering her too afraid to step outside, her mind fraught with confusion. Lin Huanhuan should have found satisfaction in this turn of fate. Yet as she gazed outside at the dimming twilight, the thrill of revenge swiftly dissipated, leaving only a heavy sense of oppression and an imperceptible twinge of pity. Reputation. Lin Huanhuan sighed wearily, her voice tinged with exhaustion and melancholy, can sometimes be a matter of life and death. She refrained from voicing her desire to confront Roy Ru, instead leaning wearily against the pile of blankets on the Kong, her hand unconsciously caressing her rounded abdomen. Luo Chengjian keenly sensed the shift in his wife's mood, the complexity of her emotions. Although he did not fully grasp why she suddenly felt this way towards their adversary, he understood that his foremost duty was to soothe her. All right. Let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters." He quickly changed the subject. "Huanhuan, Xiao must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare a feast for our family to celebrate our reunion." Xiao immediately cheered. "Daddy, I want sweet and sour fish." Previously, Luo Chengjian had prepared it for his daughter. Lin Huanhuan also mustered a semblance of energy, forcing a smile. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Just make something light. My stomach is still a bit uncomfortable." "As you command," Luo Chengjian promptly replied, as if he had received a royal decree, and hurried into the kitchen. Soon, the clatter of pots and pans and the enticing aroma of cooking filled the air. As dusk settled, the small courtyard was enveloped in the warm fragrance of home-cooked meals. The family of three gathered around a small square table, adorned with dishes lovingly prepared by Luo Chengjian, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a bowl of silky steamed egg custard, and a delicately steamed Crucian carp. Though the spread was not particularly lavish, it was imbued with the essence of home. Luo Chengjian tirelessly served Lin Huanhuan, carefully picking out fish bones, while he piled Xiao Zhao's bowl high with her favorite egg custard. Watching his wife and daughter enjoy their meal with such delight brought the most contented and relaxed smile to his face in days. The conflicts by the reservoir and the sordid affairs at the village entrance seemed to be kept at bay, isolated from the warmth of the light and the aroma of the food. After dinner, the night had fully descended. Luo Chengjian swiftly tidied up the dishes. Observing as Lin Huan gently lulled a tired Xiao Xiao, who had been playing with their little dog, Do, to sleep. He approached the edge of the bed, gazing at his wife's tender profile and their daughter's serene sleeping face, his heart softening like water. Huan, I need to go set the traps and do a bit of night fishing, he whispered, tinged with reluctance. Lin Huan lifted her head, the fierce emotions of the afternoon having faded, replaced by gentle concern. Go ahead, be careful on the way back. Come home early. Luo Chengjian nodded earnestly, leaning down to plant a kiss on their daughter's smooth forehead, then gently kissing Lin Huan's cheek, causing her to blush. You both sleep first, don't wait for me. He picked up the fishing rod leaning against the wall and the basket filled with traps, quietly stepping out the door and carefully closing the courtyard gate behind him. In the yard, the bucket containing the innards he had securely covered exuded a faint yet persistent odor from the corner, alongside the traps handwoven by his aging father. Luo Chengjian inhaled the cool night breeze, lifting his gaze to the warm, soft glow emanating from his home, a beacon of comfort in the tranquil countryside night. That light resembled a tiny star, gently guiding him back to the path of belonging. He was no longer the solitary shadow wandering through the darkness. He straightened his back, hoisting the basket, and strode confidently into the night, his steps firm and grounded, for he knew that no matter how late he returned, there would always be a light left on for him. Chapter 34, Rumors Hurt. The gossip in Luojiao spread like wild grass in summer, unchecked and rampant in the corners of the village. The tales regarding Luo Rui, being a promiscuous woman, a welcome pine, and straddling multiple boats, had been endlessly processed and fermented by the village aunties at the information station, evolving into countless versions, with increasingly ludicrous details and widening reach. Hey, have you heard? Someone saw Song Rentong storming out of Jinyun's house yesterday, looking furious, and it seems he had a quarrel with Luo Rui. Quarrel? More like a scolding. That Song Rentong is no good. He must have found out that Luo Rui was still flirting with others, and went to confront her. TSK. Such a girl's reputation is so tarnished. How will she ever marry now? Marry? Who would dare take her? I heard Lu Erju from Lu family village fell ill just thinking about her, claiming he was blind. Serves them right. Let them all wander around like lost souls. Luo Chengjian is doing so well now, caring for his family and capable. He has long seen through her. These remarks, laced with disdain or schadenfreude, buzzed like omnipresent flies, infiltrating Luo Rui's ears and mind through the cracks in her windows and doors. Even when she confined herself at home, she began to suffer from sleepless nights, staring wide-eyed at the dark beams of her room, her mind echoing with Luo Chengjian's words from that day when he had pointed at her and scolded. You're just like the welcome pine at the village entrance. You wave at every man that comes by. Lu Erju, Song Rentong, Zheng Quan, Xiao Keguang, and even my former self. Can you keep track of how many so-called good brothers you have? I find you disgusting. These words cut into her fragile psyche like poisoned blades, repeatedly tormenting her. She clasped her ears, shaking her head desperately. No, that's not me. I haven't done anything. I just talked to them. At most, I held their hands. I'm still pure. I'm clean. But the villagers did not share her perspective. In their reasoning, a girl associating with so many men ambiguously must be unclean if her reputation was tarnished. Fang Shiyun, exasperated, had confronted people several times, only to receive sharper ridicule and more unabashed rumors in return. Fang Shiyun, how can you still show your face? Everyone in the village knows about your daughter's scandal. Exactly. A crooked beam supports a crooked roof. You should keep your socialite daughter in check. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Fang Shiyun trembled with rage, but found herself powerless to retort. With reddened eyes, she returned home to find her daughter curled in the corner of the Kong, hollow-eyed and increasingly emaciated. A mix of heartache and anger welled within her, ultimately culminating in a long, heavy sigh. Earlier, Song Rentong had darkly visited her. He did not enter the courtyard but stood outside the gate, addressing Luo Rui, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, with a cold and mocking tone. Luo Rui, you really are something. Am I just a fool to you? You take my things while calling Mirandong Ji, yet flirt with Lu Erju and the others? Luo Chengjian's words were spot on. You are nothing but a loose woman. Song Rentong, must have been blind. Don't let me see you again. What bad luck. With that, he spat on the ground and turned away, his back resolute. Standing dazed at the gate, watching Song Rentong's retreating figure, she felt the blood in her veins freeze. Her last shred of hope shattered. Even this once obedient Rendong Ji now looked down upon her. What about the others? Zheng Quan, Xiao Keguang. Had they heard the rumors too? Quietly scorned her and laughed at her. She envisioned countless fingers pointing at her from all directions, countless mouths silently opening and closing, uttering terms like loose woman and shameless. Stumbling back into the house, she slammed the door shut, leaning against the door frame, her weary body sliding down to the cold floor. A tidal wave of fear and despair engulfed her. It was over, completely over. Her reputation was irrevocably ruined. What would happen now? Would no one ever want her? Would she live her life branded as a loose woman, unable to hold her head high in the village, pointed at until her dying day? Her mother, Fang Shiyun, anxiously knocked on the door from outside. Rue, open the door. Don't listen to that rascal's nonsense. Mom is here. I'll find a way for you. Yet Luo Irue seemed not to hear, hugging her knees, burying her face deeply within them, her shoulders trembling silently. Tears had long since dried up, leaving only a profound chill and an overwhelming silence. The world before her had lost its color, leaving only a boundless grayness. She even began to doubt whether Luo Chengjian's words held any truth, questioning if she was truly so cheap. The immense psychological pressure rendered her nearly incapable of swallowing even a grain of rice. The food Fang Shiyun brought in remained untouched, eventually taken back out. In just a few days, Luo Irue had rapidly withered away, her eye sockets sunken, her complexion waxy, and her gaze hauntingly hollow, resembling a flower stripped of its vitality after a ferocious storm. In stark contrast, the warmth and laughter continued to rise in Luo Chengjian's home. The return of Lin Huanhuan infused the little courtyard with a vibrant soul. Although she was pregnant and somewhat hindered in her movements, she could not remain idle. She meticulously tidied up every corner of the house, ensuring that it gleamed with cleanliness and clarity. The tools haphazardly strewn about by Luo Chengjian, along with scattered parts, were all organized and categorized under her deft guidance. The yard was swept free of any clutter. Even the bucket where Luo Chengjian had hidden the offal was securely covered with thicker planks, surrounded by a sprinkle of quicklime to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Each day, Luo Chengjian continued his routine of leaving early and returning late, following the repetitive cycle of setting traps, fishing, and selling fish. Yet, his mindset was transformed. As he set out, he was buoyed by his wife's gentle reminders and his daughter's sweet plea to return early. No matter how late he came back, the warm, soft light that illuminated the window, left for him, was ever present. That light served as a beacon amidst the vast sea of his daily toil, dispelling all weariness and troubles. The income from selling fish increased in tandem with the growing number of traps. One afternoon, upon returning from the county town, Luo Chengjian found his bicycle's rear rack laden not only with the necessary offal bait, but also a heavy cloth bag. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted Lin Huanhuan seated on a low stool, sewing a worn jacket of his that had frayed at the cuffs in the fading daylight. Xiao Xiao squatted nearby, wielding a small twig, teaching their puppy Daodu to recognize characters by drawing circles in the dirt. Huanhuan, Xiao Xiao, look what I brought back, Luo Chengjian exclaimed, parking his bicycle, barely able to contain his excitement. Both Lin Huanhuan and Xiao Xiao lifted their heads simultaneously. Luo Chengjian opened the cloth bag, revealing his treasures. Look, new floral fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative. This color, a water red adorned with tiny blossoms, will suit you beautifully. I even got a piece of tender yellow for Xiao Xiao, he continued, and a jar of malt extract. You two can brew it together. Finally, he produced a well-wrapped parcel, revealing succulent, marbled pork belly, a generous 4 to 5 pounds. Tonight, we'll have braised meat. Lin Huanhuan gazed at her husband as he magically unveiled such a bounty, especially the jar of malt extract, feeling a mix of joy and concern. But this is so much. It must have cost a fortune. Malt extract is so precious. Earning money is precisely for you to spend. Luo Chengjian waved his hand grandly, brimming with enthusiasm. Business is thriving. We must indulge. This is for you and the baby. He stepped closer, placing the floral fabric into Lin Huanhuan's hands. Feel this, how soft it is. We'll make new outfits for you and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, already ecstatic, rushed over and hugged Luo Chengjian's leg, exclaiming, Daddy is the best. We have meat to eat. The puppy Daodu excitedly wagged its tail around him. Lin Huanhuan caressed the soft, smooth floral fabric in her hands, her heart swelling with warmth and sweetness as she looked at her daughter's gleeful face and then at her husband's sun-kissed, animated visage. The shadows cast by the rumors surrounding Rue were completely dispelled in this courtyard brimming with hope and love. She rose, her face radiant with a blissful smile, proclaiming, All right, tonight we shall braise meat. To our heart's content. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the little courtyard, and soon the rich aroma of braised meat wafted from the kitchen, mingling with Lin Huanhuan's gentle voice and Xiao Xiao's melodious laughter. Luo Chengjian squatted in the yard, clumsily helping his wife pick the greens for their evening stir-fry, occasionally being playfully rebuffed by Lin Huanhuan as he inadvertently got in her way. The little puppy Daodu darted around their feet, trying to snatch fallen vegetable leaves. This ordinary yet heartwarming scene resembled a vivid painting. frozen in the dimming light of the rural courtyard. Just beyond this picturesque tableau, the closed door of Rui's home lay shrouded in a suffocating silence, harboring a soul crushed by the weight of malicious gossip. Chapter 35, Powerlessness. Days flowed like the quiet brook at the village's edge. In the blink of an eye, Lin Huanhuan had returned to Luo Jiao for over a week. One morning, sunlight filtered through the windows smeared with old newspapers, casting mottled shadows across the Kang's edge. Lin Huanhuan sat at the Kong table, carefully unfolding a somewhat worn blue cloth bundle. She delicately extracted the money Luo Chengjian had given her over the past days, stacking the notes upon the fabric. Tens, fives, twos, ones, along with some small change. The varying denominations, ranging in age and condition, mingled with faint whiffs of fish and sweat, rising higher in a small hill before her. Initially, she merely organized them out of habit. But as the pile grew and began to obscure her line of sight, her fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. She paused, taking a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and began counting each bill meticulously. Her fingers brushed against the coarse paper, producing a soft rustling sound. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000. When the final figure crystallized in her mind, Lin Huanhuan froze. She jerked her head up, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the small yet hefty mountain of money before her, then quickly looked down to count again. Indeed, nearly 3,000. A wave of intense dizziness washed over her. She instinctively grasped the edge of the Kong to steady herself, her heart pounding furiously in her chest, reverberating like a drum, overwhelming her senses. This she opened her mouth but could not form a coherent sound, feeling parched in her throat, her palms slick with sweat. In just under a month, the man who once seemed unsteady and had caused her endless worry had somehow amassed such a substantial fortune. This was a sum she had barely dared to dream of. How many fish must he have sold? How many trips to the county town had he endured? How many nights had he toiled by the reservoir? After the overwhelming shock and elation came a tide of heartache. The taller the stack of money rose, the more vividly she envisioned her husband's sunburned, peeling cheeks, his calloused hands adorned with small wounds, and his silhouette trudging home, weary from the day's labors. Every single cent was drenched in his sweat and determination. She carefully smoothed out the bills, which seemed to retain her husband's warmth, neatly folding them and wrapping them in the bundle, clutching it tightly to her chest. It felt as though she was holding not merely money, but the weighty affection of her husband and the heavy hope for their family. Outside, the sun shone brightly, warming the courtyard. By the reservoir, a gentle breeze caressed the water's surface, sending ripples dancing. Luo Chengjian leaned against a sun-warmed rock, his fishing rod casually propped against a Y-shaped branch, his foot firmly at the rod's end. The float bobbed gently on the surface, occasionally twitching, yet all remained serene. He was in no hurry, squinting slightly as he savored this rare afternoon of leisure. Business had been thriving lately, and with Huanhuan managing the household, he found it a rare opportunity to relax. The banks were deserted, with scarcely a soul in sight. Since his successful foray into fish selling, those who had previously harbored faint hopes of fortune at the reservoir had gradually lost interest, disheartened by poor catches and lack of sales. This had granted Luo Chengjian a welcome solitude. Just then, a slender figure appeared on the distant embankment, seemingly lost as it scanned the surroundings. The silhouette appeared fragile, walking with an unsteady gait. Luo Chengjian instinctively furrowed his brow. This figure seemed somewhat familiar. He squinted, trying to discern the identity of the newcomer, and as recognition dawned, the tranquility he had felt dissipated, replaced by a surge of irritation. Rui, what is she doing here again? Hadn't the gossip in the village nearly drowned her? Wasn't she too afraid to even step outside? Why had she once more come haunting the reservoir? Luo Chengjian mused to himself, his expression neutral, yet his gaze turned icy. It no longer mattered. The last encounter at the village entrance had irrevocably severed ties. If she dared to approach him again, he would show no mercy with his words. Rui seemed to catch sight of him, her steps faltering momentarily before she unsteadily made her way toward him, her gait uneven. As the distance between them diminished, Rui halted a few paces before Luo Chengjian, allowing him to truly observe her appearance. A jolt of surprise surged through Luo Chengjian's heart. The Rui before him bore no resemblance to the village beauty of yore. The meticulously crafted braids were gone, her hair now a brittle, unkempt shade of yellow, carelessly gathered at the back, revealing a pallid forehead devoid of color. The once charming visage, adorned with fragrant powder and elegantly drawn brows, now appeared sallow, with deeply sunken cheeks and dark, pronounced circles under her eyes, reminiscent of someone who had endured a severe beating. Her lips were chapped and colorless. She had become emaciated, her oversized clothing hanging loosely on her frame, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Her gaze was hollow, imbued with a near-numb despair and exhaustion. Fixed intently on Luo Chengjian, yet seemingly devoid of focus. The biting words he had prepared were suddenly lodged in his throat. The transformation was staggering. In just a few days, his earlier impatience was replaced by an indescribable shock and a hint of compassion. He furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he regarded her. "Chengjian go," Roy Rue began, her voice hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper against wood, entirely stripped of the delicate charm she once wielded, leaving only a heavy, lifeless fatigue. "I'm sorry." Luo Chengjian was at a loss for words, remaining silent and patiently awaiting her continuation. This unexpected apology left him somewhat bewildered. Roy Rue's gaze seemed to regain a measure of focus as she fixed her eyes on Luo Chengjian, a near-humble plea evident in her expression. "Chengjian go. I was wrong about the previous matters. I should not have acted as I did." It appeared she wished to explain, but was at a loss for words. Her voice choked with emotion. "But I assure you, I am still innocent. I truly did not engage in anything with them, just like with you before. At most, I merely received some small items and exchanged a few words. I am not as disgraceful as they claim." Luo Chengjian's lips twitched involuntarily. How could she even mention the past? A wave of absurdity coursed through him, yet looking at Roy Rue's demeanor, as if she might crumble at any moment. He ultimately refrained from hurling insults as he had before. Seeing him silent, the flicker of hope in her eyes brightened slightly. She took a small step forward, her voice tinged with desperation, almost pleading. Could you please help me explain to the villagers? I beg you. Chengjian go, the things they say are too harsh. I truly cannot bear it." Tears streamed down her hollow cheeks, creating trails on her waxen face. Witnessing this woman, utterly crushed by rumors and pleading humbly, Luo Chengjian felt a tumult of emotions within him. Disgust? Yes. Yet more so, a complex sigh of sympathy. The entanglements of past grievances and present realities were intricate. While Roy Rue's manipulations had indeed been contemptible, his own foolishness and stubbornness in his previous life had only exacerbated the situation. The responsibility could not rest solely on her shoulders. He rubbed his face in frustration, letting out a heavy sigh, his voice low and tinged with a brutal clarity. "Roy Rue, when one strays from the right path, one must bear the consequences. You should have anticipated the possibility of this outcome, given your actions." He paused, his tone resolute. "And as for me explaining, what would that accomplish? My Huahuan has only just returned. Her health is still fragile. And I do not wish for her to hear even a whisper of this, nor do I want her to harbor any misconceptions." The light in Roy Rue's eyes dimmed instantly, leaving behind a deeper despair. She lowered her head, her frail shoulders trembling violently, muffled sobs echoing hauntingly by the quiet reservoir. "Then what should I do? What am I to do?" Listening to her cries of despair, the remnants of Luo Chengjian's anger dissipated. He furrowed his brow, observing her almost crushed figure, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his tone laced with a bittersweet counsel. "If you have done nothing wrong, do not isolate yourself in hiding. Retreating only empowers those gossips. The more you care, the more vicious the rumors become. You must stand tall on your own." He shook his head, his voice carrying an air of helplessness. "As for anything beyond that, I am powerless and uninterested. The rest is up to you. The path you take must ultimately be yours to navigate." Roy Rue's lips moved, but ultimately only managed a low, raspy thank you. Her voice was soft, yet seemed to exhaust all her strength. With that, she did not linger, turning away and, though still somewhat unsteady, exuded a newfound resolve as she slowly walked away from the reservoir, her figure gradually disappearing at the edge of the embankment. Luo Chengjian stood rooted in place, watching her retreating silhouette, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting thoughts. Was it true that the pitiable must possess something detestable? Or perhaps even the detestable had moments of pity? He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic musings. The path was one she had chosen, and the consequences were hers alone to bear. He chose not to dwell further. Resuming his seat beside the large rock, his gaze fixated on the small float bobbing on the water's surface. The world fell silent. It was time to resume work. After a while, Luo Chengjian returned home, burdened with a heavy catch. The aroma of food wafted through the yard, where Lin Huahuan sat on a small stool, picking vegetables, while Xiao Xiao played with the little dog, Dodo. The warmth of the scene swiftly quelled the turmoil in his heart. At dinner, Luo Chengjian pondered for a moment before recounting his encounter with Roy Rue by the reservoir in its entirety to Lin Huahuan. He included her alarming appearance, her apologies, her pleas, and his straightforward advice on living life honorably. Upon hearing this, Lin Huahuan's hand paused mid-motion with the chopsticks. She remained silent for a while, her brow furrowed, her expression complex. As a woman herself, she understood all too well what reputation meant in their insular village. Having endured her share of slander, The sensation of being scrutinized and wounded by countless words was akin to a parasite burrowing into flesh. Hearing of Roy Rue's plight, the satisfaction she might have felt was overshadowed by a heavy, empathetic sorrow. Sighing softly, she set down her chopsticks, her hand unconsciously resting on her burgeoning abdomen. How truly pitiful a woman's reputation, once tarnished, is. She let her words trail off, merely shaking her head, her eyes betraying a flicker of compassion and regret. However, this sympathy was swiftly eclipsed by a more potent emotion, vigilance. She shifted her tone, infused with a hint of reproach and undeniable determination. But if she approaches you again, you must keep your distance. Do you hear me? Her ruined reputation is her concern, but do not let it taint our family. I do not wish to hear any more gossip. Luo Chengjian nodded fervently. Rest assured, I promise. I made it explicitly clear to her that from now on, bridges will be bridges, and paths will be paths. I shall not become entangled. He hurriedly served his wife a piece of meat. Hurry and eat. The dishes are getting cold. Lin Huahuan then resumed her meal, yet the topic of Roy Rue was evidently one she wished to avoid. Luo Chengjian, sensing the shift, deftly redirected the conversation to their plans for selling fish in the county, a topic soon interrupted by Xiao Xiao's amusing antics with Dodo, restoring a light and jovial atmosphere around the dinner table. Afterward, Roy Rue no longer deliberately avoided the crowd. When she encountered people pointing fingers at her, she remained composed, her gaze clear, and continued with her own affairs. Occasionally, when she met familiar aunts, she would take the initiative to greet them with a smile, inquiring after their well-being. Her demeanor natural and gracious, as if the previous rumors had never existed. She began to actively assist with household chores. Though frail, she persevered through tasks like chopping firewood. Fang Xiuyun observed her daughter's transformation, initially filled with worry and heartache, which gradually evolved into pride and relief. She ceased to argue and defend herself with flushed cheeks, instead greeting everyone with a smile, proudly stating, "My dear Ruhr, she may have taken a few wrong turns in her youth, but now she has come to understand. She knows how to support our family. What a wonderful girl she is." Her tone brimmed with pride and a sense of release. After all, who among us is without fault? The ability to change is always commendable. The tide of gossip began to lose its fervor amidst Roy Rue's day-to-day tranquility and silence, and Fang Xiuyun's cheerful proclamations, gradually settling into a calm. Life in Luo Jiao seemed to return to its slow and peaceful rhythm. For a time, Roy Rue also vanished from Luo Chengjian's sight, leading to fewer troubles. Chapter 36. The rain disrupts livelihoods. Just as life in Luo Jiao began to regain a semblance of calm amidst the gossip, the heavens turned a stormy face. Days of torrential rain poured down like a celestial deluge, striking the thatched roof with a crackling sound, and turning the ground into a murky stream that flowed unchecked. Luo Chengjian sat on the threshold of the main room, gazing at the mud-laden yard, his brow furrowed in worry. This rain was not the gentle, persistent drizzle that made fish curious, but rather a fierce downpour that made the surface of the water boil. In such weather, not only fish, but even water birds vanished without a trace. The reservoir's water level surely surged, with swift, murky currents, and the fish had long since retreated into the deepest mud or crevices. His fishing rod and traps had become mere decorations in the face of such divine fury. Sighing heavily, he tugged at his hair in frustration. If this rain continued, he wouldn't even earn a fraction of his usual income. After finally saving up some capital, it seemed he might soon find himself in dire straits, and that feeling was unbearable. Why the sighs? Lin Huanhuan, her belly round with child, emerged from the inner room, holding a tattered old jacket of Luo Chengjian to mend. She glanced at the white veil of rain outside, then at her husband's troubled expression, and spoke softly. "It's good to take a break. Look at you. Your skin has peeled from the sun, and you've lost weight. It's the perfect time to rest at home and keep me and Xiao Xiao company." Luo Chengjian turned to look at his wife's gentle and caring face, and his irritation began to ease. He took Lin Huanhuan's hand and pulled her down onto a small stool beside him, his rough thumb unconsciously stroking her delicate skin, a touch that softened his heart. "That's true," he replied, his voice muffled, "but this rain is costing us a fortune. With your little one arriving soon, expenses will only mount." He paused, observing Lin Huanhuan's rounded belly, his gaze softening. "Still, having the chance to spend time with you two at home isn't so bad." He reached out, cautiously touching her belly. "Is our little one behaving today?" Lin Huanhuan felt a blush rise to her cheeks and swatted his hand away, playfully chiding. "Behave yourself. You were just talking about money, and now you're being silly." Though she scolded him, her heart was sweetened. Her husband had grown even darker from the sun, his face more gaunt, yet the brilliance and responsibility in his eyes shone brighter than ever. The chance for him to rest at home for a few days was a treasure she could only wish for. In this rare moment of leisure, Luo Chengjian did not remain idle. He retrieved the waterproof tarpaulin and tools he had bought earlier and, braving the rain, climbed onto the roof to inspect and reinforce the thatch and beams that had loosened from the relentless downpour. Rainwater trickled down the edge of his hat, soaking his shoulders. Lin Huan watched anxiously from below, repeatedly calling out for him to be careful. "It's nothing. What a little rain," Luo Chengjian shouted from the rooftop, his voice somewhat muffled by the sound of the rain. "While I have the chance, I'll make sure the roof is secure to prevent future leaks. Our daughter can't be caught in the rain." He worked fervently, as if channeling his frustration about lost earnings into the repairs. Inside, Lin Huan carefully unfolded the treasured blue cloth bundle, seizing the opportunity with both her husband and daughter at home. She spread the bundle on the Kong table, revealing a thick stack of money that Luo Chengjian had given her recently, resembling a small mountain exuding the scent of ink and faint traces of fish. Taking a deep breath, she began to count. 10, 5, 2, 1 yuan notes, along with coins. Her fingers delicately brushed over the bills, both new and old, imbued with her husband's warmth and sweat, as she handled them gently, as if caressing rare treasures. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. As the final figure crystallized in her mind, Lin Huan froze. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the hefty sum before her. Then quickly lowered her gaze to count again. 3,000. A wave of intense dizziness washed over her. She instinctively grasped the edge of the Kong table to steady herself, her heart racing wildly in her chest, pounding, 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 causing her eardrums to throb. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt constricted, unable to produce a sound, her palms clammy with cold sweat. In less than a month's time, the man who had once caused her such worry and frustration had amassed such a considerable fortune. This was a figure she had never dared to imagine. How many fish did he have to sell? How many trips to the county town did he have to make? How many nights did he toil by the reservoir? How many scornful glances and calculations did he endure? Each and every penny was soaked in his sweat, effort, and that indomitable spirit. She meticulously smoothed out the bills still warm from her husband's touch, folding them neatly before wrapping them tightly in the cloth bundle, cradling it in her arms. It felt as though she held not just money, but the weighty intentions of her husband, the heavy hopes of their family, and that aching tenderness that made her heart tremble. Outside, the rain continued to pour, but at that moment, the room was filled with silent shock and warmth. Chapter 37. Trouble approaches. In stark contrast to the rare warmth and tranquility of Luo Chengjian's home, a suffocating cloud loomed over the home of village head Luo Chengfu. He paced restlessly in the main room, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, the ember of his pipe flickering against his gloomy face. In recent days, he had made several trips to the commune, each time filled with hope, only to return disheartened. He sought to manipulate Luo Chengjian, with two main accusations: speculation and the misappropriation of collective property, the fish from the reservoir. However, the attitude of the commune's leaders had left him feeling rebuffed. "Old Luo, you must align your thinking with the current situation." Secretary Wang of the commune adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. "The overarching policies have changed. We're no longer engaging in that old practice of cutting tails. People are using their skills and strength to fish and sell, improving their lives. How is that speculation? They neither steal nor rob. They prosper through labor. We, in principle, do not interfere. Are the fish in the reservoir always in a collective, then?" Luo Chengfu, undeterred, argued with a stiff neck. He fished there daily, often reeling in 100 or more pounds. Wasn't this akin to undermining the collective? What a poor influence. The other villagers shared his concerns. Secretary Wang set aside his documents and regarded him. Collective? Which collective initially invested in the fish fry that were placed in that reservoir? Was it your Luo family's gully? Or did several villages jointly fund it? If it truly belonged to the collective, it would be a different matter. Luo Chengfu was taken aback, opening his mouth, but unable to respond. The reservoir had been constructed by several villages for irrigation, and the fish? They had swum in from the mountain streams and multiplied. At the time, the policies were unclear. No one considered it significant. Nor did anyone organize the stocking of fish fry. Whoever had the time would catch a few, and if luck was on their side, they might snag a big one for a feast. If not, they returned empty-handed. Individuals like Luo Chengjian, who had somehow learned a peculiar technique, treated the reservoir like a personal fish pond, yielding an unprecedented bounty. "Look," Secretary Wang spread his hands. "Since the fish aren't communal property, and he catches them through his own skill, what right do you have to intervene? Should the wild vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain also belong to the collective? This reasoning is flawed. Old Luo, as a veteran party member, you ought to think long-term. Support the initiative of your fellow villagers. Let them work diligently for prosperity. The latter remarks bore a distinct reprimanding tone. Luo Chengfu returned home, flushed with indignation, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. The memory of being publicly berated by Luo Chengjian, forced to smile and concede, ignited his fury. The village chief's authority had been trampled beneath that young man's feet. What did the commune say? His wife, Zhao Yun, brought him a bowl of hot water, cautiously inquiring. Noticing her husband's dark expression, she surmised the situation. What did they say? Humph. Luo Chengfu grumbled, slamming the bowl onto the table, scalding his hand without noticing. What can I say? The policies have changed. Luo Chengjian is thriving through labor. Those fish aren't collective property. We have no jurisdiction. What a load of nonsense. He huffed in frustration. Zhao Yun's eyes darted as she whispered, what if we report him for speculation? That should work, right? What the hell? Luo Chengfu fumed. Secretary Wang himself said it doesn't count. That's no longer viable. The reservoir is communal. How can he fish like that? Zhao Yun retorted, growing anxious. Communal? Nonsense. The fish are wild. No one manages them. The commune has acknowledged that. What can we do? At that moment, Luo Dazhuang, who had been lurking in the corner since being beaten last time, listened to his parents' conversation. His eyes darted, and suddenly he exclaimed, Dad, Mom. What if we poison the fish? If we can't catch them, neither can he. Let us see how he struts about then. Shut your mouth. Luo Chengfu roared, infuriated. Grabbing a smoking pipe and hurling it at his son, Luo Dazhuang ducked in fright. You brainless fool. Luo Chengfu berated his son. The reservoir's water is used for irrigation by several villages. If you poison it, what happens to the crops? Who is responsible if livestock or people fall ill from the water? Do you want to get me killed? Get out of my sight. He was left exasperated, utterly disappointed in his troublemaking son. Humbled by the scolding, Luo Dazhuang slumped in silence. Zhao Yun quickly intervened. Calm down. Why get angry with the child? Dazhuang is also frustrated. She frowned and thought, how about we take a softer approach? If we can't go hard, we'll go smart. Let Dazhuang follow him and see what tricks he uses to catch fish so quickly. We'll find out where he sells them. Once we know his methods, we can do the same. If he can succeed, so can we. The direct confrontation you proposed earlier was the most foolish approach. Luo Chengfu, regaining his composure, found merit in his wife's words. Fishing skills are hard to learn, but setting a trap appeared deceptively simple. He pondered, that old trap seems unremarkable. But those loaches, with their earthy scent, are they truly worth selling? Why worry about that? Zhao Yun scoffed. If he can sell it, why can't we? As long as we understand his methods. I believe that trap is the key. Tonight, when he sets his trap, Dazhuang, go retrieve one and let us dismantle it to see how it works. We'll replicate it. Dad, why don't you go instead? Luo Dazhuang, terrified at the prospect of stealing the trap, shook his head vigorously. The memory of being beaten by Luo Chengjian haunted him. If he were caught again. Last time he had threatened to block the entrance to their home. He truly would do it, Dad. Damn it. Coward. How did I end up with such a spineless child? Luo Chengfu exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration, realizing he could not rely on his son. Fine. I'll go myself. Though he felt apprehensive, to vent his frustrations and pursue a potential source of wealth, he steeled himself for the task. Wait, Dad. Luo Dazhuang recalled a crucial point, his face twisted in despair. He has a bicycle. He rides it fast. How can we keep up on foot? How will we see where he sells them? Luo Chengfu and Zhao Yun froze, as if a hand had clasped around their throats. Right. The bicycle. I completely forgot. Luo Chengfu's fierce demeanor crumbled into embarrassment and defeat. Zhao Yun looked equally stunned. The three family members exchanged glances. The flickering hope that had ignited moments before extinguished by the mention of a bicycle. In the vast chasm between 2 legs and 2 wheels. All plans to track his methods disintegrated. The only sounds left in the hall were the patter of rain outside and Luo Chengfu's heavy breaths. It was stifling. So incredibly stifling. A juicy opportunity dangled before them, yet remained just out of reach. Luo Chengfu paced in agitation, abruptly halting. A glint of malice and calculation flashing in his eyes. He took a deep drag from his already extinguished pipe, as if resolved to some determination. If hard tactics won't work and soft ones fail, then it's time for a different approach. He gritted his teeth, his voice emerging through clenched jaws. This reservoir does not belong solely to the Luo family. It was built through the labor of several villages, including Leviathan upstream and Wangjiaba downstream. Why should Luo Chengjian prosper alone? Even if the fish weren't stocked by the collective, they still thrive in the communal reservoir. Water usage for irrigation requires fees. Why should fishing be free? The more he spoke, the more justified he felt. His posture straightening. I will go find Li Monsong from Leviathan and Wang Defa from Wangjiaba. I'll discuss this with them. The fish from the reservoir cannot be monopolized by Luo Chengjian. If he wishes to continue fishing, fine. He must pay a fee to the villages based on his catch. Or perhaps a lump sum. I refuse to believe that the village heads would not be tempted by money. When several villages apply pressure, let us see how high he can hold his head. Zhao Yun's eyes sparkled with understanding. That is a brilliant idea. You're resourceful. It's completely justified. How can Luo Chengjian oppose the collective? Luo Dazhuang seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope, nodding eagerly. A smug, cold smile graced Luo Changfu's face, as if he could already envision Luo Chengjian bowing before him in defeat. He donned a raincoat and hat. I'm off. This rainy day is perfect for visiting. He pushed open the hall door and strode confidently into the white curtain of rain, his figure quickly vanishing amidst the dense downpour. Thus began a covert campaign, cloaked in the guise of communal interest, targeting Luo Chengjian's wealth, quietly unfolding in the relentless rain. Chapter 38. Hoisting the tiger skin to wave the flag. As the heavy rain began to wane, the air was imbued with the rich scent of damp earth and the musty aroma released by the vegetation soaked by the downpour. The dirt path in Lojeku had transformed into a quagmire, each step threatening to swallow one's ankle. Yet, Luo Chengjian paid little heed to these conditions, donning his high-top rubber boots as he trudged towards the reservoir, alternating between deep and shallow steps. After being cooped up for days, a restless energy coursed through him, itching to be released. The water level had risen, the surface murky, dotted with the debris of twigs and leaves swept downstream. Luo Chengjian found a relatively calm bay, deftly casting his line. As the bait sank, activity soon stirred around the area, bubbles erupting in a flurry beneath the turbid surface. Hey, starving are we? Luo Chengjian grinned, his earlier frustrations from the rainy days dissipating like mist. The fish were biting eagerly, almost as soon as the line hit the water. Grass carp, koi, and crucian carp were pulled from the depths one after another, splashing and thrashing, sending up clouds of muddy water. The sound of splashing water grew increasingly vigorous in the bucket, and the weighty sense of harvest made him stand taller. His biceps taut and relaxed with each lift of the rod. As the sun climbed higher, the reservoir remained desolate save for the water birds flitting overhead. While bending down to unhook a crucian carp weighing over half a kilogram, Luo Chengjian caught a glimpse of a crowd approaching from the embankment. He continued his task, merely furrowing his brow slightly, a cold smile forming in his heart. The inevitable had arrived. Luo Changfu was at the forefront, wearing a meticulously crafted smile of enthusiasm, though his hurried steps splashed mud everywhere. Following closely behind were 3 or 4 men, dressed in attire suggestive of bureaucratic stature, their eyes glinting like hooks. Greedily scanning the bucket at Luo Chengjian's feet, the fishing rod propped nearby, and the wet, heavy bundle of tangled fishing nets beside him. Comrade Chengjian, busy are we? Luo Changfu's voice arrived before he did, the overly cordial tone ringing harshly in the open space by the water's edge. Luo Chengjian took his time, tossing the writhing crucian carp into the bucket, straightening up and shaking off the droplets of water from his hands. His gaze calmly swept over the unwelcome visitors before settling on Luo Changfu's grinning face. Oh, village head? Leading the esteemed leaders here for a reservoir inspection right after the rain stopped? He deliberately emphasized the word leaders, lacing it with a hint of barely concealed mockery. Luo Changfu was momentarily caught off guard by this pointed remark, his smile faltering before he quickly plastered it back on. Hee, Comrade Chengjian, you jest. Come, let me introduce you. He stepped aside to reveal the men behind him. This is Wang Defa, the village head of Wangjiawa. This is Li Monsong, the village head of Legiatan. And this is Lu Guofu from Legiacan, all esteemed comrades from our vicinity. Wang Defa was a stout man, sporting a bulging belly and sharp eyes, while Li Monsong was lean with high cheekbones and a piercing gaze. Lu Guofu appeared more straightforward, though his eyes concealed a calculating glint. The trio stared intently at Luo Chengjian, as if appraising a choice cut of meat on a butcher's block. Comrade Chengjian, a pleasure to meet you. Wang Defa spoke first, his voice booming with a condescending familiarity. I've heard tales of your prowess in Luo, harnessing the mountains and waters to make this reservoir thrive. Luo Chengjian did not respond, merely nodding lightly, his eyes drifting past them toward the distant water, as if searching for the next spot to cast his line. This silent dismissal visibly unsettled Wang Defa. Li Monsong cleared his throat, taking over the conversation with a more brusque tone. Comrade Chengjian, we are here primarily to discuss matters concerning this reservoir. This reservoir was built through the collective efforts of Luojeku, Wangjiawa, Legiatan, and Legiacan. Men, women, and children all pitched in, transporting stones and soil for nearly a month. This is a genuine collective asset, a product of our shared labor. He paused, his gaze piercing as it bore into Luo Chengjian. Yet you spend your days here, fishing and trapping, reaping the rewards that belong to the collective. Doesn't that seem a bit unjust? Indeed, Lu Guofu chimed in quickly, striving to soften the sentiment. Comrade Chengjian, it's not that we envy your earnings, but we fear the implications. If other villagers were to follow your lead or harbor grievances, thinking that the collective's benefits are monopolized by you, it could harm our unity. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Chengfu immediately adopted a pained, yet helpless demeanor, wringing his hands as he sighed. Chengjian, you see, the village heads speak the truth. This reservoir belongs to the public. It is not anyone's private domain. The rumors have already begun circulating about your bountiful harvests. As the village head, I find myself in a difficult position, with several pairs of eyes fixated on him, waiting for him to falter, defend himself, or concede. Luo Chengjian merely smiled. His smile was shallow, tinged with a coldness, as if he saw through their poorly staged performance. He bent down, retrieving the large grass carp he had just caught, its tail thrashing wildly, splattering water across Luo Chengfu's face. Weighing it in his hands, he leisurely began, "Oh, the reservoir is indeed a collective asset. I accept this. But let me ask you, esteemed village heads, who funded the purchase of the fish fry to stock this reservoir? Was it Luo Jiaku? Or did you several villages contribute together? Let us see the accounting books, shall we?" This question froze the smug expression on Wang Defa's face. The fry? Li Monsong furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. The fish they grew in the water by themselves. Lu Guofu stammered in defense. Grew by themselves? Luo Chengjian scoffed, his voice rising with a resonant clarity. Indeed. The fish in this reservoir swam in from the mountain streams, reproducing on their own. What does that have to do with your labor in building the reservoir? You constructed it to store water for irrigation, not to raise fish. I've caught wild fish through my own skill. I have neither stolen nor robbed. How does that equate to infringing on collective interests? Can you delineate that logic for me? He stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed Luo Chengfu with a challenging stare. Also, village head, let me inquire. I've merely drawn a bit of water from this collective reservoir to ensure the fish remain alive for a better price in the county. I am a member of Luo Jiaku, am I not? Using this water to sustain the fish is a collective benefit. However, my family also contributed labor during the construction of the reservoir. Using a bit of water isn't excessive, is it? Beyond that, have I transgressed any laws? Where is the infringement on collective interests? Please, illuminate the path for me. His barrage of questions was both logical and incisive, striking Luo Chengfu's face with alternating hues of red and white, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Defa quickly attempted to salvage the dialogue, trying to straighten their twisted logic. Comrade Chengjian, one cannot frame it like that. Without this collectively built reservoir, could the fish have congregated so conveniently for your fishing? He continued. Thus, ultimately, these fish are still benefiting from the collective. They are part of the collective property. You must acknowledge your personal gains while offering something back to the collective. Exactly. That is the point. Li Monsong immediately echoed. Without the reservoir, where would all these fish come from? They must be considered a collective benefit. You cannot be the sole beneficiary. Lu Guofu nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. Comrade Chengjian, we are not unreasonable individuals. We can overlook past grievances. However, if you wish to continue utilizing this reservoir for your talents, some form of accountability is necessary. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to escalate the matter to the commune for resolution. The plot thickens. Luo Chengfu seemed to have grasped the lifeline, his posture straightening with newfound confidence, and a semblance of that all-controlling smile returned to his face, though the sinister glint in his eyes remained concealed. Chengjian, the village heads are all reasonable individuals. What do you think of this arrangement? Since this reservoir is a communal resource, if you wish to continue utilizing it, that can be arranged. Let us adhere to the rules and make it official. You can lease the reservoir. Just 1,000 yuan for a year, no more than that. In consideration of our hometown connections, you will have full discretion over the reservoir. We, the few villages, guarantee that no one will disturb your prosperity. See, it's a win-win situation. Just 1,000 yuan. The village heads were breathing heavily, as if they could already see the cash floating before them. Luo Chengjian regarded their greedy yet feigned expressions of fairness and suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing beside the desolate reservoir, startling a flock of waterbirds. Lease. Very well. His laughter abruptly ceased, his tone turning resolute, his gaze piercing as it swept over the glinting eyes of the village heads. As long as you can agree to one condition. What condition? Speak. Luo Chengfu's heart leaped with joy, thinking he was about to negotiate the price. Luo Chengjian enunciated each word with clarity, his voice resonating like ice shards striking the ground. If I lease this reservoir, during the lease term, every drop of water, every fish, every inch of water surface will be under my jurisdiction. What I mean by my jurisdiction is that, apart from me, no one else, including you village heads, shall draw a single drop of water from this reservoir. I will hold the key to the sluice gate. Anyone who dares to touch it will face my wrath without mercy. If you can manage this, ensuring that during my lease, none of your villagers can access my reservoir, then we can proceed." He paused, observing the sudden pallor that crossed their faces, his lips curling into a mocking smile as his voice rose thunderously, like a clap of thunder. "Then let us not talk about 1,000. I will pay you 2,000 a year. We can draft the contract right now. If you can't manage this." He abruptly seized the fishing net by his feet and slammed it onto the muddy embankment with a resounding thud, splattering mud everywhere. "Get the hell out of here. Stop clinging to me. Do you think you can intimidate me with your collective authority? I'm not buying it. If you have the guts, make a decision right now. If not, then leave at once." A profound silence ensued, broken only by the murmur of murky waters lapping against the embankment and the restless splashes of fish in the bucket. Luo Chengfu's smile shattered completely, his face turning an ashen blue, lips trembling as he pointed at Luo Chengjian. You are being unreasonable. This is sheer nonsense." In truth, Luo Chengjian was indeed being unreasonable. How could one lease water as well? He was merely testing their reactions. Meanwhile, Wang Defa, Li Song, and Lu Guofu appeared as if struck by lightning, their faces drained of color. 2,000 yuan? It sounded enticing, but no water extraction allowed. What was the purpose of constructing this reservoir in the first place? Was it not to irrigate fields during droughts and safeguard lives? If this contract were signed, would the villagers not tear them apart upon their return? They might lose their positions as village heads, or worse, face the wrath of their ancestors. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. They suddenly realized that this young man, whom they had underestimated, was not a soft target, but rather a formidable adversary. One who was unyielding and armed with justifiable arguments. Luo Chengfu had led them into a trap. Before Luo Chengjian could utter another word, Lu Guofu, unable to bear the immense pressure and fear of the villagers' anger, forced a laugh and cautiously retreated. Chengjian, I think this matter might have been a misunderstanding. During the last assembly, Secretary Wang of the commune mentioned encouraging members to develop family-side businesses. Your fishing, based on skill, also aligns with that call. As long as it's not speculative trade, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. Our Lu family village has no objections. No objections at all. You all continue your discussion. I must return, as there is work to be done in the fields." He finished speaking and nearly fled, not daring to look back as he hurried along the muddy embankment, as if pursued by ghosts. Where one fled, two followed. Wang Defa and Li Song exchanged glances, both recognizing the retreating sentiment and regret in each other's eyes. To provoke such a reckless character for a mere fraction of profit promised by Luo Chengfu, nearly placing themselves at odds with the entire village, it was hardly worth it. Ahem, Wang Defa cleared his throat, his astuteness replaced with an awkward smile. "Chengjian, please, do not be agitated. We are merely here to understand the situation. Since the fish were indeed not released collectively, and you have earned them through your own efforts, it would be inappropriate to claim you are infringing on communal property. Well, there are still matters in the village. I shall take my leave." He turned and departed, even quicker than Lu Guofu. Li Song's expression shifted dramatically, but ultimately, he merely shot a fierce glare at the ashen-faced Luo Chengfu, nodded stiffly at Luo Chengjian, and departed silently, his face dark with displeasure. On the embankment, only Luo Chengfu remained, his complexion shifting from green to black and finally to purple, trembling with rage. While Luo Chengjian leisurely rebaited his hook, as if nothing had transpired. Luo Chengjian could hardly be bothered to glance at Luo Chengfu again, with a flick of his wrist. The hook adorned with bait arced elegantly, landing precisely in the previously prepared spot with a soft splash. That sound resonated like a resounding slap across Luo Chengfu's face. Luo Chengfu felt a wave of darkness wash over him, a buzzing in his ears. His meticulously planned ambush, which he believed to be foolproof, crumbled instantaneously under Luo Chengjian's staunch rebuttal of not a single drop of water to be moved. The village heads fled faster than rabbits, and Luo Chengjian's final disdainful snort pierced him like a venomous dart. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed him like a cold tide. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. He could not fathom the consequences if the villagers had witnessed this scene. How could he, as village head, ever hold his head high in Luojiako again? "Very well, Luo Chengjian." Luo Chengfu spat through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and trembling with deep-seated malice. "You wait." With that, he left in a huff, splattering mud as he stomped away, disregarding his image, stumbling and faltering like a stray dog. Luo Chengfu was indignant. Luo Chengjian had not regarded him at all. More importantly, the village secretary, Luo Wenwu, was of an older generation, accustomed to appeasing and avoiding conflict. When Luo Chengfu had previously broached the topic with him, Luo Wenwu had entirely ignored him, opting to offend neither side. He was utterly powerless. Relatively speaking, the village secretary wielded more authority. However, the village heads in their communities were merely aging, good-natured individuals, many of whom were retired soldiers, unwilling to involve themselves in such matters, and some had even warned them against stirring trouble. Watching Luo Chengfu depart, Luo Chengjian gained a newfound respect for him. The thought of proposing a leasing fee was no small feat yet. He had triumphed in negotiations far more challenging than this. Such simple tactics were beneath his notice. With a mere bluff, he had scattered them like leaves in the wind, and they had not even waited for him to elaborate further. In relative terms, he could admire Luo Chengfu, but only for his ability to conceive ideas that were not yet widespread. Thus, a storm aimed at Luo Chengjian dissipated with ease. By noon, Luo Chengjian returned home, burdened with a heavy catch and a bait bucket that was now half empty. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the courtyard as Lin Huanhuan, her belly protruding, carefully placed a steaming bowl of vegetable porridge on the low table in the yard. Xiao Xiao squatted at the kitchen door, wielding a small twig, earnestly instructing the puppy Dodo to draw circles in the muddy ground. "Daddy is back," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting her father. And she abandoned the twig to rush over, with Dodo wagging its tail, close behind. "Ah, you're back," Luo Chengjian exclaimed, setting down his burden and scooping up his daughter, rubbing his stubbled chin against her cheek, which elicited a cascade of giggles from Xiao Xiao. Lin Huanhuan regarded the mud caked on his shoes and the fatigue etched across his face, her heart aching as she approached him. "Quick, wash up. You must be exhausted, right? The rain just stopped, and the roads are treacherous. Everything at the reservoir is all right. I assentí it?" She keenly sensed the lingering tension in her husband's brow. Luo Chengjian set Xiao Xiao down, feigning nonchalance as he slipped off his mud-smeared rubber shoes. What could possibly go wrong? The fish are ravenous. It's easy to catch them, though the roads are indeed a bit challenging. He walked over to the water well, splashing water to wash off the mud. I ran into Luo Chengfu, who brought along a few village heads from neighboring villages, trying to claim the reservoir as collective property and pressuring me for some sort of rental fee. Lin Huanhuan's heart sank, her complexion paling. "Oh, and then what? They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" "A hard time?" Luo Chengjian flicked the droplets of water from his hands and turned with a smug grin. "Do you think your husband is the kind who stands there and takes a beating? I sent them packing with just a few words. They thought they could extort money from me. I turned the tables on them. I frightened them off with a few threats, and those village heads scurried away, while Luo Chengfu was left fuming, his face turning purple. He even spat out a few harsh words before leaving. He animatedly recounted the encounter by the reservoir, especially relishing his retort about not allowing even a drop of water to be taken, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Huanhuan listened, initially tense, then relieved, and ultimately unable to stifle a chuckle as she playfully punched his arm. "Oh, your mouth. You could revive the dead or infuriate the living. But now that you've completely severed ties, Luo Chengfu will surely hold a grudge against you. Who knows what schemes he might concoct going forward? Fear him?" Luo Chengjian scoffed, wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders as they approached the dining table. "When soldiers arrive, I'll meet them head-on. When water comes, I'll bury it." He's got nothing but underhanded tricks that won't withstand the light of day. We live our lives honestly, earning our keep. What can he do to me? He picked up his chopsticks, eyeing the simple spread of porridge and pickles, as his stomach rumbled in protest. "Let us eat. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal. Only when we are full can we muster the strength to confront him." Bathed in the warm glow of the light, the family of three gathered around the small table. Luo Chengjian savored the warm porridge, dispelling the chill and fatigue that clung to him. Lin Huanhuan gazed at him tenderly, occasionally offering him some pickles. Xiao Xiao chattered excitedly about the new words Dodo had learned that day. The tension simmering at the reservoir felt entirely distant, insulated by the warmth of the light and the aroma of the meal. Yet, deep within, Luo Chengjian understood that Luo Chengfu, the venomous snake lurking in the shadows, would not relent easily. Beneath the tranquil surface, turbulent currents churned. But he was unafraid. He had a family to protect, boundless strength, and a modicum of wisdom acquired through past experiences. This silent war had only just begun. Chapter 39, More Trouble Ahead? In the stillness of the night, silence reigned. Only the occasional chirping of insects and the distant croaking of frogs from the pond could be heard. Yet, the dim yellow glow of a kerosene lamp illuminated the main room of Luo Chengfu's home. Luo Chengfu paced anxiously, like a caged beast, his hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps polishing the muddy floor. The smoke from his pipe swirled in the air, choking the room with its acrid scent. Zhao Yun sat on the edge of the Kong, watching her husband with trepidation, afraid to make a sound. Luo Dazhuang cowered in the corner, wishing he could meld into the wall. "Useless. A bunch of worthless fools." Luo Chengfu bellowed suddenly, halting his pacing to shout at the empty doorway, spittle flying. Wang Defa, Li Monsong, Lu Guofu, all a bunch of cowards. Scared witless by a few words from that little brat Luo Chengjian, they ran off faster than rabbits. What about their dignity? What about the dignity of village heads? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his chest heaving. The image of Luo Chengjian, looking down on him with disdain, as if he were merely a clown, flashed before his eyes, accompanied by that infuriatingly clear scoff. That sound echoed in his mind, torturing him to the brink of madness. Father, calm down, Luo Dazhuang ventured timidly, his voice barely a whisper. That Luo Chengjian is just a reckless fool. We don't need to clash with him. Not clash. Luo Chengfu whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his son, frightening Luo Dazhuang into a shiver. And just let him rake in money while we sit back and watch. Let him flaunt his power in the village. Let him trample on my face. Luo Chengfu's face into the mud. If that's the case, I might as well plow the fields every day. He slammed his fist into the earthen wall, sending dust cascading from the rafters. If hard doesn't he work, and soft doesn't he work, and neither does the straight approach. Am I really powerless against this little brat? He gasped for breath, his eyes flickering with a frenzied light, as if searching for a final straw to clutch. Zhao Yun watched her husband's descent into madness, feeling both pity and fear. She ventured cautiously, Dear, why not just let it go? Let him have his way. We can continue living our lives. Look at him now. It seems he really has cut ties with that Luo Rui girl, focusing on his family without stirring up trouble. Many people in the village even praise him in private for being capable. Shut your mouth. Luo Chengfu snapped, turning sharply to glare at his wife. What do you know? He.s. making a fortune? Why should he be making a fortune? What is he even worth? A worthless fool who once only knew how to chase after women. Now he.s. a capable man. He used to dare to flaunt his power at my doorstep. The more he shines, the more it highlights my own incompetence. I can't swallow this anger. He tugged at his graying hair in agitation, as if trying to rip his scalp off. Suddenly, he froze, his bloodshot eyes glinting with a sinister light, akin to a snake spotting its prey. Humph. Ha ha ha, a low, eerie chuckle emerged from his throat, piercing the stillness of the night with its unsettling sharpness. Zhao Yun and Luo Dazhuang both jumped at the sound. Since the overt approach won't work, I'll take the covert route. Luo Chengfu's voice was hoarse, laced with a chilling undertone. Isn't he catching loaches in that rickety trap? Isn't he fishing? Let him catch. Let him fish. He leaned in close to Zhao Yun, lowering his voice, each word dripping with malice. Tomorrow, you go find your brothers from your family. Isn't he mingling around near the meat processing plant in the county? Have him get me something. Something that LL stain and never wash away. Something with a strong odor. Bring me a whole barrel. Remember, quietly, don't let anyone see. Zhao Yun's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Dear? What do you need that for? That's just do as I say. Luo Chengfu interrupted her harshly, his gaze fierce. And you, Dazhuang? He suddenly turned to his cowering son. Luo Dazhuang trembled at his father's fierce gaze. Father Luo Chengfu fixed his stare on him, speaking deliberately, like a demon whispering. In the coming nights, you'd better be sharp. Keep an eye on the reservoir, especially where Luo Chengjian sets his traps. Wait until he leaves, until the night is deep and still. Then, with a cruel smile etched on his lips, he commanded, tear apart all his rickety traps. Replace all the bait with the good stuff your mother brings. I want the loaches he catches to stink up half the street. Let him try to sell them. We will see who dares to buy his stinking loaches. Luo Dazhuang felt his scalp prickle, his face turning green. Father, if we get caught? Luo Chengfu sneered. The moon obscured by darkness and wind, who could possibly see? Even if he suspected I was the culprit, what evidence could he present? Without proof, would he dare to lay a finger on you? I might as well seize this opportunity to deal with him. A mad glint flickered in his eyes. Wasn't he arrogant? I shall make him experience what it is like to suffer in silence. Let him weep without a grave to mourn. In the main room, the flickering flame of the kerosene lamp danced anxiously, casting the distorted and grim shadow of Luo Chengfu against the mottled earthen wall, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. A more sinister and treacherous scheme for revenge quietly brewed in the deep night, heavy with resentment and madness. Chapter 40, Serenity? The following day, just as dawn broke, Luo Chengjian rose quietly. Having set his traps all night long, his catch was bound to be considerable. He glanced at his wife and daughter, soundly asleep on the Kong, tucking in Lin Huanhuan's quilt before sneaking out. The air of the post-rain morning was particularly crisp, infused with the fragrances of earth and greenery. Luo Chengjian walked briskly to the edge of the reservoir. The water level had receded somewhat, yet it remained murky. He found several spots where he had set traps the previous night, grasping the grass ropes tied to tree roots or stones on the shore, and pulled them up forcefully. The first trap emerged from the water, heavy and laden. With a splash, the trap brimmed with wriggling, slippery loaches, their shiny bodies glistening in the morning light. By heavens! Luo Chengjian felt a surge of excitement, exerting all his strength to drag the trap ashore, filled to the brim. Then came the second, the third, and nearly every trap was overflowing. The loaches seemed to have gone mad with hunger after the rain, all scrambling into his traps. His basket quickly filled with writhing black gold, the weight causing him to bend slightly at the waist. This must weigh around 100 pounds. Luo Chengjian's heart soared with joy, the smile on his face impossible to suppress. The power of 20 traps had erupted completely after the rain. The misfortune he faced from Luo Changfu and his gang yesterday was swept away by this bountiful harvest. He hardly paused for rest. Hoisting the heavy black gold onto his back, and picked up his fishing rod, seeking a quiet cove to begin his morning fishing. The fish were biting fervently, as if they too had been waiting impatiently. After more than 2 hours, his basket was filled with over 30 pounds of lively fish. Returning triumphantly, as Luo Chengjian pedaled his bicycle, the wide cargo racks on either side were laden with a basket tightly covered with wet oilcloth filled with loaches, while the other side bore an equally heavy load of fish. The bike creaked under the weight, yet he felt invigorated. The wheels rolling through the muddy road left by the rain, marking deep tracks behind him. At the county hospital's entrance, as Luo Chengjian steadied his merchant bicycle, familiar customers swarmed around him like cats drawn to the scent of fish. With a radiant smile full of confidence, he boomed, "Rest assured, everyone. There is plenty to go around." His movements were as swift as a clockwork mechanism, lifting the oilcloth, scooping out fish, weighing them, calculating the cost, collecting money, and giving change, all while enthusiastically sharing cooking tips, occasionally tossing in a discount that earned him praises from customers. As the crowd thickened, newcomers tiptoed to catch a glimpse. Luo Chengjian was so busy he scarcely touched the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Yet witnessing the rapidly emptying basket and the swelling of his wallet filled him with sweet satisfaction akin to honey. In just an hour and a half, both large baskets were emptied. All that remained were some water stains and slick traces. He slipped into a secluded corner, turning his back to the road, and pulled out the thick stack of bills, mingled with the scent of fish and sweat. His fingers trembled slightly with excitement as he meticulously counted them. The final amount, 201 yuan and 70 cents. The wallet bulged as usual, and Luo Chengjian pedaled his bicycle with a light heart, heading to the meat processing plant. With practiced ease, he used his newly acquired front gate pass to acquire a large bucket of fresh, pungent offal. On a whim, he also splurged on 5 pounds of premium pork belly. The fat was nearly 3 fingers thick, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. The wheels spun lightly, as though they could hardly bear the weight of his joy and dreams for the future. The wind blew against him, carrying the fresh scent of the post-rain fields of early summer, dissipating the last remnants of his fatigue. He pondered, if this momentum continued, perhaps he should seriously consider the contracting proposal Luo Changfu had mentioned. Of course, it would have to be under his own terms. As the setting sun melted into gold, it bathed the earthen walls and thatched roofs of Luo Jiao in a warm orange glow. Luo Chengjian, laden with his harvest and gifts for his family, rode joyfully into the village. Just as he reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, a hushed yet excited murmur of conversation drifted into his ears. It was those informants once again, gathered by the wall. "Have you heard? Yesterday, Luo Changfu, along with a few village heads from outside, stormed to the reservoir to confront Luo Chengjian. And guess what happened?" Mrs. Lu's voice was filled with schadenfreude. "What happened? Quick, tell us." The hoarse-voiced aunt asked eagerly. "Huh?" Luo Chengjian silenced them with just a few words. They fled in disgrace. Luo Changfu's face was as if he had stepped into a dye shop. Mrs. Lu animatedly recounted. "I heard Luo Chengjian even declared that if they wanted to contract, they had to ensure that not a single drop of water was disturbed during the contract period. The village heads were so frightened they nearly wet themselves." "Huh? Is that true? Luo Chengjian is so bold now. He understands these matters?" Another aunt remarked with a mix of astonishment and barely concealed respect. How could it not be true? Lu Guofu from Lu family village returned looking as if he had lost a loved one. Mrs. Lu asserted confidently. "It just goes to show that one must have the ability. Luo Chengjian has truly established himself now." Luo Changfu humph. "I see his time as village head is becoming increasingly tasteless." Riding past them, Luo Chengjian felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The murmurings ceased abruptly, and the aunts wore expressions of discomfort, mingled with curiosity and a hint of obsequious smiles. "Chengjian is back. Had a good harvest today, I suppose?" Mrs. Lu greeted him, her tone significantly warmer than usual. It was all right. You ladies gossiping?" Luo Chengjian responded with a smile, pedaling vigorously to accelerate past the group of informants. leaving a straight-backed silhouette against the long shadows cast by the setting sun. The whispers resumed softly behind him, the topic still revolving around the merchant who returned triumphantly, leaving the village head in humiliation. Meanwhile, Luo Chengfu's authority, like a soap bubble pricked, was quietly dissipating in the small village of Luo Jiao. Chapter 41, A Misstep. On the rainy night, the air retained the earthy scent of soil, yet the oppressive heat of the day had vanished, replaced by a refreshing coolness. The rich aroma of meat wafted from Luo Chengjian's courtyard, the taste of beans simmered with meat stirring the appetite within. Smile, take your time eating, don't burn yourself. Lin Huanhuan chuckled, watching her daughter devour her meal with gusto. She added a generous portion of tender, glistening pork belly to Luo Chengjian's bowl. You should eat more. You've worked hard all day. Luo Chengjian relished the mountain of food in his bowl, savoring each bite. The beans soaked in the meat juices were soft and fragrant, while the pork belly melted in his mouth, leaving him with a sensation of richness. The weariness of the day seemed to evaporate with this hearty meal. He mumbled in delight, delicious. Your stewed meat is the best, Huanhuan. After finishing dinner, Luo Chengjian helped clear the table, noting that the sky had turned completely dark, with sparse stars dotting the deep blue canvas above. He swiftly donned his fish-scented jacket, grabbing the fishing rod and the basket filled with traps and bait. Huanhuan, I'm going to set the traps and do a bit of night fishing. Lin Huanhuan, her pregnancy evident, accompanied him to the gate, her face illuminated by the moonlight. Bearing a gentle worry, be careful on the road, it's dark. Come back early. Got it. Just fishing for a bit, Luo Chengjian replied, his figure quickly blending into the night shadows of the village. He strode briskly towards the reservoir, his mind calculating the unusually good sales of loach that day, resolving to prepare more for tomorrow. The moonlight was dim, barely illuminating the muddy path beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, two pairs of eyes were malevolently fixated on his industrious silhouette, lurking like venomous serpents concealed in the shadows. Father, he's gone, Luo Dazhuang whispered, his voice tinged with excitement and a barely perceptible tremor. Luo Chengfu exhaled sharply through his nose, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Go, bring forth our prized possession. The duo emerged from behind the stack of firewood, laboriously lifting a tightly covered wooden barrel, nearly half their height. The lid was stuffed snugly with torn cloth. Yet even so, an indescribable, overwhelmingly pungent stench of decay stubbornly seeped out, causing Luo Dazhuang to grimace, his stomach churning. Ugh, father, this odor is unbearable, he complained, pinching his nose. Silence. Endure it, Luo Chengfu admonished, holding his breath, his facial muscles twitching, unwilling to sacrifice their scheme for the sake of comfort. If it doesn't stink, it'll ruin my business. Hurry, he urged, as they stealthily trudged towards the reservoir, the barrel of their biochemical weapon swaying with every step. Luo Chengjian remained blissfully unaware of the nefarious plotting behind him. He arrived at his usual spot with practiced ease, utilizing the moonlight and the weak glow of a flashlight to deftly submerge 20 traps into the selected shallow muddy waters. Each trap was stuffed with fresh pig entrails procured from the meat factory earlier that afternoon. Plop, plop. The muffled sounds of splashing water resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. After setting the traps, he sought a sheltered cove to bait his hook with worms and cast his line into the water. The bobber glimmered faintly under the moonlight as he settled on a large stone by the shore, patiently awaiting a bite. The night breeze, laden with moisture, brushed against him, accompanied only by the chorus of chirping insects and the gentle lapping of waves against the bank. After about an hour of fishing, his basket brimmed with 7 or 8 palm-sized crucian carp and 2 carp weighing over a pound each, totaling around 30 pounds. Satisfied with his haul, he glanced at the sky, deeming it time to return, and with a light heart, he set off home, burdened by the weight of his catch. Just as Luo Chengjian's figure disappeared at the end of the embankment, Luo Chengfu and Luo Dazhuang emerged from a dense thicket of reeds, akin to hyenas scenting carrion. Quick, get to work, Luo Chengfu hissed, his voice laced with a morbid exhilaration. The two set down the barrel, and Luo Chengfu approached the water's edge, grasping a grass rope tied to a tree root and yanking it upwards. With a splash, a heavy trap surfaced, brimming with fresh pig entrails glistening in the moonlight. Ah, what a treasure! Too bad it won't be yours for long, Luo Chengfu sneered, callously dumping the entrails onto the muddy bank, where their fresh scent was immediately overpowered by the more potent, foul odor emanating from the nearby barrel. Dazhuang, open the lid, Luo Chengfu commanded. Suppressing his overwhelming nausea, Luo Dazhuang struggled to lift the barrel's lid. In an instant, an intensely suffocating stench, a noxious blend of decaying entrails and some acrid chemical scent, erupted forth like a tangible entity. Caught off guard, Luo Dazhuang was enveloped by darkness, his stomach churning violently, as he doubled over in retching, tears and mucus streaming from his eyes. Ugh, father, this is unbearable, he gasped, on the verge of fainting. Luo Chengfu, also recoiling from the stench, paled but gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with madness and delight. Endure it. Quickly, stuff our concoction in. He gestured towards the dark, viscous mixture of chicken intestines exuding an infernal aroma. The duo held their breath, nearly shutting their eyes, using 2 makeshift branches to shovel the repugnant mixture into Luo Chengjian's traps, each scoop intensifying the nauseating odor. Under the moonlight, their faces contorted in disgust, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Done. Next, Luo Chengfu rasped, a twisted satisfaction evident in his voice as he watched the trap, now filled with their special bait, being pushed back into the water. He envisioned the moment Luo Chengjian would open the trap and be overwhelmed by the stench, discovering the loach dead, and could not suppress a low, chilling laugh. Father, let us hurry, I think I'm going to be sick. Luo Dazhuang whimpered, covering his mouth. Luo Chengfu eyed the remaining contents in the barrel with a sinister expression. What's the rush? This amount is enough for that brat to drink a jug of it. If it works, we'll keep adding more tomorrow night. I intend to ruin his loach business completely, leave him no place to lament. He carefully replaced the lid. Though it could not contain the stubborn stench, it was better than nothing. Take it away. Hide it back in the usual spot. The 2 men stumbled away from the scene of their misdeed, as if carrying the source of a plague, leaving behind discarded pig entrails and an oppressive, lingering odor in the air. The following day, as dawn broke, Luo Chengjian arrived at the reservoir, invigorated and eager. The morning light began to illuminate the still waters as he commenced the retrieval of his traps. Grasping the grass rope, he pulled with vigor. The first trap surfaced, its heavy weight bringing a smile to his face. Splash! The trap brimmed with writhing, slippery loach, filling the openings with their frantic movements. Wow, what a catch today! Luo Chengjian exclaimed in surprise, exerting all his strength to haul the overflowing trap onto the shore. Successive traps followed, second, third, all the way to 20, each one nearly bursting at the seams. The quantity of loach far exceeded his usual catch, quickly filling his basket to the brim, the weight pressing down so heavily that it bent his back, estimating it to be over 130 pounds. How curious, he pondered, squatting by the water's edge, lifting a freshly surfaced trap filled with plump loach, noticing a small piece of residual bait clinging to the trap's opening. A potent, slightly gamey odor surged into his nostrils, distinctly different from the pig and sheep entrails he had stuffed in the night before. Chicken intestines? Luo Chengjian furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. Who would be so idle as to sneak to the reservoir in the dead of night, not to cause mischief, but rather to provide him with more effective bait? The allure of chicken intestines for loach was utterly unexpected, though he had been affluent in his past life. He had merely heard that the strong scent of entrails was effective for attracting fish, never imagining chicken intestines could yield such extraordinary results. Yet this was clearly not an act of benevolence. Recalling the previous mischief inflicted on his traps by Wang Laowu and his cronies, an alarm bell rang softly in Luo Chengjian's mind. This resembles a rather clumsy and self-righteous act of mischief, does it not? The other party likely believed that by introducing this foul-smelling concoction, they could effectively suffocate the loaches or drive them away entirely. Yet, in a twist of fate, their scheme backfired and inadvertently assisted him. How intriguing. A cold smirk danced upon Luo Chengjian's lips as he temporarily suppressed his bewilderment, deftly gathering up the 20 fully laden traps one by one. Over 130 pounds. The unprecedented weight weighed heavily upon his steps. Yet his spirit soared with an unusual lightness. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength, endeavoring to stride with greater alacrity, the mud splattering higher than usual beneath his feet. At the village's entrance, around a low wall, Luo Dazhuang peered out, revealing only half of his head. He watched from a distance as Luo Chengjian, burdened by the enormous, bulging basket of loaches, made his way home with a buoyant step, a broad smile illuminating his face. Father! Father! Luo Dazhuang sprinted home, bursting into the main room where Luo Chengfu was idly smoking, exclaiming triumphantly, "It worked! It truly worked! That kid, Luo Chengjian, was so swift this morning while collecting traps. It looks like he didn't catch much at all. Our bait must have spoiled everything. He was in such a hurry, probably embarrassed at being seen." Luo Chengfu's murky old eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he slapped his thigh. Good lad. Well done. I told you that stuff would work." He seemingly envisioned Luo Chengjian's dismayed expression upon confronting a pile of repugnant, unwanted loaches tonight. Let us keep at it. Add more bait. I want to completely ruin his reputation. The father and son exchanged a glance, their faces contorted with the sadistic joy of impending revenge. Upon returning home, Luo Chengjian poured the heavy loaches into a large wooden basin, their dark, writhing bodies instantly covering the bottom, vibrant with life. Lin Huanhuan, her belly prominent, approached to gaze in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Good heavens! So many! How much will this sell for? More than enough. Luo Chengjian wiped the sweat from his brow, his face betraying uncontainable delight. Who cares who kindly swapped bait with me? It's a windfall for us. Today us loaches are sure to sell like hotcakes. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he changed his clothes, strapped on an empty fish basket, seized his fishing rod, and dashed back to the reservoir. The fish were still biting fiercely after the rain. 2 hours later, he added over 40 pounds of live fish to his basket. At the county hospital entrance, when Luo Chengjian lifted the damp oilcloth covering the loaches, the sight of their dark, slippery vitality instantly captivated the crowd. Coupled with the 40 pounds of live fish, he sold over 230 yuan that day. His wallet, swollen beyond measure, allowed him to indulge in a lavish shopping spree, including a bucket of fresh entrails from the meat processing factory and 5 pounds of premium pork belly. Before he contentedly cycled home, the lingering sunlight bathed Luo Jiao in a warm golden hue. As Luo Chengjian pedaled into the village, he spotted Luo Changfu and Luo Dezhuang, father and son, feigning casualness while conversing with several village women near the information station beneath the old locust tree, their eyes furtively glancing towards the village entrance, clearly waiting for him. A cold chuckle escaped Luo Chengjian's lips as he deliberately steered his bike to come to a halt beside the information station. The dust kicked up by his wheels caused Luo Changfu to instinctively wrinkle his nose. "Oh, Chengjian, you're back. How was business today?" Luo Auntie was the first to greet him with a smile, her gaze darting towards the two still bulging baskets behind him. Luo Chengjian propped his bike, his face beaming with genuine warmth, his voice booming. "Thanks to all of you aunts, business was exceptionally good. Remarkably so. The loaches sold out, and not a single fish remains. I counted the money until my fingers cramped." As he spoke, he casually cast a glance at Luo Changfu and his son from the corner of his eye. Luo Changfu's forced smile instantly faltered, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Luo Dazhuang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to seeing a ghost, as he blurted out, "No, it can't be. The loaches sold out?" The incredulity and disappointment in his tone were nearly palpable. "Why not?" Luo Chengjian feigned surprise, his smile growing even more radiant. "Brother Dazhuang, are you hoping I wouldn't sell them? Ha. But unfortunately for you, the folks in the county are clamoring for my fresh catch." His words held a veiled challenge as he regarded Luo Changfu, whose expression darkened swiftly. A surge of ire surged within Luo Changfu, the words exceptionally good pricking at his ears like needles. Struggling to suppress his anger, he forced out a dry laugh. "Heh, selling out is great. Making money is a good thing." His voice was as coarse as sandpaper. Indeed, Luo Chengjian seemed oblivious to the forced nature of his words. Life must continue to flourish, right? He emphasized the word flourish pointedly. Luo Changfu could no longer endure the situation, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the nearby ants prickling his back. With a sudden tug, he yanked the still-dazed Luo Dazhuang along. "Let us go. Home. Don't keep Chengjian from his dinner." His tone was brusque, nearly dragging his son away in a hasty retreat, their backs emanating a sense of disarray. How peculiar. What is up with those two today? Luani wondered, observing their frantic exit. Who knows? Perhaps they're envious of Chengjian's success. Another Ani scoffed, watching the father and son disappear around the village bend. A frigid smile crept across Luo Chengjian's face. The real show had only just begun. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with the ants before finally cycling away.